Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Here's Ohtani swinging and driving one out of here. Are you kidding me? Second deck again. Shohei Ohtani has made a statement in this series, not only about himself, but where he wants to take his ball club. And tonight, what he does is take his ball club to a 3-run lead. This opposite field second deck home run gives the Angels a 5-2 advantage.
Perfectly put by Matt Hicks, one of your voices of the Rangers. And this is the Friday edition of Sean and RJ here on your home for Rangers baseball, 105.3 The Fan. Happy Friday, y'all. Thanks for being a total. That stands for turn it on, leave it on. The Rangers end up losing 3 of 4 against the Angels. They've lost 6 of 8 overall, and you were there in Arlington. What was it like?
It was a good little atmosphere out there. They were ready early on, and then quite frankly, and you know, obviously the Angels took a lead early. Rangers get the lead back, and then all of a sudden, here comes Shohei. What a show! Hey, little joke.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it was good. It was good though. I had not seen Shohei pitch. I had not seen Shohei in person. Every time I'd gone out there to see Shohei or Trout, like the last 4 times, they've had the night off, or Trout's been hurt. This is the first time I was able to see both of them on the same field together. That's like watching. It's like watching 2 prize fighters in their prime.
Well, what's really amazing to me is when Trout comes up, at least just for me, it feels like a letdown. That's how big Shohei is right now. That's how dominant he is. When you can put Mike Trout in the shadows to a degree, and I'm like, okay, let's just go ahead and get the Trout. I mean, that speaks to your greatness, and that's what this guy is doing. He hit some impact statement homers throughout this entire series. He hit 4 in the series. He hit number 22 last night. He's got 10 bombs in his last 16 games. Oh, yeah, and he ended up getting the win when I didn't think he was going to be around very long. The Rangers made him work early on. He was struggling. He was going to 3-2 counts. He threw 30 pitches in the first inning.
Yeah. And look, you're right about the Ohtani Trout thing.
Because it used to be my tune-in for Trout, and now the tune-in is for Ohtani, and then Trout gets my leftover attention.
Yeah, I mean, you could argue around the sport, like, you know, that you know, even going back to last year, that you know, Trout's not even as much of a tune-in as Judge is at this point. You know, even though he's still, you know, for me, I don't care what kind of year he's having, he's still the best player in the sport. But Shohei is just different. Like, we haven't seen anybody do this since in 100 years. He's not Shohei Ohtani is not a once-in-a-generational player. He's a once-in-a-century player.
Yes.
And we won't see this, I don't think.
Yeah, his skill set is, look, Steph Curry changed basketball forever, but when you look at Steph, when you look at Tiger, any NFL quarterback, this guy is doing things that no one else in his sport, I don't think, is going to be able to do. Maybe for the rest of our lifetimes and beyond that, to pitch and hit. Yeah. I mean, just to pitch and hit, it's absolutely incredible. I wonder how many other teams and organizations are thinking about, like, grooming a guy for this. Or let's just stay away. Yeah. We're not going to take the injury risk. Focus on one. I wonder if this seeps into the development of baseball at all.
Well, here's the problem. You're trying to groom a top 10 pitcher and a top 10 hitter, not just a guy who does both. If he was just a guy who does both, he's not nearly the same. He's a guy who is literally one of the 10 or 15, probably more 20 best pitchers and one of the 10 best hitters. Like that just doesn't happen. And he flies down the field, down the base path.
Yes.
He is super fast.
I thought he overran first base last night with the play made down the first base line. And then it was thrown to him, and I was like, he overran that because he's so fast, but his athleticism and his length and his size allowed him to stay on the base barely.
Yeah, it really did. He's so big. He's so strong. He's so fast. And, you know, he's got like, you also have to find somebody who has no desire to have a social life. Like, let's say you're a 25-year-old kid making millions of dollars in the Los Angeles area. Where are you going to live? Santa Monica, you know, right down, wherever. He lives in the closest apartment complex to the stadium in Anaheim, where nobody wants to live. It's in a suburb. No social life. All he wants to do is wake up and go to the ballpark and train.
That's the story.
That's the story. Like he lives seriously like the closest nice apartment complex, home, whatever, to the stadium. Like he wanted to find the place as close as he possibly could. He eats, drinks, lives, sleeps baseball.
And then all hell broke loose last night with the umpire. And it started with Marcus Semien and his check swing. I think Duran had the check swing later on when the Rangers had the threat of bases loaded. You're sitting there in a great situation. They end up getting nothing out of it, but it was a man on third, 3 balls, and Semien checks his swing. I thought it was a 50-50 call. I honestly thought it was a 50-50 call with both. So when it's a 50-50 call, I'm not going to go crazy whether they call it a strike or a ball. Semien was ticked off. He gets tossed. Mike Maddox comes running out of the dugout. He gets tossed. And then poor Boch. It's got to take a lot to get poor Boch to limp out of the dugout.
Yeah.
Watching him walk is painful.
Man, they should just make Mike Maddox make the pitcher changes.
Ooh. That's painful. They need to get him some type of golf cart or something. But this is Marcus Semien afterwards. What did you say to the ump, and what did you think of the call?
Well, I mean, the game is on the line. I'm just mad at myself for even offering at that pitch, but I thought I made a good take. I look up, and the umpire is saying I swung. So, of course, I'm trying to get on base or get that runner in. Felt like I didn't do anything to strike out, and, I kind of made some gestures towards him, walked into the dugout, came back out there when we went on defense and calmly told him, hey, the game is on the line. I need 100% focus with the game on the line, and threw me out of the game.
I don't know if they replayed it, how much they replayed it in the stadium. If you got a chance to see it.
The check swing?
Yeah.
Yes, they played it maybe once or twice. They didn't play as much as I would have liked. Durant definitely went around, I thought. Semien was very, very close. I think you can make the argument either way. And it's a very difficult call. It's a stupid call to make anyway. Thank God they appealed. I hate when the home plate umpire makes that call. Thank God they went down to first. But yeah, I wasn't going to lose my mind over it. It was very, very close, but yeah, Durant I thought for sure went.
Pepe, did you have a feeling on the check swings, whether the Rangers got screwed or not?
Yeah, Durant I thought went around, and then Semien, I think at the moment of the game, I was frustrated because it was like, man, that puts first and third, 1 out, here come our big boy bats, and it piled up. If the Rangers were in front, or if it was like the second or third inning, I'm not losing my mind, but yeah, I was pretty frustrated, just in the game overall.
And then did you end up staying? When did you leave? 6th, 7th inning?
No, we stayed at the end. We stayed to the very end.
Nice.
Well, we had moved up. We had moved up Sean to a suite.
Well, wow.
Yeah,
no more Mr. 300.
Huh?
No more Mr. 300.
When I got the ticket sent to me, I looked and I was like, that's not the 300 level. We're in section 120. Guy came through, man.
Okay. Did you see Corey Majors?
Saw Corey Majors. We were 2 sections away from Corey Majors.
Wow.
We got the Corey Majors seats. yesterday.
So then you downgraded maybe by going to the suite.
We did downgrade. It was up. It was a level up. But so about the 5th inning, we met up with a couple of Tolos behind a bar after the 4th, and then at the 5th inning, we had decided my buddy texted me to go on up to his suite. We're like, okay, let's do it. Why not? I don't say no to a suite.
No.
I don't say no to free food. Free alcohol.
Are they not strict about looking to see if your ticket gets you to the suite level?
Very strict.
How'd you bypass
that? He sent us tickets. He had extra tickets.
Oh.
So he sent us the tickets.
Nice.
We're able to get into the into the next level and into the suite. And then we watched the rest of the game there. Very cool. And the great part about that is his suite was like right next to the stairs to get you out of the stadium. So we were in our car and gone. Not a stitch of traffic on the way out.
A stitch.
Not a stitch.
Not a stitch of traffic. Well, Friday edition. We're live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. We thought Conor McGregor's scandal was knocking out the mascot. No. Sexual assault at the NBA Finals, and Antonio Brown gets his team kicked out of its own football league, plus record-setting starts at the U.S. Open. And we'll take you inside the Star as well. It's a Friday edition with Sean and RJ, getting you to your weekend as quickly as possible right here on The Fan. Is this new? Not
No,
the
this
song.
is like 04.
No, shut up. New entries, new music beds?
It looks like it.
Was this
think
your
so.
work?
This is not my work.
Okay.
This is not my work. I've got to get back in the lab. I got
Yeah.
more to do. I need a reason to stick around. I need to be down here because it takes like 2 hours.
Yeah, you need to lose like a bet payoff.
Yeah,
Yeah.
which I'm sure I will.
Thursday, Bobby tweeted this out. Yesterday, we were like, oh, it's sticky outside. It's humid. And my car is sweating. It was tied for the muggiest day in the history of Dallas yesterday.
Yeah, it felt like it was like a mister was on you the entire time.
Yeah, and then Brunolf had all these crazy storm and tornado warnings last night. And then this morning, it's like it broke through. It's beautiful. Feels awesome this morning.
Yeah, it feels
Coming
good.
in.
Yeah, it feels really, really nice.
You could admit you were happy that the Rangers have a new stadium for that
I was
game?
definitely happy that there was a roof yesterday. That was brutal. That we were walking in just dead.
You can argue you'd rather just have the beating sun with it just being hot than that humidity And that's what they
for
always
sure.
talk about with Houston is just the humidity, the stickiness.
Yeah, for sure. It absolutely is the case. So yeah, there's no doubt. There is no doubt that yesterday I was very thankful that there was room, and it still was hot in there.
Good thing about the only good thing about not having any water around, basically, like Maryland. Yeah, when I would go back home, I'm like, oh, the water, it's so pretty. I miss this. And then July 4th comes with the humidity and the bugs. It's miserable. But you got the dry heat here in the Metroplex, and that's why they say one of the reasons that Houston sucks.
Yeah, Houston's awful. That yesterday felt like Florida, and the day before felt like Florida.
Yeah,
like Orlando. Not even the good part of Florida. Not even like Miami or Tampa. It felt like Orlando. Just the absolute worst.
Conor McGregor has been accused of sexually assaulting a woman during the NBA Finals game where he knocked out the mascot last week. The woman said McGregor violently forced himself on her inside a VIP men's bathroom, according to a letter sent to Conor and his team. McGregor, according to her, aggressively kissed her before also attempting to force her into multiple sexual acts. Of course, his side said it's absolute BS, and this apparently occurred during Game 4 of the finals. This is the fourth sexual assault that Conor McGregor has been accused of. He has not been found guilty of any of them. He hasn't faced any legal punishment, and at least one case was dropped. He's also apparently expecting his fourth child with his wife. But this is the Conor McGregor sexual assault from the NBA Finals that came out yesterday.
This was difficult to read in a lot of ways. Obviously, the act was very difficult to read. But then,
and she's accusing NBA security of helping him.
And that's where that's the one thing that really kind of threw me off, because in order for me to fully believe the accusation, I also have to believe and go along with the idea that NBA security set this up. And that's hard for me to grasp. I can't imagine. Now, if it was Conor's security guards, okay, I could buy that.
Right.
I could buy that.
NBA security apparently separating her from her friend and forcing her into the bathroom.
Yeah, and when it says NBA and Miami Heat security, which have nothing to do with Conor McGregor, they're the ones that basically forced this. That's I can't wrap my head around that. Again, if this was Conor's security detail, I could totally see how that happens.
Yeah.
But the NBA security, they would do that?
I don't know.
That's tough. See, other than that, I could totally see everything else happening.
Yeah.
That's the one part of the story that doesn't make sense to me.
Very, very weird. This story absolutely makes sense. I'll never believe any other side other than Antonio Brown being just guilty of stuff. This loser got his team kicked out of their football league because he wasn't making payments. Wasn't paying the league, wasn't paying his fines, and wasn't paying his players.
Yeah.
So Antonio Brown, whoever decided to let Antonio Brown own a team or run a team and think that it was going to go okay, you got what you asked for. I hope the publicity was worth it, because now they gone. See you later.
So he paid April, failed to pay May, failed to pay June. Subsequently credited back to Mr. Brown. The April assessment was being challenged. So it's a nightmare, disaster. The Albany Empire are not a team in the Arena League anymore. They lose. How do they not kick him out of the league? Right? How do they not? This is the problem though when you go into business. Yes, it is, Coach. With Antonio Brown,
he's 34 still. He's 34.
Well, he can still play.
I know he could still play.
Yeah, he can still play. It's the league's fault though. They got in bed with him.
Oh, the league that kicked him out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they got in bed with him.
Oh, yeah.
This is a guy who can't be held accountable for anything.
Yeah, that's right. Less accountable. No.
Wow.
Do not start that
1 year, $1 million. Throw him a bone. If he acts up, kick him off.
He would have a better season than Michael Gallup. I guarantee you that. I guarantee you that. Okay. But no. Man, would that be crazy to cover?
Oh, my God.
Sending Bobby out there to that every day. My Lord. What happened to the son of Ray Lewis? Ray Lewis III has passed away at the age of 28. His other sibling posted about the death in an Instagram story, and details of the death were not yet known. Played college football at Miami like his pops, was a running back in his home state of Florida, later played cornerback at Coastal Carolina and Virginia Union, and he's gone at the age of 28. Ray Lewis's son. This is weird.
It's very weird. We saw this come across our phones at the game. I was stunned. Like, first of all, I didn't know Ray Lewis was a junior himself. That was one thing that stood out. And then, I mean, obviously, a 28-year-old loses their life. 28-year-olds don't just die. You know, they just don't just drop dead.
Yeah.
There's a handful of things that happen, and none of them are obviously, they're very, very tragic. And I hope Ray is able. I mean, I don't know how he's going to cope with this, but my gosh.
877-881-1053 to hit us up here on the truckwreck.com text line on Sean and RJ. Thanks for being a total. That stands for turn it on, leave it on. What is everybody's weekend plans? Pay. You usually have the most interesting life going on. What do you have set up for tonight? You either got a casino run, you got a date, we know Korean barbecue. What's going on? You beating Bobby's ass in beer pong again?
No, he wants to be teammates now, apparently.
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Can't beat him, join him.
So a few days ago, I was talking to my brother and his wife, and I was like, hey, have y'all ever been to WinStar? And they were like, no, we've never gone. And I said, that's crazy. And
That's crazy.
I said, well, if you drive, I can join you and show you around. And they said, okay.
Oh, you're going to be their tour guide by making them drive.
Yeah, well, because I told them last week I drove up there, and I was like, I don't want to do it 2 weeks in a row, but I'll ride along with y'all. So I think they're gonna drive up there, and I'm gonna tag along
Tonight.
Wow,
Another one.
It's addiction, and if I lose, you know what? We're calling it quits for a little bit. I'm
Why?
putting my foot down.
You won last time.
Well, because if I win, then I'll keep going back. But if I lose, I don't want to try and rebound the losses.
All right. So what is your strategy in terms of course, you go to the ATM beforehand, I hope.
Oh, yeah.
You get the money?
Oh, it's like 7% up there, I think.
And then you play what?
Blackjack.
Yeah.
Sometimes if I'm feeling good, I go to the roulette. I put like 30 down on a color and like just see if I can start in a profit. But if not, then we just go to blackjack.
Now,
look for an open table.
We should give him some scenarios to see what he does in terms of hit, stay, split. Does he double? Do you play it all by the book, or do you go off a feel? And do you leave tables based upon how other people play?
So some of it's off a feel. But
and what dollar amount tables do they have like tonight? What will they be per hand?
Oh, minimum 10 is usually what I play. Yeah, but then you get the antes, and it's a.
Oh yeah, the antes kill you.
The tax.
Peyton is 100%. I would definitely. I would 1,000% leave a table Peyton's playing at.
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
Yeah. Like, do you have hard and fast rules of?
I mean, like, okay, if I have a 4 and the dealer is showing a 6, I'll stay.
Good.
If they have usually a 8 or above, 8, 9, 10, and I have like a 2 or a 3, then I feel like I have to hit.
Yeah.
Oh, that's good.
Aces, I split.
You split aces. Okay, if they're showing if they're showing a 7 and you have a 9, what are you doing?
Well, you would know what you have. You know your second card anyway.
So like 9 total. Like
no,
have a
I
5
messed up
and
the scenario.
No, let's say they're showing a 7 and you have a 6 and a 4.
That's a good one.
I'd probably double.
There you go.
Okay.
Yeah. But I mean, if it's like if I want to gamble type thing.
Yeah.
But sometimes will you change your strategy with the same hand?
Depending on how much I'm up, it depends, and how much I'm betting. Because sometimes I'll throw 20, 25 down a hand. I don't always go the minimum bet.
Yeah. Okay.
All right.
Well, you've been winning.
I feel better about you, young man.
You see Spittle at the buffet ever? I think he goes up there just for the buffet. He doesn't even gamble, hanging on to all his pennies.
The Taco Casa, I hit up a lot.
Oh yeah?
Yeah. I go get the super tacos.
Tacos, Taco Casa. So you won't stay tonight. You're just gonna go.
Yeah, just a nightly thing. We'll go up there 3-4 hours.
All right, Pay, living it up big. What are you making faces? You rolling your eyes at Peyton? Turn on your mic.
I'm rolling my eyes. Again, this is the same question as yesterday. I'm literally just
Oh my
looking
God.
around at you guys on the air.
I saw that.
You had a judgment phase off of what Peyton was saying.
I can't hear Peyton. I don't have headphones on. I'm trying to figure out the other half of the conversation.
I'm gonna get Ryan to set up a camera in here, zoom in right on your face to let people know what I'm talking about.
Good.
Because the video replay you sent out yesterday did make me look a little bad because it wasn't portraying what I was trying to say on the air. But
because it wasn't the case.
Yeah. Birthday's over. All right, let's get off to the record start.
Yeah.
And you see his reaction to that? I said, get off.
I did react to that.
I said,
he did react to that. So did I, though.
Record start in the U.S. Open, and is the Denver Nugget audio need to be put in the all-time championship parade? Their head coach is Rob Deerdeck, apparently wasted, and the record start at the U.S. Open. Friday edition of Sean and RJ. Just getting started on the Fan. text. Thanks for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. Shout out to the 6 a.m. club. We have our final giveaway of the week during the Expressway. And Tim Collins last night sent us the giveaway for next week. Post Malone, 720 Expressway. Very impressive by the promo department. So thank you all for that. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Bobby Belt here on 105.3 The Fan.
Not making faces either. I'm looking as neutral as possible.
Any birthday hangover? Did you have a good time? Did you give your wife a hard time?
I did not actually drink any alcohol yesterday. None. The hard time, yeah. Look, I mean, I don't think she's ever gonna text you again. I don't think and if you asked her, she'll be like,
hard time.
Oh, no, he didn't say anything. He's a good husband.
So you got on her for telling me to celebrate your birthday.
No, not at all. I mean, you could ask her, see if she says I did.
I will ask her. You act like you're an abusive
It's funny.
husband
We're
right now.
joking.
Ask her. That's what she's gonna say.
We're joking yesterday. I go to the middle one has started playing basketball, so she had her second basketball practice last night.
I walked to the break room yesterday. I turned around, and instead of the full computer page of women Bobby looks at, he's got Dallas Wings tickets up.
Yeah.
And I was like, what is this bit? What are you up to? What are you doing?
The middle one, she wants to go to a Dallas Wings game. She does. She's been, look, I play 2K, and on 2K you can jump into the WNBA side, and so she will take like my controller and ask to play the WNBA.
I didn't know that. They have that.
Yeah, you can play with WNBA teams in 2K. And so she wants to go, and so her birthday's right around the corner, so trying to figure out a time. But I went to the basketball practice last night, and we were talking about how she had texted you, and she was joking around. She's like, you should send a picture of you looking like you're like grabbed by the collar, and I've got like my tongue hanging out.
That
she wanted me
she's
to text that
grabbing
to
you?
you. No, that I was grabbing her collar, like, here you go, Sean.
Yeah, that would go over well.
That's what she said to said. That was her idea. Yeah. And so
Easy McGregor.
Also, I went to the fan text because we never got a text back as to who sent the. I almost dropped all those cupcakes. That would have been good. Who sent the cupcakes and the cake? So I went back to the fan text and just texted the guy. Josh. Shout out Tolo Josh. He said he listens every morning, all day on the app.
Why?
So shout out Josh.
Why is your face at the fan cam?
Because you told Sean told Ryan he wanted a zoom in camera on my facial expressions.
That's what I expected.
Good, right. No.
Well,
Man,
now we're banned.
You are getting a show if you're live on the fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube. That's
now
enough.
you see how I'm married.
That's enough. Get out. Get out of the shot, Ryan. Get out of the shot. Last thing. Speaking of that, how many people asked if you were pregnant yesterday?
I got probably
That's
a
not a
dozen
rude question
texts.
to ask.
No, because of the baby.
Yeah, they were
the
asking.
baby photo.
I'm
Oh,
saying-
you mean me?
Yeah, it's a rude question to ask somebody.
I
Are you
mean,
pregnant?
in this modern age,
you
you
never
can
know.
ask that. No, but
Corey
I
Majors
got-
balloons.
I got probably, I don't know, 12 to 15 texts.
Wow.
Yeah,
Okay.
so-
Perfect.
Yeah, a lot of people were like, oh, great, so happy for you. I know you've been wanting another. I was like, we're not having a baby. So.
Well done, Corey Majors. Okay, before yesterday, only one round of 62 had ever been recorded in a major championship. It had never happened at the U.S. Open. And RJ Choppy, it happened twice yesterday. Xander Schauffele and Ricky Fowler, and then two other guys posted 64s. What's up with the tough, very challenging U.S. Open courses as it got shredded yesterday?
Shredded yesterday.
62s.
Not only did it happen twice, it happened twice in 22 minutes. That's how low these scores were.
Yeah, man, if I'm Ricky Fowler, I am so pissed.
So livid. You had 20 minutes of, oh man, you hold the record.
Yes.
You hold the U.S. Open record.
And third time in history it's ever been done, and then 20 minutes later it gets matched.
And then 20 minutes later it gets matched, and you've got a ton of guys out there who had great days. Dustin Johnson had a great day. Rory had a great day. Bryson DeChambeau had a great day. Sam Bennett, I'm going to murder him at some point. All he does is play slow. It's awful. It's so tough to watch. He had a fantastic day. The kid can golf, man. He can golf. Scotty Scheffler had a really good day.
Is Sam Bennett the kid from A&M with the chin hair?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's him. He's the amateur. or amateur, as they say in golf world, which I still don't like that, but apparently that's how they pronounce it. He had a great day. Finau had a great day. I mean, the USGA. They're going diabolical today. They have to. They're going to go back and they're going to go, okay, let's first of all.
How can they just change these courses like overnight?
They don't water them. So what they'll do is they'll cut the greens again. They'll cut them lower. So really the only hope a golf course like this can have is the greens have got to be treacherous. So what they're probably going to do is they're going to kill the greens. They're going to burn them out. They're going to cut them very low. They won't water the course, and now they're going to get diabolical with the pin placements. And that's really the only thing they can do. Because this they cannot go on like this. This course was a joke yesterday. It was like they were playing at the Travelers. You can't have that.
And if you bet this, I had some of the pre-US Open betting odds from Bet Online. The winning 72-hole score over-under was 271.5. Now, obviously, this is not going to happen again today, I don't think. But right now, these two guys at the top with Fowler and, is it Schauffele?
Schauffele, yeah.
Schauffele, they're on pace to shoot 248. So,
yeah, no, that's not going to happen.
Yeah, it's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. But the over-under was 271.5. I got the nationality of the winner is going to be U.S. or non-U.S. The length of the winner's final shot after what happened at the Canadian. The winner's score on the 72nd hole. I got all these different things. Will there be wire-to-wire, first-time winner? Will there be a playoff? I got it all. But, man, they were on fire.
Yeah, they were. But, I mean, 271.5 is 271 is 9 under on this course for the week, which at a U.S. Open I would have thought is very, very low.
I'm not supposed to do that.
No, they're going to wind up blowing by this. The people in Vegas know. They know something because they knew that this course was going to be gettable.
The audio of the week belongs to the Denver Nuggets. We'll start off with the Joker at the parade yesterday. 500,000 people going out there to celebrate the Nuggets NBA championship. Here's Joker on the mic after saying a couple days ago, I don't want to be at the parade.
You know that I told that I don't want to stay on parade, but I want to stay on parade. This is the best. This is amazing.
A blanking want to stay on parade.
Yeah, he wants to stay on parade. Cue the insufferable Karens out there who are going to be coming after these guys for not creating good role models for the kids by being drunk like they do for Patrick Mahomes twice.
Oh, I thought you were going to say for the F word.
Oh, well, that too. But you know that's coming. You know on Facebook, this would only happen on Facebook. They would get on Facebook and these Chads and these Karens, and they would complain about the alcohol consumption and the role model and how it's not creating a good example for the children. That's what they're going to do.
Probably not Denver specifically, since they were the first one that was like, hey, let's all smoke weed. So I wouldn't think that that's the community, but maybe outside folks would. Yeah, everybody was hammered drunk at this parade yesterday. It's an all-timer, I think.
But this is nothing. The Joker audio is nothing compared to Michael Malone, who was wearing his Skip Bayless chain and the flat brim hat. He looked like Ruggiero Dor out here, basically. That's what Michael Malone looked like, and he was gone.
Hey, y'all tell me, is Brucey B going anywhere? Hell no. Hell no. Hell no. Hey, we running this shit back. We running this shit back. Oh yeah, come on. Get loud.
So hammered. Hammered. It's
God.
Like that's different too. That's Denver hammered. That's altitude. That's altitude hammered.
Oh, most violently ill I've ever gotten drinking was in Denver.
Really?
Yeah. Yep.
I think the altitude really screws you.
I was not prepared for that, dude. That was bad. No, you know what it is? Did you see the video of him hugging teenagers at the gate and stuff like that? He was in love with everybody at that parade yesterday, and I think Get Live is going to live in my head for a long time.
You remember I told you on the podium he wanted to guarantee another one. He was close.
Oh, yeah, he was close.
He was close to the Pat Riley back-to-back. Yesterday he decided not to hold back so much.
I got a crazy idea, man. I got a crazy idea. I'm kind of crazy. I'm a little bit emotional. Let's do this again. Let's do this again. I want to be on another float. I want to come down the parade. I'm sorry for my language, excuse me. And experience this again because this city, these fans, this franchise, they deserve that.
This guy is on local television just dropping the F-bombs like he's never been interviewed before in his entire life.
This guy's great. This was an all-timer. It really was.
Who else is in? Is this the Mount Rushmore? The Mount Rushmore of championship celebrations.
The Bucks on the Bay was good.
Well, there's a hockey one that's maybe the GOAT. Was it Hull?
Well, when they were here with the Stars.
I can't remember. There was microphone audio.
Oh, well, that was Brett Hull at St. Louis.
Okay,
where he's singing "Glory, Glory."
Yeah,
that one.
That's top four.
Yeah, that's fantastic. The Buccaneers parade where Brady throws the Lombardi boat to boat.
Yeah. When he's drinking the guacamole, avocado tequila.
Matthew Stafford letting the photographer fall down and literally just going, and turning around and walking away.
Yeah.
This is the anniversary of Dirk singing We Are the Champions to all of downtown Dallas.
Oh, yeah.
So that was a big one.
Yeah.
It made me think yesterday, if the Cowboys were to win a Super Bowl this year, or the Rangers, or the Mavericks, or whatever else, I started trying to think in my head, like, who is going to be the messiest drunk at that? Like, just personality-wise, I was trying to think through who would be living it up.
Would have been Zeke.
Yeah, Zeke would have been it. I kind of wonder, do you think that the hardest partying person at a Cowboys parade if they win would be Jerry?
Well, I mean, yeah.
Steven, Jerry,
Steven,
Jerry Jr.
McCarthy.
Jerry Jr.
All the leaders.
All the leaders.
I don't know does Micah party?
I've
never seen him or heard anything about him.
I don't know that he does. I mean, he's always out doing stuff. We see it, but like that's the thing. I think he's always doing sponsored events. He's more about trying to get that bank.
We should probably think of an offensive lineman. Like Zach is probably gonna be too composed. Tyron knows how to handle himself. Who could get sloppy?
J-Ron Curse would be cutting loose.
The issue is that the folks like Jerry and Steven who are professionals, they would not get as turnt as, say, someone who doesn't normally drink.
Yeah, right.
So if Zach doesn't normally drink and all of a sudden someone hands him a bottle of champagne and he starts chugging it, he's going to be the one. He's going to be the Mark Madsen.
Yes. That's right.
I think Curse would make a lot of sense. The one who would cuss live on television consistently would be DeMarcus Lawrence.
It's like when I saw Jason Garrett drinking a glass of wine a couple weeks ago.
Yeah.
I was like, whoa. I was taken aback. I was very disturbed.
Yeah, he started smiling a lot real quick. Like
his
I was
NBC
like,
smile?
Yeah, I was like, I don't know if Jason's accustomed to this. I don't know, but then maybe the parties of Princeton.
He's accustomed to it.
Is he?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I think you have to be in that family.
877-881-1053, the truckwreck.com text line to hit us up here on DFW Sports Station. Shohei Ohtani makes an example of your Texas Rangers, and there's a mob in the American League West that is coming for baseball. That's next on the home of the Rangers with Sean and RJ.
Coming up.
DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels at 214-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
Swing and a miss. He struck him out on an elevated fastball. So Webb comes in to close it out here for the Angels, who take 3 out of 4 in this series. and hold on to defeat the Rangers tonight by the final score of 5-3.
Thought maybe there was a chance that RJ Choppy would be in Arlington until midnight as they were down 3. And then the Angels walk our 7, 8, and 9 hitters. No outs. 7, 8, and 9, no outs. And we're getting towards the meat of the order. Duran, pop out. I was like, Duran's going to go ahead and just win this thing with a grand slam with the way he swings. Duran, pop out. Seager, pop out. Man, Corey, he barely just missed one. He barely missed one. You know what, by the way, side note, we need to get Dontrell Willis on the show. I was watching yesterday. I don't even know if this game was on Bally, but I was watching on the MLB Network. I like to try to get the different perspective. And Dontrell Willis, I thought was very entertaining. I thought he was fantastic. But he was taking us through how Seager barely missed, just squaring up this pitch. He pops out, and then you have Nate Lowe drawing a walk to make it 5-3, and then Adolis strikes out. The Rangers lose 3 of 4, and you were there, Choppy.
Yeah, it was a good little day at the ballpark. For the once in my life, thank God for the roof. That was brutally hot. I thought they were going to come back and win this one though. The Angels could not find the plate.
What made you decide to stay the entire time when we usually try to find a spot to go ahead and get out to wake up at 4?
If I'm by myself, I'll leave whenever. If I'm with the kids, I'll leave. Sarah likes to stay till the very end. So we stay till the end. The kids, they wouldn't have made it. They would have made it to the 5th inning. That's which is fine. But like I said, if I'm by myself, I'll leave. If I think it's a good game, I'll wait till I want to see Shohei bat again. I'll try to look at the innings. All right, when's he gonna hit? I'll leave after he bats.
What sense did you get of the amount of Shohei fans there?
It was not okay. So the last game I had gone to was at the end of last year when Judge was chasing 62. That was, everybody was on high alert when he was coming to bat. This was not like that, but there was a lot of intrigue. There's no doubt. The thing also is that you got to see Shohei pitch too.
Yeah.
So when he pitches and hits, it's like, all right, if I miss him throwing anything, I still get to see him hit. If I miss him hit, I still get to see him pitch. You're still seeing him, but there was quite a bit. This was as with it of a baseball crowd as I'd seen in a while. They were into it.
I understand days off. I get all of that, and this one thing is not what cost them the game. I don't particularly want to see Josh Smith in the lineup over Josh Young ever again. I understand guys got to get rest, whatever else, but he's just not a threat at the plate.
Well, he's not Josh Young for sure.
But we're 115 plate appearances or whatever it is into the season for Josh Smith. His on-base percentage is still higher than his slugging percentage. There is zero threat with him at the plate. He's got great patience, great. He drew a walk last night, or drew a couple walks, I think, last night. That's fine, but
he's an on-base guy. That's what he is. He's an on-base guy.
There is no threat with him out there. It is a black hole there at that part of the lineup when he's in there.
Oh, for sure. Compared to Josh Young.
Compared to anybody. the OPS is
you putting this on
under
Josh
7?
Smith? You
no,
isolating
no.
Josh Smith?
No, this is just
everything.
No, there's a lot. Look, the problem lately, I feel like with the offense is just the inconsistency in terms of they'll score bunches in an inning or whatever else. I was thinking about this last night. It's I need to go back and look through over the last week how many of their runs are confined to just single innings. I would bet they've scored in over the last 7 games. I bet they've scored in 9 of the innings or something like that.
Wow.
Because it's something where a lot of these games they're scoring in the 2nd inning or the 3rd inning, and then they're getting blanked the rest of the way.
One of the interesting things from last night's game, and this holds true. I think Sandler's had this. He's had this stat. He knows the stat better, but there's a stat out there if you score more than 1 run in a single inning, you win that game 80% of the time historically. So if you have a crooked number in an inning,
jeez,
and let me phrase it. If you have a crooked number in the inning and you're the only team in the game with a crooked number that inning, in any inning, you have a super high chance of winning that game. They did it last night. They scored more than 1 run in the inning. It was a 2nd or 3rd inning. The Angels did the same thing. They tied that up in the 8th, but it was that's an interesting stat.
I said earlier in the week I was a little bit worried about this week, and Jared had texted us some notes as to why we should have some additional concern with the bullpen being spent. Obviously, the starting pitching is deteriorating, and it's kind of fallen by the wayside. When is the balloon going to pop on the offense? And here we are now. Here we are with a little bit of I don't want to say danger zone, but I'm in worry world. I'm a little bit in worry world. They've lost 6 of 8. This was 3 of 4 against the Angels, and the Angels have won 9 of 11. So now you're going to go good team, bad team, good team, bad team with your schedule. Next up is Toronto. These were the seats that we were giving away right here on the show the other week during the Expressway. We're going to have our final concert ticket giveaway today, then Post Malone next week. I think Spittle was texting us the numbers on proof of Rangers excitement. The Toronto ticket update, less than 5,000 reserve seats remain for tonight. And then all reserve seats have been sold for Saturday and Sunday. Only standing room remains. So props to the Tolos who listened and won those tickets. But you're going to get Toronto, who fools you by looking in the standings because they're 4th in their division and they're 6 games over 500. So you're getting a good solid team in Toronto. Then you're at the White Sox. The White Sox are 10 games under. They're actually higher in their division than Toronto is, but they're only in 3rd. They're not a really good team. Then you're at the Yankees, 3rd in their division, 9 games over, and then you take on the Tigers. So you're really going, where's Boston? Okay, you're really alternating. Good Toronto, bad White Sox, good at the Yankees, bad against the Tigers, good against the Astros, bad at Boston. You're literally alternating for the next 5 series.
Oh, and then July is
6.
When they get after the All-Star break.
It's gonna turn
tough,
up
man.
on them in the second half of the season. That 9th inning last night for them, when they get the Lowe gets the walk, they end up scoring an extra run or whatever. But I mean, one of their big calling cards this season has been what they've done with runners in scoring position. I feel like that's this aggressive regression to the mean over the last 2 weeks with runners in scoring position has been tough. I think there's last night, if they wouldn't have gotten out of there with a run, I think that would have been like the 3rd time in recent weeks where they had like bases loaded, nobody out, and they scored nothing. And so this clutch hitting has just been an issue for them lately, and it's probably because of the unrealistic expectations that they set throughout earlier in the season, but it's becoming really frustrating watching them hit with runners in scoring position the last few weeks.
Everybody is now coming to the defense of the Las Vegas Athletics. Listen to this pregame host getting emotional while talking about the A's relocation on NBC Cali.
I want to be clear, this is not the ultimate relocation news, but it is a pivotal step, a defining step in this process. I just want to share something. Today, just in San Ramon with my son, here we go. I knew this was coming. I saw a kid wearing an A's hat. Mm-hmm. And to think that in 10 years, you won't be seeing that around here, it's tough to swallow. It's something becoming extinct. It's been around here all my life, most of your life, and you won't see it. That'll be like an Expos hat. You know, the A's hat around here will be like an Expos hat. And yeah, sorry, not sorry, to be honest with you.
Well, sorry, Brody.
What's this guy's name?
Brody Brazil or Brody Brazel. I don't know how it's pronounced.
Oh, I thought you were calling him Brody, like bro.
That's his name.
Like Brotato chip or something.
Yeah, the A's have been there your whole life. And guess what? You haven't gone to the games your whole life. I am sick of the A's. I'm sick of A's fans. And there's, we're such good fans. And this media, they're such a good fan. They're not a good fan base. They're a terrible fan base. They don't show up to the games. The team's been good, too. Not the last couple of years. But since, I don't know.
They won 97 games in 2019. They made the postseason again in 2020. And then the owners stripped the team of their young stars. Lowest payroll in baseball. They raised ticket prices as well. But the stadium is a piece of garbage.
Stadium sucks. A lot of stadiums suck around sports.
And the attendance, I have to go back over the last 10 years. But
it's right here. I got it right here. I mean, they have not finished. Okay, I'm going to go read just with this. They have finished in the top half of American League attendance once since 1993. I'm sorry. You've had good teams since then. You've had good teams. You won 103 games or 100-plus games twice in the early 2000s. You drew nobody. So let's see. 2002, they won 103 games. They drew 26,000 a night. That was 8th. In 2001, they won 102 games. They drew 26,000 a night. In 2004, they won 91 games, 27,000. Like that's right around midpoint of the league. Right around the midpoint of the league. Other than that, it's been terrible. This has never been a good fan base. They always say they're a good fan base because they bring the drums out there and they have the cool hats, the Kelly Green or whatever hats, the uniforms. It's not a good fan base. Fan base sucks. And it sucked for years.
I don't blame them. You're talking about a team that, like Sean just said about the 2019 where they strip them their stars. It's been 25 years if they trade off every asset or they let every asset walk out of. But what is the point? Like I'm saying, what's the point of investing in a franchise that they're going to bail on?
Choice.
You've got the awful stadium. Like there's a bunch there that makes it really difficult.
Who
I'm
cares?
just saying.
If you like the team, if you're a real fan, you're going to go to the games. Okay? They didn't even. This team won back 3 straight World Series titles in the 70s and drew 1 million fans once. Okay? They're a terrible fan base. They're awful. Awful fan base. There are no fans. There are no fans. Period. Like I don't feel. The owner sucks. The owner sucks. But the owner wins.
What is this music?
Moneyball.
This is the Moneyball theme.
I'll turn it up.
Billy.
How can this be a theme? It sounds like one note.
Billy, this is Chad Bradford. He pitches funny, so people don't like it. Some of the stuff in there is ridiculous.
It
in
is.
Moneyball.
It really is.
Well, it's a movie.
2012, they won 94 games. They averaged 20,000 a night. In 2013, they won 96 games. They averaged 22,000 a night. This is a bad fan base. I've been to that stadium. All right, it's not good. It's not a good stadium.
I have too. It's awful.
But you know what? I've seen worse.
Where?
I don't know. I've seen worse. Huh?
The youth sports complex.
Yeah.
Listen, I'll tell you what. I would rather sit. I'm going to surprise you on this one. I would rather sit in that dump of a ballpark than I would have last night at the old ballpark in Arlington.
Ooh.
Because it was 5,000 degrees.
Ah, okay.
All right. It's you know why I liked Oakland's ballpark? Because you could bring a blanket and relax. It was 60 degrees at night. It's a great place to watch a game. I don't care how far away from the field you are. I don't care how dilapidated the place is. You have no fans. Just admit it. Oakland sucks.
Yeah.
There's a reason the Raiders left, and there's a reason the Warriors left. Oakland sucks. So there are nobody. And by the way, nobody lives in California anymore. So they're losing their fans one by one.
That's RJ's rant. I think we're going to get a Bobby rant over an NFL top 100 list.
Oh, yeah.
That just came out. Get the zoom in ready on the fan cam, Ryan, for Bobby's tears. Put your freaking tongue away. Next.
Let's get you over to the all-new
What a commercial break that was. It's Sean and RJ along with Roberto. We got Peyton and Ryan in the back. Choppy is jamming on the fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube. It's a Friday. Is anyone out there on the damn road?
No.
Good Lord. What's going on?
I don't know. I mean, everybody was just fed up with the weather. Everybody's just like, we've had 4 straight days of hail. I'm done with this week, I think.
Okay.
I almost called
You
in.
think the hail from Monday is keep people off the roads on Friday?
It's not just Monday. It was Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. We've had storm warnings around here. I don't know if you know this, but their Metroplex is more than Roanoke, Chop.
Yeah, I'm aware of that. They, we were, when we were going on the elevator to get to the suite last night, Sean.
Well,
the guy had said, the tornado just touched down like a mile from here. We're like, oh, cool. All right. Well,
Pete-
glad we're going higher.
Pete Prisco with his NFL Top 100 list from CBS Sports. Brian Broaddus, I think, likes Prisco a lot, so there's his credibility. 1, Patrick Mahomes. 2,
Reasonable.
and you can go ahead and buzz in when you object. 2, Josh Allen. Oh, he's got Allen over Burrow. I like it. He's
It's
the
okay.
only one.
I mean, it's subjective. Can't argue it.
He's the only one left. Josh Allen, 2. Joe Burrow, 3. Nick Bosa, 4.
Real quick, in Pete's defense, he's usually 2 years behind everybody else.
Oh, okay.
I'm just kidding.
Then
I'm just
good that we're doing this
no.
list.
I'm just messing with.
What
Pete.
was that a reference to?
Well, he was hanging on to the running backs are still valuable thing for a little bit longer than I would have liked. But no, in general, Pete's pretty good.
All right, Burrow 3, Bosa 4, Myles Garrett 5, Travis Kelce 6, Justin Jefferson 7, Micah 8,
Ooh.
Aaron Donald 9, Trent Williams 10, TJ Watt 11, Tyreek Hill 12.
I'd have Jamar Chase over Tyreek Hill. Just personally.
Okay,
Okay,
but
I mean,
is it like picking between Allen Burrow?
No, not to me. I think Adams and Jamar Chase are both better.
Okay.
Does everybody agree that Micah is better than TJ Watt?
I know he's healthier.
I don't think so. Like, I don't know that it's I think there's arguments to be made on both sides, but I think that you're kind of splitting hairs a little bit.
Yeah, I'm not bothered by it. Tyreek 12, Chris Jones 13. He's holding out right now in Kansas City. This one's too high for me, I think. Jalen Ramsey 14.
Yep, he's not that good anymore.
Sauce Gardner 15. Jamar Chase 16. Devontae 17. Now, many people probably still regard Devontae Adams as the best receiver in the National Football League, and he's got him here behind Jefferson, Tyreek, and Jamar. Got him behind all those guys. So Devontae a little bit disrespected on this list.
I mean, look again. It's that's kind of splitting hairs too, right? I mean, all 4. Nobody is saying no to all 4. All 4 will fetch at least a first-round pick, right?
Yeah, I like all 4. I think that Tyreek is the one that to me is just separated a little bit.
he's the most frightening.
Tyreek's the scariest. Tyreek has the
Biggest game wrecker.
Yeah, and he's got the rarest trait in terms of his speed is so different from everybody else that's a valuable thing. He is not as polished, I don't think, as those other 3.
Lane Johnson is 18. Patrick Surtain 19. Stephon Diggs at 20. Man, there's some freaking good receivers. 21, Jair Alexander. Put him over Ramsey?
I would, and he's a really good corner. 21 feels high as like within the context of the whole league, though.
22, Justin Herbert. 23, Trevor Lawrence. Too high for me. I'm not the, Trevor Lawrence worshiper that Mike Bassick is.
So Herbert's the 4th quarterback, and Lawrence is the 5th.
Yeah, and that's too high.
I think it's a little too high yet. I mean, he was really good. I mean, much better. I shouldn't say really good. He was much better down the stretch than he was at the early part of the season. The early part of the season, it was like, hey, we got to start having a conversation about this dude.
You putting Trevor Lawrence over Dak, Bobby?
No, not yet.
Okay. Andrew Thomas, 24. Close. Zach Martin, 25.
Too high.
For Andrew?
For Zach.
Too high.
Yeah, I mean, Zach is one of the better guards in the NFL. Zach is not the 25th best player in the NFL anymore. He's just not.
Cooper Kupp, 26. That might be a little disrespectful. Christian McCaffrey, 27.
Ooh, here come the running backs, Chop.
Oh, man.
McCaffrey might be a little high. I'm kind of selling a little bit. I missed on saying the Panthers should re-sign him. You know, we got the fallout from his mom at the Super Bowl. I got to dig him for that. What were you about to say?
No, I was just going to say the only thing about McCaffrey is that he definitely helped turn that season into what it was when he got traded to San Francisco. He had a huge impact for them.
Pete Prisco, top 100 list, CBS Sports. Quinnen Williams, 28. Aaron Rodgers.
No.
On Quinnen?
No on Aaron Rodgers.
On Rodgers.
You got Aaron out, and I was no.
Yeah, I think there's an aspect of this list, like with Zach Martin, where
Aaron Rodgers next year will be better than Trevor Lawrence.
He won't be better than Dak.
No.
In fact, I think it's likely it's Dak, Lawrence, Rodgers.
Okay,
okay.
You'll have your.
But you know, I do think there's an element to this list of like deference to the older guy, like Zach Martin. He's not ready to buy Zach Martin has declined yet.
Because Prisco is 2 years ago.
Well, he put Lawrence over Rodgers.
That's fair. He did.
Okay, Rodgers is 29. Derrick Henry is 30. Jalen Hurts is 31.
Dang, 4 running backs just like that.
Well, to be fair, this isn't a value list.
Mm-hmm.
You should be judged for how good you are at your craft. You shouldn't get knocked for running backs because running back is obsolete. Are you
fair.
good
That's
at
fair.
it?
Then why isn't Justin Tucker 20?
Well, he had a bad year.
I think kicker's a little bit different than running back. Okay? I'm going to smack your lips straight.
You're right. You're right.
Snarling
Kicker's
up.
more valuable.
My lips
Yeah,
straight.
kicker's more valuable.
Kicker's more
Your
valuable.
lip is curling up right. Get the zoom in. Thank you, Rai. Thank you, Ryan. Put your tongue away. I'm pretty sure you cannot do that based upon FCC regulations.
I'm pretending I'm licking an ice
Running
cream
back is
cone.
not kicker. Don't be ignorant. Jalen Hurts, 31.
Another running back.
George Kittle, 32. If anyone has an Adderall, yesterday someone sent a birthday cake. If anyone has Adderall, put it in a small little plastic.
It's getting refilled today.
Put it in a small plastic baggie and leave it at the front desk.
I'll be back to emotionless on Monday.
And he'll take whatever
There
pill.
we go.
He'll take whatever
That's the Bobby I love.
random pill you leave
Dead
in the lobby.
inside Bobby Belt.
George Kittle, 32. Nick Chubb, 33. Dexter Lawrence, 34. Lamar, 35.
Okay, we are getting just a flat out, like, bits over. We are getting a flat out disrespect on Dak Prescott. Because how deep into this list on quarterbacks are we now? 7, 8? We're 8?
8.
Okay, we all talk about him as a top 10.
Yeah,
I
that's
know,
not
but
disrespect
you
yet.
have
That's not
Lamar.
disrespect yet.
Lamar's disrespectful. Aaron Rodgers after last year is disrespectful.
After last year. Jonathan Taylor, 36. He was supposed to be the best running back in football. Undisputed. And now he's behind Henry. He's behind Chubb. He's behind McCaffrey on this list. Fred Warner. God, he's good. I really wish we had Fred Warner. He's 37. Max Crosby, fantastic, 38. Cam Hayward, 39. Creed Humphrey, Kansas City at 40. I'm just going to go in order. Minka Fitzpatrick, Jason Kelsey, Jeffrey Simmons, Von Miller. He was on my buddy's flight back from Buffalo yesterday.
Wow.
Derwin James, Tristan Wirfs, A.J. Brown, CeeDee Lamb, 47-48. Batonio, Laramie Tunsil, Rashawn Slater, Josh Jacobs, Mark Andrews, Saquon Barkley, DK Metcalf. Debo on here is 57.
Yeah.
That seems a little bit low. I'm going to save you the time. Joey Bosa, by the way, is 61. I'm going to save you the time and just tell you where Dak Prescott is on this list. Where did he end up, Choppy?
Let's see. Well, he's not in the 60s. Okay, he didn't make it in the 60s.
Oh, yeah, okay.
All
We
right.
still got 30 more to go.
Yeah,
40
he
more
did.
to go.
So you
40.
get to the 70s, and he's
I see
Stephon Gilmore at 75. Write him down. That's the fourth Cowboy.
Dude, Justin Fields is 78.
I know.
Now, come on.
Yep,
That's
Fields.
the 9th overall quarterback.
Yes.
He run the 7, 8, 9 quarterbacks to him are Hurts, Lamar, and Justin Fields.
Okay, so he's not in the 70s.
You got to love that he's not putting Hurts higher up.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah, especially with his love for running backs.
You get in the 80s, and there's no quarterbacks in the 80s either. And then you move into the 90s.
Okay.
And let's see. Is there a
Patrick
quarterback?
Peterson is 92.
Yep, you got Dalvin Cook and
Dalvin Cook is 94
Darius
above Dak
Slay.
Prescott.
And then you get in the honorable mention. 101, Aiden Hutchinson. 102, Dak Prescott.
What would it be? His 5th year?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's the 10th quarterback. That's fine. He's top 10.
There's 12 running backs ahead of him.
Yeah, I would not have put the running backs there. But I can't kill the 10th having him as the number 10 quarterback.
You can't kill Justin Fields above Dak.
Well, I could kill some of the people ahead of him. I would have put, let's see, who else is here on this list?
Like Nick Chubb is better at what he does than Dak is. That's the way you need to think about it. Stop thinking about the value.
Okay, but the value does matter when you're talking about like player rankings. Like the
No, it doesn't.
Yeah,
it's
I
the
don't know if it
best
does.
player list. Get that through your head.
is
I don't know why it's so difficult.
Is Chubb better at what he does than what Herbert does? A lot of people would
maybe.
argue. Okay, and
it might be just the same.
So would you say Chubb goes above or should be right there next to Herbert on a player ranking list?
if he's better, if he's Barry Sanders, he should be above Justin.
He's not Barry Sanders though. We're talking about he's Nick
okay.
Chubb.
Yeah.
So I'm saying that when you're talking about a guy like Nick
I'm not
Chubb,
outraged that he has like Derrick Henry is better at what he does than Dak Prescott. Dak Prescott is 5 million times more valuable.
you're not outraged because you think Dak sucks.
No, because you're not comprehending what the criteria of the list is, and you know what it is. You're just trying to be a pain in the ass.
I'm not trying to be a pain in the ass. I get what the list is, but the quarterback position, the importance of it, the difficulty,
It doesn't
the multiplier of
matter.
it does matter.
It
because
doesn't matter on this list, Bobby.
This is now I agree. I would defer.
Just like a guard. A guard.
If a running back and a quarterback were basically equal, I would defer to the quarterback. I would, but if there was a clear differentiation between the talent of one at their craft versus the talent of the other, then I could see putting the running back in. I would not have 12 running backs ahead of Dak. I think being the 10th quarterback is fine. I would not have had Justin Fields there.
Yeah.
You could argue, do you want Kirk, Carr, Goff up there, whatever, whoever there. You could make those arguments. Tua, but I mean, I don't have a problem with Dak being 10.
I'm trying to think of it through this though. Like I'm trying to think of an analogy here that would work. If all I do is make scrambled eggs or whatever, and somebody else is like the 5th best at like making steaks, like they're a better cook or a better chef or whatever than I am. Just because I'm only making scrambled eggs and I do it really well doesn't mean I'm better than them though. No. Because there is an application of what are you asked to do.
And cooking scrambled eggs is actually tougher than cooking a steak, so it's a stupid analogy.
No, it's not, because I can cook a hell of a scrambled egg, and I can't cook a steak for S.
877-881-1053. But you will admit, the most offensive, truly offensive thing only over Dak is Justin Fields. You could make an argument for Lawrence. You can make an argument. I know you're offended probably by Lamar. You can make an argument for Hurts right now. There's a lot of people who think Lamar Jackson's a better football player than Dak Prescott.
For the rest of the league, yeah, I get it. For me personally, I think that's ridiculous. But I will say, the one that is offensive to me, Dalvin Cook being the worst in the NFL last year about rushing yards over expectation, to me says he's not a better overall football player than Dak, and that one is offensive.
But I thought you were okay with me wanting Dalvin Cook here.
I'm fine with Dalvin Cook here on a certain price point. But we're talking about I don't want to pay Dalvin Cook even $5 million. And so if I don't even want to pay Dalvin Cook $5 million and the rest of the league doesn't.
Because of the value of the position.
No, because I would pay Miles Sanders $6 million. I would pay Miles Sanders $6 million like he got.
Do you think let me ask you this. Is it crazy to think if Dalvin Cook was the starter here, he'd have a better year than if Tony Pollard was the starter? No, it's not crazy.
Oh, I think it is. I think Tony Pollard's a better player at this point.
Okay. You think it's crazy, Choppy? Have I told you? I mean,
Dalvin, I think Dalvin.
The analytics said Dalvin was not very good last year.
Okay.
I did not see the running back analytics on that. I have no idea. I mean, I'm sure you're right. I didn't see that.
He had 1173, 4.4 carry, 39 catches.
And Pollard was over 5 a carry?
Yeah. And I mean, Cook was like last in the NFL in EPA per rush. He was last in the NFL in rushing yards over expectation.
The point I'm trying to make is I could see Dalvin Cook having just as good a year, if not better than Tony Pollard for a full season on the Dallas Cowboys.
This team,
and Tony Pollard's making 10 because he got tagged.
Right.
And Dalvin Cook is not making as much because of the value of the position.
Yeah, if you're going to throw positional value into the mix, then you probably need to throw contract in as well. And Pollard's contract makes him less what's the word I'm looking for? Less appealing than Dalvin, right?
So
$10 million.
There it is. Let's see what Broadus has to say. It'll be a good love of the star if you and Broadus review this list from his boy Pete Prisco with Dak outside the top 100. This Justin Fields love is out of control. Headlines next, along with our final concert ticket giveaway of the week for Turning It On, Leave It On. Shohei Ohtani owning our baseball team next. But look, guys, I want to go ahead.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Here's Ohtani swinging and driving one out of here. Are you kidding me? Second deck again. Shohei Ohtani has made a statement in this series, not only about himself, but where he wants to take his ball club. And tonight, what he does is take his ball club to a 3-run lead. This opposite field second deck home run gives the Angels a 5-2 advantage.
Well, the Rangers are in the national headlines, leading all the telecasts for the wrong reasons. It's because Shohei Ohtani is our daddy. It's headlines. Friday edition on your home of Rangers baseball. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Bobby Belt here on DFW Sports Station. Thanks for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. Here's what Ohtani did in the series and last night. Last night he hit home run number 22. He got the win on the mound. The Rangers have lost 6 of their last 8. They lose 3 of 4 in the series. Shohei hit 4 home runs in the series, and he's got a 12-game hitting streak. Here are his team ranks this season.
Is he good?
This is comedy. Hitting on the Angels, he's first in batting average, slugging, OPS, home runs, hits, runs, RBIs, and stolen bases. Pitching-wise on the Angels, he's first in innings pitched, wins, ERA, WHIP, K, opponents, batting average, opponent, OPS. Ones across the board, hitting and pitching for your team.
Is that generally pretty good? That's something, you know what that is?
That's 15 categories. Offensively and on the mound, he's leading. 15.
So, okay, basically, I would say,
what's the contract? What's the contract floor? What's the ceiling?
It's $600 million.
How do you evaluate that?
It's 10 for $600 million. I would be willing to bet that of the 26 players or 27 players on the roster, whatever the roster is now, that about on each team, that at least 24 of them in high school were the best pitcher on the team and the best hitter on the team. Okay? I'm willing to bet that most of them were the best on their high school baseball team at both. At least 20 of the players at each team. Shohei is doing what these guys did in high school at the major league level. That doesn't happen. It does not happen. He is making a mockery of every single player in the sport.
Bassick was saying, talking about just Cohen's spending spree in New York and how that's going. Bassick was saying the other day, he was saying, who knows? Cohen could say, "I'll pay Ohtani $80 million." He's like, I don't think that's like the most ridiculous thought in the world is that somebody might decide to pay Ohtani that, which would be what, $500,000 a game played.
Well, I mean, he's not going to pay him $80 million. There's no reason to jump the market by who's making the most per year right now. What's the highest?
I think it's Scherzer. I think it's like $45 million, $43 million. Shohei will make $60. You have to pay him $60 million a year. If the highest paid guy in the league is over 40, and this guy's also going to hit you 35 home runs.
Yep, Scherzer and Verlander at 43.
And Judge at 40. So what if you say, I do both? I hit for you and I pitch like that, so you need to pay me like I'm both.
So 83. So the best hitter in the sport, Judge, whatever you want to say, at 40, and the best pitcher in the sport at 43, he's going to say, I'm 83. Now,
wow.
Obviously it's like it's not going to work like that, maybe, but he's at 60, 10 for 600. If I were his agent, that's my starting point.
877-881-1053 to hit us up on the truckwreck.com text line here on Sean and RJ. Meanwhile, Ralph, the U.S. Open got lit up yesterday with record scoring.
Record scoring is putting it nicely. They destroyed this golf course. This golf course, they made their you-know-what. Xander Schauffele, Ricky Fowler. I should say it reversed because Ricky was the first to do it. Ricky Fowler shoots a 62. That is a U.S. Open record. That is also tying the record in any major in golf history. 20 minutes later, Xander Schauffele ties him. I feel really bad for Ricky, and then I realized that he's just going to go home to his smoking hot wife, and he'll be fine. But this was an amazing day for golfers out there. Dustin Johnson is 2 back at 6 under par. Rory at 5 under par. DeChambeau and Sam Bennett, the A&M kid, at 3 under par. This is Scheffler at 3 under par. Sebastian Munoz, who went to you want to check that out? I think he may have gone to UNT. He is also at 2 under par. It's a fantastic leaderboard. Brooks is 1 over. He's got the field right where he wants him. 9 back. Just waiting in the wings.
Munoz did go to UNT.
There you go. So it's a great leaderboard.
Way to give the call. Way to represent your school.
Yeah. Did you not go watch them play? Did you not go over to Denton Country Club and cheer them on?
No, did not.
But it's a great leaderboard.
What are you doing back there?
Sorry, I was watching the video Bobby sent.
I knew you were checked out. He wasn't even listening. He wasn't even doing it. Now I also watched the video at the same time, but I was still present.
Because
right,
your
baby.
volume headphones are loud.
Oh, thanks.
He turned it into a dunk on you.
Wow.
Well, because your headphones are not because you pay attention. So turn your headphones up, idiot.
Mickelson 1 under par. Phil is good. This is the only major he hasn't won. The U.S. Open. He's 7 back. He is a U.S. Open record 6 runner-ups. They get back going at it today. The first tee time is going to be here in about an hour.
Yeah, I have no idea what time to watch this.
So,
I go to my TV guide, and then the coverage starts at 6 p.m. But yesterday the guys are shooting 62. I'm lost.
So it's on USA, starting at noon. Noon or 1, it's on USA, and that'll run until NBC takes over at night. Get ready over the weekend.
And by the way, Jimmy Roberts, the longtime great reporter from NBC, will join us this hour, 7:45.
He's done tons of Olympics.
I want to ask him about the Saudis bidding on other sports.
It's a great question.
All this talk about NFL, football interest, what else can they buy? He's part of Sunday Night Football's network.
Yeah.
Does he think it's possible?
Yeah.
Finally get someone on who's not afraid to talk about the sport after they merged.
Right, absolutely.
Everyone else running scared.
We'll see what we'll see what they do today with the golf course. But over the weekend, you can watch the U.S. Open on NBC. It's going to be on NBC basically from noon till about 10 o'clock at night. I can't wait.
Okay, the Denver Nuggets parade took place yesterday. Michael Malone was the absolute star, but this is the Joker who said originally he did not want to be there. He wanted to be on a plane back to Serbia. Yesterday, he was loving it.
You know that I told that I don't want to stay on parade, but I want to stay on parade. This is the best. Yeah, this is amazing.
Man, you had Contavious Caldwell-Pope doing the Stone Cold, slamming beers together, chugging them. He was doing beer chugging contests with fans. This is awesome. This is fantastic just to see. You had the Joker, Michael Malone again. What rapper? Who was he looking like out there with his chain and his flat hat? He was sitting there getting a lot of street cred points with people as the head coach of the Nuggets.
Riff Raff.
I don't know that he had the grill to be Riff Raff or the cornrows.
God, who's that guy that this group chat on? They were telling me about this. Oh, Paul Wall. There's like Paul Wall out there. Well, I have no idea who that is.
It was just fun to see 500,000 people showing up, and Michael Malone is talking dynasty. He's talking running it back to at least get number 2 for Denver.
See, you said a lot of street cred. You remember he famously told Cassidy Hubbard not to call him Mike. I'm not Mike. I'm Michael.
Michael
I did see a viral tweet yesterday that was quote tweeting Michael Malone's behavior and says, yeah, this looks exactly like the kind of guy that would say, call me Michael and not Mike.
True.
And so
that was Mike behavior.
That's Mike behavior. Yeah,
sounds
absolutely.
about white. Yeah.
Sounds about
All right.
white.
The video that had Peyton spacing out that Bobby sent us was from Conor McGregor over this sexual assault allegation. Game 4 of the NBA Finals. We thought the controversy was him knocking out this mascot who eventually had to go to the hospital. Well, now there's allegations that he took this girl into the bathroom. NBA security helped him, according to the alleged victim, try to force her into sexual acts in the bathroom. McGregor, with his 4th sexual assault allegation against him, is also expecting his 4th child. And now, Bobby, you found a little video.
Yeah, this is TMZ Sports released this video this morning. obviously you don't know what would have happened in the bathroom, but there is a video of him coming out, taking a girl by the hands.
With a ton of people.
And security keeping everybody from getting past there, and he takes her and he brings her into the bathroom, and that's all you see. The video ends, but you see him go out, grab this girl by the hand, and pull her into the bathroom.
But a bunch of other people are in the bathroom with him.
Oh, there are. Yeah.
Like,
Look at the video.
Like there are people waiting outside.
Go ahead, turn your headphones down and look at the video.
There are people waiting outside, like, who want to go in. So the people that are in there past the line of security appear to be McGregor people.
It's not a good look.
It's not a good look because, you know, and because the initial story reads that.
See if you can watch and talk at the same time.
The initial story reads that the NBA security forced her into the bathroom. That was the initial report.
No, she looked like she went in there willingly.
She does. But it's definitely because and it looks like there was a friend that went with her. It looks like 2 women went in. So
and there's no way, obviously, of knowing what happened in the bathroom. But the issue with the story, the initial report, there's no way NBA security forced her into a restroom.
Well, they were, but they were talking in the bathroom. I didn't see as much forcing her in there as.
I know, but
what happened when they got in there.
And that's why the initial TMZ report.
Well, the initial report was rape.
Oh, yes.
The initial story I retweeted, the headlines were Conor McGregor accused of rape at the NBA Finals. And I was like, what?
Those allegations, the detail of what happened.
Media's a little sloppy on this.
As disturbing as it gets. It's very, very disturbing. The main thing for me was like, wait a second. The NBA security forced her into a bathroom with him? That's like, okay, now they're complicit in this? That was very, very I was really struggling to comprehend why they would do that or how. Like, I get it if it was Conor's security, how they could, do something like that. NBA security wouldn't do something like that. This shows a totally different picture where, they are separating everybody off and they're walking in.
Now she could. It's part of the accusation. Could she be misidentifying who security it was too? Like, I mean, they're definitely security people, but I don't know necessarily that those are NBA security. They may be McGregor.
Right now, it looks like she's going into the bathroom willingly, but they were definitely in the bathroom.
They were in the bathroom.
And they're definitely blocking off general traffic
How
from
weird.
getting
You're
in
going
there.
to go in there and mess around
Very
with multiple
odd.
people like standing around you? Is that what celebrities do? Are you just like that numb to the rest of the world? Like there's other people in there around you?
It's like an NFL game.
Those are the allegations. All right. Headlines on a Friday to get you ready for your day and your weekend here on DFW Sports Station. Jimmy Roberts from NBC. We'll talk about the U.S. Open at 7:45. We have our final concert ticket giveaway. By the way, Post Malone tickets next week. Thank you, promo department, for hooking up the Tolos. But part 2 of Love of the Star on your Home of America's team is next.
time. It's time for the hard-hitting analysis you won't find anywhere else. Here's Bobby Belt.
10, 5, victory! Cowboys win!
This is Love of the Star.
Thought we canceled this.
Nope.
Thought we canceled that open and agreed we would do the guitar.
The guitar's 4 seconds. It's not an intro. If you want to replace it, you can come up with a real intro and outro, but otherwise, this is it. We need to take advantage of the millions of downloads that you and Broadus get, and we're going to leech off of it.
So this is a branding thing. You're just trying to ride coattails.
Yes.
Okay, I got you.
Yep.
All right.
I'm not above it.
No, we all shouldn't. None of us should be. So we are doing a roster inventory. Yesterday, we looked at the quarterbacks and the running backs. Today, we're going to look at the pass catchers. So this is the tight ends and the receivers. Let's start with, which would you prefer to start with, receivers or tight ends? Who do you want to look at first?
Well, Choppy loves receivers.
Receivers, yeah. Although I do love a good tight end.
I know you do.
Yeah, who was the player you were obsessed with last year at training camp?
Oh, what was his name? God, he had amazing
Story
blues.
Jackson.
Story Jackson.
That was a
I
story.
have not seen a gluteus maximus on another individual quite like that one. I mean, he had dimples on dimples.
Oh, my gosh. All right, so there are currently about 13 wide receivers on the roster because it's 90-man. A bunch of them will play special teams. They'll all do a bunch of different things. But you'll probably end out with 5, maybe 6 receivers on the final roster. If you end up with 6, you got to have guys who are contributing on special teams. Right now, I think there are probably 9 guys that have a legitimate chance. I know I get chills every time I even say 9 because it makes me think of Roma.
9.
There are probably 9 guys I think that you can reasonably say are in contention to make the roster. So, and some of them obviously are solidified. CeeDee Lamb, Brandon Cooks, Michael Gallup, Jalen Tolbert, Kevontae Turpin.
You just said yesterday Turpin was probably going to be out of
He's
here.
in the mix, though.
Okay.
He's somebody who can still get his way on here. Jalen Brooks, the 7th-round pick from South Carolina, Simi Fehoko, Dennis Houston, and then the undrafted free agent, Jalen Moreno Cropper. He's a guy he's the one undrafted free agent this year who has a chance to stick. It's going to be tough. I would imagine he's going to be more of a practice squad guy because of how full the room is in terms of just with bodies that they like. It's not necessarily the deepest group and guys that you feel as good about as maybe the receiver room was 4 years ago when it was, Cobb, Gallup, Amari. You also had, Cedric Wilson that you liked. It's not deep like that, but they have a lot of guys that they like. It's similar to what we were talking about yesterday with the running back room.
Everybody has everyone has rooms that they like, And
Yeah.
that's this time of year, right? We nailed the draft.
We nailed it.
We nailed the draft. We got our guys.
Mhm.
We got all of them. How many do they usually keep?
5 or 6.
Okay.
It just depends on the year. So Brandon Cooks, Michael Gallup, CeeDee Lamb, all 100% on. I'm going to say Jalen Tolbert, 99% on.
Yep.
Just because I'm going to leave the 1% chance that if he goes into camp and he still does not have it figured out, I don't think they want to waste time. But I would imagine he's on. So basically you have 1, maybe 2 spots left for Jalen Brooks, Simi Fehoko, Dennis Houston, Jalen Moreno Cropper, and Kevontae Turpin. And so I think that's wide open to any of them. I know a lot of people want to put Turpin on and say, Kevontae Turpin, he's here. He was too good in the return game last year. They really like Deuce Vaughn and think Deuce Vaughn can contribute on special teams like we talked about yesterday. And so if that's the case, what is he giving you in the passing game? I think when people see him getting a lot of work in these offseason workouts, I think they're wrongly interpreting that as, look at how well they like him this year and how much they want to use him this year. No, I think they're putting him out there and going, let's see if he can do anything in this realm, because if he can't, then we'll just stick with Deuce Vaughn because we're probably going to have to run heavy on running backs and he'll have to do the kicks. And so I think a lot of what's going on with Kevontae Turpin's opportunities right now are just trying to figure out, hey, throw you in the deep end, can you swim? And so far during this camp, like I said, nobody dropped more passes during OTAs and minicamp that I saw than Turpin. He dropped, it felt like 1 a practice.
Felt like last year in the preseason, Dak had that early Dennis Houston chemistry. It felt like Fehoko was like flashing a lot during preseason practices, and then that went away. Both.
Yeah, and Fehoko, this is going to be a big year for him. Congratulations to Simi, by the way. New dad. He's a boy dad. He had a kid right at the end of mini camp. But
just like you're going to have another child.
Allegedly, yeah. Although mine's going to be a girl if you listen to Corey Majors.
Because you're unable to produce a male heir.
Right. That's exactly it.
Is that an X or a Y? Which one is the male?
I don't remember.
One of the two.
Simi Fehoko is a guy who, like, he's got the size, the athleticism, all the traits are there to be really good. And he's flashed at practice, stuff like that. But I think they're just like, hey, it's year 3. You were a 5th round pick. Like, it's got to click this year.
Yeah.
And I think I'm a big fan of his. I was a big fan of his coming out. That's somebody that I would like to see it work out for, but this is going to be a big training camp for him. He's going to be one of the big bubble guys that we're talking about at the end of camp, where it's like, or as we're heading into camp of, okay, this is a guy who can either play his way on or play his way off. And so Fajoko's going to be a big focus there. You mentioned that Dak liked Houston a lot and that he liked, that they had a chemistry and a connection and things like that. What was the biggest issue last year between the quarterbacks and the receivers?
Communication.
Ball placement.
Communication. Shut the hell up, Chop. This is my segment. You don't talk about my quarterback that way during my segment. No, you listen to Dennis Houston, the one comment that you would always get when you'd ask people at the team, be like, hey, what do you guys like about Dennis Houston? Because that was a guy who was active week 1 over your 3rd round pick at receiver.
Yep.
And you'd ask them, say, hey, what is it they like? They're like, he's always
Same page.
He's always where he's supposed to be. He's never in the wrong place. He's smart. He knows where. So it's not even that he's super athletic or, oh man, you just see the way he runs routes or anything else. A lot of the receivers will tell you they like his releases. So the releases are basically your first couple of moves at the line of scrimmage to get initial separation. And so a lot of the receivers, CeeDee Lamb was a big fan of Dennis Houston in terms of how he released at the line of scrimmage. But for the team and for Dak Prescott, it was, I don't have to guess. I keep having to guess if Jalen Tolbert's going to line up correctly. I keep having to guess if, this guy's going to run exactly the precise route where he needs to be. With Dennis Houston, he's always where he's supposed to be. And when you talk about the West Coast offense and the precision and the timing and everything else, that's going to be the biggest advantage for Dennis Houston, is the fact that the West Coast is all timing based, and that's where he excels. So he's got a chance to stick on this roster. I think Jalen Brooks has a chance to stick on the roster at receiver, the 7th round pick, because he can be a Noah Brown type of player. He's a bigger receiver who was a special teams ace at South Carolina. It's a good run blocker. He's very much the same type of player that Noah Brown was. So I think he's sort of an insurance policy here there. Regardless, I don't think you're looking at any. There's a reason they haven't added DeAndre Hopkins or looked at any of this stuff. They feel pretty good that they can find 5 to 6 receivers that they like on their current group of guys.
DeAndre Hopkins getting a little reality check out there on the market.
Yeah, although, the Patriots seem really interested in him and seem like they want to get something done. And so, if he ends up in New England, that'd be great. The funny thing is that when you hear about the bad practice habits or how engaged he is, and I think Broadus had talked about, he reached out to his gang of 7 about DeAndre Hopkins, and that was one of the words they gave, is like, the dude doesn't want to practice. You don't know. We
never heard any of this before the last year. Any of it. Model citizen, Houston, playing with bums, future Hall of Famer, professional, none of this.
Yeah, which is interesting because, and I heard Cheech point this out yesterday on G-Bag. Everybody, we feel like, had a perception that DeAndre Hopkins was that guy at practice, because you remember the viral moment where he was going back and forth with D'Angelo Hall on Hard Knocks, and made him tear his Achilles, ended his career basically by practicing too intense. Difference there is obviously it's an inner team practice, and that always raises everybody's, competitiveness and things like that. Yep. But Broadus said that was a common criticism for Hopkins. And so I'd be interested to wonder, how well does that work out with Bill Belichick and the way that he generally likes his teams practicing? Is that going to be a fit? But they sound like they want him there. Probably be great for Mac Jones to have DeAndre Hopkins there, even though I think he's on a little bit of a decline. It's still probably helpful. At tight end, the Cowboys currently have 6 guys on the roster. You've got Princeton, Fant, Jake Ferguson, Seth Green, not the Seth Green from MTV 90s days.
Wait.
Yeah, not that one. Peyton Hendershot, Sean McEwen, and Luke Schoonmaker. To me, your 4 tight ends are already settled. You know exactly who they are. It's Ferguson, Hendershot, McEwen, and Schoonmaker.
Have we settled on a nickname for Schoonmaker? Because I'm not calling him that.
Schoon. That's what will take over in the stadium.
Scooney?
No,
Nope.
we can't. I've said we cannot do Scooney because it reminds me of Scooney Penn, and I'll think of the early 2000s Ohio State basketball team. So we can't do Scooney. But
see, that's interesting that you know what your last name has to be in order for your name to be Luke and the chant not be Luke.
Schoonmaker.
I mean, like, because that would be the one to go to.
Oh, okay. You could do either one.
Either one, but like Scoon sounds cool
and
too.
Would you like to have a name where, like, even yesterday at the parade with Mike Malone, they were chanting Bruce.
Yeah.
I wouldn't want a name where I could first mistake it for a boo.
Well, that's true.
I don't like that.
Historically, this fan base has loved it, though, because the Moose chant.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, I mean, I think that
when it comes to the tight ends, I guess I was a little bit surprised that we weren't just willing to move into Henderson and Ferguson. What was it? What was
Hendershot and Ferguson.
What was their combo nickname?
Hendershot.
Hendershot.
No, it was Fergushot.
Ferguson.
Hendershot's his actual last name,
And
but Fergushot's
we didn't just move into Ferguson. I guess I was a little bit surprised that they felt like it was such a need. Based upon last year, we were like, okay, let Dalton Schultz go, and we're fine with these guys.
So when they picked Jake Ferguson last year, I know I see it on the Love of the Star YouTube comments whenever Brian and I are not. Jake Ferguson is the new Michael Gallup. The way you felt like people talked about Michael Gallup, that's how fans are talking about Jake Ferguson this offseason. And like, why did we even draft somebody? Jake Ferguson can catch 90 passes and 1,400 yards and be an all-pro. He could be Travis Kelce. I think Jake Ferguson's a really good player. The Cowboys picked Jake Ferguson because they were worried they were going to lose all their tight ends. That was their discussion last year. They got to their pick in the 4th round. I don't think they necessarily thought this is exactly where we wanted to take Jake Ferguson or, oh, this is great value. I think they looked at it and said, we will lose every tight end if we don't pick one right now, so let's just pick Ferguson because we kind of like him. I think they thought of him as more of a 5th-round player. He was solid last year. He did some good things last year. This discussion like Ferguson's a better player than Schoonmaker to me is ridiculous because I think Schoonmaker's really, really good. I think Schoonmaker is plug-and-play, immediate tight end with really high upside.
Wow.
That, as long as he's healthy, as long as he doesn't have injuries linger like he had the foot issue, then I think he should start week 1 and be your primary tight end.
And rank the 3 in terms of like down the field threat.
From 1 to 3, it'd be
right, because we had all these anti-Witten discussions in today's NFL. So who are your down the field threats?
I believe Schoonmaker wasn't asked to do a lot of it at Michigan, but I believe given the skill set and the traits that he has, it would be Schoonmaker, Hendershot, Ferguson.
And is Schoonmaker the best athlete?
Yes. Schoonmaker is an absurd athlete. Now, when you look at like 40 times and stuff like that, you'd probably look at it and go like, oh, okay, that doesn't look that impressive. But when you factor in the fact that he's 6'7" and 255 or whatever,
wow,
his testing for his size is absolutely insane. And so I think Schoonmaker is a guy who's going to be your number 1 primary threat. He's somebody that, depending on how this offense breaks out, depending on the opportunities he gets, if they needed him to, if they really wanted to feed him, he could be capable of like being a 1,000-yard receiver his first year if they wanted to give him that kind of a workload, because he's reliable hands. He's a good athlete. He's a precise route runner. People keep talking about how wiggly is he in the open field and like, oh, I don't see it. Again, it's not what he was asked to do a lot of at Michigan. A lot of the setups for him, the routes weren't going to allow him to do that stuff. But you do see glimpses on tape of, okay, there it is. You can couple it with this and do this and that. And Lunda Wells, the tight ends coach there, is really excited about Schoonmaker. He's really excited about all 3. And even McEwen. McEwen's a guy who's got a lot of respect from the tight end room and the coaches, and specifically Dak Prescott. They think very, very highly of him. So tight ends, I think, are kind of an easy pick, but we'll keep an eye on the receivers and which of those 9 end up being there in training camp.
Love of the Star with a look at the receivers today, every day, 7:20 on the Fan. There's your outro. There's your 4-second outro that you want as the intro as well. Now, doesn't that leave?
It's great.
Doesn't that leave you wanting more? Like that? That's not a fulfilling. That's not a fulfilling music clip. That's it.
I mean, 4 seconds has always been enough for me.
Let's hook up the Tolos before Jimmy Roberts, the 11-time Emmy winner from NBC, who's going to talk U.S. Open. Let's hook you up.
All right, Tolos, that's right. Caller number 10 right now at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see The Force live. The star-studded celebration of hip-hop culture is headlined by LL Cool J and will feature live performances by The Roots, DJ Jazzy Jeff, Raw, Kim, Big Boy, Juvenile, Bone Thugs and Harmony, and much more at Dickies Arena on August 24th. Get tickets now at livenation.com. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
All right, let me squeeze in a little bit of NBA here. By the way, next week, Post Malone. Post Malone giveaway during the Expressway. My biggest music disagreement with my wife.
Ooh,
You have a Post Malone music disagreement.
Yep.
Which is?
She's not a fan.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and I think he's fantastic.
I don't know that you cannot be a fan. He's not one of those people that is like there's an opinion whether he's good or not. He's just generally a good artist. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's just
people think she doesn't like his music or his style or whatever.
I don't think that's even allowed.
I'm gonna McMillions this thing next week, and I'm gonna somehow cook the books a little bit and set it up to where I can have a friend call in when these tickets, and then I can go.
You want to go?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
I got to compete with Alec Medford trying to cheat. That's like his favorite artist of all time.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
All right. So next week, Post Malone ticket giveaway. I want to talk a little NBA. Arizona Central reports Chris Paul does want to stay with the Phoenix Suns. That's his preference. You got Laker rumors, Mav rumors if we lose Kyrie, but Chris Paul apparently telling the Arizona Central people, yes, I want to stay. And then Shams reported that the Sacramento Kings are trying to get involved in the Bradley Beal sweepstakes. Now, they just had the most efficient regular season offense in NBA history. You got De'Aaron Fox, you got Herter and Malik Monk also in the backcourt. And they lack salaries to match. Beal's going to make 46 this year. Outside of Fox and Sabonis, the entire Kings roster outside of Sabonis and Fox make 55. So it's kind of like us trying to find a Houston sign and trade for Kyrie if it goes down that way. But the most important NBA content I want to get to, what the F are the Minnesota Timberwolves smoking?
Oh, they're not smoking anything. They had the best run. They had a better run than the Denver Nuggets did. What are you talking about?
What is going on between Pat Beverly and Karl Anthony Towns? Pat Bev on his podcast said that the best big man in the league, he said, y'all are not going to like my answer, but Cat.
Mm-hmm.
He said Karl Anthony Towns was the best big man in the NBA.
I have my personal intake of who I think the best 5-man is, right? Conversation was Pat, who you played with Cat, you played against Embiid, you played against Joker. Like, who you think the best big man is, right? And I go, y'all not gonna like my answer. They go, no, for real, Pat, like just like we talking basketball talk, not like Patrick Beverly talking basketball talk. I'm like, all right, cool. Cat, what? My man, when it comes to like offensively gifted players, I say, man, Trev, it's two people, bro. It's Cat and it's James Harden. And I think I got Cat one. No, that Pat, no. I've been around this.
Okay. I was willing to give Pat Bev a little chance of being an NBA analyst when he did his little ESPN stint. But this is just more proof players can never be GMs. This is crazy. I thought that was going to be the dumbest thing that was said about the Wolves. And then Karl Anthony Towns, who we liked with his audio weeks ago.
It was great. His audio was fantastic. He had
making fun of his nickname, said he wasn't happy about his nickname.
Yeah, he didn't have the name Cat. He's like, Jokic got Joker. Like, that's a good name. I got Cat. He hates that name. And so he's got a good personality. I'll give Pat this. I thought Pat was doing that because
he was on there.
He was on there.
Yeah.
It was his teammate.
His boy.
But still, I mean, come on. To say the best, you got to catch some heat for that. And then Karl Anthony Towns said this about Denver's championship versus, everyone makes fun of Minnesota making the playoffs or getting that play in, and Pat Bev took his jersey off, and the guys on TNT were laughing and making fun of him. Listen to what Karl Anthony Towns said about both.
I don't care how you say it. Like, it was a reason the Denver Nuggets won a championship.
I just played them in the playoffs, bro. They was telling us our plays. They were like, all right, yo, they weren't even talking. Ball just go right to an area, and the person was just randomly right there. I'm like, how is this possible? But they also what's one of the things that, like, you see, it was more special what we did in Minnesota because we had like a month And then we had training camp, and it was like, you better figure it all out right now.
Yeah.
And we really figured it out quick.
Yeah.
Think about it. They had what? Jokic been in the
3,
league
4 years.
If you think about it, 4 years, we got it done in 4 months.
Got what done?
Yeah, what are they? What is he? I don't understand what he's talking about.
This is Karl Anthony Towns is the same guy. You remember when he won the 3-point shooting contest? And he was like, me and my dad, we changed the NBA forever. They said, 7-footers can't shoot threes. I'm like, bro, you were
Dirk
11 when Dirk was in the 3-point shooting contest. You grew up with Kevin Durant in the league. You didn't change anything.
Yeah.
This is why Jimmy Butler hates that team and that organization. This is the clown type S that Jimmy Butler destroyed them for. Because Karl Anthony Towns and Pat Bev think that making the play-in after a month or two together is a bigger accomplishment than the Nuggets winning the NBA championship. What a bunch of fools.
Yeah, because I did not understand where they were like, what do you mean you just put this thing together? Karl Towns, you've been there like 6 years.
No, this is year 8, I believe, for him.
Is it 8? Okay,
Jerry.
even worse.
Yeah, you went a little Jerry there. It's not 5th or 6th year, it's 8.
Year, 6th year?
No, but which would be a bigger pain for you to have to defend on the radio every day, do you think, Sean? If you had to cover the Grizzlies every day or the Timberwolves and the way they talk about themselves?
The Timberwolves would be worse.
Really?
Yeah, because the Grizzlies actually are the 2 seed.
It's not who I am.
I enjoyed what they did for the NBA playoffs.
Playing the heel?
Choppy hated it, playing the heel. I loved it. But they're a better team. I have more respect for the Grizzlies than I do the Wolves. The Wolves are a perennial 8th, 9th, 10th seed. It feels like a decade they've been underwhelming. I hope Anthony Edwards gets out of there as well. Karl Anthony Towns, this guy's a disappointment. He's a soft playing 3-point shooter. He was supposed to be. He's in the Anthony Davis Mount Rushmore of soft disappointments. That's what he is. He was supposed to be the next. He was supposed to be the best big man, maybe the best player in a top 3, top 5 conversation. Poof, gone. See you later. That's Anthony Edwards' team, in my opinion. But Karl Anthony Towns, what are you talking about, dude? I just didn't understand these quotes coming from the Pat Bev podcast, but that's why a lot of people think Pat Bev is an absolute clown, which he is. 877-881-1053 is the truckrecord.com text line to hit us up here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby. We're live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube, and we're about to be joined by Jimmy Roberts. 17 Olympics he's covered, 11 Emmys, and he's going to join us from California.
Yes,
it's 5:45 there at the U.S. Open.
Put on the Golf Channel, man. I think he's been on TV all morning because we were trying to get a golf guest all week, and they're like, well, Brad Faxon really wants to do it, but
Faraday canceled on us. Peyton had David Faraday booked for this past Monday.
So we're trying to get a golf guest, and it's California. It's 5:45 there.
Are you gonna ask him about the Olympic Village?
No. Just because you learned that they...
I was just curious if you'd ask him if he knows firsthand that happens.
That they socialize like hamsters in the Olympic Village. Bobby just found that out yesterday. Props to K-Twiz. He said, I was the 10th caller for the Dickies Arena show. Thanks, Peyton, for taking my call. And the best morning show in DFW. So K-Twiz, glad that you won.
Okay, Twiz. I met up with him at that first Stars hockey game.
Diehard Stars. I think he was at Boomer Jacks as well. Trying to think. That was when Peyton came in, said hello, and left.
I was there for 2.5 hours.
Were you?
Yeah.
2.5 hours?
You came in very late. That was the one
where...
Because
I was working BetQL.
That was the one where Gavin and Tim were standing directly over me as I drunkenly did 2 segments with Will Chambers, and they were concerned they'd have to rip my headset off.
Yeah, by the way, speaking of BetQL, I didn't realize that you walked in there basically naked.
Oh, that was a different time.
Yeah, 2 separate times.
I think I've done it. I think I've done it 3 times actually.
Wait.
Mm-hmm.
Did you see his lower back hair yesterday?
Oh yeah.
That was Wolchuk.
No, that was me.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Thought it was Wolchuk.
Soda's done wonders.
Wolchuk was sitting at the table, I think, broadcasting.
Yeah, it was Wolchuk and Chiafalo. They were. Yeah. I've walked in on them several times because that's the whole point.
So you won't swim at my pool, but you'll get naked in front of the nosebleeds
okay. So,
multiple times.
So this is exactly.
But you keep your sweatshirt on at my pool.
This is exactly my point.
Sleeveless.
You interpreted that as some sort of I don't want to get in the water. That wasn't the problem. It wasn't I don't want to take my shirt off in front of everybody. I have no problem doing that. I'll sit here. I'll do the whole show with my shirt off right now. But my point was that I didn't want to get in the gross, like muggy swim time thing. I just don't like.
What?
I don't like small pools.
Oh,
so now
you know what I'm
excuse
saying?
him for not having an Olympic pool.
First off, my pool is
Oh my
small,
gosh.
and then is muggy, nasty inside of it.
You know what I'm saying? I'm not talking
the
about
water.
your pool specifically. I'm talking about backyard pools in general, like with all the people that pour sweat into that smaller confinement of water. And
Katie Ledecky over here only gets in a big pool.
You're the one sweating by sitting outside 98 degrees, so we should worry about your stank ass coming in the water.
You have way less back here than I expected you to, though.
Thank you.
I thought you were going to be just an absolute bear.
I have a ton on the front.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's out of control. Like, see, like, look. See.
Ryan.
That's still less.
Ryan, get
That's
nipple
still
Less than you thought?
Less than I thought. It's very Austin Powersy.
No, he can't show the nipple on there. Twitch will kick you off if you expose nipple.
What?
Oh, really?
Yeah, they'll boot you.
Try it.
So you can't be shirtless on Twitch?
No, that's why
I'm
they stopped doing the no
positive.
shirt. That's why Nosebleed stopped doing the no shirt 9 o'clock.
I'm positive I've seen people on Twitch broadcast with a shirt on. Not women.
I mean, as soon as maybe it just like I don't know that they have filters that can scan and go, oh, nipple. Like I mean, I'm sure somebody has to report it, but any troll who wants to then report that you did it, it'll get knocked
nipple.
off.
All right, we're about to get back to the U.S. Open coverage once Jimmy Roberts calls in from NBC here momentarily on DFW Sports Station. What's everyone's plan for the weekend? Peyton is going to the casino again. I'm going to, you might like this. My weekend is slammed.
Oh, yeah?
I'm going to be miserable on Monday.
All right.
I got Tejano night this evening, and she's telling me it's going to be till like 2 in the morning.
Ooh.
Tejano night. Then Sandler charity dinner Saturday. Then Father's Day Chinese lunch Sunday in Richardson.
Do you have Sandler charity dinner Saturday?
Yep.
Oh, okay.
What?
We don't.
Because I think Sandler said it was not this Saturday when Peyton texted him.
Yeah,
earlier
this is
week.
another one that he wrote me into.
Wow.
Yeah, this isn't with you guys.
Did he tell you about our charity dinner, mine and Slater's? We need to ask him off air before I go talking about it on the air, but you need to ask him about
You
it.
told me about it.
No, the latest development this week.
No.
Okay, well, I'll talk about it during the break.
All right, let's bring in Jimmy Roberts, the great Jimmy Roberts. 11 Emmys, 17 Olympics, and more impressive than that, you're waking up with us in California right now, 5:50 California time, Jimmy.
You know, the only reason I got up this early is because I'm a Cowboys fan.
Yeah. Wait, you're not.
Do you have any idea how that's complicated my life, having grown up in New York and gone to school in Washington?
Wow. Okay, your favorite all-time player was who?
Gosh, that's tough. I'm going to go back. It may have been Walt Garrison as a player. I loved him as a player. May have been Bob Hayes. May have been Don Meredith, who I got to know because we worked together, much later in his life.
Well,
Roger Starr. I can't ask me to choose one of my favorite kids.
All right, you're an interview expert. Jerry Jones comes on this station twice a week. Sometimes he does the random call-in. Jerry calls in right now. You get one question to ask him. What is it?
Oh, man, I wasn't prepared for this.
Well, hey, we're expert interviewers too, Jimmy.
I wasn't prepared for this.
You brought it up.
I don't know. I'm sorry. I'm in. My mind is in golf mode, and I know I'm the one who brought up the Cowboys stuff, so it's my fault. I don't even know where to start.
All right. Okay. Well, let's kick it back to golf mode.
All right, we'll let you off the hook.
So yesterday, the players absolutely destroyed this golf course from a scoring standpoint. You don't see that at the U.S. Open. Do they expect a lot of changes to the course? Like, are they going to make it more difficult with the pin placements or something? I mean, what's everybody saying about how the players really attacked this course yesterday?
Look, I mean, you can't play defense in golf. I mean, and yes, today, to answer the first part of your question first, this is going to be a much more difficult course today. The pins are going to be tucked today wherever they can. And, look, these guys are just really good. I really just don't know what else to say. And, I'm a little bit miffed by it. It doesn't bother me in the least because, I mean, which golf tournament is the most popular golf tournament in terms of viewership. It's the Masters. And what happens at the Masters every year? You know, people go crazy on the second 9 and they shoot 30 or 31. I personally think people would rather see birdies than bogeys and people struggling. It's just, you know, and I just think that's the way it is.
It just seems pretty vindictive.
I don't think we're going to see 60. Let's just say this. We're not going to see 62 today.
Right. No, yeah, but you're right. It seems vindictive.
It's very vindictive. It's like, oh, you're thriving. Like, screw that. We're going to punish you.
Yeah.
That's what it is. It's like overnight they all get in a room and they're like, how can we go ahead and embarrass these guys?
It seems that way. Jimmy, has obviously the talk around the tournament, you know, players, media, has it been all about the merger and what is the drama that's happened this week?
No drama here, really, honestly. I think when you get to major championships, the major championship is the only thing anybody's thinking about because it's career defining, it's life defining in many, many ways. It's just too important. And I think that they take a break from a lot of other things. But let me just clear something up because it's really, really important to understand this, and it's a nuance, but it's important. It wasn't a merger. It was, you know, when people were saying, well, the Saudis bought golf. No, they bought into golf. And I think that the PGA Tour, it's just my opinion, the PGA Tour is going to remain the same from January until August. And then there's going to be some new product that's created from September through December. And what that is, the specifics of which we're not really entirely certain. But, I mean, if I were a betting man, I would say it's probably going to resemble what LIV Golf has been. And the sticking points are going to be how do they reintegrate the players who left to go to LIV, and how do they compensate the ones who didn't? And, you know, ultimately this is not something that people probably want to hear, but this is going to end up being good for the game of golf. Because what we've got right now is peace.
Do you suspect the Saudis will enter into other sports in the U.S.? You know, I know there was a report. Albert Breer said maybe they buy an NFL team. Do you suspect something like that would happen?
I don't know. You know, money talks. You know, they've already signed Ronaldo to what was a $200 million contract. You know, they want in. And there was a really interesting article. I don't know if you guys are familiar with this guy or read him. He's a writer for the New York Times named. He spent most of his professional life covering the Middle East. He wrote a really interesting article last week about how the Saudis, exclusive of golf, that Saudi Arabia is attempting to evolve on many, many levels. Now, I'm not excusing what goes on there, not apologizing. I don't want to appear as an apologist. But the point is, I think that golf is part of a larger strategy for them. And, I mean, I think this guy's an expert. And what he said was that, he was the New York Times bureau chief in Jerusalem, I think, for 8 years, worked in Beirut. And this guy's a smart guy. And this is a guy who also loves the game of golf, has played competitively since he was young. And he was in this article talking about how this is part of a much, much larger plan for them to try and not be who they have been, not be a theocracy, or at least try and come into the 21st century. It's an interesting article.
Jimmy Roberts, NBC, joining us here, 105 through the Fan. He's at the U.S. Open at the LA Country Club. You got a lot of stories coming up this weekend. I know you're doing a lot of feature stories. What's a cool one that you got coming up this weekend you can preview?
Well, we've shifted gears this year, and we're not doing features the way that we have in the past. It's just a different broadcast strategy. So they're really kind of like 1 minute little kind of offerings that will intersperse throughout the week. And it's just really, I think what we're doing this week is trying to give people a sense of where we are and golf in this community. And, So it's kind of a departure. We haven't really approached it the way that we have in the past.
What bothers you more, dogs on planes or human umpires?
Oh, man, have you been reading my Twitter?
I have, sir.
I don't know. Well, please do not get me started. I do not for the life of me understand why listen, umpiring, calling balls and strikes is an impossible job. I know these guys are trying to do their best, but it's a fool's errand. You know, at one point, the reason we have umpires behind the plate is because that was the only option. It's not the only option anymore. Can we please be better? It's just, to see what's become of don't get me started. I've lost my words. And then I am a dog owner. I love dogs. Here's what I ask. What are you going to do if you get onto a plane? And by the way, is there a human being alive who has a dog who doesn't have one of those stupid things on him that says service dog? Is every dog a service dog now? Man, you guys got me up early and started touching all my buttons here. What do you do if you sit down? I'm a dog owner. What do you do if you sit down on a plane next to somebody who's got a dog and you're allergic to dogs? You know?
Yeah.
That's fair.
So, anyway, and I thought of my Jerry Jones question, okay?
Okay.
We going to be okay at tight end?
That's your question? It's not a GM. When are you going to give up, ownership? When are you going to stop being the general manager?
Yeah, that would that's a good question.
You can say
You know the answer to that one, though.
Well, yeah, I do know the answer to that one.
We're going to be fine at tight end. We're going to be fine.
Tight end will be good. We're all good.
Got
there.
Schoonmaker. Got Michigan.
All right. Hey, my son goes to Michigan.
Well, there you go. Hey, why don't we just do a weekly? You join us every week. Thank you, Jimmy. You're the best, man. We really appreciate you waking up with us.
Yeah, all right, boys. Good to be with you.
The great Jimmy Roberts. Awkward dismount.
We've followed Jimmy his whole life. I had no idea he had that kind of personality.
No idea. He wants to let it out.
Yes.
You can tell. So Jimmy Roberts, good get, Choppy from NBC. Let's clean out the junk drawer. Wheels Off Friday about to start after this.
But let's get you.
DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Did you know that Benjamin Franklin invented the junk drawer?
Junkin! All right, let's clean up some of the leftover stories we had this week. Normally it's during the Expressway, but Jimmy Roberts from NBC, going at the service dogs.
Yeah.
That lit up the truckwreck.com text line.
Yes, it did.
What a perfect segue, Sean Sharif, for our first junk drawer story. A Penn State professor who went after a dog doing some sort of service, it sounds like. A Penn State professor. I don't even know how you'd pronounce this name. Themis Matsoukas has
Sounds about white.
Been accused. Sounds about Greek. Has been accused of performing actions with his own dog. And when he was caught on security footage in a park and the police came over, he started begging them to kill him. He's like, I'm done. Shoot me. Take me out, please. Please let me go. And he said, I just do it to blow off steam. That was his quote to the police. But this guy has apparently been arrested. This distinguished, long-tenured professor at Penn State is now in trouble with the law for violating his border collie.
So what level crime is that?
I don't know what kind of a punishment you'd get for that,
Is that
but
a
it's
felony? Is it a misdemeanor? Like, what type of jail time? What's the charge?
Let's see here. I'm going to look
Good
this
question.
up right now. I better be, right?
You have
Better
you
be
have-
what?
A felony.
A felony.
I would think so. 17 states have it as a felony, and it does not appear that Pennsylvania is one of them.
Okay.
Oh, man. We got to know where you do your crimes at.
Gosh, that's your takeaway from this.
Yeah.
All right. Life hack.
It is a life hack.
Wow, you too.
Where can you commit crimes you can get away with?
How?
And I thought yesterday's show was going to get us in trouble.
I was going to say, Sean.
Thank you, boss, for not hitting me up yesterday. I'm trying to be good today.
Two hours into this show, I bet you didn't think that Choppy and Peyton would be the ones saying worse things than me.
Yeah.
But there we go. So good old Professor Matsoukas is now in trouble.
Define wealthy, Sean.
That's a great question. Define wealth.
Is it existential is the word? Is that the right word?
Existential?
I don't know. Maybe I heard it on Seinfeld once. I just wanted to use it. I've been trying to shoehorn it into a sentence for a while now.
I would say, let's all put a dollar amount on it. let's not do what my mom would say. You're just happy in life. That means you're rich. No, let's put money. Let's put a money amount on it. If you have what in your bank account, you're wealthy.
$1 million.
Yeah, 2 commas.
2 commas.
Really? I think if you have 6 figures in your bank account, not make it per year, but in your bank account, 6 figures.
6 figures that you're wealthy?
I think you're comfortable
well
in that
off.
sense. Yeah, but wealthy, I would think would be you got to be in the million.
I was thinking like 800 minimum.
Yeah.
800 and up.
In the account?
In the account.
800 million, yeah.
No.
800 million.
Lottos. I almost stopped this morning and bought.
I thought we were only $500,000. I thought $500,000 is where we'd buy in.
No, when I see.
Or $500 million, not $500,000.
No. I think when it starts with like a 2, when I see them both, when I drive on 30 and I see the Mega and the Power both in the 9 digits, then I'm like, I'm going to go in and buy both.
Starts looking like a mascot salary. And you got to buy it.
That's right. According to Charles Schwab's survey, 2.2 million in assets is considered wealthy. This is actually down from 2.6 million in 2020. However, 48% of Americans polled said they already feel wealthy as is, despite having
48.
Yeah, but despite having an average net worth. What do you think the average net worth would be? $560,000 net worth. That's stunningly high to me.
$560,000.
Yeah, that's a stunningly high net worth for the average of the respondents. Like,
who did they poll?
Highland
Park Country Club.
It's got to. But I mean, if you have a house. Like that's, I mean, because then that gets rolled into your net worth.
It
so
does,
assets
but
and everything.
doesn't it only offset for what you owe on it? I don't know. I mean, like,
but I mean, if it then also like I would imagine 401k contributions. So if they're like talking to people who are in their 50s who have been contributing for forever,
because they surveyed people 21 to 75.
Okay.
So a lot of the older people, would have $500,000 or more in their 401k. I understand that. I get that. Now, 40% of Americans define wealth as well-being.
Health is wealth.
32% said money, and then the rest, so the other 18% said assets. 62% said healthy relationships with loved ones are the true definition.
Well, I'm definitely
of
broke.
wealth.
Definitely bankrupt there.
Let me know when I can buy a house with a nice relationship with my family.
You can buy a house when you want. You're just irresponsible.
57% of millennials and 46% of Gen Z revealed that they feel wealthy. 41% of Gen X, 40% of baby boomers. So it's changed. It's flipped. Like how much money you have and how you feel as wealth has definitely altered between generations.
All right, so I was looking at a report. This is 2 years ago. DFW has how many multimillionaires and how many billionaires? How many billionaires are in DFW? This is as of September 2022, according to CW33.com.
8. I have no idea.
8 billionaires?
I have no idea.
I think you got 12 billionaires.
18.
Okay.
18 billionaires. Houston has 8. Chicago has 7. How's LA and Malibu have 6? That makes sense.
Because they all moved to DFW.
Yeah.
San Fran 3. Okay. How many multi-millionaire? What is a centimillionaire? Is that just if I have 2 million? Multi versus centai.
Isn't it? Wouldn't that be? That'd be
centai's over
100. That 100 million or more.
100 to a billion.
All right, so we have 211 centimillionaires. Wow. Is it centi? I don't know. And 4,300 multimillionaires.
Wow.
Yeah, bro.
It's a place to be, boys and girls.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why Joe Rogan moved here. Not to Dallas, but to the state of Texas.
And what's his name? UPS in San Fran said we were all broke in Texas.
Oh, Bonta Hill?
Yeah.
Yeah, look at San Francisco. Do we project that with what's happening to that city?
Nope.
It's crumbling, basically. All right, junk drawer, 877-881-1053. Stephen A. Smith would like to throw his hat into the ring for the Pat Sajak replacement.
105 to fan.
He wants to be the replacement for Pat Sajak, as people think it's either going to Ryan Seacrest, maybe Sajak's daughter, Vanna in the deal.
I think you've got to have at least somewhat, like, I think if Seacrest and Stephen A., they seem a little too,
Well, Seacrest is perfect.
Yeah.
I don't think he is. I think you need a little more reserved than that. Seacrest is a little too like, hey, everybody, blah, blah, blah. Like, I think you need a more like stable, kind of reserved presence doing that show.
Yeah, like, don't you feel like Alex Trebek did so much more work than Sajak ever did?
Well, I mean, yeah, because he has to read every question, and
Yeah.
Sajak is basically just saying,
550.
Okay, oh, there's 500. What do you want? Oh, do we have an R?
I asked everyone yesterday at 5:30 when you're not in to put in order what you watched growing up or what you think the popularity is between Wheel of Fortune, Jeopardy, and Price is Right.
For us, for growing up watching it, for me, it would have been Price is Right, Wheel of Fortune, and then Jeopardy was third.
Price is Right 1.
Price is Right or Wheel of Fortune, they would have been like right next to each other.
Jeopardy 3.
Yeah.
I
think it shows.
I watched Jeopardy more, but I understand
Why you guys felt like intimidated intellectually? You didn't want to put Jeopardy
Yeah,
on?
I'm dumb. No,
Wait,
and then
you think you're a genius?
no, I think I'm dumb. So why
No, you
watch
don't.
something? Yeah, I know I'm dumb.
What was your SAT?
I didn't do the SAT. I went straight into the workforce.
Well, homeschool.
Because I'm dumb. I wasn't going to qualify for college.
Where'd you go to college?
I didn't.
0?
None. I started working at 17.
T-shirt Texas fan.
Wait, what's the UT? You're just a fan of UT?
Yes,
you
we've
didn't
been
know he was
over
a
this.
drive-by fake Longhorn fan?
Wow, I thought him and Slater were like roommates up there.
I think Chill still to this day believes I went to
Jane
Texas.
is way older than Bobby. No offense, Jane.
Wow.
Wait.
Shots fired.
9 years
Okay,
older.
hang on. How old? Give me their ages. How old do you think? Hey,
Who?
Bobby and Jane.
Oh, well, Bobby I know is 34.
Good job.
Jane, I'm going to go, God, 42.
You can kiss.
That's-
Oh!
he hit it.
You can kiss away and kiss goodbye to your Stars
And then
tickets.
Clarence Hill is 51.
I don't know how old Chill is, but that's probably about right.
Isn't Chill 60?
No,
No,
Chill's not that
I don't
old.
think he's that old.
54?
He started on the beat though.
97.
90. I thought it was 96 because he's like
Someone just
He's the
tweeted him
jinx.
a happy birthday something.
he's the jinx.
Oh.
I think it's like 53.
Well, no, we've
54.
already established Peyton's the jinx. He was conceived the night they won their last Super Bowl. He was born 9 months later, and they haven't won one
That's
since.
not-
And we won't
Yeah,
win
you are
one
the
until we
jinx, that's
sacrifice
No
Peyton.
proof.
All right, who's got a good final one?
So I actually, do you want the? Since we talked about the mascots earlier this week, I had this set aside. Do you want the 15 super weird jobs, which salaries are unusually high that people
Yeah.
wouldn't suspect? Okay, let's run through some of these. This is from Finance Buzz. So these are some jobs you can make some decent money at that maybe you wouldn't expect to be this high. Nuclear power reactor operator.
Wow, that sounds like whenever the word nuclear is in
Yeah.
it, I'm thinking you should get paid.
There
Yeah.
is, and I'm guessing it's for the risks associated with the job, but you can make up to $127,000 a year operating things at a nuclear power plant. This one's stunning me. A bingo manager can make up to $108,000 a year.
No way.
I think
a manager?
a manager.
So not the person calling the numbers.
So this would be somebody who
Wouldn't that sound like the
helps
manager?
orchestrate everything. They oversee and direct the daily activities of the department, approving jackpots and payouts, and ensuring compliance with federal and state gaming
I get that.
regulations. So specific requirements will differ depending on the employer, but you'll typically need 3 to 5 years of experience to land a gig as a bingo manager. A New York City hot dog vendor can make over $100,000 a year. Are you buying that one?
I mean,
But I
the
mean,
ama-
what's 100,000 in New York City?
it's probably about 35 grand here.
Right.
It's not much at all. Ice cream taster. So somebody who just literally like taste tests ice
I'll
cream
take a
for
little sip.
you'll take a nibble. They can make up to $101,000 a year.
I mean,
I don't
look,
buy that.
listen. These kids are. Here's the problem. These kids are doing it for free on TikTok now. They're just walking down the aisle and licking ice cream.
Yeah. I'm not buying that.
And one more here as we're getting a little late. Airplane repossession person. So if you don't,
that's a great TV show.
If you're somebody who like isn't making your payments, a pilot's got to come in, repossess the plane,
Yeah.
and fly it out of there.
Great show, Airplane Repo. It's amazing.
What channel?
It's not like Discovery or TLC or
What,
Smithsonian.
do they like tow the plane?
No, they literally they break into the plane, fly it away.
What?
You
Yeah,
can get
like-
you get 6 to 10% commission on each plane's resale price, which ends up being $10,000 to $900,000 per plane.
So like there's these two guys that they'll like try to find the person whose plane it is. They'll get the keys somehow from the hangar. They'll distract them, and then somebody else will get in the plane and fly it away. It's wild. They're getting shot at, everything.
817 says senior reactor operator here. There's zero risk. It's just long and tedious hours.
No, flying man. Some of these guys and girls 3 times a month. sit back and chill. That's it.
Oh, pilots?
Yeah, pilots.
My buddy, he texted me last night. He's in Hawaii. He's a pilot for like Alaska Airlines. He goes, hey, just chilling in Hawaii. I'll be here for a couple of days. Cool.
Did all the Rangers deserve to get kicked out last night? Next on 105.3 The Fan.
Well, let's get you over to number one air.
Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels at 214-333-3333 or just go to truckwreck.com.
One. Jonas swings. That one's cranked to right center. Drops for a hit. Garcia hits third. He comes home and scores. Moniak's throw goes to second. Jonah Heim continues to give Shohei Ohtani problems. An RBI single, and the Rangers have taken a 2-1 lead.
But Shohei settled down, and he put us on a poster again with home run number 22. He hit 4 in this series. He's got 10 bombs in his last 16 games. RJ was there as the Angels take 3 of 4 from us. They're starting to get hot. They've won 9 of 11. The Rangers overall have lost 6 of 8. And they're going to try to stop this bleeding against the Blue Jays tonight. 6:30 pregame on this radio station. 7 o'clock first pitch. Shohei also got the win, and he's got a 12-game hitting streak. And later in this game, Simeon, Maddox, and Bochy all tossed over the check swing.
Yeah, and that was a 50-50 call at best. I thought Duran absolutely went around. Simeon, you could absolutely make a case that he didn't. You could make a case that he checked a swing. You could make a case that he swung. It's
that's also an impossible call live when it's.
Oh, it is.
It was like I said, it was 50-50. But I can't be outraged when something is 50-50.
Plus, I don't like.
Marcus said it right afterwards. He said I shouldn't have even checked because it was clearly a ball, and he's right.
Right. He should not have checked. He shouldn't even have offered at it. Sometimes you get players that are upset that they struck out. They're upset that they swung at it. In this case, he was upset that he even offered the pitch, and that kind of exacerbated the entire situation. But, I mean, that to me, that's a tough one to argue. Like, you're going to die on a hill on something that was 50-50 like that. Yeah. I mean, that's just a really weird thing to die on. But, look, I mean, it's maybe a tough call to make.
Maybe the frustrations are mounting.
He had gone 30 of his last 3 for his last 30. And you know, obviously he had a breakout game the other night, but I mean, he's got to be frustrated with how he's playing, with how the team has been playing over the last, week and a half, week plus. It's tough.
Gun to head right now, or you got to bet your salary. Who wins the West?
Houston.
Wow.
If my salary has to be on it, it's Houston.
Yeah.
If it's a little less than that, then maybe I'd say Texas. But
the safe bet is the team that is. Now, I'll tell you this.
They're banged up. McCullers, Yordan Alvarez.
McCullers gone for the year. Izzy Garcia gone for the year, too?
Mm-hmm.
So that's 2 pitchers and an MVP candidate. And they don't have Verlander anymore. He's with the Mets. They ain't the same team. Framber's great. Christian Javier's great. They got good pitchers. They do. Is it Hunter
Brown.
Like they got good players. They got a great system too, and they'll make a trade. But yeah, if I ever bet my salary, I would probably go Houston.
Maybe I'm seeing this the wrong way. Maybe I'm homering it up since Sean says I am the station homer now, which is wild that we've reached this point. But
you or Corey.
The interesting thing, I don't see that as 50-50 even. I thought there was no way in hell Simeon swung last night. I didn't think I thought that was an easy no call on the check swing.
Of course you would.
Why?
Of course you're the only person. We've been talking about this for 4 hours. You're the only person who said that it wasn't even close. The bat went to the exact midway point. So how could that not be a 50-50 call? It was exactly there. Dontrell Willis was shown, and he's going to take the pitcher side normally on FS1, and he's like, ugh, and that was exactly my reaction. Like, I can't tell. I don't know. I can't tell. And you thought he easily checked it?
Yes.
You're a homer.
No, I'm not.
Yes,
I think The side angle was the most deceptive. If you take the overhead angle, which was, I believe, the last replay they showed of it, that one's easy to see.
That one is.
I agree with you.
I agree.
I agree with you. Well, guess where the umpire's standing?
I'm just talking. Well, that's not even. This is a direct side angle. He's standing at a little bit of a turn there. But I think live, when you see it live, it doesn't look like one. When you see it super slowed down, it does sort of on that one angle. But the overhead angle and the live view of it, I don't think at all.
Yeah. Now the
Trucker.com
text lines bringing up that he felt like he was forced to swing at that because the previous pitch was awful call. And look, umpires can change the course of at bats with bad calls, and that happens all the time.
The only reason that this is a topic is because 3 people got tossed on one decision. They were still down in the game, and they deserve to lose the game.
They did, and
this whole Bochy's blowing it up, and he's got to defend his guys of this was like the turning point. No, it wasn't. It would have been first and third. You had bases loaded, no outs in the 9th, and didn't do anything.
No one's dying.
So, don't sit here and blame it on that check swing that was 50-50 or 45-55 in Bobby's world.
Why do you got to make it in Bobby's world? How come it
Because you're
can't
the
just
only
be
one.
in the accurate
Because
world?
you're the only one.
Fan text agrees with me.
Yeah, well,
So-
how many homers are on there? 877-881-1053, truckrate.com text.
By the way, now that they almost did it last night, and there have been several instances of it recently, I feel like, for the Rangers they've got the bases loaded and nobody out. I want to introduce you guys to the term because I'm going to start using it, and it's become a popular internet term. Chop, are you familiar? This is an older one, but are you familiar with the old reference toot bland? As a statistic,
toot bland.
It was a social media thing that stood for thrown out on the bases like a nincompoop, and it was something that people would use as basically base running years. So there's one that we need to catch on, and that's noble tiger, and that's no outs, bases loaded, ending with team incapable of getting easy run.
Yeah,
and so I think the Rangers in the last 2 weeks lead the majors in noble tiger.
Yeah,
is that a stat?
It's like a loosely kept stat by social media these days.
God. The baseball terminology, it's a beating.
This is a made up terminology.
I'll tell you,
but I like it.
But just in general, like the other day, Sandler was tweeting out, "What is F war and war PF and element?" I mean, it's a beating.
Yeah, F war.
I do think though it's better than the analytic terminology in football.
I disagree. I think there's way more baseball terms.
Oh, there's way more. Oh, yeah. But war, weighted runs created, or fielding independent pitching is easier than DVOA.
Yes.
DYAR. Alex, air yards less expected. CPOE. I mean, they're just cobbling numbers together in football.
Especially because so much of it with football too, like a lot of the ones that catch on are like proprietary formulas where you don't even know every aspect of it. Whereas with baseball, you generally can calculate a lot of that stuff on your own.
Yeah, I guess launch angle and exit velocity is easier to understand than football.
Yeah, and that's not necessarily even analytics. That's StatCast stuff. But I think it's easier. It's also the game is slower and it's easier just to say, oh, that person creates. If a weighted runs created, the league average is 100 and yours is 140. You create 40% more runs than the league average guy.
All right. What's BBR?
BBR.
Big, beautiful.
BB9.
Walks per 9.
Yep.
BF or TBF?
BF or
batter's face.
Good job.
Oh, batter's face.
DRA.
Defensive runs allowed.
Average. DRS.
Defensive runs saved.
Yep. FIP.
Fielder independent pitching.
FRAA.
FRA.
Sounds like insurance
something
company.
Farmers of America.
Runs average allowed.
ISO.
Metric.
Isolated power. Pagoda.
That's a projection model from the beginning of the season.
Pythagorean winning percentage.
That's your run differential, shows what you should be for the year.
Sierra.
She's married to Russell Wilson.
No, that's another. Isn't Sierra another one of those projection models from the preseason?
Again, but with a WOBA.
Weighted on base average.
WRC plus.
Weighted runs created plus.
UZR.
Ultimate zone rating.
Yes, what is that?
Defensive metric.
Which is flawed.
Fly ball revolution. Platoon split. I mean, good lord.
There's a lot, man.
Fly ball revolution sounds like a good band name.
It does. Yes.
I like it.
If I could ever learn how to play, Ryan, show me how to play an instrument. I'm going to create that band.
So there it is. Little Ranger recap tonight. And again, you're about to go from Good team, bad team, good team, bad team, good team, bad team with the schedule coming up. You're going to get the Blue Jays next tonight in Arlington, and we sent Tolos to the game.
They can mash, man. Those Blue Jays can mash. And they've got, 2 guys leading the league in All-Star voting with Chapman and Bichette.
What'd you eat and drink last night?
Okay, so
salmon.
No, we I got done too
Without the
late.
skin.
I got done too late with my work to be able to cook at home. So we started the drive out to Arlington from Fort Worth, and it took us about an hour to get there with traffic. So we're driving by East Chase Parkway, the exit, and she says, "Pull over."
Oh,
and I'm like, "Why?" I was like,
"Oh yeah."
I was like, "Yeah, what are we doing here?" I see some wood. I was like, "Oh, Water Chase Golf Course right there. We can go in the sand trap and do it." But she was like, "I was like, what's going on?" She goes, "We're just gonna stop at Chicken Express."
Oh,
So
Chicken E,
man. So with the Chicken Express, ate in the car. It's still stinking up my car on there, by the way. I still smell that fried chicken. And we get to the ballpark.
Wait a second. What did you order exactly?
The 4 tenders, half and half spicy, half regular.
Okay, so you got tenders.
Yeah.
You didn't because I was waiting to call you out for ordering any bone-in chicken.
Oh no, you got the tenders
because you don't do that.
So the number 1, the 4 tenders.
Sounds about white.
So then we get into hey, I got spicy.
I got spicy.
So
What did you get to drink though?
I substituted mashed potatoes and fries for the drink. So you could substitute 2 fries, 2 sides.
2 sides for 1 drink?
Yeah.
That's the trade?
So you either get
That's a bad deal.
That's a horrible deal. That's like at Cane's. You
sauce.
gotta get the sauce.
Yeah.
You gotta get the sauce. I'm like, can I have the sauce for the chicken? They're like, yeah, trade the coleslaw. I'm like, you're not gonna give me sauce for the chicken?
Which
I
one
gotta
do you
trade
get?
you a
You get the
side?
box combo or you get the 3-finger combo?
I don't remember.
If you get the
This was like
3-finger combo, you got to swap. The box combo comes with some, but you get extra cane sauce by swapping out the slaw.
So you
Just
got
get the Caniac.
The Caniac's too much.
Yeah.
I don't. Yeah.
But anyway, you
6
could get
tenders,
1
it's too
side
much.
and a drink or 2 sides no drink. So we get the 2 sides no drink because
Okay.
we had waters with us. And then in the stadium, we were like, all right, well, we already killed our calorie count for the day with that.
Might as well go all in.
So we went wine. We went wine at the stadium.
Do you have any tasting notes from it?
It was fine. It was fine. It was just wine
Do
at
you
the
taste
stadium.
oak or like?
By the way,
I'm getting real hints of-
don't move on. You're the worst.
Why?
Wine at the game? Was it free in the suite? Or
there was free wine
Were
in the
you
suite.
buying wine?
We bought wine downstairs.
What about him?
Where's your Apple Watch today?
Oh crap! I left it in the house. Dadgummit.
I was waiting for you to wear the Apple Watch again to call you out for that too. Wine at the game? What's wrong
What kind
with
of wine?
you?
It was red. I can't do white wine.
If
Or
anything, you
rosé.
should have done white wine. 100 degrees outside.
No, you can't do white wine as a guy. You can't do white wine. I'm gendering.
Oh.
I'm gendering your drink right there.
Might as well drink Bud Light.
Peyton Russell.
Who are some dark?
That was there. I could have had that.
Who are some dark horse candidates for MVP in the
Jeez,
NFL?
Peyton.
Who's got the read next? Yep.
You do.
Sean Shreve here for Mr. Electric. Mr. Electric. If you are a top-notch electrician, this is brand new, so listen up. And you've thought about making a change, you heard me talking about Mr. Electric. They're family-owned. I met these people, and they really do strive to provide a fun family environment with emphasis on work, life balance, great pay and benefits, which is important. They truly understand that the wife and kids at home are extremely important. That's why Mr. Electric doesn't make their electricians work exceptionally long hours. They're growing in a big way, and they're looking to add to their team of experienced electricians. Positions include master electrician, residential, journeyman, and wireman electricians. Their compensation is some of the best in DFW, if not the best. Incredible benefits. They offer a 401k match, employer-paid health insurance, vision, dental, life insurance, and long-term disability. Interested in finding a better future? Call my guy, Robbie Loomis, who's a longtime Tolo, by calling this number, 817-585-2997. 817-585-2997. 817-585-2997 for the Tolo electricians today.
belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me
No,
take off my belt.
we're not. Is Adam Shine the greatest analyst in the history of sports?
Shout out sports.
His latest list of Dark Horse MVP candidates would say abso-freaking-lutely he is, Sean.
I can't stand. RJ makes me listen to this guy on all the road trips.
That's because I refuse to listen to Phoenix Sports Radio.
Or Dallas.
That's
Or
not
the fan.
true. That's not true.
When I'm on road trips, I just bank up a bunch of CBS Sports Minutes and listen to Boomer and Jim Rome from the last month. That's how I fill my time. So he wrote for NFL.com on NFL MVP dark horses, specifically relating to their betting odds. So, Chop, this will be good for you to see if you think these are good value bets on some of these guys. So he's got 9 candidates here. We're going to go from 9 to 1. And I think you know, Sean, why we're going to count from 9 to 1.
Oh.
It's because I think number 1 is a pretty good pick myself. Number 9, Jared Goff at plus 4,000. Adam Shine says, I'm a Goff fan, a 2023 Lions believer. Goff was the second best quarterback in the NFC last year behind Jalen Hurts. That is not accurate right there, Adam.
Kind of is.
It's not an outlandish opinion at all. It's the truth. Just ask my colleague, Mark Sessler. Long story short, he goes, Goff deserves a spot on this ranking, but he's the darkest dark horse here.
So 40 to 1 is for their offense is going to be very, very good, I would assume. They're probably going to win the division unless Justin Fields is actually the Messiah, as everyone is saying he is.
Yeah.
And I mean, like, if you win the division and you're the Detroit Lions, your quarterback is probably going to be in the MVP candidacy because that doesn't happen. The Lions' last division title was when? 1992?
Herman Moore.
Ooh.
Sell all my Lions. You can have all my Lions stock. Selling it. Golf. Selling it. Take it.
Are they going to win the division?
They might. It's a bad division.
Let me prepare a hot take.
You're buying in on Justin Fields?
The Minnesota Vikings will win.
Wow.
With Dak Prescott at quarterback. The NFC North.
I got a quick question before I get back to the list because I've noticed this and I've meant to bring it up a couple times. You seem to interchangeably use Detroit and Detroit. What is it that causes you to do that? Which one do you say?
It's a great question.
Thank you.
Listen, my entire life is about hypocrisy and inconsistency. Okay. If somebody asks, what are you great at? It's about inconsistency. I'm very good at that. I say defense or defense. I say Detroit or Detroit. I don't really know why. Maybe it's where I start the sentence and where it's in the where it falls.
I think I do similar. I was curious what made you that. I accused John Machota that one time. John Machota's from the Detroit area, and I'd said I didn't know you were one of the guys who said Detroit, and he got very offended and shut me down quick. And he's like, I do not say Detroit. You have never heard me say that. That is a pet peeve of mine. You are not supposed to say Detroit. It's Detroit. So
okay,
that's what he says. Number 8, Sam Darnold.
Okay, stop.
Plus 10,000. If you're talking about 100 to 1 odds, it's not bad given we've seen Shanahan's been able to sustain whatever quarterback it is, and the team still has success.
Is Sam Darnold going to start?
That's the thing. It says, I know we're hearing good news about Brock Purdy's rehab process, and that's great, but the guy underwent elbow surgery on his throwing arm a few months ago. So until I see it, I have trouble just accepting that everything is hunky-dory and the former 7th-round selection will pick right back up from where he left off.
So he had Sam Darnold over Jared Goff, and you kept reading.
Yeah, I think he's talking about values here, values and dark horses and things like that. That's not a bad. I don't think if you're just talking about.
Okay, let me ask you this because you did nail Purdy, San Fran last year.
Mm-hmm.
If Sam Darnold starts 17 games, San Fran's record is what?
11-6.
Whoa!
Wow.
11-6.
With Sam Darnold.
As long as everybody else is healthy. The 1 year recently where they've been really bad, everybody got hurt for them. And so, there's only so much you can do there. But they're really talented across the board. And so they're really talented, and they have probably the best X's and O's guy in the NFL. George Kittle went viral this week talking to Kevin Clark from The Ringer, who we interviewed out there at Super Bowl Radio Row with the wireless. Because Kittle had said Shanahan intentionally run plays that he knows will not work. And he's done it in the playoffs just to set up things for the future. Like, it's just to lull them into doing certain things. And he knows, oh, this is going to gain 1 yard. I don't care. I'm playing for something further down
That's
the
what
line.
we were trying to do it with Zeke at center.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Absolutely.
It was the last play.
Exactly. Number 7, Geno Smith. I think this is a terrible value, actually, at plus 3,500 because I think there's zero chance he replicates what he did last year.
Who regresses more, Jared Goff or Geno?
Geno.
Okay.
To me, anyway, because Geno, we already saw that at the end of last year. Chop, would you take plus 3,500 as a good value on Geno?
I would not. I don't think that. I
3,500
plus 3,500.
They're a 7-8 win team.
Number 6, Highland Park's own Matthew Stafford at plus 5,000. Says the Rams are going to be a lot better than you think. 2022 was a humbling season, to say the least. But he's a believer in the bounce back year. And if Matthew Stafford can bounce back health wise and his arm is working correctly, then he'll be somebody who's in contention to be discussed.
If his arm is back to being what it was several years ago, then absolutely. But I don't believe it is.
Have we bought Fields too much or sold Stafford too much? And really an overall selling of the Rams.
I mean, what was Stafford? Stafford was only his arm. He is, I know this always got a lot of people worked up because a lot of people like him from being around here. Stafford is essentially leveled up Jameis Winston. He is an awful decision maker and always has been. And so if you take away the arm talent to ride over some of those bad decisions, what is he left other than just an awful quarterback? And so to me, I think that's the biggest thing. I think we've properly rated that. The Fields hype is way too much. I don't understand that at all.
What about the Rams sell, though? What have they lost? So they lost Ramsey.
Mm-hmm.
They still have Donald. They still have Kupp.
Lost Bobby Wagner.
Mm-hmm.
In recent years, lost Von Miller, obviously.
It feels like we're putting them third, like they're locked into third in the NFC West, maybe fourth.
Probably because everybody involved with it, including Sean McVay, was kind of like, I think I want to bail on this. This is a sinking ship. So that was bad indication. Number 5 at plus 10,000, Justin Jefferson. Says, I know no wide receiver has ever won MVP, so you're really working against some stuff. Never happened before. But this is a guy who's coming off a year of 128 catches, 1,800 yards, 8 touchdowns. If anybody's going to do it, it might be Justin Jefferson. So, Chop, you like a $10 bet on 10,000 to 1?
$10 bet on
where
10,000 to 1.
What
yes.
book is this? With 10,000 to 1.
You get that. But still, that seems pretty high.
These are from Caesars.
Wow.
That's at 100 to 1?
Yeah, plus 10,000.
That seems high. That's it. No, I wouldn't touch it.
Number 4. I think this is a bet that Sean would be on top of. Number 4 at plus 4,000.
Your mom?
Deshaun Watson. Nope, she is plus, infinity because she's dead. She has literally no opportunity to play football. So that wouldn't happen, Sean.
Did you hear that outside?
What is that?
Someone crashed because they laughed.
Yeah, I know. Sean laughs every day at my mom.
Is that a dumpster? Is that a
thunder? As soon as he said that, dude, there was some type of thunder.
It's look.
There was some type of thunder noise strike.
What is going on?
It said somebody,
it was God.
Somebody just crashed into a wall because of that.
We have a delay, Peyton. That'd be pretty. Unless they were listening on the Twitch, that'd be real time. Deshaun Watson plus 4,000. You feel like people have been writing off Deshaun Watson way too much.
Deshaun has been sold too much. He's been forgotten about. He's been disrespected, in my opinion. The Cleveland Browns have been disrespected, in my opinion. Everyone tries to take the Browns as a surprise team. Now I think they've been buried. They're going to be a surprise team.
Number 3, plus 2,200, Tua Tagovailoa. This was a guy who was probably the NFL MVP the first, 6 weeks of the year last year?
I still can't get a handle on him.
So it's 22 to 1?
Yep.
I still can't get a handle on him. I just feel like, again, he's a point guard in Mike D'Antoni's system. I don't know how good you are, but you're going to put up crazy numbers. And Mike McDaniel is D'Antoni, and he's got Sean Marion and Amari Stoudemire around him. That's what they are with Waddle and Tyreek. I still don't know. I still don't totally love Tua as a player. I'm rooting for him personally. I don't know if I'm totally bought into the skill set or a lot of it is the scheme.
Number 2. I think this is a little risky. Plus 4,000. Same odds as Deshaun Watson. Derek Carr. with the Saints.
I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't do it. I like Derek Carr,
That's your
but
boy. Mr. Hallmark Carr.
The difference between Carr and Goff is that Goff's going to win the division, and they got the Lions are probably the fourth best team in the NFC. They have the fourth best odds to win the NFC. Period. The Saints, even though they might win the division,
I would argue. I mean, who's the heavier division favorite between the Saints and the Lions?
The Saints are the heavier division favorite.
You think?
Such a bad
Dude, the
division.
Saints.
I think Carolina could win that division.
I think Detroit is.
Because the wild card is Fields becomes elite. That's the one thing standing in Detroit's way is that Fields becomes an elite player this year.
Pete Prisco thinks he is
and
already.
if he does, Chicago wins the division. But absent of that, the Lions as a team have a much better chance of winning the NFC than Saints do. The Saints have no chance of winning the NFC.
All right, we're out of time.
The number one dark horse candidate. Any guesses, gentlemen?
CeeDee Lamb.
Sean?
Micah Parsons.
Rain. Dakota. Prescott at plus 2,500. He says with Mike McCarthy at the controls and better options out wide, Dak won't come anywhere close to last season's league-high 15 interceptions. I think he sizzles all year long, supported by a ferocious Micah Parsons-led defense. Prescott should have the 2023 Cowboys squarely in the Super Bowl conversation, and if you're the reason why America's team is a top-notch title contender, well, you're a top-notch MVP candidate. Plus 2,500. Good value on Dak?
I don't think it's bad. Anything 25 to 1 at a quarterback or better, or like lower, higher number, I think is good. They're gonna win 11 to 12 games. I think it's fine. I would totally put $10 on this.
And if they don't, it's Mike McCarthy's fault.
We have a U.S. Open update, and oh my, the Tolos are sending us an NBA insider story. Zion may be on the move. Final hour, Friday edition, next.
But let's get you over to QC Kinetics. Let's get you healthy.
From our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
You know that I told that I don't want to stay on parade, but I want to stay on parade. This is the best. This is amazing.
The Joker celebrating into a Friday. Final hour.
Got deodorant today.
Where are you going?
9 o'clock.
Where are you going? Ryan, if you can get a slow-mo replay of that as he was fist pumping and then caught an own whiff of himself and then goes to the deodorant in the backpack.
In the words of Bill Raftery, onions. That's what I caught a whiff of. Onions.
Your armpits probably smell the same as Bobby's with the way he pits out over
Yeah,
here.
you do. But I don't. My armpits don't sweat.
Yeah, mine.
Great.
No,
no sweat. Let me see the left. No sweat. What? Let's hear you defend it.
No, I sweat. I don't like. I put on deodorant though, so there's no like.
It doesn't.
Onion.
It doesn't stink.
No.
Oh yeah. So you're sweating. Your pit stains.
I'm acting like my sweat don't stink.
Man.
Yeah.
Armpit.
Do you have a T-shirt on under that?
Yeah.
What color is it?
White, I think.
All right. Let's see. Let's see if you're pitting out.
Okay, hold on.
Take the sweatshirt off.
Armpit fetish.
Don't get it
guy.
on Twitch. We can't show a nipple on Twitch.
I can't believe I'm saying that because I don't want to kink shame anyone, but armpit fetish guy is
All right.
weird.
All right. That's all you got to do.
Bobby!
Oh,
God!
Bro, it looks like he spilled chocolate.
That is brown.
Oh God! Bobby! Bro!
It's like driven in there. I've been
That is
sweating all morning.
brown.
I've been sweating all morning.
Ryan, did you get that?
He got it.
Oh, it's there.
Did you get that pit shot?
Yeah.
Oh my
Bro,
God!
still shot that. Send that to. That was one of the top.
Not when I'm drinking.
That was one of the top 3 disgusting things I've seen in this building, bro. That looked like you might as well. You took that Coke Zero and poured it down your shirt.
I should have to, as the next bet payoff, you guys should have to switch shirts with me, like for the final hour of a show.
God, no.
Choppy would not do it.
No.
That
yeah, I don't care. I would.
damn, bro. Can we get him, Cody, the new sales superstar in the building?
Somebody.
Can you forget about hair? Can you get this guy some armpit
I need
injections?
hair too.
Get him hair and something for the armpits.
Which, by the way, I told you. See, you were like, "Oh, it's the Adderall. The Adderall's why you do that." I was like, "No, it's not. I haven't had the Adderall for days, and it's doing that."
Man,
That's disturbing.
Yeah,
That's disgusting.
we did a whole segment on this like last month.
But like you
no,
wash.
not like that. Not like that. We couldn't tell the true color on a gray shirt. But that.
Have you used your have you used like a pH balancing soap?
I don't know what that is.
Something to change the bacteria?
I don't know what that is. What's pH balancing soap?
Oh, someone get that still shot and send it. I'm about to gag. That was disgusting.
I've never seen anything like it.
That's sewage.
Like I would have thrown that shirt away.
Let me see your right one.
How do you not throw that shirt away?
He's gonna. All right, we're get on the fan cam. Get away from me. I will punch you. I swear to God, I will punch you.
How do you not
Let's see the right one? But
oh my God!
Stop, Bobby! Get away from me.
It's brown. It's brown.
Okay, the next bet payoff, you got to take a 5-second whiff.
You got along came Polly his armpit.
A huge a 5-second whiff of that. Man, if you are not on Twitch, YouTube,
oh God,
you are missing out.
That is straight onions right there.
Oh man! All right.
Did you see the terrified look in Sean's eyes?
I did.
Then
Let's call him Bob Raftery.
Yeah, there you go.
That's what he is. Onions. All right.
You probably need to buy white T-shirts every 2 months.
Okay, we got
972. If only Bobby's mom was still around to wash his clothes.
Jesus. God. You need to go see a doctor, they're saying.
Well, the 469 said that.
I can't believe. I'll never forget that left armpit.
That's amazing.
Ever. It looks like his wife is washing his shirts in Coke.
In
Coca-Cola.
In Coca-Cola.
Mixed with lemon lime Gatorade. That's what it is, y'all. If you took lemon lime Gatorade and mix it with Coca-Cola.
Ooh, here we go.
Oh, good Lord. Now I'm sweating from laughing. Dang, son.
So this for the 940. Now, he said infected. I've got to be something else. My wife just...
Are we talking about his armpit infections right now?
So somebody from the 940, my wife just... He wrote infected. It's got to be something else. Injected, maybe. An OSU football player's pits 3 weeks ago for sweat. He called back saying it changed his life. The clinic she works at does great if y'all are interested. There you go.
We are interested.
Yes.
We are interested. Dang. I'd rather jump off this floor, this 11th floor, than get put in a headlock by him. I'd rather jump than get put in a headlock by him.
People are saying get a laundry sanitizer.
So if I came over and tried to give you a headlock right now, you would like fight or flight response?
I just kicked you. I just tried to kick you.
It felt like more playful than
Well,
genuine.
I didn't think you were serious. All right, let's move on. I'm going to gag. That's horrific. Okay.
Makes you rethink borrowing that Stars jersey from Bobby Chops.
You only wore it one day.
Dang.
You only wore it one day. It didn't smell.
All right.
No, I told you it was washed.
Woj, 10 minutes ago, thanks to Jeremy for sending it. Michael Jordan is finalizing a sale of the Hornets to a group led by two whatevers, who cares, ending his 13-year run as a majority owner. What a bust this was. What a failure Michael Jordan was as an owner. The guy who dominates and wins everything didn't even make a Bobby armpit sniff for the postseason, making real noise in the postseason.
Speaking of, this picture Woj used of Michael Jordan, why do the whites of his eyes look like the under of my shirt?
He's got Aikman eyes.
Oh, man.
I mean, people have asked a lot of questions about that with Mike, whether it has to do a party or not. But that's not the story I care about. We knew Michael was selling. This is from Mark Stein. The Pelicans are in serious discussions to send Zion to Charlotte for the number 2 pick. They are considering the possibility. Here's what Stein said. Based on what I'm hearing, yes, the Pelicans are legitimately considering. Doesn't mean they would 100% do it. They're considering the prospect of trying to assemble a deal for Charlotte's number 2 that would feature Zion Williamson. Wow.
Wow. Okay.
So you got Scoot and you got Miller. Those are the guys vying for the number 2 pick. Brandon Miller, Bama, gun incident, and Scoot Henderson.
Woo! Boy, wouldn't it be? It would really stink for MJ.
Like Bobby's arms.
If they trade for Zion as he's leaving, and he becomes a star, becomes the player that we suspect him to be able to, because that would be like, oh man, because they would be good again. They'd be relevant, and he's not there anymore. That would stink.
Who does Zion remind us of? Like, his story is similar to who in sports? Just fat, out of shape, lack of will. Is there someone else this early on which you knew that they were going to be awesome, and you're like, they just don't care. He's not in shape. Someone this hyped up.
Awesome, hyped up, and broke. Like, ended up just breaking, but different reasons. The closest he mirrors is Ben Simmons, but it's for different reasons. Like, in terms of the hype and, you see the flashes, and then it's just he's got no will to actually make it happen.
I don't even think Ben Simmons' ceiling can approach, what we saw prime Ben Simmons. What is he, 25?
Yeah, right.
Zion, much better player.
Jamarcus Russell?
Never established himself at all. We know Zion is a beast when he plays.
Yeah, we know he can play.
I'm just trying to think. I'm throwing it out there. Truckwreck.com text line. 877-881-1053. Because it's a shame. It is an absolute shame. And right now, he looks like a hot mess.
Let's see. Truckwreck.com text line. Sean Kemp.
No. Sean Kemp at the end.
Fat, out of shape, lack of will. Sounds like Luka to me.
The city's got to chill on Luka, man.
Johnny Manziel, he was never really out of shape.
He was never good either in the NFL.
Pablo Sandoval. There you go. That's a good one.
He was always out of shape the whole time.
He was always out of shape, but didn't he break his belt swinging once?
Don't make me take off my belt.
I think he did.
I think he also made a couple all-star teams, he was good for a long stretch, I feel like.
Man, I'm just trying to think of them. Anything the Mavs could throw out there to try to get involved. But no, they want the number 2 pick. They want their next franchise player. They want a replacement for Zion. If
I get it,
they actually do it.
I get it. I mean, if I were them, I'm pumping all this money in. He obviously is not happy.
Ricky,
he's from South Carolina.
Williams,
yeah. Kevin
he
Love
smoked his way out.
Kevin
I know it's a different
Kevin
process,
Love
but
got skinny.
Yes,
he was chubby. Got
Eddie
skinny.
Lacy.
Eddie Lacy
Pastry.
never.
He was not as big of a star, but he did kind of. He was a Pro Bowl type player and ate himself out of the league, basically.
Yeah, that's a good one. All right, so that's the developing situation. Ooh, Williamson could be on the move to Charlotte. Denver Nuggets parade. The absolute star was their head coach, Mike Malone, looking like Rugi Odor out there with his flat brim hat and big chain. And he was trying to get Bruce Brown, role player, at the mic.
Bruce. Hey, y'all tell me, is Brucey B going anywhere? Hell no. Hell no. Hell no. Hey, we running this shit back. We running this shit back. Oh yeah. Come on. Get live. Get live.
Wow.
He was gone.
Yeah, he was. He was gone. You get more banged up, I think, in high altitude like that in Denver than you would like just at sea level.
Dude, okay, so this actually did happen. I was at the Mavericks game in Denver, and the first night I didn't know until later. Everybody I talked to in Denver later was like, "Oh yeah, if it's your first night here, you should not drink heavily because it'll mess you up more." And that night I drank way too much. I'd never had Vegas bombs before.
You had a Vegas bomb?
I hadn't at the time. I was 22 or whatever it was. And so somebody had introduced me to it, and I just kept chugging those. I was like, this just tastes like soda. Like, this doesn't even have an alcohol taste. And I probably drank like 15 of those in 2 hours. And mile high altitude, I was waiting for the train back to Parker, Colorado at like midnight and vomiting all over the tracks and continued throwing up for the next 24 hours.
God.
I want to go to Denver. All the shots they showed during the NBA Finals, I was like, damn, that is gorgeous. Are you kidding me?
Colorado. And it's not a hidden gem, but it's a hidden gem, man. Like, it's amazing.
What is this for? Just drinking?
Yeah, shots.
Yeah, you said shots.
Everybody.
That wasn't for this story. That's for the next story that RJ's about to do.
Oh, it's a preview.
It's a
preview.
Okay, you might as well play it for the tease, I guess.
Now?
Oh, baby.
RJ's going to get you set for the weekend. No one is going to get you ready for more Jell-O shots than RJ Choppy and a U.S. Open update as Sean and RJ get ready to conclude right here on 105.3 The Fan. Of course, I swear y'all planned this. I got to talk to you about the greatness of DF.
DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels at 214-333-3333 or just go to truckwreck.com.
I swear, there's a reason we don't have people come up here and watch this show anymore in the commercial breaks.
Why?
To sit here. You.
Me?
You're the reason.
It's just me.
You would be the reason.
Yeah. We've been doing this for 12 years. People came up here all the time. They
Never
enjoyed
got in
it.
trouble.
Never
We got suspended once, but that was okay.
Yeah. But that was like year 1 or 2. And now, I mean, the stuff that you do in the commercial breaks, people.
I was juggling.
People can't be seeing this. People can't be seeing this stuff behind the scenes.
You are like you know who you are.
He's our basic.
Like my 8-year-old,
without the knowledge and good points.
Right. My 8th grader is like going through puberty. He can't sit still. Can't stand in line. You know, and you know why he can't sit still.
Yeah, I sit here and sway all
You're
the time.
just like
sit
him.
there and sweat all the time.
Yes.
All right,
sway.
Let's get a U.S. Open update.
All right, so they have just really gotten on the course at the U.S. Open. But Ricky Fowler, Xander Schauffele are your leaders. 8 under par. They shot a U.S. Open record 62 yesterday. Dustin Johnson, 6 under. Rory McIlroy at 5 under. He had a great day. You know, him and Brooks Koepka since 2015 have the best score overall in the major championship since 2015. And since then, Brooks has 5 majors and Rory has 0. It's amazing. He's got the most top 10s. He just can't win them. It's wild. But he's been amazing in majors. He just doesn't win. DeChambeau and Scheffler at 3 under par, along with Sam Bennett from Texas A&M. And Phil Mickelson 1 under, Brooks at 1 over.
So you're going to be glued to this on Sunday? Oh, something about this being in L.A. is like turning me off a little bit. I don't know what it is.
Well, it's different. It's like, it looks like...
It's not because it's California?
No, it's California. Because it's not often where you see tournaments that have like skylines in the background. You know, you don't see that often.
Well, that's good. That would be a good thing.
It is good. It's
like,
just,
what time is this going to end Sunday?
Oh, 9, 10 o'clock at night.
Yeah, that's a problem. I don't like that.
Maybe 8:30.
Yeah.
It's prime time, though. They want it to end late.
All right, so that's where we stand with the U.S. Open. I really want Roger Goodell to drop the hammer on the New York Jets. I want him just to tell them, you're doing Hard Knocks. That's the way it is, period. I wonder what type of politics are involved, because now that none of these teams want to do it, the ones that are eligible, they went back to RJ's Detroit Lions and asked them to do Hard Knocks again, because the Saints, the Bears, the Jets, and the Commanders, they won't say yes.
Yeah.
They won't commit.
They're all saying they are taking a hard line stance, saying no. The NFL can obviously force Jets, Saints, Commanders, Bears to do it, but those teams are like drawing lines in the sand, saying no, we don't want to do it. So they're considering going back to the Detroit Lions to do this again. Which, like, I don't know if you're HBO, like, what kind of stories you're going to find again? These are largely the same players from last year. It'd be cool because you get a team that is, like, supposed to win a division. That's cool.
Should they just get rid of this?
I love
Should we
it.
just drop this as a mandate? No other league really does it, do they? that you have to do this?
No, but I mean, I really do love it.
And does it really get high ratings? Are a lot of people really watching? I didn't watch the Colts one midseason one time.
No, I didn't.
Is this on HBO?
Yeah, it's on HBO.
I don't even know if I have Max anymore. I'm signed out of all my accounts for some reason.
You have it. You just are logged out.
Yeah.
It pushed everybody back out when they switched over. You had to relog back in, but you still have it. I don't know. I'm trying to. Are the Jets the most interesting team you could do it on this year?
It's not even close.
Oh, yeah, not even close.
It's not even.
I mean, I guess you could do it on the Commanders at the sale,
which the league doesn't want to do.
But they don't want to do that.
You don't want to go near that.
I mean, I think it's interesting if you were to do the opposite side and do the Packers. Like, I'd be interested to hear their discussions about, first year without Aaron in here.
But no, it should have to be one of the eligible teams. The Packers aren't even eligible.
I'm just throwing out
Bears, Commanders, Saints, Jets. One of you four have to do it. Those are the rules. Everyone else has abided by them. And now the NFL is going outside of it and asking the Lions, try to get them to do it. I'm starting to hate Robert Saleh, too. He's like, I'm sure there's other teams out there who would like to do it. The New York Jets are not one of them. And I got a quarterback. Now he's all high and mighty.
Yeah.
Right?
Now you can do that.
You don't get to talk like that when you're in New York. Like, you're New York media, dude. You can't sit there and just be like, we don't want any distractions here or anything else. I don't know when my phone's gone off. You can't do that kind of stuff when you are already in New York and you guys call for this attention. This has been one of the most attention needy teams in the NFL in recent years. And so it's funny that now they're drawing a line at Hard Knocks.
Yep.
That's a step too far.
All right. It's Sean, RJ, and Roberto. We're live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube here on DFW Sports Station. Now, Peyton, we're going to do the Jell-O shots.
Yeah. Hey, do you want to make...
Turn it up.
Yeah, come on.
Do you want to make $140,000 in a weekend?
I'll be a Cowboys mascot?
No. Come up with a gimmick that pits college people against college people. This is the gimmick. So, Rocco's
Modern Life
Pizza and Cantina in Omaha, Nebraska. Okay? I don't know what Omaha pizza is like, but when you're a pizza and a Mexican restaurant morphed into one, I can only imagine.
Man, you know the biggest embarrassment of my hometown? I went back there a few years ago, and I'm driving down the street, and I see this restaurant sign. My mom's like, we got this new restaurant. You got to see what it is.
Oh, Chili's?
Thai-Italian.
Nope.
An Italian-Thai fusion spot? All right.
Thai-Italian, Cambridge, Maryland.
That's exactly what I'd expect from an area that's delicacy is seafood.
Seafood's
great.
Rich.
It's disgusting.
Wealthy, dummy.
So
your armpits smell like oysters.
They've done this for a few seasons. They've done this for a few seasons. It's called the Jell-O Shot Challenge. And they basically take all 8 teams, put them on this small little whiteboard, and they just tally up how many Jell-O shots each team has purchased, the fans of each team. So, and they're $4.50 per Jell-O shot.
$4.50?
Yeah. So last year...
How much is a box of Jell-O, and how much you think...
Oh, I already calculated this.
Oh.
Okay. Now, a box of Jell-O is like $1.29. It's very cheap. Okay. So, you can get them. You get the generic at Walmart for $1.50 tops. So...
Who doesn't love Jell-O shots, by the way?
Oh, they're great.
Even when they're awful,
they're
it's
great.
Like you take 3 of them. You need a little pick-me-up at the party. You go ahead and take a few of those.
They're fun and they taste good. They don't give you nearly the kick.
No, because I looked at when I researched this, that it takes 4 Jell-O shots to equal the amount of alcohol in one regular shot.
What a ripoff.
Really?
Yeah, they put it's a quarter of a shot. So you're not getting drunk. Last year, Ole Miss won at 18,777 Jell-O shots. They beat the runner-up, Arkansas, by more than 10,000 Jell-O shots.
Wow.
All right, and I did the calculations here.
I thought you were going to say 10,000 teeth they beat them by.
I did the calculations here. This...
Shout out Nick Eatman.
For $4.50 each, they sold 31,215 Jell-O shots. At $4.50 each, that's $140,500 in a week. 4 Jell-O shots is equal to 1 shot of alcohol. There are 40 shots in a handle of vodka, which means they sell 160 Jell-O shots at $4.50 each for each handle of liquor they bought. They're not buying Grey Goose for this.
Wow.
Okay.
Rail.
So that means they needed 195 handles of vodka. I'm assuming they used Smirnoff, Or maybe they even use Taka. Taka's $10 a handle.
Smirnoff, yeah, you can go cheaper than that.
Smirnoff's 20. Tito's is 30. So that means they spent less than $4,000 on the vodka and the Jell-O to make $140,000. Now that $4,000 is at $20 a bottle. They probably bought it in bulk, and they probably got it for about $10 a bottle, which means they probably spent $2,000 on the Jell-O shots to make $140,000 last year. You can make $140,000 in a week.
Why aren't other people copying this?
Like seriously, like any college, if you're in like
does it have to be even a college?
No, it doesn't.
Set it up at any bar here.
Set up any bar here, like fans of this school. Hey, Texas fans, A&M fans, OU fans, Jell-O shot challenge. Let's see today who's gonna have the most.
UNT.
Oh, we'd pound it, baby.
Caw.
All right, you're kicked out of the school. Oh. You don't even do the call. You come in with a boring ass, half asleep.
Go Mean Green.
He quit on UNT sports.
He quits at 8:30 on Fridays.
8:30. That's generous.
That's what I'm noticing. He's starting to bail Fridays at 8:40. But
his eyes are on WinStar.
I remember this being a huge deal last year. This Jell-O shot challenge.
Yeah, I mean, Ole Miss they had 18,000. They destroyed it last year. This year so far, so LSU's the favorite, and they have 564 Jell-O shots in one day. Number 2, Wake Forest, then Oral Roberts, and then Tennessee. How is TCU doing? They're 5th at 149 Jell-O shots in one day.
Isn't Oral Roberts a religious school? Like an uptight religious school?
It is it is a religious school.
What?
Stanford, Florida, and Virginia round out the top 8.
What schools around here have you all been partying at? What major colleges have you been partying at, or you've seen the scene and you know it's legit?
OU, A&M, and Tech. I've partied at all of them.
Legit?
They're different.
Does one stand out?
They're different. Like, A&M's got that one street, whatever that one street is that they've got.
They have Northgate.
Northgate, yeah, that area. That's pretty cool. I thought Norman was probably the best.
Really?
Yeah. Tech's different because it's such. I was like 20 when I went there, so I don't remember.
I've heard fun things about Tech partying.
It's fun. Tech's definitely fun.
Where have you been, Peyton?
Just UNT. I mean, maybe like a house party around UTA.
But you just named A&M Street. Like you've been there.
Well, I know it. I know of it. Like, what is it, 6th Street in Austin? So, I mean, you know stuff like that just from people going.
And you?
TCU, SMU, and Houston.
I mean, I didn't
Houston
count.
party.
You've never gone and partied at a Longhorn setup?
Oh, wait. Are you talking about like stadium partying or like partying like on campus with people? I was thinking on campus. TCU, SMU, and Houston.
Yeah, I didn't count TCU because it's just Fort Worth. I go there all the time.
Parking lot. I've also done UNT in Texas.
And which kids were getting down?
Houston kids rage, or they did 12 years ago or whatever it was last time.
I mean, TCU, like you get down to TCU by their campus. There's a lot of fun down there. A lot of fun to be had.
All right.
We got kicked out of a hotel because of Houston kids.
Story?
We had rented 2 hotel rooms in the back, and we dismantled the tables from one of the room and put them in the other and turned it into beer pong, and everybody was like, it wasn't good. People were smoking in there, and it caught the attention of the manager. We got kicked out. And it was all under my card and under my name, and so I got in.
Oh, no.
There are whispers in the hallways that there might be a fan beer pong tournament being set up.
Oh.
Might be Stern.
Really? Bobby better hope it's
I already dibsed you for my partner.
Is it teammates?
I don't know. I'm going to make it teammates.
A fan beer pong tournament.
We need to make something like that happen.
All right, well, if you're going to go with jump shot over here, I'm going to take Sandler because he does the same kind of thing, and Sandler's pretty good.
It was the last cup. That's all I did. You watched the other 9 cups. It was just flowing.
All right. You try to bend your knees with me?
Oh, I go all the way down to the floor. I bend it,
bet
get
you
up.
do.
And
You bend your knees with me. I'll start shaking the table.
Bend over to the front. Touch your toes.
All right, I see Holland in here. That must mean Mike is out for his customary Friday off. So I'm like,
Derek's leading crosstalk.
It's Derek's it's his last work day before he goes under the knife, right?
Yep.
Is it?
Monday.
You think we should just surprise him and throw it to him, or tell him that he's leading crosstalk?
Oh yeah,
just throw it to him.
Just throw it to him.
All right, let's throw it to him. All right, let's do it. Derek Holland leads crosstalk. He just doesn't know it yet. Next on the Fan. But is this?
Mike's not here.
No,
What?
but his fill-in is.
What do we do?
The baseball players.
Does that mean Derek Holland's in charge of this
leading
crosstalk?
crosstalk.
All right.
Well, good morning, everybody, and welcome to Crosstalk.
Where are my endorsements?
I mean,
I don't have those yet.
I do understand that complaint.
Yes, they are.
Look at this.
All right, Derek, it's your world, brother.
Hey, real quick, did you get the Yeezy Crocs?
Oh dear.
No,
Easy top.
I'm just good with the shoes. That's it. I don't need the Crocs.
All right, we're good.
So, Sean, did you get to finally smell the armpit we were talking about there for a second?
I did not smell Bobby's armpit, but it looks. Don't come near me. I want you to show Derek from
Let me
back
say.
there.
Just turn. Let me see it.
Just show. I'm not gonna smile. I'm gonna kick.
You said it
right in
was
your balls.
worse than
I'm
my
not-
coffee.
Oh my gosh,
I will
that
take
is
care
violent.
of I will take care of that child that Corey introduced the world to yesterday. Right now, okay.
Oh my God! Oh, okay, that's
color
good.
of that.
Look at that! And show the left one. Show
Look at that armpit hair.
He's gonna go through the window.
Don't kick him.
What if you kicked him out the window accidentally?
Well, the
And
window
he
that
died.
gives through is this one.
Oh my god!
Do you see that? Doesn't look like ash in your in your.
It
in
doesn't
your
look
grill?
like he washes his shirt.
He dies.
Do you,
Right?
Do you just sleep in that and shower in that and everything?
Yeah, that's it.
Oh my
Did I
God!
exaggerate it?
No,
by the
that's
way,
it's pretty close to my coffee. That's now I'm gonna be drinking
I
Bobby's
have never
armpit
seen
coffee.
longer armpit hair than Bobby.
Longer
What a
armpit.
weird-
Oh my God, it goes down to the nipple.
See, all the hair you thought was on my back just went there.
Yeah.
It turns out the biggest culprits in the brown stains on your white shirts is laundry detergent and fabric softener, not what's in you. It's the laundry detergent and
I find
fabric
that hard
softener.
to believe.
Yeah, I don't
I think
believe
I'm
When
gonna
there's
go
an excess
opposite.
of laundry detergent, when there's an excess of
Once again,
laundry
Derek, not
detergent in
listening
your
to
machine,
research.
fabric softener combines with it to form a waxy sludge known as scrud. So there you go.
Scrud? It's a scrud.
Yeah, it's scrud.
Are you a bad armpit? Are you a bad pitter?
I mean, white t-shirts don't last long, right? Like that's how it's always been.
I might be the only one. I'm not a hairy person. Like my armpits are.
You
not
shave your
hairy.
body?
No.
Is that for swimming efficiency?
Yes, I'm a really good swimmer.
Are you?
No.
What's your best?
Absolutely not.
Who's your?
You know, it's less about dynamic or aerodynamics, right?
What?
Wow, you're just full of knowledge today.
Yeah, swimming.
Fun
they
facts.
shave
And other stuff.
They shave because
Rap.
it's a sensation in your body. So when you hit the water, your body gets this different sensation.
Would
That's
you
what I was
consider
told by
they-
swim
We-
coaches.
I did this in college too. We did. That's the only time I
I know more swim
ever
coaches
shaved my
than
legs and
I know
arms.
more swimmers
Was
than
for trying to get better times. They're not hairy.
Times like in running?
Yeah.
What
Do
about
you
other
think
stuff?
it made a
I don't.
difference?
No, I don't really think so. But at that time, it's like, oh, cool. Everybody else is doing it. I bet it works.
Is
Let's
the
do
myth
it.
true that it like grows back so much faster?
I have no idea.
But you weren't looking at your arms like, oh my
I wasn't
gosh,
good.
it's,
Well,
like,
day
growing back.
one, hair is starting to show up. Day
Yeah.
two, it's still showing up. No, I didn't do any of that.
How do you shave around the nipple?
What?
You just go over it.
It just sounds like it would be
Shave
painful.
around
Like
it.
you just hit the top of the nip, and then all of a sudden it would just start bleeding. I don't know. Maybe it's just me.
Is this something you've considered a lot?
Well, I mean, like when I shave my chest, like I go around it, and I put my finger over the nip to go around because
Aren't you supposed to just wax?
Smart choice.
No.
Why do you shave your chest?
Because I'm hairy, so I don't shave it completely off. But I want to be able to see the best sunblock in the world is body hair.
I feel like there's 4 of you guys are hairy. Hairy.
Oh, because I'm Indian?
Oh wow!
Nobody said that.
Yeah.
But
Why
I mean,
do you feel like that?
Because I look at you and you have a full-on beard. He has a full-on beard.
All right,
Beard.
you got out of that.
There was a time I shaved the chest a lot.
Satan's been on one, by the way. I was listening to him earlier.
Yeah.
Wrong.
And yeah, he did say a couple things this morning.
Somebody's mom.
Adrian told me the other day because my chest hair
she
is starting
said.
to get gray.
What?
And it's my chest hair is gray. Yeah,
Oh.
look, you got some
Oh, you're showing off your
Oh,
chest
yeah.
piece.
Wow.
And I've let it get pretty long. Usually it's not this long. And my wife was like, it makes you look distinguished. And I was like, that's the hair, the gray hair.
Do you have your shirt off?
Well,
Your
I'm a
chest
pool
looks
guy.
like Kevin Klein.
I'm a pool guy, and I'm wearing my swimsuit right now. Because I told you, my goal is to wear my swimsuit and flip-flops every day during the summer.
RJ
to
said
work.
the kids' new style is to wear swim trunks.
Yeah,
Yeah.
swim trunks all day.
That's
but
what they wear.
And
Not the netting, though.
They
I
wear
mean,
those
you gotta
about
shoot
1,000
it out.
degrees
chubbies
outside.
that are real tight and short, though. That's the way the
What
kids
did
are
you
wearing.
just say?
Chubbies. That's the new.
Yeah.
The kids are wearing the real tight and short
and
short
what
chubbies.
are the
daddies.
Chios? What are the Chia follows?
The like golf shorts he wears. and
amphibious
pretends-
shorts?
Yeah, he calls
Amphibious.
whatever that is.
Yeah.
But I think that football players, every time they come and train, that's what they always have. Their shorts are way too short. I'm not kidding. It's
They wear the
every single
Stocktons.
time when you come into the weight room, it's like they're clear up here.
That's
and
the
it's-
choppies now.
Yeah.
It's too much. Sorry.
My kids
I
are
just
like
pulled my underwear way up.
Way up.
All right, what's next, Derek?
What's next, Derek?
Well, how do we feel about umpires?
Which ones?
Well, the ones from last night here at the ballpark in Ireland.
That
Oh, wait,
check-
the Globe.
that
Or
Duran
the grill.
went. Duran went.
The grill.
The check swing.
Semyon is borderline. It could go either way.
Yes.
But to not be able to have a conversation, that's what fires me up more than anything. And then on top of it, which we're going to talk about on the show, Maddox runs out and gets involved and gets tossed. I've never seen that. Ever in my career, I've never seen him get tossed. That shows a lot about him and this team and what it means to him, too.
So
to stand up for a position player.
Did you find this? Because I've always
I
thought,
didn't find
like,
anything.
Right. I've always thought, like, when an umpire makes a bad call and he knows he made a bad call and you argue, he's more likely to run you.
Mm-hmm.
Is that true?
Yeah. I would believe that.
Ego or
Yeah, they just feel it's like I want to show that I'm standing by what I did. I screwed up, but I have to stand there and just go. I have to do that. I got tossed in York for talking to myself. I forgot to mention that the other day when I came back.
What?
Yeah, so I
for the peppermint
threw a
patty.
pitch, whatever, missed the call, the home plate umpire, and I asked him, "Hey, where's that at?" And I didn't give any attitude, I promise. And then he was like, "Oh, I got that in." And I was like, "Okay." So I turned around, and as I always do, anybody that's ever seen me pitch, I talk to myself on the mound. And I was like, "Man, you got to be better." I said a couple words, but you got to be better than that. But I didn't say it loud enough to where anybody could hear it. It's to myself. The third base umpire threw me out. And our third baseman and our shortstop were like, "What are you doing? What did he say?" Nobody could hear me except for rabbit ears at third base. These guys have too much authority, and it's ridiculous. And the thing is, they don't have to be held accountable or anything like that. It's ridiculous.
What grade would you, for your career, give home plate umpires on balls and strikes?
Honestly, I'd probably give them a B+, A-.
Okay, because I never hear
They've been very good.
I never hear athletes be like, you know what, officiating is good overall.
I mean, I'm probably going to retire. Angel Hernandez is absolute horrendous.
Who was
back
the
there.
best?
There was one. Bob Davis was pretty good. There was an umpire, Mel. I can't think of his last
There's
name.
one guy last year that got he basically called a perfect game.
I mean, there is some really good. And the thing is, too, if you just have a conversation with them, it goes so much farther than rather than screaming at them or whatever else. Now, I get it in the moment, which I've said it multiple times. Hey, I'm sorry, my emotions got the best of me. Where do you have that at? And then they're like, "Oh, it's right here. You're good. Don't worry about it. We get it."
Did you ever?
And
get,
it goes on.
Did you ever get tossed big league level?
Never. One time, but I wasn't even playing.
What happened?
I was in the stands during the old COVID Classic year. It was in Pittsburgh. I was the first player to get tossed from the stands. I was the second player in history to ever get tossed before making his debut with that team.
What did you do?
He's sitting too close to somebody, probably.
Sitting without a mask.
Yeah.
I didn't have a mask on, and I was too close.
You're the
and-
history's biggest monster. Get out of here.
No, they all I did was just yell at him. It was Jordan, the big tall umpire, and it was so funny. We had a good laugh about it. Like, cool, I got tossed, whatever. I saw him after the game. I was like, "Hey, man, we made history," and he just started laughing. He goes, "Yeah," and I was like, "Make sure we sign that together. But next time, let's be a little chill on the throwing out."
And that's an automatic fine?
No, because it was my first one.
Oh, I didn't know if it was like every time you get ejected, is it a fine?
I mean, if it was, I didn't have any bill.
Do managers get fined for getting ejected?
Yes. And usually what will
So
happen
Aaron
is the
Boone's just
player
giving his
picks it
entire
up.
salary up this
No,
year.
players will pick that up. We take
What
care of the
happens if
manager.
you just didn't pay it? Are they like eventually going to suspend you for lack of payment?
Well, good luck on that because everybody usually gets direct deposit, so
Oh,
it'll
they just
come right
take it
out of
your
there
check?
with interest.
Garnish your wages.
Yeah.
So the players really, they send the money to the league.
Yep.
Was there a Draymond Green of like arguing in baseball? Like just took it right up to the line. They knew they weren't gonna, or they just never stopped, player or pitcher.
John Lackey might be one.
John Lackey.
He was a guy that would always argue with the umpire and everything.
Yeah.
Love watching him pitch, but yeah, he was definitely one.
What about that you played with?
That's what I'm trying to think. I don't know.
There's
off
one
the
that
top of
stands
my
out to
head.
me. I'll say it if you don't want to say it. The one that stands out to me that I always remember, it felt like he argued every game with an umpire, was Kinsler. I felt like Kinsler got ejected more times than anybody else during that run.
Kinsler would talk a lot. I mean, he'd let him have it.
CJ Nikowski told and said the perfect game umpire was Pat Hoiberg.
Sure.
I appreciate CJ
Yeah.
listening
Thanks, CJ.
and
Now, hey.
also having that knowledge at hand.
To add to that too, when I got tossed the one time in AAA, you have breaking news?
We do.
All right,
Is
here
it
we go.
good?
Breaking
The
news from
merger is
Sean
dead.
Sharif.
Hand me the cupcake.
The
good?
merger is dead.
yes!
We got
John Morant suspension.
I'm gonna see how.
Oh, wow.
I'm gonna see how the guy across me responds here.
So wait, why were
wow.
you trying to get me to eat those?
I just asked if you want to. I didn't know we were going to be doing this.
Oh,
We already smashed the cupcake in Joey's
The
face.
jaw suspension is in from Sham Sharania.
you guys related?
You want to? Now see. Wow. Now see, yeah, I knew that dark hair comment was for something. Corey,
Golly.
it's 25 games.
All right, man. Good for him and the NBA, I guess. Like, I want to know what the additional information was before we get to this. Listen, I will find a lawyer to go back on this and help me out. I'll find a litigator.
Frankel
if
and
I need to.
Frankel.
I got the Frankels.
To not get the
I've
cupcake?
told you, Kevin, all the time. The Frankels know all the laws.
That's
you
true.
do not.
That's
all right.
very
We will argue this to the bitter end.
Breaking news on the Fan presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today. So 25 games. That's kind of what we thought.
That's fair. He's ineligible for the any of the postseason awards like All NBA and MVP, all that stuff. It sends a little bit of a message. And
What's that message?
that you can't wave a plastic gun around anymore.
If it was that.
But that's not their actual message, right? Is it don't question my authority?
Or don't lie to me. He feels like he got lied to, right?
Oh, I could see that.
Are you thinking this should have been less?
I think you think it should have been more.
No, I don't think it should have been more. I do think it was a dumb decision to kind of like flagrantly go against what I'm assuming they talked about. I wasn't in that meeting, obviously, but I'm assuming they're like, hey, stop doing this crap. And whether it was a toy or not, to go right back out and do it, that is problematic. But this does feel like the kind of repercussion or pettiness or whatever you want to call it that people get mad at the NFL for all the time.
What's a cool toy?
What are you guys setting up over there?
He was asking
nothing. I
about
asked a
getting
question
out.
what
I told
time-
him Peyton
I
was
was saying what
playing
time
the
it was.
music.
Yeah,
Because I was about to make a comment to that, but I'm
Do it.
running out of time.
Do it.
I was just saying how it works in baseball.
Okay, go ahead.
Well, in baseball, you can't have guns, obviously, or anything like that. And if you do anything, it has to be like something as if hunting. You know, if I go on my Instagram, I'm not going to get on there and just flash like, oh, here's my guns. Check this out.
Yeah.
You can't do that. And that goes by team rule, MLB rule. So I'm pretty sure the NBA is the same exact way. But if I go hunting and I take a picture and I've got my gun, or maybe I've killed something, whatever, that's okay. They don't get upset about that. It's just more of you like, hey, check me out. Look at this.
Well, what's MLB's rule about unloading your gun 8 times in a garage?
They're fine with it.
Yeah,
You can still win the World
You can pitch
Series
for
and
the Royals.
everything.
Yeah,
All right,
that's
Derek,
fine.
send it to
You
your
can end
show.
the Cubs streak.
All right, coming up next, it's the KMC masterpiece.
Yeah!
With Derek Holland.
Yeah, upgrade.
Oh.
Ba-da-da-da.
You're listening to From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Mike is on vacation again because he's got stuff to do. He will be back on Monday. You've got me, Kevin. That's what he said.
Why do you say it like that?
That's what he said.
But, hold on, you say it again.
Because he's got stuff to do.
But you say it like you don't know if that stuff's important.
Oh, I think it... Never mind. I do think it's important. So you got me, Kevin Hagelin, Corey Majors, Reginald Atatula, and joining the show again today, it is in fact Derek Holland as he tries to subvert the employment of Mike Bassick by coming in and potentially taking his spot. And if you don't believe me, he is sitting in Mike's chair, both in terms of his actual chair and the spot he sits at our table.
Wally Pip.
And oh, that's not a fun thing. Don't do that.
The funny thing
But
is,
it
though,
happened. Why are you mad at me for history?
This chair is so tiny. Like, I'm down on the ground. I feel like I'm Fred Flintstoning.
And now he's not so subtly undercutting.
Trying to get a new
Mike
chair
Bassick
in here.
as a person.
I'll get a chair.
He's like,
let's
I
get
can't
chairs
believe.
and see who's actually bids for more on the pizza-thon.
Okay.
We'll have a competition. It's Team Derek versus Team Michael.
All right. I'm all in for that. I love
think
competition.
That is a fantastic
charity.
idea.
It's going for a great cause.
Now, this show is going to be wild. I've already heard some of Corey's fascinating theories and opinions, and we will get to them throughout the show.
This has nothing to do with the hat that I'm wearing today.
No, it does not. However, feel free to send in if you have thoughts about that hat. But it is a shout-out Friday. The 806, hey, Kevin, can I get a shout-out for the people in the Panhandle? Perryton, Texas got leveled by a tornado, killing 3 and injuring almost 100, plus hundreds more lost their home. I mean, and it's unfortunate. You feel like you hear it every year, actually probably multiple times a year. And it's been a while, going all the way back to 2015. But I remember after the tornado came through, like Rockwall and Garland and everything, we got 3 holes ripped in our roof, but otherwise we were okay. And it felt like we were really lucky. And I remember I walked the dog like a couple days after that, and we walked not that far, just like a few blocks over, and there were houses that were leveled. And it is always a shockingly sad sight to see.
That is top of the Panhandle. I'm sorry, Mike.
It came down.
Yeah,
A lot of it came down too. I don't know how far down, but it was nasty. And it came out of nowhere. I just remember getting the alert out on the golf course under tornado watch.
Yeah.
Until I think it was like 10:30, and then I saw some of the stuff on Twitter. And man, praying for everybody that has been affected by that for sure. That stuff is very scary, very dangerous.
How do we get rid of weather now, Kevin? Like, what do we do to get rid of weather?
I mean, look, as long as we're throwing out crazy ideas and stuff,
Mhm.
I have told you that I think we should sell the rights to the control of the weather to eliminate some of our debt, because I 100%, or okay, not 100%. I at least, definitely not 100%.
99.
I think there's at least a small possibility that there is a nation or group or whatever that knows how to control certain parts of the weather and use it to their advantage.
Dude, I saw.
Definitely not 100%.
I saw, and listen, I know what Reggie thinks about TikTok, but the other day I saw this video, Kevin, Derek, and Reginald. I saw this video where there's this thing, I wish I could remember the name of it, but these things that they can put in the ground that can maximize or boost snow in the clouds. What? They have these things that they can install that can shoot these little ions up into the sky and maximize snow. So Kevin, when it comes to weather machines, I think they're working on it, man.
Have you been getting enough sleep, Corey?
What do you mean? Do I look tired? Yep. I am tired. I've got some stress in my life right now. Let's have some fun today, though, guys, if we can.
We'll get to fun in a second.
Oh,
because the paths in front of you are the Rangers' loss or the Ja Morant suspension. And the Ja Morant suspension came down like while we were in crosstalk.
Mhm.
So I feel like that is pretty relevant right now, is Ja Morant gets suspended 25 games for the upcoming season. So obviously a big chunk of change. And I just tried to do the breakdown. I believe that will cost him $11.8 million in salary and keep it. And I know this is not like a monetarily only driven policy, but it will cost him approximately $11.8 million in salary. And remember, he already lost a potential $39 million by adding to his Supermax had he made the All-NBA team this past year, which that it's not a stretch of the imagination to think he would have done that if not for the already imposed suspension that he had this past season. So Ja Morant suspended for 25 games. Y'all's thoughts? And then, Derek, I want to circle back around to you because you'd started to tell us about the MLB process.
I think this line here from the NBA, Morant wielded the firearm while knowing that he was being recorded and that the recording was being streamed live. I think that's the line right there that defines the moment of, we told you not to do this. You set out to shove it in our face and show us you can do whatever you want, but you can't. Like that's what their feeling is that Ja in this moment was like, hey yeah, you go ahead and turn the camera on. I got this. Watch this. Let's see if this is how they'll take this. It's going to be funny. And the NBA was like, it's not. And then so they're like, hey, we have to come down hard on you because we already tried to help you once.
And I go back to a few weeks ago and this is quoted in the new ESPN story that just went up, is Adam Silver talking about it doesn't matter if it was a toy gun or not. Because remember, that's the thing that, like, it seemed like it could pivot it one way or another. But Adam Silver, in one of the statements he said was, it doesn't matter if it's a toy gun or not. And as soon as he said that, any thought of, like, this being scaled back to 10, 15, like whatever you thought it could be, I thought, no chance.
Which, I mean, that's a conversation about optics, and this is where we get into a weird place. Because, Kevin, I think in the crosstalk you made a pretty salient point, which is this sounds a lot like the NFL of maybe a decade ago. But the NFL themselves found how difficult it is when you start trying to police morality down to these points. And if we want to start talking about the optics of this, can I put to you this idea? Miles Bridges, are you familiar with that character?
And by the way,
for the Charlotte Hornets,
and didn't he just tweet out like on my way back or something along those lines?
I'm not certain about that, but I'll take your word for it.
I'm pretty sure he
What
did.
I am certain about is he got a 30-game suspension for domestic violence. Right, and now you have a 25-game suspension for, what do we want to call this? Conduct detrimental, but basically in essence being stupid.
Yeah, and it's always I realize with the direction you're going and the nature of this discussion, but man, it always feels weird to like compare those different
levels. It's not something that
you
you can necessarily do. However, when you are talking about a league from this perspective, it's like the optics of these things matter to them. It's one of the reasons why you end up putting up these 25 games. And so I understand that we all believe that some of this is just Adam Silver like, yo, we were just talking about this.
Yes.
Why would you do this again? But you have to be cognizant on the other hand of like what this ends up doing and the precedents that it set. And now you are in a place where any type of bad optics from one of your players, particularly your star players, you are now having to weigh in on all of that. And I'm not sure that's a place you're excited to be in.
And just real quick, when you talk about that, like you could suspend Miles Bridges all day long. Like he's a good player, and I recognize that. This is a different level. You're talking about somebody who, if they are not in the top tier of superstar, they are right below that top tier of recognizable superstar player in the NBA, and they're like, don't care. Or maybe that is why it impacted the suspension.
The NBA's tried for a very long time. Sorry, Derek, to cut you off here. The NBA's tried for a long time. Reggie, help me out if I'm wrong here, to eliminate the image of thugs. Am I correct with this? Like,
I get what you're saying, yeah.
Wear suits instead of baggy clothes while you're getting on the airplane. And do you think, how much of that do you think deals with this? Because in this quote here, the potential for other young people to emulate Ja's conduct is particularly concerning. Under these circumstances, we believe this suspension is appropriate because it makes clear that engaging in reckless and irresponsible behavior with guns will not be tolerated. Does that go directly with a specific culture that they're trying to say they've tried for years to say, look, our image needs to be more this than it does this. We're not hip hop rappers. We are a business that associates with basketball.
Just the weird part about that, and then we can pivot, Derek, is the comparison of, so that's worth 25 games, but beating up a woman or your partner or however you want to describe it, they're like, that's like a little bit worse than your second offense with a gun.
And this comes back to Kevin. You talk about this a lot. Weigh the sins, and we discussed like, hold on, what really? This is if you kill somebody while you're driving drunk, it's not as much of a responsibility as if you do this, and that's kind of it's the NBA, the commissioner, their group is trying to decide what is more and less important.
And if go ahead.
No, I was gonna say it's crazy. Like I get it. He is a unbelievable basketball player, but the thing is you've already been busted once for doing this, and then second you go out and do almost the exact same thing again. And I know everybody, we talk about it's a plastic gun, whatever. It's the same thing if there was a standoff and a police officer's there and you have a plastic gun. They don't know that. Nobody knows. We have to assume the worst because we see that, and you've already done this with an actual gun. That's what makes it so difficult, and it's very bad situation to be in, and especially a guy like him. You shouldn't do that. Somebody's got to be in his corner to get him out of that because he could be something very special in the NBA.
And to that point about the gun versus plastic gun, I will say, and this is an unfortunate part that goes far, far beyond sports across all media, the follow-up rarely gets anywhere near as much attention as the first thing that happened that everybody covered. Like, I'm sure there's plenty of people out there who know about maybe it was a plastic gun, but that didn't but that didn't get anywhere near as much attention as John Morant was waving a gun around. And so I don't know. I'm always curious how much the NBA says, or any sports league, these are hard and fast rules versus, hey, this looks bad.
Yeah, and that was my larger point. Like, I want to move away from the idea of the direct comparison of 30 games to 25 games, but my idea is being, like, this is a very nebulous thing. This is not something that is written pretty clearly in CBA negotiations or whatever. And so, like, the idea that the NBA seems to be moving very comfortably into this place where punishment on the basis of just it doesn't look good and it feels bad is interesting to me. I don't know that necessarily I have like a judgment on whether it's right or wrong, because Derek, you're right. Like these are like really concerning behaviors from John Morant. I just don't know how much like the punitive way of going about this benefits Ja, and also I don't know how much it benefits the league, because like I said, we've seen the ways that the NFL got themselves in a tizzy and tied up like a pretzel in trying to operate in these nebulous areas outside of the clear, hard and fast rules that they had set.
And I was going to say, I just don't want to look back and it's like, here we go, man, what if he wouldn't have done this? What if he did not get in trouble again? Like, because he can be that guy that's like, man, he is unbelievable on the court. He can take Memphis places everywhere. And all of a sudden now it's like, man, what if?
Well,
what if he wouldn't have done this?
I hate to say this, Derek, but it feels like a logical step in the conversation. Let's use that phrase, what if? What if this happens again? Like, I know we're just getting the suspension, and you're like, well, it wouldn't happen again. Well, that's what I would have thought after the first time. So if you're going to say, what if none of this would happen, which I think is very valid, is what if it happens again? Like, do you think they had a conversation with him, and they're like, if this happens again, I don't care what the circumstances are. If it happens again, you're out for a year.
You'll be sleeping with the fishes.
Probably not that.
That's how they used to work.
But will you be out a year? Will you be done? I can't fathom them just like kicking him out of the NBA. But I imagine they had a conversation where they're like, next time it's a year.
Does this compare to like steroids in baseball? For instance, like if you get caught 3 times, you're out of baseball.
Right.
So
and
what can this is this that same kind of situation? I'm not trying to compare it to steroids, but I'm just saying,
because this is another part of the discussion I was having with this is the image of baseball. And if we are allowing and saying that you can't have steroids, then the image gets tarnished a little bit. And they're two different things. One's cultural, one's like the game, the purity of the game. But I think you have a good point on the image of baseball is, man, we have to, for gambling purposes and the fans' purposes, there are a lot of like, we can't have that look. We can't have people doubting that there are just regular dudes out there that are paid professional athletes playing the game.
But can one person truly dictate how the NBA is looked at?
Yeah.
Like that. Something like that.
I think so, man. I really do think so.
Like a lot of people
I'll be very honest. When Bonds happened as a child, man, or whenever I was in my 20s, whenever all that came out, my first thought is I can't look at any player in baseball and not doubt.
Yeah, but see, that's multiple people that got assumed with steroids. This is one player. We're only speaking on behalf of just Ja Morant.
Okay.
Is he going to really take away from the image of the NBA because he got in trouble with a gun for the second time?
I don't know.
That's all I'm trying to say is I don't think one guy is going to ruin the image of NBA when you've got somebody like LeBron who's taking care of the image of NBA, other superstars, Joker, Luka, all those guys, like they're all doing their part, but one guy is not going to.
The reason why I disagree with that is, well, I guess I sort of disagree with that. I don't disagree on the face about the actual reputation of the NBA, but you're going off the idea that the NBA bases their reputation off of what other people say versus in the offices.
Mm-hmm.
Like, how many people in the offices are telling Adam Silver, or Adam Silver said to them, hey, this really damages our credibility? Because those are the people he's hearing from. So I hear what you're saying. I just don't think they monitor it like that.
I get that, and I think it'd be more of a direct to Memphis. It's going to go after their image. I don't think it goes after the whole NBA.
Okay.
That's where I was trying to somehow try to push it that way towards.
That's another thing too is, look, Ja, we want you to be one of the faces at some point, dude.
'Cause
like you're this kind of player. We want you to be not just because still LeBron's involved. Still there are some names there. You're the next generation of it, and we can't. That's not what our brand wants for you. Maybe that's it.
Right, but I'm saying, isn't he more of like the face of Memphis?
Yes. No, he is.
So that's where I'm saying, like,
but he
that's
could
where
be a face of the NBA if he gets to that point.
Okay.
Yeah, like once some of these guys go, top 3 conversations are going to be him, Luka. You know, like that's
especially
where
like when
the names are because of their ages.
Sorry, I didn't mean to step on you. Especially like as a domestic player, because like a lot of the greats in the game right now are from overseas. Like having a face that is domestic as well matters in these ways.
That is a very interesting point. I hadn't really thought about that. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. John Morant gets suspended 25 games for the NBA, which will make him ineligible for all of the postseason awards. Coming up next, we'll shift focus just a little bit and get into football if y'all want. Besides Dak and Micah, who are the 3 players the Cowboys can't afford to lose this season? We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
The latest from
Of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 through the Fan is brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen, and Frankel & Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel & Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214 or 817-333-3333.
9:54 left. First down, pitch off. Left to Pollard. Wending his way through people. 20, 15, 10, 5. Pollard dancing and walking the dog. Touchdown for the second time tonight.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Besides Dak and Micah, who are the three players the Cowboys can least afford to lose this season? 877-881-1053. It is also a shout-out Friday. I don't think this was meant for us, but from the 817, somebody said, "Thank you, babe."
Nice.
And
Yes.
I texted back,
That was to me.
"You're welcome, sweetheart."
That was to me.
So hopefully that works out for them.
That was me that responded, by the way.
That is so nice.
And, I just want to be nice. I'm going to go ahead and start, though. I think the guy that we cannot afford to lose, in my opinion.
You need three, though.
I know. I got three.
Okay.
But I want to go with number one because this is the most important to me. It's Tony Pollard.
And that is why I played that clip coming back. I think that is very valid. See, I don't know if you had any trouble with this. I had a group of 6 that I've kind of
oh my gosh,
shuffled around a little bit.
6 men, huh?
Yeah, that's right.
Wow.
On a Friday.
Whoa.
Got plenty of time. So that's number one. That is also on my list.
The reason why is that running back is just big for me, and he's established. You need somebody. You drafted another running back. You don't know what you're going to get yet, so I think that's good. The other one's CeeDee Lamb. He is the leader of the receivers. We need great things to happen from him and continue to help out with the rest of those guys out there. And number 3 for me is any of the tight ends, to be honest.
Whoa.
Because
that sounds like more than 3 now.
I know, well, you said you had 6 men, so I'm.
Hey, I limited it down.
I guess
to
I'm
3.
trying to keep up.
It's 6 whole men.
6 of them.
Wait, did he say whole men?
Whole men.
Wow.
What? That feels like you're probably not supposed to say that, right?
Whole man?
No.
But I know for the tight ends, yes. I just think we need that. That's a weapon that Dak relies on. I think it also helps out with the running game too. And the guys that we've got, we can't afford to really lose anybody.
From the 214 on a shout out Friday, as we intermix these things, shout out to Team USA with an amazing win last night. We'll need to talk about that more later.
Correct.
There was a lot to that. I mean, they did win, which is awesome. But then there's a whole bunch of other stuff too.
I got 4.
Okay.
And I can remove one of the offensive players, but I don't think I can remove the 2 defensive players.
Ooh. I mean, it's our list.
And this actually is a nod to the Cowboys' depth, because there are a lot of last year I would have been like, whoever our good defensive tackle is, we can't afford to lose him. Then they got Hankins, and you're like, okay, I feel better there. And then you lose Hankins, you're like, I don't feel good. Now it's Hankins and Mozzie. I feel like you're going to be comfortable with that.
Okay.
And so I feel comfortable with the depth they have there. Last year, you lose a cornerback, you lose Anthony Brown, you're like freaking out. You lose because you lost also Jordan Lewis, and clearly you were lucky that Bland stepped in. But now you got, if Gilmore goes down or if Diggs goes down, you got Bland, and you feel pretty good about the guy opposite him there. So I'm feeling pretty comfortable with a lot of their depth. I don't think they have the depth I want at middle linebacker or Leighton Vander Esch's position.
Okay.
I don't think that Leighton Vander Esch is a Pro Bowler. I think Leighton Vander Esch fits your defense, and if he is healthy, he is good quality defense. If you could find better, you would. But Leighton Vander Esch is serviceable in that spot. I don't think they have anybody behind him that does what he does as well, and still that's a weakness for me. I also believe Pollard and Lamb, either one of those, you can't lose your offensive playmakers. I don't know how Brandon Cooks as the sole guy is going to be a big factor. The other person for me, though, is Malik Hooker. And Malik Hooker.
So are you picking Lamb or Pollard?
Either one of those. Yeah, you could. Yeah, pick one.
Okay.
Pick one for me. All right,
Lamb.
Kevin. All right. Lamb. And I don't really want to discuss that. We understand it. Hooker, though, is interesting because he allows Dan Quinn to do things with his defense that not every safety allows you to do. A real center fielder type of safety. Jaron Kearse was another option I had, but they made it work without Kearse last year.
Right.
It just wasn't as good without Kearse. And this is probably, I was going to use this in C block. The three-headed safety monster that we have is awesome. Not everybody has anything like this, especially at the value, the cheap price that you got there. But the ability that Donovan Wilson and Kearse give you in coverage on tight ends and run defense is exceptional. The safety valve is Malik Hooker deep because he can cover so much ground still at this point. So, like, that's a guy right there that you don't, in my mind, I don't think you have the complete backup for him.
So you don't like the idea of like the Mukwamus or the Bells that are
I
there?
like Mukwamu. I do. Marquise Bell, I'm still waiting. I still, and obviously there's a little bit of like, hey, we haven't seen him because there's other guys that are better in front of him. I thought Mukwamu was great last year in the role that they asked him to do. I think that Kearse is better. I think Hooker is more uniquely what his position is than any of those other guys are for what he does.
I have a lot less concern on defense just because
that's where I'm at.
It seems like, in Dan Quinn we trust has served you so well. I'm surprised that we've stayed pretty far away from a particular subunit that matters a lot, which is the offensive line. Yeah. How have we not? Doesn't matter.
No, it's not going to matter.
Oh my goodness! I hold that thought for just 1 second because there were a lot of people who sent that in, and one of my people is offensive lineman. If you lose anyone on the offensive line, it's going to be troublesome. Although they also jumped in with you, LVE health will be critical from the 817. Zach Martin from the 682. Zach Martin, Tyler Smith, and LVE. So right, 2 offensive linemen right there from the 817. Tyler Smith, Zach Martin, and Tony Pollard. So again, 2 offensive linemen right there. So there are people, and Zach Martin is one of the people on my list.
Yeah, Zach Martin is easily the one for me. Like, I understand the Tyler Smith because the position flex, and then you end up in this place where you're really limited. I think you're already kind of light at guard because we've already kind of looked at what are you doing at left guard?
Yes.
What happens when right guard ends up being a situation that you cannot, figure out because the interior matters greatly in football, particularly like running the ball. You want that interior to be solid, but also passing the ball. This was not an incredible pass blocking team last year, to be honest.
Well, and that's one of the, so I ended up with, I agreed with 2 of Derek's and I went CD, Tony Pollard, and then I went Zach Martin, which the oddity of that, of course, is they're all on the offense. But I think it's because of what you were just saying, Reggie, is when Corey was like, yeah, and then when you lost Kearse, and then I was thinking Hankins, maybe everything didn't operate as well, but it still worked okay. Whereas on the offense, you saw when some pieces started to go missing, it was hugely problematic. That's why I also considered Terrence Steele.
Because Kellen Moore doesn't know how to run an offense. Mike McCarthy,
in
though.
your face, Chargers!
Mike McCarthy is going to go, hold on, my offensive line is depleted a little bit. How do I make up for that? Well, I got to get the ball out of Dak's hands quicker, and we're going to have to run some of these plays. Whereas Kellen Moore was like, doesn't matter who the players are, just go out there and execute the play. That's what I believe.
He's right. It's a pretty radical strategy to change your strategy when you lose players. And I think you should just keep doing the exact same thing and be like, well, let's just see what happens.
And that's where, like, look at all the time. How many times, Kevin, did we say, how does Aaron Rodgers get to go to the playoffs when he lost tackle X, offensive guard B, you're going through names and you're like, how did that happen? Good coaching.
Well,
and they're like, hey, we got to be better at what we do in these areas because we can't make another Zach Martin happen, but we got to be able to cover up for it. And Kellen Moore is like, just let the chessboard do what it does.
And I hate that so much. And that is why I really did like the selection of Mozzie Smith, because it usually feels like we were like, hey, let's get somebody that's really good and ask them to do this other thing. And this time we were like, hey, I don't really care what the projections and pundits are. We need this person in the middle. Hey, does that guy do something in the middle? Yes, let's draft him.
That's where I was
gonna
going.
cost me.
That's why I was going to pick him. I feel, too, the offense is the bigger issue. That's why I picked all offensive guys. And that's why I asked you, too, if it was just that. Mozzie Smith is definitely the guy because he complements Micah Parsons. That's how I feel. Now, granted, we haven't seen anything because he hasn't played in the NFL yet. But I feel like if we lose him, that kind of hurts a little bit, too, with Micah, because that's his other guy. That's the other side, I guess you could say.
Yeah. Yeah, I understand
So
that.
that would be
part
my
of it.
defensive guy that I think is big that we can't afford to really lose. Besides Stephon Diggs, I think.
I think, and that's another
Or Trayvon,
That's
sorry.
another valid conversation to have at
Stephon
some
Gilmore
point
and
too.
Trayvon Diggs
Yeah.
become Stephon Diggs.
Yeah.
Clearly,
See, I
that's what he was
combine-
talking about.
Yes, thank you. See, we're on the same wavelength.
My mistake.
I guess my thing is, like, I'm going to this year in my mind. I could be very wrong about this. McCarthy, maybe he's got it all figured out here, but I'm less concerned about the offense being a light up the scoreboard offense and more concerned about how they balance for
Sure.
the defense.
Sure.
And I think you have most of your star power on the defensive side. Look, Dak's a star because he's the Cowboys quarterback. It's a star thing that happens. CD's on his way to be a star. Tony Pollard's trying to get a contract. Their offense is not going to be the same this year, and I think they're going to lean heavily on what they've invested on the defensive side of the ball in order to try to win football games. So that's why my concern is with more defensive players and why you need those starters, the guys that are paid to be the starters right now, to be healthy the whole time.
Now,
I was going to say they're all stars. They got them on their helmets.
You get it, Derek.
Duh.
Slowly but surely, we'll make
They're
sure you
stars.
understand how this works.
Are the Browns, are they all orange because they wear orange on their helmet?
Yep.
All right.
We're the Orangemen.
We're the orange. Well,
never mind, that's Syracuse. No, we just voted on our mascot thing. Maybe they're going to put that on the helmet. I don't know.
Rabid angry dog from the
Don't hate on the dog.
469. I like
right.
the dog a million times better than your giant touchdown elf.
You mean
That
this
is-
guy?
Yeah. That
The Keebler elf?
That feels like the logo was this size of Ohio. From the 469, can you guys please wish my hubby Jason, aka Wolverine, a happy 44th birthday? I was gonna give him why?
Why is he Wolverine? I need to know.
Well,
He
here's
went
all
to
you,
Michigan, clearly.
Here's all you
Yeah.
really need to know.
I was going to say he had long fingernails.
By the way, maybe
He has pointy ear hair.
You know, they say that if you take the Wolverine mask, it looks like two Batmans kissing.
It does. That's a fact.
Sorry.
So that's what you're bringing today, huh?
Yep.
Derek?
Sorry about that.
Fantastic.
I'm in Mike's chair.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
You make a valid point.
Oh my gosh, I'm looking at it right now, Kevin.
Wait.
Look.
I want to look.
Oh,
But
it
hold
does.
on. Damn it, it does. I'm going to start this over for Wolverine. She said his birthday is Sunday, but by the way, we're the couple that Coach Balsack did the proposal over the
Nice.
air.
Oh, that's cool.
We just love you guys. So congratulations. Happy birthday to Jason.
That's
And
Jason. Yeah, I love
just
him.
know you led to this other part of the conversation about facial hair, kissing Batmans, and everything like that.
He hung out with us all day out at RJ Duke's sports card shop that day when we were out there.
cool.
Hey,
Yeah.
if we helped you get married, I think that's only
You're
fair.
part of the family.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for a power struggle because it's baseball buckets with Corey Majors and Derek Holland.
I'll set it up. Derek Holland can strike them out.
Yeah, deal with it, Mike.
Next on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, a Friday show.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 Through the Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. It's time to get back in the saddle and back on the road with Classic Chevrolet. Enjoy one-time offers on new Silverado, Trax, Equinox, Malibu, and more. It's their way of tipping their hat for those on a tough road, but those that haven't stopped driving. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 Through the Fan on a Shout-Out Friday. Aspirational shout-out right here. Going from the 469, going to Choctaw tonight to see Tesla for my birthday. So shout-out to me and shout-out to the girl who's going to come home with me.
Whoa.
Sounds like she's not going there with him.
Poor guy.
It says girl.
Yeah.
But fair enough.
Sometimes we get out in the middle of something and we're like, I did not expect that this was going to happen.
Sure.
But here we are.
Like when it rains?
Yeah. You're like, I didn't know it was going to rain and that I was going to be shoeless. And then all of a sudden, now you're walking shoeless in the rain. That wasn't your expectation.
It's like Joe Jackson.
Exactly.
Shoeless?
Yes. And then also from the 469, shout out to my wife, Stephanie. She has an interview for a new job today. She got laid off, only had 1 week off of work. Bam! Already job interview. Now, it's time for baseball buckets with Corey Majors and Derek Collins.
Ladies and gentlemen, now batting with baseball buckets, Corey Majors.
Buckets.
Thank you, Chuck.
It's
for
almost as cool as mine.
Introducing the original baseball segment here on The Fan, Baseball Buckets. We were doing it way before anybody ever thought about baseball on this station.
That sounds right.
And I do want to point out, I did see Mike at the game last night. I walked up. I have a video, Kevin. I screwed up. I took a video as I walked up with Avery, and I'm like, Mikey B! And Mike looks over at me and turns, like, beet red. All right, like initially his face, and he gives me that grunted smile where you can just tell. And he looked happy. He looked happy. And McLemore's sitting there on the phone smiling and laughing at him and everything. But in the video, I screwed up and I didn't turn the camera around. So it's just my face yelling Mikey B and my son. So then I took a picture of Mike, and you can still kind of see it on my Twitter if you want to. Hey, you see Mike Bassick, you got to give him a shout out. I just want to point this out real quick. Mike Bassick has been on this station for since
12 years.
Since Derek's Tigers game in the playoffs.
Yep.
That was the first time we worked with him.
Really?
When you pitched against the Tigers, you went, 5-6 innings, and he explained to me how every pitch is so much different in a playoff game than it is a regular season.
Wow.
And that was the first time we worked together with Mike. And since that day, Mike Bassick has never left baseball. He's never drifted away from the game and I don't care about baseball. Mike has always cared about baseball and the Rangers. Baseball Mike has never left.
I don't want to
cool.
throw this conversation off. I think you might have just discovered the next big social media trend.
What's that?
A picture of yourself describing what's on the other end. You'd be like, dude, you won't believe who I just saw. You're like, it was Idris Elba. And you never get to see what was on the other end.
I used to do that all the time where people would they would be like, hey, can you take a picture of us? And I would just take a picture of me and give it to them. And I think it's really funny. I don't know if they do or not. Anyway.
Wait, you wouldn't even take a picture of them?
Well, it depended.
On what?
Oh, that's up to me to know. All right, so here's the question. Where did the offense go for the Rangers, guys?
Yeah.
Where did the offense go? It's been 10 games since the Rangers have scored double-digit runs, and it feels like we'll never score double-digit runs again.
Just for the record, that's not that long. I realize how they set the
bar.
bar.
It's not?
It is, though.
You've
You got to
lost
look at it
6
as
games
it
in
is.
in that 10-game stretch, Kevin. 6 of those 10 you've lost.
I'm just saying, for a regular team, going 10 games without scoring 10 or more runs in a singular game, that's not crazy.
For this club?
For this club, it is crazy.
Do you feel like our expectations are so high because we're a first-place team? And if we don't do something, we're like, oh, man, we haven't done this in forever.
I think you're onto something, but I think last night's loss was unbelievably agitating. You got 4 walks in 1 inning, and you scored a run.
On a walk only.
Oh, yes, on that 4th walk, and you got no hit. That game, you should have lost that game, but it was still there for you to take in the bottom of the 9th.
In the by the way, 10 games since they've scored double-digit runs, and you're like, not such a big deal. Twice this year. Twice this year, they've gone 7 games without scoring double-digit runs. Guess what? You had 4.
That's 14.
Out of 5 lost. 4 out of 5 lost. And also, you had your 3-game losing streak plus the one against the Yankees when you weren't scoring double-digit runs. This team, it's not good enough not to score double-digit runs.
You know what I'm hearing is you need to step it up, starting pitchers. We've heard how great you are, but every time we don't score 10 runs, we hit a losing streak. Is that what you're telling me?
No, the offense has to do better, is what I'm saying right now. Offense has to hit the ball better.
Okay.
Well, the other thing, too, is we got to get Simeon up and going again. We got to get him on fire. See, we're going to get to that, too, but he's the lead horse here. We need him going. And on top of that, I thought for sure another guy, which I've talked about as being somebody who stands out in the improvements of this team, was Adolis Garcia. And he actually had a pretty good game yesterday that I thought was going to get the troops going.
Except for that last at bat.
Correct. I wasn't going to go there, but since you did.
I mean, I just want to throw it out there.
No, I know.
He's one of the people, and Seager was in that group too, who in those that game moments, was there for the taking.
Yeah, in those moments, you definitely got to shine. But again, they need to get things going, and I thought Adolis was going to be the guy that would pick him up as well. But you also got to tip your hat to Shohei for getting through as long as he did. Evaldi did good. It's not like he did bad by any means. It's just the battle of the bullpens. Just like Mike says, every time it comes down to that, we can't win unless we get Will Smith in there. Once he's in, it's pretty much been a lock for the most part. He's been very, very good for us. But we need something to bridge to him to keep it to where we can have a bullpen like the Angels. The Angels have a strong, solidified bullpen right now, and it shows.
It really sucks, too, because you took the game before off of their bullpen, and now, because I definitely agree with you about them having a better bullpen for sure, is you took the game before off of their bullpen, and you had a shot to take this one, too, off of their bullpen, which I think would have been a big deal. But to Evaldi, he got to 7 innings, and that's what we were asking for yesterday.
All right, Derek, so now that's over. The Angels have gained ground on you a little bit. You got Toronto coming in tonight. And what's Boch's like? Boch was just ejected along with Mike Maddox, which is fascinating. What's his does he talk to the guys? Does he just go into it and go, all right, we're gonna do our thing?
First things first, we're gonna get to the whole ejection things. Is Bochy and Maddox and obviously Simeon. Simeon's your leader. Simeon's the captain. He went out there and you could see it was a very civil conversation. Now, granted, we don't know exactly what he said, but he got tossed quick. The quick eject, that's terrible. But then to see your pitching coach, now granted, love Bochy to death, but Bochy's not running out there. All right, We're just being honest. Like, I get it.
Oh, yeah.
But Maddox was out there. Like I said earlier on the crosstalk, I have never seen that in my entire career that I've been around Maddox go out there and do what he did. He defended his player. That, to me, is showing so much about what this clubhouse is like that we don't truly get to see. It shows that everybody's there. This is a true brotherhood. They are there for each other no matter what it is. And Maddox to be the pitching coach to go out and defend your hitter shows a lot about what's going on. And then Bochy getting out there and then defending as well, both his guys that get tossed, says a lot about this team. And that's why I feel very, very good about tonight's game. This will be a big bounce back, but it relies on Martin Perez, who has been kind of struggling right now.
The good thing about that, and you're 1,000,000% about that, right about that, is the good thing is you're at home. And he has been top-notch at home this year and poor on the road. So that hopefully leads to good Martin Perez.
But with that being said, too, I am a little worried here with our starting pitching for the most part. I mean, Gray's been good, but he's got the blister, so we need him back. Dunning's been shaky right now, but, I mean, I think he's going to be fine. As Mike said before, he wasn't going to be your guy that went out there and gave, DeGrom numbers, but he's been keeping us in the game, doing his job to fill in that spot. The bigger concern, you're muted.
All right.
The bigger concern is we need Martin. We really need Martin to get back to what he was doing. And today, I was worried about it, and it's still a question mark, but I believe today is the day he starts back up to where he was before. This will set the tone going forward. He knows how important it is. We still got to save our bullpen. It's pretty depleted from the past few games. I think we see a big game from him. I'm actually going to go ahead and predict that he does go 7. He bounces back.
Outstanding.
We ran out of time to get to this, Kevin, but I think we will. No, I think we will at some point. I think we need to discuss this for a short period at some point.
Oh, the umpires.
Not the umpires much. There's a suggested trade for the Rangers, and it's a Cub. And I'll give you a bunch of guesses that you can't figure out that who this guy's suggesting the Rangers get. We'll do it next or later on the fan.
Yes.
Later on the
but
fan.
next, I mean, we can do it next, but you'll be cutting out a segment I know you like. It's NFL this or that. 877-881-1053.
I love this segment.
We'll do it
Never
next,
done it.
right here on the Fan.
and studios secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We got Derek Holland. Shout out to you for being with the show today. And now this is the first anti-shout out I've heard of the day. Shout out to MLB umpires. They need to be better. And so
Wait. Say it again.
Shout out to MLB
They
umpires. They need to be
better. Thank you.
You always get that negative shout out in there. It feels like it's going to be good, and then I'm like, nope. From the 469, Kevin, shout out to you for working on your temperament today.
What is that supposed to mean?
That is from Caring Tolo Leo from East Garland. I appreciate that.
Mike's not even here. Like, I know Derek and I haven't established ourselves enough yet as a duo to really
Agitate me.
like off the rails here.
You and Mike agitate me frequently.
We can try, but I
don't
think-
want to because I really enjoy Kevin, and I'm trying to actually watch Star Wars with him
Okay,
and learn
all right.
some things. So the last thing I want to do is
Like,
really
did the Ewoks braid Leia's hair? I feel
We were gonna
very
talk about it.
firmly that they did. All right.
But I think that's a topic that we should discuss off air.
Okay. That is a great
As you
point,
would say.
Derek. Thank you for keeping me
That's more of a
on
podcast.
schedule.
Yeah.
That is also true. Those are two of my favorite sayings. All right. It's time for NFL This or That. A segment that we did not directly steal, or at least in part from Reggie. Unless we did.
Wait, is this from the Get Right?
Be NFL This or That. Would you rather be a fan of the Carolina Panthers or the Houston Texans for the next 5 years?
That's interesting.
Thank you.
I guess Carolina, because Houston can suck it.
Ooh, take that, Will Anderson.
Okay.
What do you mean? Is he playing for the Astros right now?
No,
Because if he is, he can suck it.
The Texans.
Oh.
Wait, did you say the Texans?
The Texans. The Texans.
Yeah, I want the Texans.
I'm going to go with Corey on this one.
Okay.
Just because this is home of the Cowboys. We're not going to cheer for Carolina.
Yeah, and the
I mean,
Rangers.
sorry, for the Houston.
And the Mavericks. And they don't even have a hockey team.
The
That's how-
Texans.
Are the Houston Texans a rival of the Dallas Cowboys?
Absolutely.
Are they?
877-881-1053. Tell Kevin what's
Don't
going
they-
on here in DFW.
Don't they have to beat the Cowboys to at least one? Have they done that?
They have.
The very first game
Yeah,
in the
actually.
history of the Texans, they beat the Cowboys.
And then what?
And the last game I think we played against them, they beat us too.
Okay,
Oh,
I
okay,
just
never
don't
mind.
ever think of them as a team that matters as a rival, but we will see.
They're
Who is
in
the- who-
Texas.
No, I get that.
Who is the true rival, though, of the Cowboys? The
Eagles.
true. Okay. That's what I want to clarify.
Depends. It depends who's good. And right now the Eagles are good.
So it's the Eagles, but it could be the Giants, or it could be the Redskins.
Whoa,
Commanders.
I don't know. Not no.
Or, sorry,
you
the
just
Commanders.
said. Thank you very
Come on,
much.
Steven.
Sorry.
Yeah, he just say that a lot.
Although the last time we talked
He
to him,
got
he
it
did say
right.
Commanders.
He got it right.
I'll
All
get
right.
it right.
The Chiefs received their Super Bowl rings yesterday. Patrick Mahomes, NFL This or That, will win 2 or more Super Bowls for the rest of his career, or less than 2.
I think he definitely does. I've seen the guy working.
That was an either or question.
Oh, he will definitely get more Super Bowls. 2.
2 or more?
2 or more.
Okay.
2 or
Just
more than he
because
already
of-
has?
Correct.
Okay.
His mindset is incredible, and he's literally playing for his next contract. Like that's how he is. He wants to get out there. He wants to make a statement. He wants to be the greatest of all time.
Did you see his post? So, Jamar Chase, somebody asked about Patrick Mahomes. Did you have this in
Oh, no.
Okay.
Oh, when he said Burrow's the man?
and they said, what about Patrick Mahomes? And he said, Pat who?
Yeah.
And Patrick Mahomes tweeted a picture of himself standing next to Kelsey, and he's got 2 rings on his hand, Kevin. And he looks sharp in his suit, too. And he goes, that's who. That's what his tweet was.
Is that the new rival right
That's
there?
who.
Our sports rival in football?
The Bengals and the Chiefs?
And
yeah.
we
Like
were
something
going to
we really
do
look forward to.
We were going to do that segment at one point. I think now we're going to do it on Monday. But Joe Burrow versus Patrick Mahomes I'm all here for that.
So I like that Patrick Mahomes Like he seemed like a fun-loving guy.
Awesome.
And now he's like, no, I'm on the mountain. Y'all come try and knock me off.
So
and
he gets 2 or more.
I think not only is he there, but I think you're about to hear him kind of start implanting himself as I'm the dude.
Who would they be compared to? Is that like the Tom Brady and Peyton Manning, or
I think so.
or Aaron Rodgers? Is
I
that
think
how you
so,
would?
because they were in the same conference. I would,
Because they're always going at each other.
and they're more likely to have to beat one another to get to the Super Bowl. I think that could potentially be an apt comparison.
Love it.
NFL, this or that. Have Wade Phillips back as the Cowboys head coach or Jason Garrett?
I don't know.
Nope, that's
No.
not how this or
No!
that. That's not how this or that
Play the
works.
game, Corey.
Play the game.
I guess Garrett, because I already have a great defensive coordinator. I don't need an I want to vomit answering this question. That was
That's so rude to them.
But again, like Wade Phillips, he wants to walk in and implement his defense. That's what he's known most for. You're good there. So I'm rocking with that. I'll have to take Garrett and all thatness.
I'm gonna go with Corey because I like hearing Jason Garrett's interviews.
No, you don't.
I know.
Yeah. If you start working here, how are you going to feel about that?
Lovely. I'm not there.
Oh,
I
it
really
gets you through the radio. It really does.
I'm not lying, Kevin, about this when I say this. I'm not just like being a butt kisser on this one. I do really like the way that Sean and RJ have established a relationship with McCarthy. I think that is a fun interview to listen to on Friday morning. I don't know if it's going to be the same, but
does it compare to you guys in Boch? I think you guys kill it with Boch.
I think we do a really good job with Boch, and I think that kind of is a credit to most of the hosts on this station. We're really good at what we do.
Best,
yeah,
isn't it?
I didn't mean most. I think the hosts on this station are really good at what they do. Yeah,
Everybody
badass.
except for that dude on the Knights.
I mean, to be fair,
Which
I
one?
think KG is fantastic.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I wasn't talking about him.
KG's
the
great.
other one. What's the other guy's name
Nobody
on that
remembers
show?
his name.
That other guy.
Yeah. I mean, it can't be Reggie. He's here right now.
Reggie's here right now.
By the way, 214 Wade Phillips, 901 Wade Phillips,
Stop
100%. People
Stop it.
are saying it's Wade Phillips. All right. NFL, this or that. 1-day contracts, useful or useless?
I think they're useful. 1-day contract. It's probably usually for the retirement.
Yeah.
And that's why I like that, because that would be awesome when I decide to retire if I could get a 1-day contract. Say goodbye.
Does it matter? Hold on. To say goodbye, you can say goodbye anyway, right?
Yeah, but you want to do it like I want to end my career where I started it.
Okay.
That was
But are
in a
you
Rangers
really ending
uniform.
your career there? Like,
Well, yeah. I mean, if I got into coaching, like it's still, I'm not playing.
What do you get for a 1-day contract? You go
Nothing.
talk to the media and everything.
Yeah, it's just, hey, see you later. Thanks. It was fun.
Okay.
Did you
all
get
right.
$0 on that contract? Is that legal?
I'm sure.
Okay.
From the 469, Reg, apparently KNC doesn't know who you are.
do any of us know who we are?
It
really?
can't be him. He's on our show right
He's
now.
right here.
We're all very, very aware. The Get Right is fantastic.
It is
Especially
the
when
number
the
one
normal
show.
hosts are allowed to be
Remember,
on the
we
show.
had somebody else before Reggie, and we were like, can this guy leave so we can get Reggie?
Oh, that's how Parker got out of here.
That's how
crazy, man.
we kicked Parker out of here
You guys
so we can
voted
get
him
you.
off the island.
Yeah.
That's how he became the king of radio.
That's true. He really did.
And now he's like, that's what I needed to go pursue something great, guys.
And the whole reason I brought this up is because J.J. Watt said, I personally don't understand or see the reason for the 1-day contract. It's just a ceremonial piece of paper.
That's right.
And that's where I am. I think 1-day contracts are useless.
I've always
However,
wondered
I
this.
appreciate your opinion.
You don't say that.
In the Hall of Fame, is it the last team you had a contract with? That's the team, or you
No.
just choose?
No.
You get to pick.
For some reason, I always thought
In the
like
NFL,
Oh, I don't know about
I
the
think
NFL.
they assign it.
they assign it to you in the NFL, but in
Probably
baseball,
where you had your best numbers.
I think baseball you get to pick which one.
Yeah, you get to pick where you want to go because it's your plaque with your uniform on.
Anyway, so yeah, that's kind of where I am on the 1-day contract. It's fine. I don't have a problem with it.
Thank you.
All right. So you're keeping it.
Also, I'm not a huge fan of JJ Watt.
Oh, but he
What?
raised all that money. He was on New Girl.
It's because of the pizza boxes. He was
Okay.
like, look at my face.
Would you rather
I don't even know about those.
have Trevor Lawrence
Oh,
or Justin Herbert as your starting quarterback?
Trevor Lawrence, because I've seen him win on a big stage.
Whoa.
Justin Herbert, I've still not seen a lot of things out of him, but Trevor Lawrence, I've seen him win on a big stage.
I'm going to go with Herbert just because he puts up a lot of great numbers. I get it, the big game situations, but I just feel Herbert is the better quarterback.
And if you just go off of whether it's completion percentage, yards per season, touchdown to interception ratio, QBR, they're all in favor of Justin Herbert. But to Corey's point, win a game that matters.
Yeah. And I mean, I even saw the playoffs. Like, Trevor Lawrence wins a playoff game, and then he has to play against the Chiefs. And, like, you're like, okay, all right, here we go. I've seen Trevor Lawrence, and I know it was in college, but even still, I've seen him get that moment and have that moment. So if he can get the right group together, I think he can lead that group.
Ooh, this is an interesting question from the 817. Or not even a question, a statement. Reggie isn't there right now. That's AI Reggie. Wow, fascinating.
I feel like me.
NFL this or that. Have great seats to all Cowboys or Browns games.
Thank you.
But you have to go to every single one, including the preseason.
I'll do it.
Or you can never go see another live NFL game.
Oh, no, I'm doing it.
You love the live experience, don't you?
Because there's nothing like it. You get the atmosphere of everybody there. I'm interacting with all the fans that are there. For me, I'm in the dog pound, so it's like you're in the action. The players come over there too. Like, I want to be closer to the field and like just vibe.
Yeah, I love the way my couch feels and my TV. So I'm perfectly fine staying at home and watching games at home. But I would go. I'll go to every single game.
You'd never miss a game, including preseason.
Can I leave it
before
the fourth
No. You didn't say that.
You also have to stay the entire game.
Even preseason?
That's right.
Okay.
And I'm rich enough.
The seats are great, though.
I'm also rich enough to buy every drink I want.
No, you are not rich enough. You have been gifted this magical Willy Wonka style ticket.
Wait, so I lost my money?
No, well, you.
Wow, Derek is rich enough.
Good point.
Derek is rich enough.
Corey Majors, you are not rich enough. Derek, you're fine. You can buy whatever the hell you want.
Thank you.
So you're still doing it?
No, I'll just stay at home.
Okay.
So wait, hold on. Here's the other thing too. Look at the stadium comparison. For me, it's cold.
That's true.
So that's the part that sucks.
Okay, so are you?
But I'm still staying.
Okay,
no, sorry, I don't
what
know what
a weird
I was doing.
addendum. Hey,
Yeah,
here's why
sorry.
my deal is terrible. I'm still gonna do it, but all right. So this segment is played out exactly the way I was hoping it would, because we have a few minutes to talk about peanut butter. I'm gonna go to cut number 11. This was Chip Carey on an actual baseball broadcast, part 1. Asking his partner about his jelly preference. Feels like
Estrada likes peanut butter and jelly, but only grape jelly.
It only goes in Crustables, right?
Yeah. How about you? You a grape jelly snob?
Oh, I'm not a jelly snob at all.
No?
I'm in. I mean, strawberry, grape, I'm good with. Raspberry even.
Okay.
I'm not getting too exotic. I'm not going with the orange marmalade and peanut butter.
That's part 1. Because it's about to get into even the more important part of the discussion. Part 2, crunchy or creamy. Now, keep in mind, this is in the middle of an actual game.
Yeah, but I think it's like 9-2, so this is why we
got to
into
find
the-
stuff.
Yeah.
It's like when Vin Scully, it doesn't matter what the score is. Vin Scully can do whatever the hell
That's
he wants.
right.
When he opined about the ocean on and on again, thought it was amazing. But now they get to the real issues of the day about peanut butter. Let's go to cut number 12, please.
Crunchy peanut butter, smooth peanut butter.
And creamy all day.
Oh, no.
All day. I'm not even hesitating. Why'd you move further away? Turned your back to me. This could be a fun season.
Swing and a miss. 2 outs.
So you're a chunky guy, huh?
Oh, look at me, of course.
I mean, Plaza Tire Service pitch track. Look at this one here. Nice bender.
And for the record, it's crunchy, not chunky.
I know what it's called.
Oh.
But now I'm angry.
You're not even hiding your subtle shots anymore. How can you eat creamy peanut butter?
Me, because I'm American.
That's gross.
That's why.
Gross.
That's how it's supposed to be done.
No. Like the Pilgrims ate it.
What? All right. A lot
sense.
of fair points. I think he lost me with the Pilgrims part at the very end.
I'm glad they were talking about creaming the peanut and making sure you get that
cut
done.
it out. He's not even here.
But Mike has a point.
Yeah, but the chunky
Uh-huh.
versus crunchy peanut butter, like
Creamy.
pseudo mini debate.
Uh-huh.
No, like just the verbiage on that part of it.
All right.
And then he goes, I eat creamy peanut butter because I'm an American.
Yeah, that's weird.
I didn't know that was like a patriotic based
You
peanut
can't-
butter decision.
Look, people in America, here's what I want to tell you real quick. You can't just say I'm American and that encompasses like you're the only one that lives here at this point. All right.
You never talked with
I'm just
somebody?
trying to make a point here, Kevin. Like just because I'm American doesn't mean it encapsulates everybody's feeling on what America is. This is Texas, one big America. And so like just enjoy being here and we can have some fun. That being said, when you're creaming a peanut, you're not thinking about like the whether or not you're going to be able to get the chunky parts. Chunky is better though. All right, chunky.
No.
It's not. Is it crunchy?
It's crunchy. And it's also not
crunchy.
better.
There's nuts all over the
Peanut,
place.
Creamy or crunchy? Creamy or chunky? It's crunchy, but
There's nuts in your creamy spread.
that's fine. That's exactly what you want. Don't you want texture in your food?
But
Do you
there
just
is.
want to eat like slop? No, you want to have some texture. That's why they're always like put some crispy, something on that. That's what
Yeah.
you want in your sandwich.
I don't want a sloppy sandwich.
That's weird.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next,
Chunky.
the city of Las Vegas, cyclists, and perhaps Corey Majors.
What?
Do any of these folks deserve Forgiveness Friday? Do
crunchy
you? 877-881-1053. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 through the Fan is brought to you by State of the Art Weight Loss, that's soda, and it's brought to you by Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable, accidents happen, and Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214 or 817-333-3333.
Koepka, a major champion.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan. We're going to talk about that particular individual
Hell of
and
a
then
cut
golf
right there.
in.
You want me to play the whole cut? Because I realized I started midway.
Yeah.
This for the U.S. Open. Koepka, a major champion.
Man.
Any better?
I'm not going to lie. In the
Same
back of my
thing.
head, I was like, man, I feel like Reggie cut that short just to spite me. And so I appreciate that.
That was funny.
We'll get to that in just 1 second. It is also a shout out Friday from the 903. Shout out to my girlfriend Brandy for getting the Best Manager Award in her district and killing it for her quarterly bonus. You're the best.
Is Jess now?
Not my girlfriend.
Oh,
That
that's not your
person's
girlfriend's name?
girlfriend. No. From the 817.
And that's different than your wife, right?
I got what you're doing there. For the 817.
Winner.
Hey, Kevin. Yeah, score now. It's like Kevin 4, Corey 1.3 million. Hey, Kevin, can you give my son Grayson a shout out? He pitched his first game in the Northwood League. He hit his personal best 93 and was sitting at 90.
At a baby.
Woo!
And how old?
Ooh, it just says Northwood
Sixth
League.
grade?
I'm not sure. I don't know what grade
Okay.
that
Wait.
is.
Hold on. You said what league?
Northwood League? I mean,
I wonder if that's the league that's up up in the east, up northeast.
Okay.
There's a wood bat league that's up there.
All right.
I mean,
what's your suggestion to the kid that just hit 93, Derek?
That's awesome.
Keep throwing hard?
It's yes, but at the same time, don't worry about velocity. Worry about location.
There you
The
go.
most important thing about
I think you
pitching
mean
is
spin
location.
rate. It's the most
No,
important
we are
thing is
not.
spin
Do
rate.
not even try.
Spin
to
rate, launch
I like
angle.
you. Don't ruin that.
It's
Don't be a nerd.
time for Forgiveness Friday, 877-881-1053. Now, my original...
I forgive you.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. My original Golf Forgiveness Friday was going to be the person who bet $27,600 on Brooks Koepka to lose the U.S. Open. It pays out $1,700.
I have a question.
Is that just not winning?
Yeah, how do you
Yes.
lose it?
Don't finish first.
Okay.
If he does not win,
Then you lose.
no, then you win.
But no, yeah, but if you don't win, then you lose. Is what
But then by losing,
oh my God,
the better wins.
Joe, who's on first, me? But instead,
Who's on second?
this has been hijacked by Corey Major's shocking golf opinion this morning.
This is unintentional.
Even I was furious about this opinion.
All
You're
right.
always furious about opinions, though.
That is a very fair point.
Yeah, you hate opinions. What's everybody's opinion on that? Ricky Fowler and Xander Schauffele. They shot a 62. Now, Kevin, I believe that is a U.S. Open record.
And then tied for the major record, I do believe.
Now, that's a big deal. That is a huge deal when Ricky Fowler does it. On the same day, though, when Xander Schauffele does it, it means nothing now. Like now for those individuals, you really didn't do anything special. You broke a record and now you're tied with somebody else for that same record. You've done nothing.
Really?
Now you have to share that with somebody on the same day.
Do you hear this?
You have to share it with somebody on the same day. That's not good.
It's still your record, though.
Nah.
Too.
It has his name next to it.
It's
But
a
your
record
name
still.
isn't it.
Now you have to go shoot a 61.
Okay, I get that.
Yeah.
You're gonna
But
win
you're
this tournament.
you're.
Don't concede any ground, Derek. Don't give him that.
I'm not, but it's still your record.
No, it's our record at this point.
Nope, it's my name.
Might as well be the whole.
Hold on.
Might as well be the whole tour's record.
No,
at this
because they
point.
didn't shoot 62.
If I'm sharing it with one person, I'm sharing it with everybody.
Would you have rather shot
Sharing is caring.
63 so you didn't have to be bothered with sharing this
No,
record?
I would have rather the guy that's following up roll his ankle and not be able to shoot a 62 that day.
I wish Mike
now
was
you wish
here.
harm.
I want my spotlight.
If
not our spotlight.
If Mike was here, you saying if I share it with one person, I share it with everyone, would turn into an indecent proposal. Then you know that, right?
Oh
I do
my
know that.
God.
Yeah.
I can't tell you how many times, and it's not just on the show, off air, Mike's like, do you ever think you might need $1 million bad enough that that happens all
It goes through his
the
mind
time
too frequently.
And as we've learned, if there's something that is inside Mike's brain that has to get out, there is nothing you can do to stop it. Nothing.
I also want to say, if y'all think I need forgiveness for this,
I do.
Sorry about it. I'm not taking a cupcake to the face off of that bet now.
But you made the bet.
The bet was tainted with new information. That's a whole new bet now. I was betting on the information I had before. Now this is a whole new bet.
What new information did you get?
That's the problem, is we don't know.
What?
All I know is David Silver said there's
Adam
new
Silver.
information and has not told us
That was
what
the new
information
information.
is.
He found out his name was Adam. He was like, that cancels the whole thing.
Oh yeah, David's turn. So everybody out there, all the Tolos that are tweeting and messaging about this, sorry, it's not happening and it won't happen. You're not getting that moment. Sorry about your bad luck.
Oh,
deal with it.
My gosh. So hold on, the
Tolos.
mic energy has shifted to you?
I'm just letting people know. I'm not a coward. I just disagree with the way the bets run. It's like, Kevin, let's say I make a bet in Vegas, and now out of nowhere, in the middle of the game, a tsunami comes through. How's Vegas handling that?
I'm going to give you a different analogy.
All right.
If in the middle of a game, a player gets hurt, you don't get to cancel your wager because that player got hurt.
But this isn't a player getting hurt. This is a tsunami. That's true. Of information.
What?
An information tsunami.
But what? But you said you don't know the information.
Exactly.
What a bold way to claim that as a
Once
trump
they
card.
release the information, then I will decide if this can happen. Otherwise, it's not happening.
Who makes you the arbiter of whether or not this can happen or not?
It's my face. I get to decide on my face.
Ooh, tell that to everyone who's ever got punched in the face.
That is a great man.
They didn't decide that.
They made the stupid decision to mouth off in the moment they got them punched.
Oh my God, dude.
What would you describe what you're doing right now?
Yeah, that's a great point. That is a great point. By the way, follow up. Grayson is 21. It's a wood bat league. I hope this isn't a bit. He pitches for the Rochester Honkers. So
Beautiful.
That is still impressive.
What's the mascot?
You don't you dare.
A steering wheel, obviously.
Thank you.
Oh, it's not geese? I thought it would be geese.
Oh, yeah, goose would be the same thing, yeah.
I was thinking
Yep. Nope.
something
Yep.
really cool.
Got it. Do cyclists
You ever go honk?
I do.
Hey, Leo from Garland, my temperament's wavering. All right, so I need some help on this. Do cyclists need to ask for forgiveness because 31 cyclists were disqualified from the under 23, I'm going to say Giro d'Italia. I apologize if that is incorrect, because the race jury, which sounds like not what I would have guessed is for bicycling, determined after reviewing videos, you get it though, right?
What is going on? This is the longest thing here.
Whoa.
Yeah, well, you know
That's
what I
fair.
meant.
So the race jury
just gonna replay
determined
this segment from
that
last
these
week,
31 cyclists were at times holding on to the back of cars
What?
to help
And
their
nobody
time.
saw this?
No, they did. The people in the
dangerous.
race
Oh.
jury reviewed it and they said, you're out.
Why would the racers think that that's okay?
They didn't think they would get caught,
Gosh.
right?
I guess.
Isn't that
I
what
don't-
most people do? Either because they wanted to or they didn't think they would get caught.
But they're just like, hey, I'm just going to grab this car. And why are the cars driving by? Is that how it happens?
Yeah,
Cars are just
Yeah.
Yeah, what? Yeah, don't they usually shut down the roads?
Yeah, but isn't there like I don't know, like there's cars just in case there's an accident. I know there's like a pace to clear out any potential like traffic or anything like that.
Can I also be clear here, Kevin? Because I'm getting a lot of hate here.
What, the Hong Kong?
For all the Tolos out there they're calling me names like that's going to work.
You're reneging on your responsibilities.
That's not helping you in this at all, by any means. I just want to make that very clear. By calling me names and calling me like this, not helping your case. I'm emphatically saying Once I get and am able to review the new information, then we will discuss a new appropriate way that we go about this.
This isn't a negotiation.
It is.
No.
It is once they negotiated the new information into the punishment. The original punishment was up to like, hey, I got this information. I think it's only worth this.
You're just filibustering. You're like, if I can keep saying words,
Well,
no one will
I'm
hit
just-
me with the cake.
I'm just letting you know. No, nobody's gonna do it anyway. All right, you're just not gonna do it.
Oh, that sounds like it.
Without repercussion.
Ooh.
Like, I mean, think about that for a second.
I was just wanted, while you were filibustering with words, these are words you needed to hear, is the Italian Cycling Federation. This goes back to the bike scandal. This is an amazing quote. What we saw was really offensive to those who correctly interpret this sport. Now,
see?
I want to focus on the last part specifically.
Correct interpretation.
The correct interpretation of the sport. I did not realize that being on your bike and cycling was an interpretation of the sport. I thought that's like what it was. And I like how he's like, they have misinterpreted this sport.
And so
I think that's an interesting way to phrase
This
it.
wasn't all Italian bike riders, right?
No,
this is just the Italian.
24 of them were Italian, though.
Oh, what a
So
bunch of meatballs.
I don't think you can do that.
What?
I don't think you can do that.
It's a spicy meatball.
I definitely don't think you can do that.
Hell?
It's me, Mario.
You should stop.
I'm gonna
that
win.
right now. Does Texas Tech need forgiveness?
Yes. I don't know what for yet, but yeah.
Now, hear me out on this. Texas
Lasagna.
Tech is in yes. He just said lasagna. At least there wasn't, thankfully, any accent on it. Texas Tech is inducting Mike Leach into their Hall of Honor. Here's my contention with that. I don't think Texas Tech gets to claim him anymore.
Oh.
They fired him
They did.
for conduct detrimental to his players and the university. Now they're going to come back and be like, you're a champion.
And
That's not cool.
I don't know if he would want that.
I think there's still active litigation between the school and his family.
Yeah, don't you think that Leach would be like, he'd be like, no,
I'm good.
I'm all right.
Yes.
I'm fine over
I definitely
here.
think you're right. You
Yes.
have it. You handled it exactly how he would have.
Yeah.
That's pretty good, Mike Leach.
I think they need to ask for forgiveness on that. And then does the city of Las Vegas and Major League Baseball need to ask for forgiveness because Bryce Harper came out and put the league and Las Vegas on blast. He said, I feel really sorry for fans in Oakland and he's even from Vegas. It's just not right. They have so much history in Oakland. You're taking a team out of a city. I'm pretty sad because of all the history and all the greatness they've seen there.
I think he's spot on. I mean, think about it. It's a brand new, you're going to bring them down to Vegas. It's a brand new team. There's no history to it. Yes, obviously there's history of it's coming from Oakland, but that's Oakland history. That's up there history, not
Yeah.
Vegas. So I'm with Bryce on that one.
And I know they were never going to change it because of the reverse boycott, but I appreciated how many fans showed out for that.
Are they going to change the name, though? Are they going to be the Las Vegas A's? Because that's the other thing, too, is they should change completely. If you're going to take away the Oakland A's from Oakland, then leave the history there and let's start this. Let's call this the Las Vegas whatever.
I guess I thought they probably would change the name, but I guess
The Las
honestly,
Vegas 51s.
I don't know what the answer is to that. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next,
Calzone.
more of your shout-outs, less of that, and Gridiron Gravy diving into the Dallas Cowboys Hall of Shame. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Anytime we
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 through the Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. It's time to get back in the saddle and back on the road with Classic Chevrolet. Enjoy one-time offers on new Silverado, Trax, Equinox, Malibu, and more. It's their way of tipping their hat for those on a tough road, but those that haven't stopped driving. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference.
Dobbins will carry across the 30. Stiff arms man 35-40. Leg race midfield. Bengal 40, 30, Dobbins to the 20, he might, 10, 5, he will, touchdown, J.K. Dobbins.
We'll talk about J.K. Dobbins in just a minute, but want to get some more shout-outs going on a Shout-Out Friday from the 585. Shout-out to my nephew Bubba for turning 4 this weekend. And then Natty Daddy on the Twitch said, I want to give Dutch a shout-out for being awesome and to my whole Twolo family.
I need to know more about Bubba.
Thank you.
I appreciate that he turned 4, but what's he accomplished? All right, like I mean,
can he read?
Yeah, I need to know more information.
Okay,
about Bubba.
When is the real reading requirement that's for Noah?
Oh,
he's already passed it.
Yeah.
Oh, he did. He's starting to read already. I thought
it was like 7 months.
14 months.
7 months.
He was eating books before.
That's true. He's still not reading.
Let me ask you a question about.
You seem upset about
Noah.
it.
Do you love him?
Of course.
Like, whenever you look at that child, Kevin.
Oh yeah.
Do you get a little emotional? You get sappy about this kid
because he can't read.
As much as I do.
As much so as far as you can get sappy. Before the oil starts to leak out of the cracks of your robot body.
Exactly. My wife and I talk about this all the time. We're like, who loves the other more? And we're like, if it's just total love, it's her. If it's capacity of love, I think it's the same.
Interesting. Okay. All right. Because your love levels are different.
Yeah, exactly.
Gotcha.
You get it.
All right.
Right now, it's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy. And we start with the Dallas Cowboys Hall of Shame. I wanted to see y'all's take on this. Yardbarker has been running a series for all the Hall of Shames of every NFL team. Corey, I want to see if you can get all these right.
Hall of Shames?
Yes. Some of them you won't because some of their answers are dumb.
All right.
Worst breakup in Dallas Cowboys history.
Romo and...
Does it have to be players?
Jessica Simpson.
Jimmy
and who?
Huh? Oh, I have to add the other party?
That's right.
Jimmy and Jerry?
It's not Jerry?
No, it is.
Oh.
Okay. I thought that was the implied part.
Yes, that is correct.
I thought it would be Romo and Jessica Simpson easily.
Did he date Carrie Underwood too?
What did this happen here? I don't know.
Jessica Simpson?
Jessica Simpson is hot.
She's back. I will say that. She's put some effort in, and she is back.
Oh,
yeah.
she's great.
What, like singing-wise?
That's not what they mean. You know that's not what they mean. Worst draft pick.
I don't know.
Where's Carver?
Wait, Taco.
Ooh,
that's tough.
As much as I love Michigan.
But also, I would listen to David LaFleur.
Bobby
Carpenter. They, however, went with Randy Gregory, which is a stupid answer. Randy Gregory was an end of the second round pick.
Wait, this is from a website?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yardbarker. I appreciate the series. This is a dumb answer. Worst.
Taco was in the Twitch, by the way.
Oh.
No, I'm saying like that's
yeah,
the pick,
yeah.
sorry.
Worst free agent signing. I think this is a bad answer.
I think it's a bad answer. Worst. People would probably say Brandon Carr, but I thought Brandon Carr did what he did.
I think it was Brandon Carr because it fundamentally changed the way that's one of the reasons the Cowboys changed the way they handled free agents. You know what I'm saying? Like, they're like, oh yeah, we paid so much money. Maybe we shouldn't be doing that. That changed part of their philosophy. Yardbarker said Greg Hardy. And again, it's stupid. It's a stupid answer.
Is that like a moral standing at that point?
I guess. Like, I get it.
He wasn't good.
He wasn't good. They did sign him for 1 year, and he didn't make it because he called the coach a B, among other things.
Grabbed somebody's clipboard and threw it on the ground.
But that's not the worst one.
Hold on. Why? Who would be worse again? Carr?
No, to me, Carr, because it changed the way the Cowboys do business, and I don't like the way that they think that the business runs.
All right, but I can see how, like, you signed this dude and it was the whole year was miserable.
Sure.
Like, that looks bad.
No, I agree. I just don't like that answer. Worst loss ever for the Cowboys.
Dez caught it.
I think that's going to be the winner.
January 11th, 2015.
That is like on a scale of 1 to Nelson Cruz, that is Nelson Cruz right there with it.
I thought you would say the 1994 NFC Championship game.
That's brutal too because the referee stole that one from the Cowboys.
Didn't the referee steal this one too?
Hey, it's like umpires.
Yeah, referee stole that one too. I
But
guess.
that is their answer, is the Cowboys losing to the Packers in the playoffs and the Dez caught it. So half of their answer is good, the other half not so good. All right, let's go to J.K. Dobbins. He did not participate in mandatory minicamp due to his contract situation. And it's just really interesting. I don't know why this is like taking back over again. Maybe it's because of the Dalvin Cook situation or Jacobs or Barkley or whatever. But you just heard Najee Harris come out and be like, I can't believe running backs aren't valued more. Austin Eckler says it sucks and he had to make a tough decision. Now, J.K. Dobbins is not at mandatory minicamp or wasn't. I don't feel like this just happened. Like, I feel like that writing's been on the wall for a while now, but in the last several days, there's been a lot of people speaking out against it.
All those guys, though, don't they believe that they could be the guy to change the market back?
For sure.
I'm good enough to be the guy to earn the money.
That's a good point.
I do. How do you feel about the Sean and RJ theory, or maybe not even theory, suggestion of quarterback shouldn't count against your salary cap? Take that out, and now reassess your salary cap. Y'all figure out whatever quarterback should make. But because it's so much, because in the grand scheme of things, I don't even think Jerry was thinking that quarterbacks would be making this much money whenever they started the salary cap.
This disproportionate amount of salary cap. You know what I really love, Corey? And I know the NFL would never allow this. I would love for quarterbacks to not count against your salary cap and to take away the franchise tag. And then you had a real open market for quarterback bids. And somebody could just swoop. I know he's under contract now. But let's just say you're the Khan family with the Jags. You've got all of the money. You're just like, yeah, that's fine. I'll pay Patrick Mahomes $125 million a year. Now, I realize I have Trevor Lawrence. That's not exactly the example you might use. I'm just saying, an ownership group that has all the money and they're like, I can get him. I don't care what it costs.
Yeah, no, I could totally see that being a different market and a completely different, are we even discussing right now? We're discussing Dak's extension.
Right.
We probably wouldn't be if that was the case.
Yes.
Because it would change the whole landscape of discussing quarterback contracts.
It would also unintentionally kind of really neuter the Players Association. Because, quarterbacks already kind of consider themselves a little bit of a separate class, but at times they are forced to, jump in with the whole. That would completely alienate them from the rest of the association.
No, I think you're right. And I also think this would never happen because, Reggie, times are hard out there for owners. So we can't be forcing them to spend all this money. It's just not fair. So
I don't want to respond to that.
They don't have enough money.
Sarcasm.
Until the billionaire Piff Group comes in, offers them the $600 billion.
Oh man,
with a B.
Which team gets bought first?
Jacksonville.
Yeah.
Just because it seemed like for the longest time they've been trying to pawn Jacksonville off to Europe anyway.
1,000,000%.
So
that family already owns a Premier League team. Come on, what are we even wasting time for? All right, let's go from that to nobody wants to be on Hard Knocks. So the NFL has taken a different way. That sentence is wrong. So the NFL has looked at this from another way. That's better, still not where I want it to be. Is the Lions were on Hard Knocks last year.
Mm-hmm.
The NFL went back and asked the Lions if they would like to be on Hard Knocks again this year. They said,
nah.
We're going to go ahead and pass. There are 4 teams that are eligible to be forced to do Hard Knocks. And that's the Jets, Bears, Saints, and Commanders. The league wants the Jets to do it.
Of course they do.
But Saleh has already said he does not want to. However, the NFL can, of course, like I said, force them to do Hard Knocks.
Deal with it. Yeah.
Don't you just think that's going to be super boring? Because he's going to be just ratchet it all down. Shut it down. Don't talk to anybody. Don't do
Yeah.
anything.
When was the last time Hard Knocks was genuinely interesting, though?
Cleveland Browns.
Well, I was going to say the Cowboys, but that's just because
You're biased.
Exactly.
Which I am too.
Exactly. Like I haven't watched a Hard Knocks that wasn't the Cowboys, and I can't even tell you, Reggie.
But I feel like the other thing too with the Hard Knocks, going forward, I think you're going to start seeing more guys being afraid to get out there because you can't really be yourself. You have to watch what you say. You have to. You don't get a true. And I'm sorry, that's just the way it is. Like in sports, when we're out there, we're doing our thing. Like we get competitive, we talk smack, and there's a lot of things like it just can't happen on TV because we as people are sensitive to that stuff, and we can't do it. So it sucks. You're not getting a true experience of the whole Hard Knocks, and that's why it's going to start declining.
And I mean, I think like with the advancement in how much information you get has really undercut Hard Knocks as well. Like I remember there was a time for Hard Knocks and you watch it, you're like, oh my gosh, I can't believe that happened. But you know, with, not to sound too old, but like with the advancement of the internet and sports talk radio and everything in that vein, I feel like most of these people are like, I already knew that.
There are parts of Hard Knocks that like there are elements that could be really fun. But again, this goes to we are unsatisfied. It just doesn't happen. So once we've gotten that one part that we're like, ooh, yeah, I got that. Now they're like, well, now what are you going to give me?
They want more.
Yeah, and that's where the NFL is like, well, but we gave you a lot, and they're like, nah, the audience is like, not enough. Give us more.
Do you think we'll see that with more in sports in general when it comes to doing the in-game interviews with position players or stuff like that? Because you want more.
What's
as you
the next
said.
level? What's the next level you're taking me to, man?
Do you think it's taken away from the game? In a way.
Oh.
Because
No,
you're distracting a player, and somebody will try to find that as an excuse. Let's say Mookie Betts is out in the outfield. We're talking to him because he's done it before, and all of a sudden the ball is hit to him, but you were having a conversation with him, and now he doesn't make that play. Do they start pointing fingers at, well, if we weren't doing these stupid TV interviews and stuff during the game? Because I got criticized for doing radio interviews before I even pitched.
Yeah.
Like that was dictating how I was going to throw a ball or something, but whatever.
I think you just look at the result and then reverse engineer whatever narrative you want to go along with the result.
Yeah, because if Tony Romo had gone to Cabo and won, nobody would give a
I million% agree with that.
But because he went to Cabo and studied his playbook at a party and lost miserably, everybody's like, you can never go to Cabo again.
Now, Corey, your boy, Jahan Dotson, has given us some insight into who the Commanders' quarterback is going to be. He says, quote, Sam Howell's going to be our guy. And he says the quarterback competition's settled.
Okay. Well, there you go. I mean, so now we know that we have to deal with Sam Howell again. And remember how that went for us.
That's true. However, the Bucs have not decided. I'll let you decide if this is a real quote or a quote that I totally made up. Bucs head coach Todd Bowles said, hell, I don't know. Have you seen those videos circulating on the internet? They're pretty indicative of how much our quarterbacks suck. So we'll probably figure it out at the last possible moment.
Isn't Baker Christ down there?
I don't know, understand the last part of what you said, but yes.
He was our savior
Baker
in
Mayfield.
Cleveland.
What, really? How did that work out? He saved
got
you
rid
so
of him.
much you took him number one and got rid of him?
We just, we were like, all right, thank you.
He saved them the time of having to think they would actually win.
That is a great point.
He became he passed Ben Roethlisberger for the most wins at Cleveland. How crazy is that? That's your fun fact for the day. Coming up next.
It's time for the combo platter. It is World Juggling Day tomorrow, so give us a sports opinion. And then, what is a special or unique skill that you possess? 877-881-1053. Also want to hear from the Twitch and the YouTubers next right here on The Fan.
studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We got Colby Lewis coming up at 12:22. But right now, it's time for the Combo Platter. World Juggling Day is tomorrow. So give us a sports opinion. And that's right, world. Give us a sports opinion. And then what is the special or unique skill that you possess? I'm going to give a heads up. If you text in something to the effect of, I wish I could show you, but my wife could tell you, we're probably not going to read that one.
You just did.
True.
Oh, yeah. So Kevin just read it for everybody that's going to text it in.
So nobody else can do that.
Yeah.
Now.
That's
somebody's special talent.
I'm walking around with a shovel in my pants.
From the 806.
How'd that get there?
Sports opinion, Rangers win the division by at least 5 games. Hell yeah. And I can drink all night and never get hungover.
That is special. Like, that's...
Tequila's that way for me.
What? You can drink tequila all night and not get hungover?
I don't feel like dookie the next day. I feel normal.
Drink more next time and just see. Just try to...
Trust me, I've been pretty... Oh, yeah.
We'll see. We'll see about that.
From the 214, I believe the Rangers have made it through a rough storm and will get back on track by winning tonight and this weekend series. Their special skill is they give great massages. Oh. This is the most amazing thing I can imagine as a special skill.
Right.
I desperately want to see this. I'm not even kidding.
Massagers?
No. This next one, it's amazing. From the 901, Dak will never make a conference championship. Their special skill, they are so flexible that as a 250-pound man, they can fit inside a regular oven.
What?
Wait a minute.
Oh, hold on. That's like you being able to put your foot on your face.
Right.
He can touch the heel, like the bottom of his foot to his face.
Can I see that?
Or eat his toenails. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I'm not saying I would,
I
but
don't know.
I could. Would you want to
I
see
said the bottom of the foot.
a man in an oven?
No.
Not like getting
No.
cooked or
Oh,
anything.
Lord,
Just
what's going on?
Just that he fit in the oven.
Oh.
That sounds like a cool as hell skill.
What is that necessary for?
It's not necessary for anything.
All right.
Well, if I need to hide, I'll jump into the oven.
Yeah, somebody comes into his house.
Carrying a whole bunch of apples.
Yeah, and he gets in the oven. Nobody's looking in the oven.
You do not carry apples by just juggling them wherever you go.
I don't because I'm not a great juggler. But if you are, you can save a bag.
That is inefficient.
Apple time.
You could carry as many apples in one arm that you could juggle, probably.
Hold your tongue and say apple.
Don't do it.
Please don't.
Oh, because it would say... Yeah,
Apple.
I got you.
Why are you doing this?
It's a talent.
All right.
All right. I do have one. I got one, Kevin, here.
Okay.
So I did see this ideal trades for the Rangers for lots of different teams. But one of the suggestions was an ideal trade for the Rangers. This is from David Adler. He said Cody Bellinger to the Rangers.
Ooh.
And I don't know if I agree with that because
I would not have guessed that.
I don't think that that's my first place that I'm going to in a trade right now for the Rangers, in that I feel pretty okay with Jankowski and Grossman out there right now. Now, if you're and I feel like the first place I'm going is relief pitcher. Second place I'm going is relief pitcher. And then third place is starting pitcher. Then I'm going with a fielder bat. But let's see where he is right now. He's hitting 271, 337, 493 with a 830 OPS. 7 home runs and 9 stolen bases in 37 games.
He's having a pretty good year.
This is a lot better than his post MVP.
God, which is awful.
And so shove him out there in left field next to Adolis and Leote. It's pretty good outfield. That's a good lineup right there. But you've gone 10 games without scoring double digits here.
It's not going to last.
I'm going to need pitchers. I'm going to need pitchers.
I'm with you. You definitely need pitching, but also he can be something that helps that lineup. You put him into that lineup, it becomes another extremely tough lineup to where there's no weakness.
Yeah.
There's no secret I get here, I can get this guy out. No, it doesn't work like that. There's going to be a solid 1 through 9. That's the big one.
But I would.
That would not have been my guess.
If I'm going to accomplish that, I feel like I want to snag a pitcher in the process, maybe a relief pitcher from the Cubs. Like, can I pull off the Cole Hamels Diekman deal where I'm like, I want this. It's going to cost a lot to get this, but can you throw in this to help me out just a little bit?
But with that, so if we go with the Cubs, let's stick with the Cubs for a second with Bellinger and maybe Stroman. You got to give up a lot, though, and they're both technically rentals.
So Stroman's
1 year.
Oh, man.
They're going to be free agents.
Yeah.
So you're going to want to try to lock them up. That's the thing.
I feel like Chris Young is more at this point. He's just like, I'd rather have something that lasts me through DeGrom's injury next year, too.
Can I argue against that just a little bit? Because,
which one, mine or his?
Against yours? Because this is not, and we've talked about this, a particularly young team.
Right.
So do you not sell out a little bit more than you might normally under special circumstances? And I'm not saying clean out the farm system, but if you're like, hey, we get both of those, or you go with Corey's reliever and starter deal, or whatever the case is, do you not kind of look at it and consider a little more?
Yes, but the only thing is, if obviously we're playing for now, we're going after that now.
Sure.
But you still, as you're getting pieces like this, you still can extend and still keep things going in the right direction rather than being a complete buy when you're giving up so much to where now you have really nothing to fall back on. If we go get these guys, we could possibly get them in, a little extension, maybe a couple years, whatever. Now you have them as your other pieces to help out, and you're still keeping your farm system going.
Yeah.
Rather than dumping it.
There's a lot of ways to play this, Chris. This is I don't envy, but I also am excited that Chris Young's there. I don't envy the position because there's so much work that he's got to do now. But I mean, that's the position, right? As a GM, sometimes things rock good for the whole season, and then sometimes you're like, oh crap, I got to start filling some holes here and figure something out. I guess, Kevin, my special skill.
Some of these skills are amazing.
Is the ability to change lanes on a highway, like see further down the highway where I need to go.
Ooh, yeah.
Like a lot of people are like, oh crap,
skill.
I have to make a move right now. And I'm like, man, I've already made 6 moves in my mind on how I'm going to get to that place. That's my special skill.
You know what I like about this is there's a lot of Rangers opinions coming in.
Rangers are hot right now.
Exactly. And don't forget, we got Colby Lewis coming up in about 12 minutes. From the 214, I don't totally understand this. The Rangers will finish the season with double-digit wins over 500. All right? So that would be very positive. But here's the part I don't understand and want to know more about. They said they can intentionally swallow their tongue and breathe with it down their throat.
Well,
try that.
If you swallow your tongue, usually it does block off the...
And I think they mean not in a figurative point of view. That sounds amazing.
That's terrifying.
Yes, I would also want to see that.
You want to see somebody swallow their tongue?
A little bit. But if they said it's safe.
And live. You didn't want to see them die.
They said they can do it. From the 406, Rangers will go all in and trade for Ohtani. They can make a fishing lure from start to finish from just a block of wood.
It's impressive, Kevin. On Facebook right now, I'm watching somebody make things out of wood.
Oh, I thought it was exactly that fishing lure, and that was going to be incredible. From the 682, Luka won't ever win if he doesn't change his style. Special skill, they can make sprinklers. And from the 817, Deuce Vaughn will have an amazing season, and they can tie a knot in a cherry stem with their tongue. However, they pointed out they almost choked the last time they did that. Maybe... I don't know if that's the direction we should go. All right, Derek, you have a sports opinion and a special skill.
Not that I know of right now. It's tough to think of.
You have been wanting to talk about the umpires all day.
Oh, I didn't know that's what we were doing here. Yes, I don't know my skill. I got a second one for you.
You have no skills?
Okay, you give me a skill, and then I'll do the umpire.
All right, pitch really good.
My second skill is I can fill up my water cup.
I thought you were going to give him a skill. You're taking.
No, this is for him. This is mine for you. I can fill up a water cup out of the fridge and not have to look at it to know whenever I got to pull it away.
I can do that. That's a pretty cool skill.
See, there you go.
There we got one.
There you go.
But the umpires, they really upset me because there's no accountability. They don't have to do any interviews, nothing like that. They don't get sent down, punished, nothing. It's literally, you made a bad call. You've done it periodically. You continue to keep doing it. Cool. You stay here. We're going to keep you here. Oh, and you also might get to umpire in the playoffs. Good job. It's that really sucks.
Yeah.
And the thing is, they have the quick triggers to get rid of people, and I don't like that. It's not. It's like you can't even approach them or talk to them, and that pisses me off more than anything, because you cannot have a conversation without them just watch next time. They rip off their mask and then they just stare at you, even though you're just trying to ask, like, hey, what's wrong? Where was this at? No, it doesn't work like that. Umpires are getting a little too powerful, I guess you could say, back there.
Okay. From the 972, tomorrow's World Juggling Day, so give us a sports opinion, and if you have a special skill. For the 972, NFL is going on strike in the next 2 to 3 years. Holy cow, that would be something.
That's a special skill?
No, that's her sports opinion. Special skill, they're a hell of a salesman in any job they get put in.
Interesting.
You sell the ice to the Eskimos, kind of.
I've known people like that. Sometimes you're like, are they slimy, or are they just, can they just convince you that you need this product? It's just whenever they have done that, and then they are like, okay, now I've gotten what I need out of you. I don't need you anymore. That's the kind of person that I'm not really into. Kevin, somebody said they have a cupcake. Their special skill is their sister has a cupcakery in Fort Worth, and they need to know what flavor I want smashed in my face.
Did they give a sports opinion?
What's your no? But I'll tell you this:
Veto.
you send me the name of that cupcakery, and I will smash your sister's cupcake in my mouth. I absolutely will.
Tiff Treats.
I will eat that cupcake for sure.
That sounds like
I do have a skill.
What's
actually,
the name of the place?
Pulled up. Major League pitching skill. But I don't have it anymore. I lose my arm.
Oh no, Derek's arm hurts.
My arm flies off on Monday.
From the 817,
Flies off.
Yeah,
hey
it's ripped
guys, it's Bassick here. Sports opinion: Cowboys are going to the Super Bowl. Special skill: I don't work Fridays.
Listen. It's only 2 Fridays. All right. After 3 Fridays, then it's a streak. Okay. Right now, it's just back to back. So that's and listen. Also, Mike would never announce it. Hey, Bassick here. Mike's gonna say, "Hey, fart knockers, it's Mike." Like he calls himself Mike because he's the only. Remember, he's like, "I'm the only Mike in this town."
Yes.
Would he give that up for Maddox?
If
Nope.
they won a
Or do
World
we have
Series,
to say we have to say Mike Maddox every time?
if they won the World Series, I bet he would.
Okay. He'd do anything for a World Series championship except for what you would do.
From the
But you won't do that, Mike. You won't do that.
Yeah, Mike.
is true. From the 901, and some people for you, Derek, are saying, hold on, skill, that's a 1%er skill. That's an amazing
Well,
skill.
thank you. Thank you.
Corey's skill is to jinx things.
I don't jinx things.
Just the Dallas Stars.
This sounds amazing. That's true. From the 972, Jets lose to the Chiefs in the AFC title game. Their special skill is they can open a starburst with their mouth.
They just put the starburst.
Do they just eat the wrapper? Because I've heard of people that just eat the wrapper.
What?
Isn't it
I've seen
paper-based?
that. Yeah.
We have a lot of people with talents in their mouth.
Yeah, man.
Let me just write that down
I've
real quick.
tried with the cherry stem. I can't do it. I've tried. Every time it just comes out, it's just a cherry stem, and I'm like, oh. I've always wanted to be able to do that though. It seems like a cool party trick.
Oh no.
What'd that mouth do?
This is a sad one. This is a sad special skill because this is like your reverse shout out. In the 817, Deuce Vaughn will play slot receiver some this year.
I can see that.
And their special skill is, I got my wife pregnant while I was deployed overseas in the military and came home after a year and a half and she was 4 months pregnant.
Congrats to you.
Wow.
I don't...
Look, if he's not going to acknowledge it, I'm not.
He said
What do I
that's
look like?
incredible. I think he does know.
It's impressive.
But again, he's not going to acknowledge it, and it seems like he's going to raise that baby. That baby's your son. Go for it.
Congratulations to him
I
if
don't
that's
know.
his approach to whole things.
I don't think that's his approach.
What do you mean? That baby has to have a father.
And it's not
You
him.
can't have a baby without.
Okay, you better
On that baby's daddy.
stop right
That
there.
has to happen.
Or stop you right there.
What's our next talent?
From the 682, Oscar from Weatherford. I said all season the Rangers will go 105-57 and the Astros will crumble. That would be amazing. Special skill, I can build just about anything out of wood. That is incredible. From the 254.
Wait. Can we stop there real quick? Does it feel like the Astros are crumbling? Because it kind of seems like they might be crumbling.
I think so.
Yeah, and here come the Angels.
That's the way the cookie crumbles.
From the 254, the Jaguars will win the Super Bowl. My skill, I can read all the terms and conditions for any contract and understand it.
Oh man, I can't.
that actually is
I do like that.
an amazing special skill. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's jump into the lunch rush as part of the Expressway. We have to talk about that soccer match last night, plus former Texas Rangers pitcher Colby Lewis coming at you next right here on The Fan. KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Got Derek Holland rocking with us all day long. And right now, we bring to you former Texas Rangers pitcher Colby Lewis. Good afternoon, sir.
How you guys doing?
We're doing good. Now,
Awesome,
I'm going to
Colby.
let Derek get involved more in this conversation in just a second. But first, are you familiar with your former teammate, Sean Tollison, and how did you guys get along?
We got along great. It's always awesome.
Agreed. We had him on the show last Wednesday when Derek was on the show. You would have thought that these two had never met, had no idea who the other one was, or just fundamentally disliked one another. It was amazing.
Well, I'm sure that they can definitely banter back and forth pretty well. So,
I mean, it didn't go very well. I tried to like
You think,
butter him
Colby,
up,
you
like talk
think.
about his stuff that he does off the field, and it was just like I could have had a better conversation with the wall. We are complete opposites.
I think it was the second question where Sean goes, you know what, Derek, you and I just might be different people. And at that point, I knew the interview was going to be amazing. So I just wanted to check in about all of that.
Colby, am I that different?
no, not at all. I mean, you have a unique personality, and it is actually great. I mean, I really enjoy it. I mean, it was perfect in the clubhouse, and it was a great equalizer for a lot of us.
Thank you.
I mean, we think you're great.
That's my skill
Clearly,
right there.
Derek.
He just told me.
That's what we always have
If
you
we
on the
didn't
show.
think you were great, we wouldn't be in this room right now, Derek.
That's false. You probably felt bad for me, so we're like, all right, we're gonna bring this kid up here. And
Sorry
put
you
up
have to
with it.
deal with that, Colby, but you get the...
I mean, there was definitely times that I had to grab Derek and wheel him in a little bit. But
Yeah.
it was
I get it.
did
Colby, I don't know if you can feel it, but we just bonded. I really feel everything that you said right there. Now, you were talking about chemistry, specifically with like Derek in the clubhouse. I've always been curious, how soon can you tell what chemistry is like in a clubhouse? And does that have the impact on a season that it gets portrayed? Because sometimes it feels like, hey, good season, it's because we had great chemistry, as opposed to just the great talent. And bad season, the reverse. So can you help us out with those two things?
I mean, I think Derek can agree with it. I mean, I think you start to see it as quick as spring training and how well guys get along and how well they manage each other. And, like I just said, how well the veteran guys kind of reel in the younger guys and move pieces forward in the direction that makes a winning ball club. So, but I think that's where we're kind of at right now with the big league club is that we've got veteran guys, we've got guys around, and then we've got these younger guys that have had opportunities and now really kind of getting their feet wet and established, and everything's kind of clicking and moving in the right direction. And we've had a couple of series here in a row, but with some good ball clubs. But other than that, I mean, I think everything's running, as smooth as possible.
And okay, go ahead, Derek.
I was gonna say, Colby, do you think too, after did you watch the game at all last night?
Yeah, I got bits and pieces of it. I mean, I watched, especially towards the end right there, Simeon definitely didn't go. But I mean, it's one of those things where it's that situation for me is like, if you look in the rule book, it's basically umpire's discretion. I mean, it's any attempt to swing at the ball, and an umpire can, ring you up. So, I mean, it's not, the bat doesn't have to cross home plate or anything like that. So, I mean, it sucks, like Simeon said, in that situation where you're trying to battle and get on base and put guys in position in a close ball game against a good club too. That's right there on your heels. So, it's just, yeah, I mean, it's an unfortunate situation, and shoot, I can't remember the last time I saw Mad Dog get thrown out. So that was kind of cool.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. As a player, especially as a pitcher too, you see your guy go out there and stand up for the position player. How much does that motivate you going forward into obviously the next series, since that one's over?
Oh, absolutely. You saw it when guys would get fired up, or AB or Mikey or especially Ken's. I feel like I've thrown out more than most of the guys. So, and then everybody would be right there, ready to back them up. And I think it just kind of that jumpstart thing where, you might fall into a little bit of a lull, and then, or you might get, the majority group of guys to go out, like we used to, and everybody go out and have dinner and regroup and get things together. And or sometimes like last night with the on-field, kind of, situation, then, it gets guys fired up and be like, that's not going to happen again, so.
Yeah. Going forward, though, we got the Toronto series starting tonight. Do you feel that there's a lot of pressure on Martin to get going with the rotation, and obviously with the way our pin's been depleted? Do you feel there's a lot more pressure with Martin?
I think Martin knows what he needs to do. We're getting closer and closer to, the All-Star break and all that kind of stuff. But I mean, he's a veteran guy. I mean, he knows exactly what he needs to do, and he knows his role. He's not going to miss any starts, and he knows that there's going to be situations where it's not going to go that great. And he's kind of had some ups and downs, and he's going against Grossman tonight, so it should be a great matchup. And I'm looking forward to watching it. So.
I'm curious, outside of the fundamental difference of I'm in a different ballpark, which I think we can all understand, Martin Perez's home versus road splits this year have been pretty far apart, and he's been phenomenal at home. Is there anything else that goes into why somebody might have such a different stat line, home versus road, by a season?
Yeah, I mean, I know multiple years where I went back and forth. I was great on the road and terrible at home. I think it's just kind of just plays out that way some years. But I mean, I know one year I felt like when I had my family around me, most of the time at home, then my numbers were great, good at home. And so it was one of those things where I talked to my wife and I said, hey, look, I want you to come on more road trips, and it's just a comfortability thing, so you don't feel as lonely or whatever. It's just trying to find ways to get yourself feel comfortable every time you step on the mound every 5 days. So, it's not really a situation where you read into it too much, but if you feel like that's the situation, then you try to correct it as quick as possible, because, you want to be as consistent as you can, but some years you suck on the road and you're great at home, and you're great at home, and then you suck on the road. So, but it's part of trying to figure out what's best for you.
Since the Rangers do play the Blue Jays tonight, it's still kind of okay to hate the Toronto Blue Jays, right?
Well, I mean, I think there's always going to be a long-standing, I don't know, little banter there. I mean, I think, those years that we fought and literally fought,
man, that was cool.
Against each other in the postseason and stuff like that was, it was good. And that's what's good about baseball. That's what's great about sports is creating rivalries and gets the fans more involved, and especially for the fans that are still around that remember all those good times. So, yeah, I mean, I think it's great. I mean, that's what sports is all about.
Colby, we talk a lot with Derek about the World Series game that he pitched and that moment with Wash, and how that was, as a sports fan here in DFW our entire lives, Kevin and I, it's just a blast to watch those teams and what they did. But man, we keep using the word bulldog. You were a bulldog on that mound for this team. Can you describe what it's like to pitch a gem in a playoff series and then, hand the ball over to somebody else? And as you're walking off, that feeling, is it accomplishment? What's the feeling after you've set your team up for a chance to win?
I really didn't try to have a whole lot of feelings until the actual final out was made. So, if I always felt like especially if I came out in the middle of an inning, that I definitely didn't do my job to get through that inning. I always kind of like my old thing is like when I first got drafted by the Rangers and got to talk to Nolan and stuff like that. He's like, every time I took the mound, he's like, I wanted to finish it. So, I mean, that was kind of my, mantra since, talking with him and everything else. And there's going to be a lot of days that you're not going to be able to do that, especially in this modern day of baseball where you get to 90 pitches and they're pulling guys. So, not letting finish innings. Like the other night I was watching the Orioles game and I forget who it was on the mound was throwing a gem and 90 pitches and 6 2/3 and nobody on, 2 outs, and he goes out and gets them. And I'm like, let him finish the inning. Let him finish the 7th and have a 7 complete. No, we're going to finish 90 pitches. We're done, So, but yeah, no, the overall just going out there and getting that opportunity, and I felt like that's what it was, is that I think Derek can agree with it. It's like when you have those opportunities, you kind of want to make the best of them, and you can't really pump yourself up with the situation because you're just going to be, too pumped and you got too much adrenaline. And I just treated it like it was start number 4, start number 28. Like it had to be me and just what made me good, and stick with it. Stick with your game plan. Especially with getting with Mad Dog, getting with all the sequences and all that kind of stuff. But ultimately, like, you're going to go with your best pitches and what's working that day. And so, it was a good time. I mean, Derek knows. I mean, those are those memories you can't ever forget, and you don't ever want to forget. So.
I do like hearing that too. Kind of being expressed about you played, you had that moment. I am kind of you talked about Nolan in there, and is it because it was Nolan that said it to you, or if it had been anybody else, would it have mattered as much, or was it because this is Nolan Ryan giving me this advice?
Well, no, for sure.
Uh-huh.
It was who did I have? What was his name? Oh man, he's since passed. But he told me to go out and he said, "Hey, have you ever talked to Nolan about pitching or nothing?" I'm like, "No." I'm like super intimidated, 22 years old. I'm not gonna, just walk up to the guy, And so he's like, "He's fine. He puts his pants on just like you do." So, so I went up and talked to him, and just one of those questions I asked, I said, "What was it like for you pitching in Texas? And when you took the mound, like, what was your thought process?" And that's basically what he explained to me. He's like. This is my home state, and he goes, my mantra has always been when I take the ball, it's like I want to finish it. So it was just one of those things that kind of stuck with me all the years, and of course I was raised the way I was raised, with a hardworking blue collar dad, and you knew when you went to work, you finish what you do that day, and the job's not done until the job's done. So. Sometimes you got to spend a little extra time out there to get it done before you wake up the next day. So it was just one of those things that I loved and enjoyed, and I was glad that he was around and I was able to have those type of conversations, especially at that young age.
Man, that's Derek bringing life to baseball. Taking your life into the game as you walk into it. That's awesome.
Yeah, and then Colby, going forward, obviously we're getting a little bit of a panic here because we've lost several games. What's your thoughts of this? How do you feel? Can you give us some reassurance to the fans of everything's okay? No need to panic.
Oh, there's no panic mode at all. I mean, I think, like I said, I think we've gone through a couple tough series, and Tampa's one of the best teams in baseball right now, and so are we. I mean, that series was, you knew it was going to be hard fought, and it was just. It's fine. We had one of our big guys go down, but I think there's plenty enough guys, that we have, to be able to step up in the roles that we need to. We got a lot of young guys that have opportunities. I think it's just a good situation overall. I think that you're going to have a little bit of adversity, and it's how we're going to bounce back. And you're glad we're having it now a little bit, because you don't really want to have it in August,
One of those people who's really stepped up in that in that adversity is Dane Dunning. I was kind of curious your general thoughts and breakdown of Dane Dunning and his future as a starting pitcher.
Well, I think he's been in the league long enough now where he's really kind of recognizing what makes him good, and he's available to do step in any role and take care of what he needs to and do. The things he needs to do for the team. I think that's the biggest thing about being a part of a team and not being a part of something that everybody wants to go out and try to get the best money and do this and do that. I think it's, the reason a lot of the guys always stuck around in our group is that we knew we could win and go all the way. So I think he's at that point where he wants to contribute in any way he can, and he's going out and doing it.
Colby, what was a pitch that you never did throw, but you always were like, man, I really want to add this? Did you have like a
the slur?
Yeah. Did you ever have a pitch you're like, man, I got to work on this some more, but it just never made it into the mix?
A cutter. I could never throw a cutter, but like my four-seamer early always kind of naturally cut, and then I was like, man, I want to make that thing bigger, but I could never throw a true cutter. So I don't know. The older I got, the next thing you know, I was like, all right, well, I got a really good sinker, so I'm going to throw that thing a lot. So I think that's what kind of changes over time is that you mess around with a lot of pitches, but, I think as velocity starts to move and drop and everything else, you got to keep it out of the strike zone and move it in and out. And but yeah, a cutter was probably the thing that I always tried. Darvish tried to teach me, and I don't know, it was all bad.
Did you ever get thrown out of a game?
AAA, I did.
You remember what you said?
Yeah.
No, I hit a guy like a couple times, so on purpose. So
I love that. Can't do that now.
Well, he kept getting in the like he'd been doing it to us the whole series, and so it's my turn to pitch in the third game, and so it's a left-handed hitter. Oh gosh, I forget his name, but and he would like when we're in the middle of a windup, he would call timeout, and that's when the umpires would give him timeout and all that kind of stuff, and or even get ready to pitch, he'd call timeout, and it's like in the middle of your movement. So everybody was just getting pissed off, and so first time he came up, I just boom right there at the bottom, like right in the love handle, and then right above the butt, and then so he gave me the warning and everything else, and he's hooping and hollering. He did it on purpose and everything else. So he didn't do it the second time, and then in the seventh inning, Bobby Jones is our manager. So good old Bobby Jones. So seventh inning rolls around. It's a close game. It's 3-1, and we're winning. And he's getting ready to lead off, and does it again in the middle of my windup. And so I just drill him again right between the numbers. And the umpire tosses me, and Bobby does what Bobby Jones does, gets super pissed off at me and hooping and hollering at me and all that kind of stuff. But it was, I think it was worth it. So.
I agree with you.
Fantastic.
I got my point across.
Fantastic story right there.
We wound up winning the game. It was fine, but yeah. One second, Bobby Jones was pissed.
Somebody on the fan text did ask, was it Joe Macco that you were talking about?
No.
Okay.
It was.
They were trying to help.
Yeah, no, I'll remember his name here in a second. So
just text it to Derek.
Let us know.
We'll get it on there.
Be a Tolo.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, good sir, for jumping on with us, and thank you for having better chemistry with Derek than our last Rangers guest.
No, me and Derek are boys, man. I love that dude.
Thank you, man. I love you too, but my arm falls off on Monday. Any advice?
I know. It's all right. I went through it a long time ago. You'll be fine.
Oh, man. Will I ever get to use my arm again?
You can go work on some cars with Colby or something.
Yeah.
I bet he'll be happy
let's do it.
Yeah.
Sunday. High performance parts at low prices at Jags.
His golf game's going to struggle a little bit now.
No, it's not. Get out of here, Colby.
No, and that's at least part of the reason he moved it from Friday to Monday. That is 1,000,000% at least part of the reason. Thank you very much, good sir. We'll catch you on down the line.
Bye, Colby.
All right. Appreciate it. Thanks for having me on, guys.
There you go. The 806, greatest postseason pitcher in Rangers history, Colby Lewis.
I always found him to be a joy to watch pitch on the mound. Like y'all's group, man, was fun because you had unique different pitchers on the mound each night, but y'all were trying to accomplish the same thing, obviously. But you knew you were getting something that was going to be like he said, I grew up with this background, and you could tell that's the kind of pitcher he was when he was on the mound. He was a blue collar, pitcher out there just doing the best he could to make sure that he does his job for the next guy and for the rest of the group. That's awesome, man.
Yeah, I mean, we were constantly feeding off of each other, motivating each other, competing against each other. That's the thing, and you even heard it from him too. Every time we went out there, we're supporting each other, but also competing against each other. What a great teammate.
Absolutely. By the way, 4-1 with a 2.34 ERA and 8 postseason starts between 2010 and 2011. That is incredible. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Mike's not here, so we won't do Mike Likes It, but
Son of a biscuit eater. Deal with it.
We have a special edition of Masterpiece Theater for everybody today.
Welcome to another edition of Masterpiece Theater, where we discuss theater with you. And now, two guys who know absolutely nothing about theater, Corey and Kevin.
And tea and crumpets.
So this is something that Corey brought up. What movie, not based on a true story, do you kind of think could or did happen?
Forrest Gump.
Here's the Forrest Gump. Oh man, I can totally see that. I could, yeah, because everybody knows somebody that has all these life experiences that you're just like, wow.
It's Chris Arnold.
Yes, Chris Arnold.
For me personally.
Wow, dead on. Yeah.
So Chris Arnold's Forrest Gump.
Chris Arnold just
is smarter though.
Yes, absolutely. Chris Arnold just tweeted a picture of him with Anita Baker. He
What?
knows everyone.
He did?
He did. At Mr. Chris Arnold on Twitter. Him and Miss Anita Baker. Is a picture on there. I was like, okay, sure. I feel like if there's anything happening in pop culture, just go to Chris's Twitter account and see if he done posted a picture.
He always has a once upon a time.
That's right.
And that's, man, that is, I could totally see Chris Arnold writing a movie and it being called, and it being very similar to Forrest Gump, where you're like, he really did that.
We call it Gotcha Down.
Was that Lucius?
Gotcha Down is the name of the movie. Yeah. And then he would be like, you got to come watch this movie because movie watching's a sport.
Would you watch it?
Of course I
Hell
would.
yeah,
A billion %. Here's the reason this kind of comes to the table. Me and my buddies back in the day were watching Rambo. And
Do we need to go to Cut 8 or
if you want
just
to.
for you, we got a Rambo cut.
Cut
Cut
it.
8.
Hit it.
Let's hear it.
I could have killed them all. I could have killed you. I'm telling you the law. Out here it's me. Don't push it. Don't push it. I'll give you a war you won't believe. Let it go. Let it go.
And
kind of feel like Adele should write him some royalty checks, you know?
That sounded like Lieutenant Dan.
The Frozen people. Go
One
ahead.
of the guys that we were watching the movie with, his girlfriend walks in and she sits down and she's like, "What are y'all watching?" And we're like, and we just said, "True story of John Rambo." And she was like, "What?" And so she sits there and watches this and she's like, "Oh my gosh, I can't believe this is a true story." And we kind of walk her through the process of how, like, you know, why he was let out of jail and why he had to go do all these things and say, and you know, basically in wars and everything. And so she believed it. She ate up every single piece of this. And I was like, we had to eventually, I don't even know. I think she still believes that Rambo is a true story, based on a true story.
Okay.
When it's in fact a completely fictional story.
Here's the thing. I'm not going to make fun of your friend at all, because as soon as you ask this question, there's a movie that it like within 5 seconds jumped into my brain that's not based on a true story that I definitely think it could happen or has happened. Go to cut number 7. I'm not kidding. I think it's this one.
Oh, Reggie.
Oh, was he just not listening?
No, he was.
Reggie, we're still doing
Sorry,
our
I'm
show.
still talking about CA. I apologize.
Look, Simba. Everything the light touches is our kingdom. Wow. A king's time as ruler rises and falls like the sun. One day, Simba, the sun will set on my time here and will rise with you as the new king.
Exactly. Now, they might not be able to speak a language that you totally understand, but
Like animal?
yeah. Well, if you
Wait,
speak,
you think there's just a universal animal language?
yeah, that's offensive. Is they speak lion, and I don't speak lion, but I guarantee you, if we were following more closely the habits of these animals the way we do normal people, you're telling me that there hasn't been a lion society where the one lion was in charge and he had a jealous brother, and the jealous brother took out the main lion, perhaps orphaning a child along the way who had to eventually reclaim his dad's throne? That totally has happened.
So you're suggesting that in the animal kingdom, they all surround the cliff and wait for Rafiki to step up to the cliff and hoist baby up in the air?
You know,
Baby lion?
I'm not saying
What was the baby lion's name?
Simba.
Okay.
I'm not saying everything in that movie, and he's got some like wisecracking friends along the way to help him like keep a positive attitude and work his way
Just can't
back.
wait to be king. Yeah.
I'm not saying like all of that happened exactly, but the main beats of the story, I believe
Do you
that.
think that do all the rest of the animals in the lion kingdom actually respect the lions?
Mm-hmm.
That's a good question.
They do. Okay.
See, I don't. Are you?
According to watching, look at the safari stuff that goes on, and National Geographic's, and Discovery Channel, they'll
as
show it
long
all.
as you put in your research about the
Not really.
political
I
stacking
don't understand what's
of
going
animals.
on. Lucius looks concerned
All
back
right,
there.
So this room over here is having a separate conversation, as you may have guessed
all right.
earlier. No, but it
know it's a
ties
good
in.
one.
So Derek, this question has to go to you. Over here, we have surmised that Corey and Kevin are Timon and Pumbaa, respectively.
Yeah, that's pretty good. I would agree with
Hakuna Matata.
Yeah.
What a wonderful phrase.
Hakuna Matata.
That's why Lucius is looking at you. He's just trying to see it.
Oh,
He's visualizing
not
and
gonna lie, it hurts
vibing
my
back there.
feelings
I can
just
see
a
it.
little bit, but I get it.
I see it.
Carter says Corey is Pumbaa because he's the gassy one, I guess.
Yeah, just don't be downwind.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. That was funny. That was funny.
Can you say for me, when I was a young warthog? Can you sing that for me?
When I was a young warthog.
All right. I think we did it.
I think he wins.
Yeah.
Sold. For the 817, an easy pick for this is Friday.
Oh yeah, that definitely could have been a true story.
And then from the 817, Kevin, that movie is based on Hamlet, you uncultured swine. The movie
What?
like Lion King is?
I never knew that.
But is
I didn't know it
Hamlet a
either.
true story?
What are you asking me right now?
Was Hamlet a true story?
Yeah.
No.
So, my point remains the same.
Oh, okay. Yeah, sure.
Is there a movie for you, Derek, that...
I gave mine.
Yeah, he said Forrest Gump.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I'm sorry.
Do you listen?
Wow.
Sometimes I get distracted by other things on this show.
Man.
Like what? Name one.
Like what just happened in terms of not being able to play the audio.
Air
And now
Bud.
our Corey and I, animated characters, and who are we trying to help reascend to the throne?
Airbud.
Ooh, that's a great question. Wait, Airbud, what?
What? I was just throwing one out there.
Oh.
Hold on. Are you suggesting a dog can play sports?
Yeah.
And that people are gonna be like, "Hey, there's no rule against it.
This is cool."
From the 817, Jim Cotta. No.
Ace Ventura.
I do not believe there will ever be somebody who goes to save a princess via the pommel horse or the pommel horse and uneven bars. I do not think that has ever happened or will ever happen. Training Day. I don't.
Dude, I can see
I
that.
1,000,000% think that has happened many, many, many times.
I was actually listening to the Smartless podcast, and John Favreau was on, who's done so much great stuff. But he did say that everything from Swingers was based off stuff that he either conversations he had with Vince Vaughn or stuff that actually happened to them.
So Swingers would be a good fit.
Yeah.
Is like that's their version. Is
Somebody said they totally had their ex believing that Jurassic Park was a true movie.
Okay.
Could be.
Oh, that could happen.
No.
Hey, aren't we trying to bring back dinosaurs?
Are we basically doing Terminator right now? Isn't
That's
that the
true, too.
whole
iRobot?
Boston Dynamics?
I want to get back to Skylab in just a second.
Okay, fantastic.
Jurassic Park?
But does that mean that she didn't know that there had been an amusement park that they were trying to open that dinosaurs ran amok on and killed a bunch of people?
I don't know, Kevin. I just read the text,
You know
so
what?
you're gonna have to ask that person.
Never mind, because this is going to need to be a different segment. Because I was like, how could you not have heard of this? I'm not kidding you. Maybe 2 months ago, my wife and I had a conversation where she said something about Subway, and she was like, "Hey, whatever happened to that spokesperson they had?"
No.
And I was like, "You're kidding me, right?"
I'm glad she said that in the confines of your home as opposed to somewhere else.
Yeah,
She
like on
had
a 100,000 watt radio station.
no idea any of that stuff had happened, and then we ended up watching a documentary about it, and she was like, "Oh my God, this is awful."
How did that feel afterwards?
Really sad.
Yeah.
Really sad. From the 912, Blue Chips. Man, I definitely feel like Blue Chips was ahead of its time. I get that like some of the things in there aren't the best, but I feel like that was ahead of its
Like
time.
that show Playmakers was so realistic that the NFL was like, you have to get rid of this.
Yeah.
This is
Can't
no.
Can't do that anymore. But then there's some of these, I feel like we've heard of
Stepford
these.
Wives.
Jumanji or Team America. Okay, look. If a group of puppets took out somebody, I feel like we would have heard about it.
Okay, but you have somebody that you know that you could convince that hey, this board game, we shouldn't play it. Why? Well, watch this movie Jumanji. It's based on a true story.
Okay.
Like I know there's somebody gullible enough to be like, I can't believe that this actually happened.
But I think you're probably right. But to your other point, Reggie, that might be the most popular answer is the Terminator. And people are saying, aren't we dabbling in this right now and we learn nothing from movies? If society eventually does fall because of this, I feel like it's our own damn fault. We saw lots of movies that warned us about the dangers of AI and its awakening and everything like that. So I hope that doesn't happen.
What about iRobot?
I think that falls in the same vein.
Yeah.
For sure.
Pineapple Express? Somebody put that in the Twitch.
I just can't remember the plot of that movie, funny enough.
I was going to say...
You didn't think it was funny?
No, I mean, I enjoyed it. I just can't remember the plot of that movie to save my life.
First 10 minutes are the worst beginning 10 minutes that have ever been put on film.
I don't know. Have you watched movie 43? That thing was terrible.
Okay. Of the movies I've seen.
Okay.
Fair enough. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. There are still 8 gajillion more. The program,
Dude.
I believe that 1,000,000% as
Yeah.
well. There are some early 90s sports movies that people are like preposterous that you look back at now and you're like, you know what?
Idiocracy.
You might have been onto something. Idiocracy, I believe.
It's
I
just-
think we could go
That's
down that
just
path
written
for
by
sure.
a time traveler.
Coming up next, The C Block starring Corey Majors.
Ooh, I got some dark horse options. And what did Disney do? Are you kidding me? Next on The Fan.
Oh, dear.
Get the Studio secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan, and it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Much appreciated. I'm glad that Derek is here as well today. Look, man, I know we can do a radio show together. I know that.
Thanks for having me.
It's always fun to have another voice in the room, especially a voice that the Tolos like to talk with and hear.
Yeah.
So thanks for being here today, Derek. All right. I have a list, Kevin, and we will go one by one, 10 through 1.
Oh, God.
Of all these candidates. Adam Shine, who you like the Shine 9. You pick those up. He
Shouldn't there only be 9 then?
Well, what if I throw in an extra one?
Oh.
You already did.
2023's NFL MVP dark horses for MVP. And I think the thing that surprises me here, but I also have a question about it, is that he has Dak number 1. And I don't know that he has Dak number 1 or Vegas does, Kevin, when it comes to this, because he has Dak at 25-1 odds.
And I think those are the Vegas odds. I took a look at this article, and it looks like the floor is 22-1.
Okay.
So everybody who's on this list is 22-1 or more in terms of odds for the MVP. And I apologize, just super quick, I was hoping I can do this shout out. It feels very timely.
I was about to read it too. Go ahead.
From the 254, hey guys, my wife and I are in the hospital. We're having complications post-delivery of our newborn. She loves your show and it makes us feel better listening to it. Can you give her a shout out? Her name is Camille, and let her know everything is going to be okay. I mean, we've definitely been through this situation before. Mine was just 10 months ago now today, and there's multiple times we thought baby Noah would have to go to the NICU. And even if that was the case, what my wife told me to make me feel better is, if something's going to go wrong, wouldn't you rather it be in the hospital?
For sure.
And so I believe and hope that everything is going to be okay. But if it did go wrong, you're in the right place with the people who know what to do.
Yeah, and I will add this little part of the story. Adrian, and I forgot about this, Kevin, when Lucy was born, the day she was going in for her C-section so that Lucy could be, brought into the world. There was a moment where it was, how they put you in that room, the waiting room, while they're hooking you all up before they take you in to cut you open. Maybe you don't, but you're in this room. And I forgot about this. One of my biggest fears was that something would happen to Adrian during the process.
Okay.
And that I was going to be having this baby by myself, and that experience would be very difficult, obviously.
Sure.
And there was a moment in the process where I saw the beat monitors going and everything started, and Adrian goes, I feel like the weight of the world is on my chest right now. I can't breathe. And the nurses move me around, and all of a sudden I'm watching everything just fall. And Adrian's turned white and flushed, and I'm terrified. I watched those nurses, though, fly into action and do exactly what they were supposed to do.
Yeah.
And I was like, man, I was panicking, but I didn't freak out. But I'm sitting there I'm turning into a sheet myself and kind of having this moment of, I can't watch my wife disappear right in front of my eyes. I can't, it was terrifying. But like you said, Kevin, I'm glad that she was right there with those people because they knew what to do in that moment. And Camille, my favorite kind of tea. So I just wanted to point that out right there.
Oh.
It's chamomile, Kevin.
Oh, okay.
Chamomile.
Dude, I don't drink
more
tea.
teas, bro.
I know. Me and Ted Lasso, we do agree on that.
Uh-huh. All right. So they do have Dak Prescott on there. But here's what I found more interesting in this conversation. It appears that Trevor Lawrence has made his way into the conversation of not a dark horse MVP candidate, but likely a favorite for the MVP candidacy. And this is fascinating to me that Trevor Lawrence, who his rookie year suffered terrible coaching staff. And Derek, I don't know if you've ever played on a team with miserable coaching staff. You don't have to give an example, but it's just night and day whenever you have good coaches and bad coaches.
Just a different vibe.
Yeah. And it's we can win, as opposed to, I don't know what we're going to do to figure out how to win. It's just a completely different approach. And whenever you feel like your coaches are organized and know what they're doing, you feel more confident too with their game plans.
It just kind of sucks too, though, at times. Like, it makes your environment like not something good. You know, I know I don't work here technically yet, as I should say, but like the vibe I get every time I come here is exciting. Like, I'm always looking forward to come in here, crosstalk with Sean and RJ, and then also crosstalk with the G-Bag Nation after. Like, it's always a good environment. That's what I love about here is everybody's having a good time. That helps a lot when it comes to performing too. If you're in a place where you're actually enjoying your environment, you're going to be more successful. But if you're miserable, all you're thinking about is how quick can I get out of here?
Yeah.
You're not as determined to do your job the right way.
Yeah, that's a really good way to put that, man. I like that a lot. Now, Kevin, I asked you this morning, Dak's not in the probable favorites.
Sure.
He's in this dark horse category. Right. And I said, does it make sense that Dak is likely it's an easier path for him in this conference? And I did say division, and you were like, no. I said, what about Jalen? Is it Jalen Hurts and Dak in the NFC? And you pointed out, you were like, Jalen Hurts has already established himself as he's a favorite. He's a top 10 guy.
Yes. No.
Top five guy?
Top 5 guy. He's a top 5 guy. And like, I'm just telling you based on betting odds. These are not Kevin's betting odds. These are just going off of Vegas and everything like that. He's the runner-up for MVP last year. So it is only logical that he would transfer over. There are definitely some names, depending on where you check, in addition to Trevor Lawrence. I wanted to throw one more out there that might blow your mind.
Okay.
Justin Fields.
Really?
There are some spots, again, it depends on the book you go to, where Justin Fields is even or just ahead of Dak Prescott. Now, it is true, the majority of books...
He'll be the Bears MVP for sure.
Sure. The majority of books have Dak as a more likely. But if you check out like DraftKings, for example, Dak is 20-1 to win MVP. Justin Fields is 14-1. That is pretty wild to me.
The leap for Trevor Lawrence, though, like in 1 year, he's turned his entire... I want to say complexion. Sorry about the burp there. He's turned the whole narrative on him around, I think.
And
like now the league is like, no, this dude actually can win.
So you know what I think they kind of see? Because the other person they jumped on this way ahead of time was Justin Herbert. Like, I realize they were top draft picks, in one case, top 10 versus number 1. But they look at Trevor Lawrence and I think they're like, hey, plus his team is in a garbage division and he's shown he can make it to the playoffs. And he has the same skill set or approximately as Justin Herbert. So I think that's what gave him the leap, because Justin Herbert's been up there. And let's face it, bettors have, I almost said a different phrase I shouldn't say on air. Bettors really like your giant arm toolsy quarterback and think they'll figure it out. Who was the favorite to win MVP last year? It was Josh Allen. Who is one of the co-favorites to win MVP again this year? It's Josh Allen. Because he's a big arm, toolsy quarterback. Justin Herbert's never won anything in the playoffs. I realize it's just his 4th year, but he's always up there. Big arm, toolsy quarterback. Trevor Lawrence, number 1 pick, big arm, toolsy quarterback. So of course he's up there. Do you look at Dak Prescott, and this is not a shade about the ability to play football, but Dak Prescott is not viewed as a big arm, toolsy quarterback the way like those 3 are.
Yeah, no, he's not. Because Dak... Those guys look like they can push the ball downfield all day. Like that's what it is. They're delivering passes. Everything relies on them. With the Cowboys, it's like, well, Dak's good, but it relies on the team. The team is going to let him down more than he's going to bring them up. Is what the feeling is, I think, nationally for most people on him.
The one on the list that really interested me, I know it's not in the quarterback vein, I just wanted to throw it out, is Justin Jefferson. Justin Jefferson is 100-1.
Wow.
I'm not saying it can
position.
Be. Yeah, well,
it's the position.
No
it's
wide
tough.
receiver has ever won an MVP. Keep that. That's crazy if you think about it. Even a kicker has won an MVP.
Wait, really? No wide receivers ever?
Correct.
Wow.
Yeah.
Not
Name
even
a receiver.
I was just thinking of Randy Moss.
Or
nope,
Jerry
never
Rice.
won
Steve
one.
Largent.
Yeah.
None
Never
of
won
them.
one. Name another receiver.
Stop this.
Brian Hartline.
Never won it.
Who did you say?
Brian Hartline.
That is the next receiver after Randy Moss,
Him
Jerry
and Kevin
Rice,
Walter, yeah.
Steve Lar. Okay.
Uh-huh.
But if he surpasses 2,000 yards, or you could throw Tyreek Hill, whoever
Vincent
you want
Jackson.
in there. If they surpass 2,000 receiving yards, I think there's a shot. I know what history says, but at 100-1, That's a hell of a value for Justin Jefferson.
All right, so I got two other things I want to get to real quick here. One, Disney.
Okay.
Politics.
I don't know. And this is fascinating to me because there are mainstream crossover actors and actresses all the time.
What are you talking about?
Disney reportedly, unknowingly, cast a adult film star.
Oh.
In their live action remake of The Little Mermaid.
What?
Casting bosses working on the live action remake wanted to use really sexy male models to portray the mermen in the film.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't seen it yet. Adrian and Lucy saw it. Lucy was singing all the songs, so it was awesome.
By the way, the box office is confusing because apparently Disney's going to take a loss on this film.
Okay.
And I thought it was like a ginormous hit in North America. But I guess this has been struggling overseas, and they're going to lose $20 million on this movie. And
it was a hit in America?
Yeah, and it feels like this movie was a big deal, but they're like, it's nowhere near Lion King, Aladdin,
interesting
live action remakes. Weird.
Among those hired for the Merman world was 24-year-old Stefano Tomadini, who also made adult movies under the alias Dante Ferrari. I don't know if I said that right.
I think you did.
But the casting bosses decided to hire a number of really sexy male models, and they had no idea that Stefano's racy videos, given The Little Mermaid is, a blockbuster hit for the kids, they think it's a little embarrassing for Disney. Lifetime memories with lifetime friends, Stefano says. But yeah, man, I haven't seen any of these movies, so let's go see. That's what I should be doing. Look up Dante Ferrari's movies, Kevin.
Oh, I don't.
Yeah.
You might not have time.
Why not?
Yeah, do it.
For that.
Let's look up his IMDb and see what he's done.
Now.
Oh, man, it's just headlines. I got to find something. Oh, what?
Yeah, what did you think you were going to get?
An IMDb or something.
Yeah.
I don't know. I thought I was going to get something. Not this.
Okay, dude, that's on you.
Yeah.
Well played.
Dante Ferrari. We'll look up more of his stuff. I'll bring that to you on Monday. But then the last question I had was, Derek, how difficult was it every day? Because Avery asked me this yesterday. When you're driving to the stadium, to not stop at Six Flags or Hurricane Harbor and be like, I got to go swim or ride one of these roller coasters. Avery was like, we were driving out there yesterday and he was like, Dad, if I played ball out here, I would just want to stop and go to Six Flags all the time.
I mean, we do get the passes to go over there.
Really?
But it's kind of hard to go. I guess you'd have to go there in the morning and then go. But I don't know. I never really did it, so I'm a little disappointed I can't give you a better answer.
Oh, man. That would have been...
Avery, I'm sorry.
How amazing would it have been, Derek? They're like, man, where are all the guys? We got to be taking BP today. And they're over at Six Flags on the Shockwave.
You guys go shag. I'm going to go do the roller coasters over here.
I got to hit the Judge Roy Scream up.
Oh, my gosh. That...
What was it? Is it the Gemini? Is that one up? No, I think that's at Cedar
Superman, Point. Texas, the big Texas one.
You guys need to check out Cedar Point.
The big Texas one.
What's the big Texas one?
The Texas Giant?
Yeah.
Is that still going?
And that thing just tears my back up.
You guys got to go to Cedar Point.
That
it's
one thing
way
that
better.
happened.
Senior Point?
Cedar. No, not senior.
Cedar
I know
Point.
we're old. Well, you're old, but it's Cedar Point.
I'll show you old man strength here in a little bit. There.
From the 817.
It's a Friday,
Don't
guys.
need that.
I would like to give a shout out to themselves. I just had a birthday on Wednesday, turned 37. Super thankful. Been listening to you all since 2011. Thank you very much for listening. Shout out to you. Happy birthday. Coming up next, the surprising cost-cutting method MLB is considering. Plus, Masterpiece of the Week. It's the fastest segment in all of radio, and good news for you. It's up next right here on The Fan.
Piece on 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by Window Nation. It's also brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel & Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in the DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel & Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214 or 817-333-3333.
Here's Ohtani swinging and driving one out of here. Are you kidding me? Look at that. Second deck again. Shohei Ohtani has made a statement in this series.
Don't
Why do you
hate
hate us,
Ohtani, the player. Hate that particular game.
It's Free Fun Friday, and you're throwing out that. I'm sorry, but he's good.
Do you want me to hold off on the baseball topic and talk about the free fun yesterday that was soccer?
Maybe?
Okay. Are you familiar with anything that happened in the U.S.-Mexico semifinal match yesterday?
Yo, go ahead and tell me everything, dude.
Okay.
I'm listening. I want to hear it.
All right. So, you all right there?
I didn't mean to do that.
Did you just fall back in the chair?
No, I tossed the ball up and it hit that.
The United States won 3-0, including a goal from Ricardo Pepe, former FC Dallas player. But what really took over here is the tempers were flaring.
Yes.
And 4 people got red cards.
Nice.
Which would then facilitate the game finishing 9-on-9. That is, of course, if the entire game finished, because it was eventually stopped without stoppage time because of anti-gay slurs that were being thrown out by the crowd.
Although CONCACAF, the governing body of like the North American football, or soccer rather, apparently an official there said that the match was not abandoned despite it finishing 4 minutes before its extra time concluded. So they haven't even gotten their story entirely straight here.
Did he give any follow-up about what happened then? Or is he just like, no, it was just over?
I did not see anything further than that. So yeah, CONCACAF doing a great job.
Okay, holy smokes. And so this game was
Doesn't it
happening.
always feel like in the soccer world we're teetering on riot like all the time.
Well,
it just feels like the balance of that is very different than most
It's
other
particular matchups, man. Like
Okay.
when we were talking about rivalries, Mexico-Canada, or Mexico-U.S. Wow, why did I throw Canada in there?
I don't know. Do they have like an inherent heated soccer
they're mad
hatred of
peop-
one
they're
another?
mad people.
Well, Canada is U.S.'s next matchup in the final of Nations League. Y'all don't care about that. What y'all care about, though, is that the United States and Mexico, when they play a soccer match, it gets nasty. And that's what we saw. Like, it was just two teams that do not like each other. And Mexico was not playing very well. They were getting their what's handed to them. And they got very quickly into the mode that I like to call, if you can't win the game, you win the fight.
Yes.
And that started with, correct me if I'm wrong, the tackle by Montez in the 69th minute that got the first red card. Okay. They got the first red card. That was like, even I was watching that. I was like, come on, dude. That is dirty as hell. And before the cards could even be handed out, it started a back and forth that spanned like across a big part of the field. And then Weston McKennie got local product right there, got a red card. And then I told you in the last couple of minutes, there were 2 more red cards, and then there were 3 more yellow cards in addition to that. So full-on chaos broke out. And the interesting timing of it all is also, this is on the same day where the reports started to circulate that Greg Berhalter is going to return as the manager of the men's national team.
You a fan?
Running through the 2026 World Cup. At least that's what the contract is.
Personally, no. But, I mean, some of this is American soccer fans like complaining about the manager no matter what. So it might he's not as bad as, like, American soccer fans would like to, say. But he's also like not an inspired choice, so it's just kind of there.
Do you think the issue that finally like forced the interim search that they were doing and everything, do you think it was the dealings with Reina at the World Cup, or do you think it was the domestic abuse from like 30 years ago?
Well, as you know, those are kind of tied up. So
Yeah.
I think that all of those things together to answer the question put it in a place where they were like, I don't know if we bring him back, but
okay.
I don't feel great about the U.S. Soccer Federation in general anyways. So I think that they went through the process. Maybe they didn't feel like they had a better option, and this was like the path of least resistance.
Okay. Well, I mean, so they have their coach locked back in through at least the 2026 World Cup, which will clearly be in North America. And then they defeated one of their North American rivals, Mexico, in the semifinal of the Nations Cup. And then they will move on to the finals against the other country in North America that they are connected to in Canada.
Nice.
Worth your time for soccer information?
Man,
No Wesson, though, because he got sent off. He can't play in the final.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
During that time, Kevin, I tried to turn on TV to watch the College World Series. And somehow I turned off the other two TVs
Why
in the
would you do
studio.
that? You know those TVs don't like coming on.
I don't know how this works. I don't know. Usually I'm good with this, but I've never turned on one TV and then had the entire on the other side of the room just turn off. And Derek was giving me what the hell look. You know, like, come on, dude. Like, what are we doing?
Now Tim's giving you the what the hell look for not understanding how the remotes work.
I was watching that TV.
And it's behind you, Derek. You couldn't have been watching it.
I got it right here.
You don't have eyes in the back of your head like my mom.
Well, and TCU, by the way, is opening up the College World Series against Oral Roberts. Have you been tracking the gummy worm tradition if you get on base?
Yes, I have seen this for the little baby birds, huh?
Yeah.
What is it?
Yeah, you get on base, you get a gummy worm.
Is it the third base coach or the first base coach? Like feeds each one of the guys that gets on base. I think it's first base coach.
Yes.
He ends up. You get on base, Derek, and coach gives you a gummy worm right into your mouth, a little baby bird. What do you think about that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He doesn't hand it to you. He puts it
Oh
in your mouth.
no, why not?
I love gummy bears. First off, is my favorite candy. I know it's not gummy worms. Same thing though.
Oh, is it?
Yes.
I don't know.
And on top of that, is he feeding it to him from his mouth?
No, he's not baby bird. No, like Kevin.
Well, you
and
said baby
Parker.
bird, so I just wanted to make sure.
He hands it to them, and I guess he does put it in.
Well, that's not how birds eat.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now. It's time for some Masterpiece of the Week.
She said, list this.
What's happening, gentlemen?
Hey, Reggie.
That's it? Nobody else?
Reggie. Hello, Reginald.
I was not going to let you disrupt what I was doing with your hello, Reginald, like 5 seconds
I was looking at Mac McCroskey.
Whomst?
He's a very skinny, wiry fella from Oral Roberts. Back to you, Reginald.
Oh, okay.
Our
Masterpiece.
bosses are listening. Please don't include me in that meeting.
Masterpiece of the Week is a segment that we do every week in which we revisit some of the funny, stupid, or odd things that have been said on this program. Kevin, what's the MO?
Mike ain't here. That means it's time to harass Mike.
That's right. And sounds like he was doing some harassing himself.
It was impossible for me to be like, here it is. Let's see what you got, big boy.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to lose that battle.
What?
I don't know.
Is that what goes through your mind on the bump, Derek? Here's what you got. What Mike just said.
Mm-hmm.
Because that was an actual like pitcher versus hitter turn, not a what happens in the
So is that-
clubhouse afterwards.
So that's what he was talking about?
I hope.
Okay.
I mean, he's
I
not
wasn't
here to
sure,
clarify,
right?
so.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's a good point.
Yep.
So you
Deal
can
with it,
assume
Mike.
whatever you like.
A lot of ambiguity with Mike.
All right, how ambiguous is this that Mike said on this program?
How long does it take for the burning pain sensation to go away? What does it feel like when you try to do something? Like, how long does it take for the pain to go away?
It takes a minute.
Oh, sorry, buddy.
Get some
Gotta be
topical
careful.
cream, though. Everything's going to be
You
fine.
got to be careful. Can't just accept every offer that comes your way, you know?
It is. It's quick. Takes a minute.
Okay.
Wait, which is it? Quick or takes a minute?
Both. It's
Huh.
quick. It's a quick minute.
It's a quick minute.
Oh, okay.
But it always, like, it does burn.
Mm-hmm.
Now, what is it there that we're talking about, Derek? Since you agreed.
I know the answer to this.
Is it painkillers?
Well, it's about what you're having your surgery for and the pain you felt when you threw the
Oh,
pitches
yeah. It was my
that-
elbow.
Yep.
Yep.
All right.
Was there more?
No, I was just
Oh.
thought someone
ready
might send it back or something. It's fine.
And back to you, Reggie.
Thanks, Derek. Back to Mike.
Again.
And doing patented Mike things. And you'll understand what I mean when I
For
Now-
You want my answer?
Yes, I do want your
All right,
answer.
I did have two answers because I had to scratch out that one. I put, what's the question?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my God.
You have an answer.
I do. I just want to make sure I answer it correctly.
remember. I thought you were getting ready to answer it. You were looking at your sheet.
Hey, this is just a reset for all the
Yeah,
audience.
this is radio reset.
I know the question, guys. I just
Okay,
wanted to
tell me the Let's start question. over, Tell me Kevin. the Let's start question, over.
Mike, tell me the question.
Did he ever get the question back?
He
in
like
there?
gave a vague interpretation. You're like, hey, what was that guy's name? And you're like, old Schmitty with the green hat. Like, that's kind of how he retold that. But my favorite part, though, is he has two answers for the question that he doesn't remember.
I just love that part of I have two answers. I mean,
Yeah.
my answer is because of you.
Yeah. What's the question?
What's the question again? Let's go ahead and reset that.
That was good.
Oh, Mike.
Hey, Kevin.
Oh, no.
Oh,
Hey,
no.
Reggie.
I thought this was take out
No,
my
you're
time.
good. You're good.
Okay,
Should we be concerned about Corey? Because he said this.
And that's
Still
actually,
feel like
that
there's
sounds
a
like
lot of-
not even worth it for me at this
Okay,
point.
that's fair.
Well, if I'm not burning something down, what are we really doing here?
What? Is this like your billionaire kick?
What were
Now
you
you have
trying
to
to
burn
burn?
something down?
What were you trying to burn?
I don't even remember, honestly. But I am kind of in the mindset now. Like if Derek, you earlier in the show, we were talking about my very old PlayStation 4 that Derek kindly provided for my house.
You're welcome.
And then Derek was like, "Yeah, but I have a PlayStation 5 because I'm rich."
Yep.
And I appreciate your richness.
Thank you.
You're not a billionaire. So
No, I'm not.
in the world of billionaires, that's all that matters to me now. So
I got to be a billionaire to
you
be your
got
friend?
you got some work to do now, Derek.
All right. I'm on it.
You think we're still going to be able to watch Star Wars when he's a billionaire?
I'll be able to watch Star Wars with him.
He didn't ruin
I'm the
any
one that
bridges over
challenged him
here.
to be a billionaire.
He just challenged me to be a good friend.
I was challenging you to be.
That's all I'll ever challenge you.
Oh my gosh, y'all are the worst.
I don't think so. I think you are.
All right, fine.
Speaking
back
of
to you,
billionaires, and maybe the worst, Mike said this.
Mark Cuban
I knew it
loves
was
guys for 14 days.
Did we mark that?
That-
I don't
yeah,
know.
that was-
I don't know.
That was the intention.
Okay, I don't know. As soon as you said, speaking of billionaires, in my mind, I was like, I can almost guarantee it's Mike taking a shot at Mark Cuban.
That's right. I don't know what that shot was supposed to be, but it was definitely a shot.
Somebody said from the 214, I disagree. Gummy bears and gummy worms are not the same thing. It's like saying spaghetti and macaroni are the same just because they're made from the same pasta. But they are the same. I mean,
it's just a different shape.
They aren't the same. They taste different.
What?
Gummy bears are like, the gummy bears are just a little like, it feels more liquidy, and it feels like the gummy worms are denser. Am I like? Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, no,
here?
I get it.
Like the gummy worms are more dense. I'm right about this. Just believe me. Just trust me.
Sources, trust me, bro.
I'm going with you.
Mm-hmm.
Just trust me on this.
Back to you, Ray.
Seeing as Corey has explanations and such, explain this, please.
As I'm standing there, a guy walks out of the door, and I'm like, sweet, my turn. And this guy steps in front of me with his huge hose and goes, nope, we got to clean them now. And he walks in, and he's just... And I was like, no! And it smelled worse because all that stuff just kind of mixed.
It's like here, the second floor.
Was that a bathroom break?
That was at George Strait at the old stadium, and they were cleaning out the porta potties.
Mm-hmm.
And that sounds a lot worse the way that like you edited that.
No editing.
No, that was correct.
That is just start, finish.
It is a giant hose, though.
Okay.
They
All right.
they literally walk in with this thing. It looks like an aardvark nose, and then they suction out all the stuff that you put into the porta potty. They stick it down in the. By the way, I did hear Sean and RJ discuss.
Hold on,
this.
were you done with your last thought? You can't go. Okay, Corey. You're inceptioning your own thoughts right now. You started off on one, and then you're tangenting to another. Are you tangenting to a third in the middle of your tangent to your first
In
thought?
the middle of tangenting, I'm asking a question.
Okay.
When you go to the porta potty, which again, I would rather be outside in front of everybody than in one of those. I just don't like them.
I'll just go wherever.
That being said, there is, when you walk in, there's the toilet part, right?
Mm-hmm.
But there's also this little, like, sink-looking thing to the left. What is that?
Hand washing station.
No, there's no water. Is that where you go, number one?
What? That can't.
It's right there to the left, and it looks like a little thing that just catches some, and then it goes back. It goes down to the same spot. So what's it for? Does anybody have the answer to this? Why is it? There's no instructions in a porta potty. You ever notice that? You walk in, you're just expected to know what to do.
You need
Give me some instructions.
Wait, do you need instructions on how to take a dookie?
What is this thing? Why is it in here with me? Should I be using it?
What do you mean? It's a toilet.
Yes, but that's the hole, right?
Correct.
But then the thing to the left is
That's
that
for you to go pee pee.
Okay. See, thank you. Everybody else is looking at me like I'm an idiot. Appreciate you.
That's
Can you not just go in the other one too, though?
I mean, you can, but I don't think that's a good idea.
Why? Oh, wow. There's a lot of people saying that's the urinal.
See?
Weird. They knew that.
Your faces.
Okay.
You pee in there.
Here y'all just think I'm just some wild town crier drunk right now.
A little bit.
Okay.
What are you talking about?
A little bit. No, I got it.
Oh,
somebody said lasagna is just spaghetti flavored cake.
All right, moving along.
Ooh, I like that.
Thank you for taking a break from your. Anyways, Brada said things. I don't know.
I love that.
Immediately walk up,
invade their
I've
personal
got
space.
alcohol here. Come here. Let's do this first. You know, that's what I'm talking
That's
about.
good strategy.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
What is he doing with these kids?
What?
Holy crap.
Serving them alcohol.
Gave him alcohol. I don't know if he should be doing that.
Sorry, bro.
He's like the cool grandpa.
He is the cool grandpa.
He is a cool grandpa.
He could still get it.
Bro, you're the cool
What did you just say?
You know he could still get it out there in the world.
What are you doing right now?
Not from me. I'm married.
That's what's stopping you
what's stopping
from
you.
hooking up with Broadus?
Yes. I very much
Man,
appreciate
things got hot
and care
over
about
here.
my marital vows.
So if Jess is like, hey, you know, it was a good run, is the first thing you're doing calling Broadus up and saying, hey,
Now keep in mind, I didn't say the first person
you
I
want to
would
watch
call,
some film?
Wow.
I just don't think
Wow.
you should rule it out.
Now you hate Broadus.
Wow.
I think he's great.
That's wild. Also wild. And finally, Mike.
Quite.
Like you're just like, what? All I've seen is soft today.
Yeah, I'm leaving that one alone.
I
don't need.
I know when I heard that, the first thought was, that's going to be on Friday.
I am going to vote for a different Mike one.
Oh, wow.
It's where he says he has two answers and then boldly declares that he doesn't know what the question was.
So good.
You want my answer?
Yes, I do want your
All right,
answer.
I did have two answers because I had to scratch out that one. I put, what's the question?
That is good.
He got all the way to when he had to give an answer.
Yeah. He goes, I got two answers.
Trying to make you
First
feel bad.
answer. Crap. What was the question?
I forgot it all.
What's
Derek?
wrong with the soft? Because that was funny.
Good. That is good. I'm going to go with the porta potty.
Like you're just like, what? All I've seen is soft today.
Yeah, I'm going with the porta potty conversation. That's where I am today.
Because you don't know what a urinal is?
I know what a urinal is. I was just making sure that you're supposed to use that thing. And it's not
As
just...
I'm standing there, a guy walks out of the door, and I'm like, sweet, my turn. And this guy steps in front of me with his huge hose and goes, nope, we got to clean them now. And he walks in, and he's just... And I was like, no, and it smelled worse because all that stuff just kind of mixed.
It's like here, the second floor.
All right, point number one. The noises.
Yeah.
Point number two. Didn't you just say you didn't like using porta potties? Because you said he walked out and then you were like, sweet, my turn.
Because I needed to go.
That doesn't sound like somebody who hates
This is a lot of beer
okay,
that needs
got
to
you.
evacuate my body from during the concert.
This is the genesis of your dislike of porta potties.
Yeah,
Where's
well,
his DC movie?
yeah. Oh man, what a terrible movie!
And finally, I'm voting for what I'm assuming has Mike out today.
How long does it take for the burning pain sensation to go away? Because what does it feel like when you try to do something? Like, how long does it take for the pain to go away?
It takes a minute.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan for now. Coming up next, it's time for our chit chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Next, right here on The Fan.
And he's just...
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 Through the Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. It's time to get back in the saddle and back on the road with Classic Chevrolet. Enjoy one-time offers on new Silverado, Trax, Equinox, Malibu, and more. It's their way of tipping their hat to those on a tough road, but those that haven't stopped driving. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 Through the Fan, where I just said something really dumb. But I wanted to get the shout out first before we get to that. From the 972, I'll introduce him how I said it. From the 972, I wanted to give a shout out to my wife Cynthia's 7-year anniversary today, and happy Father's Day to all the dads out there. Absolutely shout out to all the dads out there, and shout out to y'all. 7-year anniversary.
From the 214, sure, I could have been early to my 2 p.m. appointment, but then I would have missed Masterpiece of the Week. Nah, I'll get there when I get there.
Shout out to you for that level of commitment. And courtesy of T&M Leasing, right now, I'm here for the whole show, but for the purposes of this, I'm going to reapportion it. Shout out to the G-Bag General. If you see me, beer me, AA is what I said, as opposed to NA. I apologize for being a Nimrod.
It's all right, buddy. I've always, considered you the best, so I can easily overlook that. We all know it is NA, but also a shout out to AA.
Yes,
a wonderful organization. Yeah.
Were you guys surprised at all when we got the number this morning? 25 games for Ja Morant. What we were talking about earlier is the second the commissioner was like, hey, maybe we should have given him 12 games. Maybe that wouldn't have mattered. And it doesn't matter if it's toy gun. I was like, oh, no.
Yeah.
Well, he's definitely not giving him any slack.
No, I didn't think they would give him much slack. I think 25 games is probably about what I expected. 30 was like the giant number that I think had been loosely reported like a week or so ago. So that was kind of the neighborhood. 25 games seems pretty reasonable and seems, right in the ballpark of where I thought it was going to be, honestly.
To go along with that, I was curious, do y'all think that Ja Morant or the Players Association and the commissioner had a discussion that, hey, if this happens again, your consequences will be this?
I would have to think, right? Isn't that the move? Like after strike 2, it's like, okay, you have to understand what's next for you here and where this goes.
Not to say that it would. But
but
I'm curious if they had that conversation.
Adam Silver probably didn't expect the second strike to happen. After the first one, you're like, there's no way something like this is going to happen. And then what felt like 5 minutes later happened again. So yes, I think absolutely they probably had that conversation so that, hey, Ja, you can be very clear on where things are at here and what might happen if some dumb stuff happens again.
And I was curious from the Rangers' perspective, is it ridiculous for me to think of last night as a heartbreaking loss? Is it just way too early in a really long season? You got 4 walks in the 9th inning and got 0 hits and 1 run out of it.
I mean, I think in the moment it felt like heartbreak. I mean, it was all building up to this awesome moment where, okay, it's going to be fireworks and beautiful. Here we go, boys and girls. And then it all collapsed on you. So in the moment, it feels like heartbreak. The good part about it is then you can step away and say it is big picture, long season.
Okay.
We're starting to look at some emotional losses, though, as the losses start to mount a little bit, and then you have one that slips through your fingers a little bit. I can see where it's getting frustrating, and not just for one game, but for everything that's building.
Kind of feel like the timely hitting has left us.
For sure.
That's, there were so many nights early in the season in April where we were it seemed like that the right guy was at the plate and knocking home runs. And then, like I say, you get guys in position, first and third, one out, can't get the run home, you get out of the inning and, oh, by the way, Ohtani's going to come up and he's going to hit another home run.
Yeah.
It just seemed like every time he came to the plate, something bad was happening to you. And, good for them. They took 3 or 4 from you. That was tough right there. That's a tough series, especially coming off the Tampa one.
Yeah, no, totally. What do y'all got coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold as always. Heggie, thanks for asking. It is a Mail It In Friday, so not much is planned other than what you're drinking, what you're thinking at 520. Just shooting the breeze till then.
All right, looking forward to that.
I love it.
We have in the KNC Masterpiece. Michael will be back, so make your way with us on Monday, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say goodnight, Kevin.
Good night, Kevin. Go TCU.
Bye.
AA.
What's the question?
The latest from the Star. our fan studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. Hour 1, G-Bag Nation on a Friday. Hope you're having a fantastic afternoon. We aim to make it just a little better over the next 4.5 hours. We'll be here all the way till 6:30 when Rangers pregame is going to take over. They're going to host the Toronto Blue Jays. General at your service at ease. There he is. Brian Broaddus, former NFL executive, Cowboy scout, Emmy Award winner, and the #1 influencer on Cowboy social media at Brian Broaddus on Twitter. Say hello to your friends, Brian.
Hello, my friends. Hello, General. Hello, Lucius. And hello, Chief. Let's have a good one today.
Yes, you can watch us at 105thefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. Lucius Alexander is over there in the Pimp Cup at Master Control. He's getting his environment sanitized. He is feathering his nest. And he will deliver not only the G-Bag today coming up at 2:30, but also LA Live at 5:40, the #1 rated segment in afternoon drive radio here in North Texas. Eric Chiafalo is your lone nosebleeder of the afternoon. Zach Wolchuk on assignment, covering a friend's wedding.
That's right.
The consummate professional that he is.
He's not officiating, is he?
He's not officiating. He's actually not in the wedding at all, which me and him were having a nice discussion yesterday about how that's the best way to be at a wedding, is to have no involvement whatsoever, so you can go full on any direction you want to go. If you're hammering food that day, if it's all about the bar, if you're chasing the ladies, maybe you got one with you. You want to go dominate the dance floor. There is no obligation anywhere near and around you, and you're just here for the party. And it's one of the greatest things, especially when you hit like 2, 3, 4 back-to-back weddings where you have some tie-in. Here we go. It's a family. You got to stand for pictures. You got to do whatever it may be. And then you hit a wedding where it's one of the homies and you got no involvement. It's just like, let's do this thing, man. That's an exciting time. I'm happy for Wolchuk.
Is there a limit, though, for having to play a road game in a wedding if you're not in it?
Oh, no. There's no limit. I think that the understanding comes from the inviting party. A lot of these people aren't going to show up.
100%. And that's why I know Wolchuk's about to have himself a good time, because he took it upon himself.
Right.
No obligation to really be there.
He made the effort.
He hopped on a bird and said, let's go party in Columbus with my boys. Like, I think that's awesome. I think he's excited about this one.
These aren't Columbus dudes, right, that he met when he was there earlier, right?
No.
Okay. I thought maybe he made some friends. All of a sudden, they're inviting him to weddings.
That would be pretty epic.
Old buddies, wives from Ohio. Is that the kind of situation we're probably looking at right here? But either way, there's nothing more advantageous in life than being out-of-town guy at a wedding, especially successful out-of-town guy at a wedding from a cool big city like Dallas.
That's true. Dude. That's a really good call. I mean,
he's in the catbird seat this week in that Wooly Bully.
He absolutely
looking all good
is.
thanks to his friends at Soda.
Do you think how much lying do you think he's going to do?
He doesn't have to lie.
I mean, he just gets to play
like,
the hits. I'm the Wooly Bully. Afternoon drive. Dallas.
You think he pulls out his phone and shows them clips and stuff like that of him being, famous?
No.
Being on, the radio, draft show maybe, I don't know.
All he has to do is say Wooly Bully, and they
really?
know.
They know.
He just leans over and says, Google me.
There you go.
That's the thing.
There you go.
That's the move. He doesn't have to do anything. He doesn't have to show anybody. They will take it upon themselves.
He puts on his best Texas accent with those strong R's, the strongest R's in sports radio, and says, ma'am, I know we just met. I might be a little intimidating. If you want to get more comfortable, just go ahead and Google me, honey.
I got to get back to the big city by the end of the weekend. But now, right here,
I'm just surprised you guys did not have a limit on non-factor of the wedding, not being in the wedding. I thought maybe there would be a little limit.
You want to be in the wedding?
I really, if I'm going to travel a long way and I've got to outlay the cash and all that, I want to have a significant part. I don't want to be, now I could be the usher. The usher to me is a cool gig.
I bet.
Usher's a cool gig because you get to walk in.
It's the best of the
you'd like to be a butler. Yeah.
I want to be a butler. I want to wear a tux. I want to do all that stuff. See, the thing about the usher, you get to meet everybody going in.
Yes.
So you have a little bit of a scouting report like, oh, okay, this is so-and-so's mom.
No question.
See, I want nothing to do with those social engagements, and I don't want the responsibility of being in the wedding party.
Right.
That's a beat down to me. You know, if you're not in the wedding party, you can be in the parking lot like sipping a flask 5 minutes until the ceremony starts.
Yeah, absolutely. And you could take that thing up even closer if you don't care what your
dog,
view
I ain't
is.
seen you in a minute, bro.
Yes.
I got some Henny over here in the flat.
Oh, yeah.
Stand by the car with me a little
I'll be
bit.
out there in a second. Yeah, just give me the high sign.
No, you smell cool. How about my eyes? I look all right?
Yeah,
All right, let's go in there.
Would you bring in a game day drink?
I think you can. Yeah.
Do you? Would you just?
It's encouraged. At a wedding, yeah, a little flasky.
Okay, I'm just saying like a little roadie cup.
Oh, be heavy-handed with it.
Yeah,
I'm here with the Yeti and it's go time kind of thing.
Maybe kind of like
Because it'll wear off by the time they kiss and the ceremony's done, and now you're riding high right back to right after the ceremony. What is that?
Reception.
The reception.
Yeah.
You're back into it again.
Yeah, I think a cup, a flask, you know, maybe a Yeti, just not like a can or a bottle.
Yeah.
Or
airplane bottles.
Like
we learned the airplane bottle can work to your health.
Yeah, those are great at a parade. Apparently, those are the MVP of a championship parade.
Yeah.
Michael Malone knows his way around a couple of those.
Nothing wrong with that.
Michael Malone can party, dude.
He looks like he can party.
We're going to hear from Coach Malone a little bit later on in the program because he was in his bag yesterday.
There have been some press conferences in the build-up to their championship where I'm like, I don't know if I like this guy, but now I'm sure I like him. I like this guy, this head coach of the Nuggets.
Agreed.
Okay, another tough one for the Rangers as they come up just short against the Angels. 3 Rangers ejected following the 7th inning. It was quite a dramatic night. Not a full moon. Yeah. Okay, we were over that a couple of weeks ago. But, I mean, between what happened in the USA-Mexico game and then the ejection following the 7th inning, it was a full moon kind of night in the world of sport.
It just, for the Rangers, I push on, Angels. I don't want to see you for a while, man. It just everything about that series, like I said, in the cross, every time that Ohtani came up, you just felt like he was going to park one here, park one there. Oh, he put it in the second deck this time. I mean, not even a home run call. It's like, here in the pit. Oh, it's second deck. It's the way that, it's unfortunate with Evaldi, the way that he pitched last night. He kind of was giving up the solo shots and stuff like that. But man, the Rangers.
Ohtani was up 20 times in the 4-game series. How many times do you think he got on?
He's up 20 times. He got on
17.
No, 20. He really was up 20. I thought it was something like he was 7 of 12.
He had 4 homers.
Yeah.
In the series.
Yeah, and he had a double and a couple of walks.
Yeah.
So
he stuffed the sheet. He was he got on 13 times.
13
in 20
times. That's what. Yeah.
The 4 Bombskis. 3 of the 4 Bombskis left the bat at 109 or higher, and going at least 440 feet. Said the story here with Evan Grant in the morning news today. Evaldi good, but not great. Gave them their first quality start in a week, but gave up the go ahead home run to the in the 7th there, and the Rangers could not recover.
Yeah.
So they do drop 3 of 4. The rare division series lost. Toronto in town tonight. Pregame at 6:30.
Yeah, back-to-back series losses for the Rangers though. Hadn't had that happen all year. So
yeah,
maybe it's rock bottom. I think that's what we're looking at right here.
That's maybe it is, and if this is rock bottom on any given season, then I'd say, hey, you had a dang good season. But you saw the fire. I mean, Marcus Semien, Boch. How about our guy Maddox yesterday? He was feeling he had that G-bag confidence about him. You could tell yesterday. When you started showing love to his mustache, it felt like it reinvigorated him, like almost like he forgot the power of his own stash.
Yeah, to go out and get kicked out. Is that?
Yeah, absolutely. Get in someone's face a little bit. Sometimes you got to do that, man. Have your guys back, and that's what he did.
What we need is those old school guys, and I thought he did his best job of the year. He got his G-bag bump, Mike Maddox did, and because of that, he was willing to go to the mat for his guys, and that's what all players want is a coach like that believes in them, is willing to go to bat for them. I do believe we've had the tech available for 10 years, though, and we're still acting like it's not the best thing and the easiest thing to do. We're getting thrown out of games. It's unnecessary distraction. Look, officiating sports is hard, man. Y'all need some cameras and some computers. Nothing to be ashamed of.
Dude, I don't even understand why. I don't understand how anybody has the desire to be a referee or umpire, especially on a big stage. I mean, even not. We're hearing about the youth sports stuff. You guys talk about it all the time. Like pretty much inconsequential sports. Yeah. And then it's like to want to do that in front of a ton of people and then just always know like you're never the good guy.
Yeah.
You're never the good guy. I'm surprised you still have people that are willing to get out there. I don't know what they get paid. Maybe we got a bunch of people getting paid like the Denver Nuggets mascot, where it's just like, hey man, this is too good to pass up here. But that does not seem like an enviable job. It seems very, very difficult to do.
Yeah, it is. It's tough, and I don't know why people want to do it. Either they're like immune to the confrontation, or they love the confrontation. I don't know what it is. I mean, I guess it can pay pretty good, and if you really love the sport and just want to be around it all the time, maybe you're willing to put up with that BS. Some people have a very unique and special ability to deal with idiots and just dispatch them without being overly confrontational. And I think for those guys, it's like, dang, thank the Lord for those kinds of refs. But they're few and far between. And again, it's a tough job. I wish we could have the courage. And I think it's coming because there's already been so many changes in baseball over the last 5 years. I think it is just a matter of time before, it's Dunsky. And it's so clear how much it could help clarify things. Okay, Oral Roberts and TCU scoreless top of the fourth.
918 Tulsa, stand up.
That's right.
Stand all the way up.
Is that where Oral Roberts is?
Yeah. Oh, by the way, when it comes to that umpiring stuff, my son got bit by the bug.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, he thinks he wants to, I think I might take this the long way, Bumps. What you thinking? I keep showing them, like, videos of umps getting cursed out and everything I can find, you know what I mean? Like, are you sure you want to do this? Yeah. I don't know. I seen him, like, go back and forth with a coach.
Okay.
The coach was like, that was a strike right there. Ump. He was like, no, it was high. It was high. It was high. Kept telling him.
Yeah.
I was like, okay, bro. I see you standing your ground. Look how small you are. You're like 120 pounds yelling at people.
Man, I tip my cap to a lot of those kids out there that can stand their ground. They'll just stare down parents like at 15 years old. It is pretty impressive.
You'd be surprised how much they're actually getting paid.
Yeah. What is it, 40, 50 bucks a game?
You'd be surprised, bro.
Yeah. Okay. It's coming up a little bit.
Yeah, I almost changed my pants. I was like, well, hey, where do I need to buy the uniform and everything at? Can I get the code of conduct?
What's the strike zone these days?
Give me the rule book.
I'll see you on
the throw it like this back or?
Gray slacks. Where are those? You're looking for them in the.
Dude, I'm glad to hear that though, man, because that's a grind of a gig. That's a grind of a gig. So I'm glad they're getting compensated
Especially when it's like
appropriately.
102 out there. You know, all that
Good
gear
point.
on. My
Good
gosh, you
point,
couldn't
dude.
catch me doing that.
Yeah, that'll bring a demon out of anybody.
Yeah.
You know,
Abby
keep
says
it cool in the heat.
Abby says she wants to do it. She said she saw that you could start reffing at 13 years old, and she's got ideas of going on like a shopping spree with this money that she's going to make in a summer job. I don't know how I feel about that. Okay, enjoy being part of the game, says the 817. I love basketball. White guy can't jump, but I could ref. Okay.
Yeah, and I mean that's the other thing is, I certainly, like, even watching it last night, watching Marcus Simeon, and I've heard everybody talk about it today. Like, I don't know. I'm seeing it in real time, and it's like that seems like a coin flip to me.
Yeah.
And that's on replay and slowing it down. And I'm like, if you're there in real time, but if you have the skill set and feel like this is like, I can see this clear as day. I can see how these things are happening, and I know what's a call and what's not, and this and that. Then when you find out you're good at something, all of a sudden you discover you might have a passion for it.
Yeah.
So kudos to that 1%, because that's a hard skill set, I would imagine, to come by.
Yeah, and that would be cool if you were so good at it that you could take it to a professional level.
For sure. For sure.
And now you're really making a cool career out of it. I think that could be a lot of fun. Okay, the Mavs are done with Christian Wood. That's maybe the least surprising Mavs story you'll see, but that's from the Stein line. Not expected to make any offer to him to return. The theme right now in the NBA is the teams with players available are sending out signals today that we aren't getting good enough offers to make a move. Blazers saying we're keeping the third pick. Suns saying we're keeping DeAndre Ayton. Pelicans are saying we aren't interested in trading Zion Williamson after recent days and recent weeks of those players reportedly being heavily involved in trade discussions. I think you can only, add up what you have and deduce that the offers just aren't there right now. So they're telling anybody trying to trade with 2 weeks to go until the draft, you're going to have to do a lot better if you want to get our guys. You don't want to be selling at a low like this, and probably the right thing to do.
I was hearing some whispers, though, that maybe with Zion for the second overall pick with Charlotte is what I was hearing. But because Michael Jordan, it sounds like he's
selling the team.
Come to an agreement about selling the team. So maybe then with the new ownership and all, we'll see. But I was kind of hearing some of those whispers that maybe that Zion for the second overall pick. Well, It seems like to me that New Orleans is hell bent on trying to get Scoot Henderson. Is what they're doing.
Are they?
Yeah, they're trying whatever they can to make sure that they.
I'd want the shooter because we have McCollum, we have Ingram. I think they need a shooter, but they probably want the better overall player, and I think Scoot is the second best player in this draft. Chris Paul says he wants to figure out a way to stay with the Suns. Porzingis considering a $36 million option to stay in Washington. Those are amongst the stories that are generating discussion in the NBA with 2 weeks to go until the trade or the draft. Chiafalo will have more on those stories and more coming up a little bit later in a Rim session. Okay, the U.S. Open continues, and we're about to have the leaders teeing off. Afternoon tee times here for us, especially because they are in Los Angeles. But you have a gentleman making a move here on the leaderboard that could make things interesting. What's his name? Clark? Clark.
Wyndham Clark.
Wyndham Clark is now at 8 under. He's 2 under on the day after firing a 64 yesterday. So he is in a tie with Ricky Fowler and Xander Schauffele there at 8 under par. And that's sort of a snapshot of the leaderboard. Bryson DeChambeau tees off coming up at 310. And then Scott Scheffler also at 3 under. He will tee off at 343. So we'll be having updates on those scores throughout the afternoon if you're wondering about your local stories and your leaders there at the U.S. Open. They're going low this year, Brian, apparently.
Yeah, they are.
They need to dry out the course.
Well, yeah, and that's the problem is they, with some of these, they want it firm and fast, the USGA, and they've got the ability here at the Los Angeles Country Club to be able to adjust tees and to move and to make the holes various length. And so that's been a little bit of a problem that they've struggled with right now. The U.S. Open, not known for 9, 8 under scores like that. They fight for even par, maybe even a little bit below par. These pros are taking, as they would say, dead aim at some of these sticks.
They're getting their revenge on the Open.
Well, and it's the first time they've had. I think we have 5 par 3s on this course. It hadn't happened since
it's par 70.
Yeah, since we had this at the I believe it was the St. Louis. It was St. Louis Country Club in 1948. Wow. I think it was the last time that they've had this many par 3s on a U.S. Open course. So pros taking really advantage of the situations there in Los Angeles.
Draft's next Thursday, not in 2 weeks. Are we already that far into June?
June 22nd.
Yeah.
Holy cow.
I looked my wife in the eyes, I think it was yesterday, and said, can you believe we're already in mid-June, dude?
Yeah.
Like, I'm thinking, dude, we're going to be in Oxnard in what feels like a couple of weeks. This is crazy.
Yeah, it's hotter than hell, too. It definitely feels like summer out there. It snuck up on us this time, but it's now in full breath. G-Bag of the day coming up at 2:30. Cowboys set up for big-time success once again. Is the offense fail-proof? Where could it go wrong? It's next in the nation.
The latest from the Star in Frisco, as well as inside information from around the league. It's DFW's top football podcast for a reason. Love of the Star with Brian Broaddus and Bobby Bell. Sponsored by Boomer Jacks on the Odyssey app or wherever your favorite podcasts are found.
Anytime we get together, we never know if it's gonna be the time that will make the memory that we never.
Yes, sir. Welcome back, Nation. Is the Cowboys offense fail-proof? 877-881-1053. Segment here is brought to you by Soda. That's state-of-the-art, and it's brought to you by the Frankels. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck, so companies that hire drivers, put them in a big truck, should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Franklin. Frankel consultation's always free. Truckwreck.com. Yeah, Cowboys Wire here looking at 3 ways that the offense could be derailed in 2023. Your guy Ben Grimaldi writing this bad boy.
Oh, Benny G.
Yeah. He's quite the journalist. And I looked at this football team right here. Number 1, Tony Pollard not being as efficient. He has gone for 5.5 and 5.2 a carry over the last 2 years, but he's expected to go over 200 carries for the first time in his career. He is going to be the focal point. Will Zeke remain efficient? How efficient does he need to remain for the offense to stay high octane, Chief?
Man, I think it needs to be, especially if they're hell bent on really wanting to run the ball as much as they talk about, and if their entire part of their big change is like, all right, let's eliminate turnovers and let's get back to running the ball much better. And then Tony Pollard is slightly worse. I think that's not going to bode very well. And then what you have behind him, I don't know. The only one that you really trust that could do something cool, Ronald Jones might be able to just be a guy that you hand the ball to sometimes, and it's not just pure chaos, but I don't think we're expecting anything really cool from him. Deuce Vaughn's the only other one in that backfield that you think maybe, could be a little bit of a spark. So if Tony Pollard's not that guy, that's going to be a bummer because they're going to keep giving it to him.
My concern, Brian, is that down the stretch, once we hit December, 4.2, 3.9, 2.1, 2.7. That's yards per attempt in the last 4 games of the season.
Yeah.
He did have 5 against Tampa, but not 5.2. That was below season average. And then the 49er game, it was at 3.7. I think it's offensive line dependent. I was hoping Tony Pollard could be a player that if the offensive line isn't blocking great, he'll still get you yards. But that shows me it fell off in a major way once Terrence Steele was hurt.
Yeah, I think the Terrence Steele injury really put the Cowboys in a bad spot scheme-wise because it forced Tyron Smith to play a spot he's never played. Well, as far as he's had a
Not
Hall
in
of Fame.
12 years.
Yeah, he's played exactly. But I meant his Hall of Fame career has been on the left-hand side. So now you're asking him to play on that right side.
Coming back from massive injury.
He and Zach Martin never, ever really clicked over there. I mean, Zach Martin, he understands what Terrence Steele is going to do when it comes to the reach blocks. Those are the blocks going to their right or the scoop blocks going back to their left. When he knows.
And Smith's just old,
It's all about fit.
Yeah.
Like with Terrence Steele, he knows he has to get hip to hip, and he pushes Martin to the second level. They secure that down defensive lineman, and now they're up on the second level with Martin, where no linebacker wants to deal with Zach Martin. They just could not get that going, and I think a lot of it had to do too with what was going on with point of attack blocking with the tight ends.
Yeah. Okay.
They just did not get it from Schultz and Hendershot and those guys.
And we don't know if Steele is going to be back week 1 and how good he is going to be. So I could see the run game significantly hampering the offense if it's not as good, especially because after Tony Pollard, I don't know if you have anybody that's going to be able to generate much of a surge.
And your point to the last month of the season when the offensive line was, being shuffled around and the production from Tony Pollard goes down. I mean, that's part of the problem with the running back position is it is so dependent on the offensive line being good.
Yeah.
And so that it goes back to, should you pay a guy $11 million off an injury? Because if your offensive line's not very good, there's very few guys that can transcend a bad offensive line as a runner and still be dominant.
Yeah.
And Tony Pollard's probably not going to be one of those guys.
Okay, the 858 says, Gavin, clearly you've not experienced a Schottenheimer offense. You will be disappointed, sir.
Oh, that's tough. I asked about Steele because I was, we didn't see him at all in the OTAs and the mini camps or anything like that. And I said, hey, give me a little insight about Steele. And I said for training camp, and he will be involved. And to me, that's a good thing because usually they are very, very mindful of guys coming off knee injuries and then getting them involved. So the word was he will be involved, and they're really looking forward to the ramp-up period to when they do the stuff for to get ready for the pads and things.
Let's see if he can get off those umbilical cords
Exactly.
at some point.
Yeah.
Mike McCarthy not being up to task, that one is huge. But I do believe Dak's been in an offense for so long that if things aren't working well with Mike and Brian's ideas, they'll go back to what was working well under Kellen Moore.
They'll flip this thing back.
It happens all the time.
Well, they're talking about 70% of the offense is the same.
Yeah.
That gives you a lot of wiggle room in case you want to go back to doing something.
You know you're on the super hot seat if you're willing to revert back to a completely different offense, in the middle of a season.
Yeah.
You know that you're not here for the long run. You don't have much time to get this thing figured out.
That's one of the benefits of a veteran quarterback, though.
Yeah, it's one of the questions I got for you in the sports mix today about that Mike McCarthy.
And then the third thing that could derail the offensive line doesn't work out, and we've been talking about that already. So it's time now for the G-Bag of the day here on a Friday. Here's Lucius in the Pim Cup.
Let's go! At the red light, twerking on them headlights. At the red light, twerking on them headlights. Let's see. It's Friday, man. We made it. Happy Friday. Be careful out here, people.
Yeah.
Don't rush it.
It's twerking on the headlights at 2 a.m. type of weather, too.
Yeah, come on. It is.
Yeah.
I stayed in the pool all night last night, smoking cigars, drinking tequila.
Oh, man, that's awesome.
Did you get anybody to join
Get my
you?
foot rubbed. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I was having a little, and met some more neighbors, and that type of thing. Hey.
Did their husbands hate you?
No, we were friendly.
Not at all?
The husbands were the more friendly ones.
Oh, were they?
Yeah.
All right.
Because I had old girl was out there in that bikini.
There you go.
Got to be nice to me. Talk to my wife. All right, our champion is Red Scare's head man. I don't remember his name. Damn. Yes, Red Scare's head man. This is a speech about his very first job. He worked at a horse insemination place.
Yeah.
And, well, now he's a rock star. But this is how it started.
Star. He's a singer.
When I was 15 years old, I started my first job. Like many of you probably did too. Except mine was a little more up.
Yeah.
I worked at something called a horse insemination plant.
You ever hear that?
Every day.
Every day.
I would get up in the morning and I'd go to this barn and I'd have to walk down a line with a horse on either side of me. These horses were foamy and I had to grasp in each hand a throbbing horse and rub it until completion and collect it
in a jar.
Yeah.
This mother who owned this place was selling this for $1 million a gallon, and I was getting paid $4 a hour. There are 3 mother people in this world. 3. There's the man who owns the horse and gets the money.
Yeah.
There's the man who has the money and gets the horse.
Yeah.
And there's us, me, you. We off the horses and we get nothing.
The heavy breathing really stood out to me on this one, man.
Dude, he has that routine worked out well.
He does,
That's
dude.
good performance art right there.
Just polished.
Happy birthday, Tupac Shakur. Tupac Amari Shakur. Check out that doc on Hulu about Tupac and his mom. If you're a Tupac fan or you don't know anything about Tupac, it's very enlightening, very good. One of the best documentaries about Tupac, Behind Thug Angel. Thug Angel is the best in my opinion. Shout out to Mr. William Campbell over there at Travelmation for sponsoring G-Bag of the Day.
Doing good work there.
It's a beast.
Go ahead and take you a trip. Let's see, what else we got for you boys? How about good cop versus bad cop? We had a cop speeding on his way to work. Another cop pulled him over.
You gonna pull over?
Please say a command.
Pull over.
Can't pull over anymore.
3113 to 313.
What? I am going into work, my man. Why are you trying to pull me over as I'm going into work?
Because you're going 80 and a 45.
I am going into work.
Okay, what are you going to work for?
What does it look like I am dressed for?
I
What does it look like I am dressed for?
Wow.
My name is Deputy Hilton and they see your driver's license.
No.
Okay.
Nope. Okay.
3113, copy at 1050.
Ride the lightning.
Orlando PD taking off from a traffic stop. It's going to be X-Ray Foxtrot 6207, XF 6207.
I wonder what dispatch says in a situation like that. Just let him go, sir. You're having a bad day.
Did he just call off the license plate number that fast?
Yeah. I thought that was amazing how he knew the XO Foxtrots.
Yeah.
And everything else that you say.
Gosh.
I done lost it all. I used to remember those stuff too.
I had to take a
Been years.
picture on the hit and run guy, and I luckily I did that, or I would have never known what that guy's
I
license
would have
plate
never
was.
known. I don't know phone numbers to
Yeah.
very important people.
Yeah.
And I used to know these things. Like, you used to have a Rolodex of phone numbers in your head that you could pull out at any time. All I know is my mother-in-law's number and my own phone number that doesn't even exist anymore. That's all I know. That's all I know. Let's see. Speaking of failing, let's shout out to my man Eric Chiafalo with a missed wide open layup yesterday. Wide open layup. He cocked back.
This hurts.
It was pretty, man. It looked like Pistol Pete on the fast break, but he just didn't get it.
It is the gift he left behind, and it seems to be a gift that people enjoy. So I embrace it. I really don't have any choice but to embrace it. I can't change my voice at this point.
Well, my favorite thing throughout March Madness and the Final Four with your San Diego Aztecs was doing a little reading up on them and discovering that you, Tony Gwynn Jr., are the all-time assist leader for their basketball team. And that was my favorite stat of the day throughout the month of March.
Now, I got to tell you that's not me. I wish I was the all-time assist leader. That is actually my pops, who is the all-time assist leader for the Aztecs. It's still a record he holds to this day. It's amazing. It's almost been 40 years, but and nobody's broken it yet. So a lot of people don't know. He was a pretty good hooper for sure.
Yeah, including myself, as Wolchuk is laughing at me, as I thought that was you. And it's actually your dad. So joke's on me, Tony. Joke's on me.
Easily confused there, Tony. We love you, buddy. We really appreciate you.
Hey, Wolchuk putting the sauce on it. Hey, we love you, buddy. We really appreciate you coming on out.
Because Wolchuk was the one that Wolchuk booked it.
I just embarrassed Wolchuk in front of Legendary Company. Yeah. That's how he has to save it.
That hurts more now than it did in the moment, I think. Hearing that is...
That's hilarious, bro. I was laughing my ass off in here. Hey, all right, let's go to the dude, bro, at the Denver Nuggets parade. The dude, bro, you guys see him? He shotgunned a beer with KCP.
Yeah.
Now, I don't know if you call it shotgunning, because if I say shotgunning, somebody on the fence is like, well, that's not technically a shotgun, buddy. Yep. But he did chug the hell out of a beer with an NBA basketball player right there on the spot at the parade. And the news said, oh, man, that's the guy. Let's talk to him.
My name Isaiah. Isaiah, you had the greatest moment of your life. Tell me, there was eye contact involved.
Oh, yeah, no, dude. As soon as he tossed me that brewski, I already had to do what I had to do, man. I opened up that straight bear claw on him, and I was just like, yaw, baby, you know what I mean?
Drank it.
And as soon as I seen it, I was like, I know what I got to do. Looked at my boy, said, this is for us. Bang, bang. You know what I'm saying?
So you made eye contact with him, and they threw you a beer?
Yeah, no, literally, yeah. Because I was hyping up the crowd, and he gauged it, and then he just, looked right at me, and I was like, dude, I'm the one, bro. Come on, send it my way. And as soon as he did, he launched it. I caught it, and it's just a history story after that. You know what I mean? There's plenty of history being made right now, and I guess I'm part 2 of it. I don't know.
And how did that beer from Christian Brown taste? And say it without cursing this time.
Probably one of the best beers I've ever had in my life. I understand what they mean now when Coors is brewed in the Rockies, because that went down super smooth, you know?
There you go.
All I got to say is shout out to him, man. I really appreciate it. And let's just say, one of the best days of my life. Let's go, Nuggets. We're going to get it next year.
Yeah, good sober version, clean version. Sounded like the news guy was a dude bro, too.
Yeah.
I mean, I thought at first news guy
That's why
was
I
the
went over
dude
there and
bro you were
interviewed him. He was
throwing
like,
to.
dude, bro, I got to get you on the news, dog. That was amazing, bro. Come here, man. What's your name? Isaiah? Hell yeah, man. Hell yeah. Stand right here on this X, bro.
Is it Lucius with an impromptu nomination of himself? No, Red Scare lead singer. Good cop versus bad cop. 80 and a 45. Guy was flying. Chiafalo fail.
He's been warned.
Yeah.
Clearly.
Or
you show up here one more time.
Or we had the double dude bros in Denver. Man, it's tough today. It is. This is one of the most difficult vote offs that we've ever had. I'll go with the news guy. I'll go with the news guy at the Nuggets parade there, Chief. How about you?
I think I'm going to double down on that guy.
There we
Shout
go.
out to him.
Lucius?
I'll make it interesting. Do the Red Scare again.
We're at 2-1.
Yeah, I think Chief deserves some credit for the
I do
missed
too.
layup yesterday.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I wanted it recognized, but I didn't necessarily want to make him live through it every day.
I was kind of hopeful that you guys would make him live through it every day.
Something tells me we'll hear that again, though.
Yeah, that'll be in the blooper reel.
Okay, news guy with the dude bro at the Nuggets Parade is your new G-Bag Today champion by a score of 2-1. And salute to William Campbell at Travelmation, by the way. Brian, where are we going next?
Yes, thank you, William. And we're also going to do a little sports mix on this Friday. We'll do that next.
Coming up Monday morning on Sean.
1053thefan.com.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet.
Well, thank you very much, Lucius. It is the G-Back Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. And it is time now for Krusty's Corner. Here he is, king of the crustaceans, Brian Broaddus.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Anything to add here? I usually have something I have to say. Oh, I've got to look at, people are asking me questions about, evidently the supplemental draft is going on or going to happen. And if anybody doesn't know what the supplemental draft is, it's...
You just draft, everybody picks their favorite supplement. And
Yeah.
I'll take creatine.
Dang, I wanted the creatine.
You want the creatine?
It's all right.
Shout out to the vitamin shop.
Excellent. Yeah, you're right about that, Lucius. The thing with... everybody's asking me about there's a particular player, and I actually I know Dane Brugler brought it up. There's a wide receiver from Purdue named Wright is his last name, Milton Wright, and he's going to be in this year's supplemental draft, which will be in July. The supplemental draft is for players that missed the regular draft or the common draft, and then some hardship brings them into in the league. We haven't had a supplemental draft since 2019, so now we're in a situation where that's coming back around. And people are asking me about this Milton Wright wide receiver. I actually talked to some scouts around the league, gang of 7 guys, and I said, hey, do I need to evaluate this Milton Wright? And they said, nah, not really. Might be a guy that would be considered in this draft, would be a late round guy.
Yeah.
He flunked out of school or had some grade problems at Purdue.
Just a little flunkage.
Yeah, which made him eligible for this supplemental draft.
I'm surprised that he would even be eligible for it, because when I Google him and I read about him, I see that Milton Wright was the father of aviation pioneers Wilbur and Orville Wright, and a bishop of the Church of the United Brethren in Christ.
Yeah.
He was born in 1828.
Yeah.
So if this guy still got wheels, kudos to him.
He's still got the ability to fly. That's, Wright brothers.
It's in his blood.
It's in his blood. First in flight, the plate's at North Carolina, right? You ever seen a plate from North Carolina? First in flight. That's what they say.
Look at you, bro.
Yeah,
Broaddus, man.
I
had no idea this Milton Wright, Orville Wright situation was going to be your wheelhouse.
Oh, I know.
But it is the 1800s.
It is the 1800s. I was there at Kitty Hawk when they were trying to get that thing up. I was waiting on the plane with my overhead. I was trying to check in early. But yeah, I was told.
No, you were trying to check in early just so that you could brag about it later.
I was trying to check in early there and get that seat where you could completely stretch out,
right.
in the exit row.
That exit row, man.
Yeah,
That thing's like gold.
I've already got that seat lined up. You know it.
I know you do. I tried to click on it. Sorry, some old bastard got it before you, and he'll be rubbing it in your face the entire duration of the flight.
All right, but no Milton Wright.
Milton Wright.
Yeah, I didn't get the impression that Milton Wright was be a guy that teams would be really, really interested in. So if you wanted to know that, well, there you go. All right. I always promise the sports mix on a Friday. Chief, I'll start with you since you're in a fun mood. What would make you feel different about Jalen Tolbert?
In terms, before this, heading into the season, what could make me confident?
What would make you
at
feel
the end of the season?
Just what would make you feel different about Jalen Tolbert?
I don't know. I mean, honestly, I will be knee jerk, and if he starts making baller plays in training camp, I'm going to start getting infatuated. But my expectations are so dang low. I mean, if he could just be. If he could be an average number 4 receiver, if he could just be a guy that is active and can catch the ball and not just be last year he couldn't even get on the field.
Yeah.
So, but my expectations are super low for him. So I just want to see him active, and can I depend on him to be a run-of-the-mill number 4 wide receiver? I don't think that's too much to ask of a 3rd-round pick.
Gavin?
I'll get excited if you give me the first 2 weeks of training camp where he's a standout about every other day. So that should be about 10 practices. Give me 5 standout practices before the first preseason game. And then in those first couple of weeks, give me the 7 catches for 100 yards. A couple of those things. Now it can start to be optimistic. But I won't see that there's validation towards it until we're into the regular season and I see him with a 5 catch for 65-yard type of game. But it's really going to take for the regular season to happen. But I mean, he played so bad that just having an exciting training camp right now would get me moving.
Yeah, I mean, even could he dominate a preseason game?
Yeah.
Can he go out there and be like, okay, he looks like, he's playing in the third quarter because he's still earning things, but he's starting to show out against these low-level guys, and he's catching touchdowns, and he's the guy on third down, and he's making plays. Then it's like, okay, we can see that there is something in there.
Yeah, I talked to somebody over there about that. They clearly want him to succeed. They really believe that he can succeed. And, they were thinking like one of the biggest factors or problems last year is he didn't know what he was doing.
Yeah.
He just didn't know what he was doing. And I asked the question about was missing OTAs and mini camps. He said, oh, no, that definitely had something to do with it. But, here we are. We're falling in love with Dennis Houston, and we're falling in love with Dennis Houston because Dennis Houston was lining up in the right spot and being where he's supposed to be. He's doing everything better than Tolbert, but Tolbert's a better player. If Tolbert would have performed like Houston, knowing where he needed to be,
that was half the battle.
That was half the battle, and he lost that battle, and that set him behind last year. Gavin,
yeah,
if the Cowboys' defense is top 3, this will be the reason why.
Because their defensive tackles become this immovable force in the middle of their defense, keeps their linebackers clean. I think what the edges in the secondary can do that's well established. If they can lock down the middle as well and make the offense much more predictable with how you have to attack them, then this defense will feast.
I am guaranteeing a dominant pass rush, and so if the secondary and especially the corners can be as locked down as as dominant at what they do as what the pass rush can be, then I think this defense goes to the moon, man. And they don't give up the big play, like in particular, don't give up the big play. I think that's really all it's going to take.
I kind of feel like that if Sam Williams shows that he could be just as good rushing the passer as Micah Parsons. I know that's saying a lot, but that they get something from Parsons and from Sam Williams.
Yeah, I mean,
that all of a sudden he turns into, whoa, wait a minute. That now they've got 2 big time legitimate pass rushers.
Yeah, because he's got the athletic profile to be that. When you say somebody comparing to Micah as a pass rusher, it sounds asinine.
Yeah,
and because it mostly is. But Sam Williams is a guy who the body of work, physically, athletically, like there's a chance he actually could be that.
I'll come back to you on this one, Chief. Mike McCarthy on the hot seat is a media-driven thought.
True or false? I'll say false.
Kind of a true or false, but I mean it in a way of that the Cowboys probably don't see him on the hot seat like the media does.
No, I think the Cowboys do see him on the hot seat. I think there's immense pressure to win. There is an expectation of winning with they feel like they've put together one of the best rosters in the sport, and in a lot of ways they have. And there is a guy that's on that staff that I think they'd love to be their head guy as well. And he at any moment could decide he wants to be a head coach again. And so that would bump Mike McCarthy out of there. I think he is. I think he is on the hot seat.
Gavin, Mike McCarthy on the hot seat is a media-driven thought, not a Cowboy thought.
It's true, Brian. Ain't no hot seat here for Mike McCarthy. Got him to the playoffs in back-to-back years. He does not show up Jerry Jones. He'll get annoyed. He'll get hella ticked at Jerry, but he still just kind of bites his cheek. So, I could see where you could say, hey, at the end of this, if you're not taking the next step, but you have to remember what the Cowboys are really in this for. It's to stay relevant. It's to make the playoffs. They're telling you with their actions they don't really need to win the Super Bowl. They just want to make the playoffs every year. Mike's delivering that. He's kept him healthy. He avoids controversy for the most part. Gives him a decent scapegoat every now and then by mismanaging a game. Cowboys, the Jones boys appreciate that. I think he helps them with the draft and team building in a way that they like as well. They're better team builders than they were under Garrett.
Sure.
Yeah.
I think this is a media-driven thing. I think Jerry and Steven are comfortable with Mike McCarthy.
Yeah, I think they like him a lot.
I think guys like myself and others are talking about, he's on the hot seat and all that. I think they really like Mike McCarthy.
I mean, you guys know that maybe he should be on the hot seat.
Yeah.
You've to me, you could look at it like, wow, look at everything, all the success you're having. Or you could also say, look at all the great teams you're wasting. And I think that's sort of a valid approach as well. If you're not getting out of the divisional round with all these great players, maybe it is on the coach.
They're on the heels of exercising great patience with Jason Garrett, and I don't know that they want to duplicate that if they don't get the winning that they want. And Dan Quinn, I think the Dan Quinn factor is a huge part of this.
I think you're right about that, though. I think they really do like Dan Quinn. One final thing real quick. One final answer here. Gavin, between 1 and 10, 10 being the highest, how important is this series against the Blue Jays this weekend? 10 being the highest, 1 being the lowest.
I hate to say it, but it's probably a 2.
You don't think it's important at all with the Blue Jays?
I don't. We're still pre-All-Star break. We could lose all these games and still be great in the second half of the season.
Yeah, sure. I would put it at a 6, because if you get smoked in this series, things could start to spiral on you a little bit.
I kind of feel like it's in about an 8 right now. I think they need to kind of find a way to not let. I think they need to win this series and get back on what they've been doing.
To hold your identity as a good team.
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah, you
Thank
guys are
Appreciate
right on that one.
Yeah,
you guys with me on that one. It is a super important series. And the pregame's coming up at 6:30. The first pitch at 7 o'clock as the Rangers host the Blue Jays. Okay, when we come back, it's time for the 3 o'clock hour. The NFL news of the day, Chief. How about that? Where are we going?
All right, we got clapbacks, we got beers and shiny things. Plus, what's the ideal time of day for exercising? 877-881-1053. That's next right here on The Fan.
Well, unfortunately,
From our fan studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It's hour 2 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a great day. Wolchuk is out. He went to what Chicago, Ohio,
Columbus,
Ohio. He's hanging out at a buddy's wedding. So everybody's here except Wolchuk. There's Brian Broaddus, former Cowboy Scout, NFL executive. Lucius Alexander's in the Pimp Cup at Master Control. Eric Chiafalo, Carter Freeman. I'm Gavin Dawson, and along with you, we are the G-Bag Nation. Chiafalo will deliver the NFL news of the day. Here he is, the Chief.
What's your perfect time to exercise? What the time of day? 877-881-1053. The best offensive lineman in football, Trent Williams. He's a little wild. I think the way it's all adding up for him doesn't really make sense for me, but it's obviously working for him. He's the best in the sport. Pete Prisco tells you he's the 10th best player in all of football. He's a real road grader. I will say one of the funnest things on a football Monday or Tuesday after a football weekend is seeing the threads of that previous weekend's games where Trent Williams has like 5 or 6 plays where he drives an NFL player to the sideline. He pins them into the turf of whatever stadium they're playing in. He really is a monster, and he likes to work out when everybody's sleeping. He says, maybe I'm getting a leg up, maybe I'm not. They're probably working when I'm sleeping, but for me, it's a mental thing. That's why I work out at 2 a.m. every day.
Holy cow.
2 in the morning, Trent Williams is getting after it. And like he said, when he's obviously sleeping, because even Trent Williams needs sleep, that I would imagine that's when, the other people, the normal human beings, are getting their work in. So I don't really understand how it works here in terms of him outworking the next guy because they're sleeping, but he calls it just a mental thing, so it works for him. But either way, he ends up going home and sleeping, and then the normal person wakes up and goes and works out, and now they're working out while he's sleeping. So I don't know how much he gains from this, but he absolutely loves it. 2 a.m. workouts. It just seems nuts to me, man.
Yeah, now that's staying up all night long, and then everybody goes to bed. Now it's time to do your work. I could see where maybe there's some peace to that. But you'd have to have a very unique sleeping schedule. You can't have little kids running around because they're going to be up at 6:30 trying to, do whatever it takes to get you up. I'm going to say 8:30 in the morning. I can't drag my butt out of bed too early and start working out. But boy, if you can get that early morning workout, to me, it just sets the tone for the rest of the day.
I'm in agreement. I think the early part of the day, I bumped into Lucius in the kitchen the other week, and he was talking about how good he felt after getting up at like 5 a.m. to get a pump in.
Yeah. I get that workout in early in the morning like a darn Marine. But the best time, really, in my opinion, is right now. You've been up for a while. Your body's moving around. Now you can go get in that gym. Like I have to wake myself up in the gym sometimes with the workout.
100%.
So right here, you've already been grooving and moving. Boom. And then you have enough time to cool down, get you a good meal, and relax and be ready for the next day.
See, I can totally understand that. Like for me, it's like I'm now adjusted onto your schedule. For the last 2 weeks, Lucius, my wife wanted me to switch it up instead of doing late night. That's the worst thing, though. After working a full day and then trying to get it in at night, dude, it's that's worse than trying to wake up in the morning and get going and doing it. I think the earlier part of the day, the better for me as well. And if it was perfectly up to me, it'd be like 10:30. Because by this time, Lucius, I've already talked myself out of doing anything physical. That's my problem. I gotta make it happen. I gotta be in there before noon for sure in order to make sure that I'm actually gonna do it.
Tomorrow.
Yeah, dude. Tomorrow starts looking real good at about 2:30 for sure. But starting the day with some level of exercise, walking around the neighborhood. When do you do your walking, Broaddus?
After work.
Okay, so that's cool.
After work, and I'll tell you what happens. I've got to the point now. I used to do it in the morning. And then I would get on my phone and make calls. So I'd call people around the league or talk to people, sources or whatever. I found now that it works better to call people after work. They have more time for you. Like there's people I've called, hey, I got to get into a meeting, man. I got a couple minutes for you. Now it's like I can, if I do a 45-minute walk, I talk to 2 different people, 20 minutes, and then, kind of that kind of thing. And
Are you breathing hard the whole time on the other end though?
I'm only walking.
Okay.
I'm only walking. It's not like, yeah. I'm not.
So what do you think about the kid again?
Yeah. It's not like I'm walking on the moon, One small step.
Hey, but now
mankind.
These summertime walks, though, you'll be huffing and puffing by the end of those.
I'll tell you one thing, though. I've learned like the last several nights that I've done this walk after work, as humid as it's been, there's not a dry spot on you. I'm kind of grateful there's no sun up or anything like that. It's kind of somewhat dark.
Yeah.
Because if it was, I wouldn't be able. I mean, my shirt when I'm done is like completely drenched from just the humidity.
I believe it, yeah.
But I find I catch more people at the end of the day, that for the next day and stuff like that.
Yeah, the 469 says
all
they
I'm doing
exercise
is
at
walking.
lunch.
You guys are working out like what, an hour and a half, 2 hours, right? Is that what you do? Like a workout?
Yeah, try to get 2 hours in. I want to
See,
go
that's
further.
What I'm saying. I'm only walking 45 minutes, so it's not like I can understand wanting to get up and get it going and be done. You didn't want to be like 8 o'clock at night, doing a 2 hour workout.
It's just like a dark cloud over you if you know that you got to like get there a little bit later or something. 469 does the exercise at lunch, breaks up the cubicle sitting.
I'll tell you what.
Hit that's if you can speed do it. You hit the cubicle till about noon and then you bust off for lunch. You come back. I mean, midday situation. Okay. It's not bad.
If you're one of those if you're one of those folks that goes out and runs at lunch and then comes back to work, you never stop sweating.
Yeah.
You just
That's
don't.
A good,
you never
call.
like. I mean, I am not going to be. I used to like think about this. I'd like go run at lunch, and you never can cool off. And I'd always have to bring another shirt because I wouldn't stop sweating from working out at lunch.
Plus, my face turns red. So I'll be, I like in junior high school, I would go play ball at lunch and then come back like all sweaty and red face. And the older I got, I was like, man, this is not a good look at all.
Well,
like for the white guy whose face turns red, it's bad.
Yeah. Well, how about being all sweaty though, like in that situation, and then you're around like other people.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
But I mean, in a way, they're not looking at your face, but they're thinking, dude, you smell.
Yep.
He's white.
There's no way you can't be workout at lunch and come back to work, guy, if there's not a shower opportunity somewhere, either at your gym or your office or whatever it is.
People never spend long enough to cool off because you're always having to hurry to get back.
Yeah.
So you're not spending any time, kind of like sitting there and sweating it all out and then taking a shower. You're taking a shower, you're trying to drop, and now you're putting your clothes on, and they're sticking to you.
It's the worst.
Yeah.
Your body is still actively perspiring after the shower.
Yeah, especially
you're like,
if you're out here running at lunch in this 93, 95 degree weather.
Yeah, that's not cool.
You're sitting in front of the vents in your car, like trying to have it blow on your face and up your sleeve and stuff to get your armpits.
Yeah.
It's a bad deal right there.
Did you guys this morning hear about Bobby and his brown armpits?
Yeah, it's disgusting.
Like Bobby, no, they made Bobby take off like he wears that hoodie.
Yeah, it was disgusting.
And they said it like he spilled like chocolate syrup or Coke under his arm.
Really?
Yeah.
You got some Dr. Pepper flavored armpits he's got going on over there?
Sean described it as a combination of lime Gatorade and Coca-Cola.
It's disgusting, dude.
And
Bobby, I mean,
like the T-shirt color or his actual armpits?
He's got a white T-shirt on, and it's like Coca-Cola color under his
He's
arm.
got to have more self-awareness. You can't wear these hoodies in July. Like, I don't understand you know yourself better than that.
And you got to trade out the white T-shirts, and you got to get new deodorant if you're having that kind of reaction.
The whole idea was like RJ this morning like raised his arm all excited in the final hour, and then he smelled himself, and then he did this, which we've talked about before.
Help me.
If you've already got the smell, you can't cover it with deodorant. It's worse,
No,
right?
you can't. You smell like a junior high basketball player.
Yeah.
Just Axe body spray and
See, that's what happened.
General
So Choppy
ass.
went for the roll on, and then and then Sean grossed out because Bobby wanted to put Sean in a headlock with the underarm pit under there.
Once you get to that,
like a big brother.
Yeah, if you're in a situation where you're starting to get the brownish under the t-shirts, you got to get new t-shirts every month or so, right?
Yeah, for sure.
You
can't
start
getting
black
black
ones
like that.
You can't wear those. You can't just let them get brown.
That was happening to me like in my early 20s, and I think I changed deodorant because it was so embarrassing,
Yes,
like,
dude.
Yeah, you go down to a white T-shirt because you're outside or whatever, and all of a sudden you're like, wait, what is this?
Yeah.
That's a 9 out of 10 on the urgency scale to get fixed.
It's disgusting.
You go with the black undershirts if you want to go undershirt, and you got to change to the chalky stuff. That chalky stuff will keep those yellow armpits out of there.
Ooh,
The chalky
okay.
stuff,
Is it
really?
like a powdery sort of deodorant?
I think so.
kind of deal?
It's more of an antiperspirant than just an anti-deodorant.
Gotcha.
It's full of aluminum, by the way. Hook you up.
Yeah,
it might cause cancer.
Just
but-
put cancer into your
You
armpit.
won't smell for 40 years, but that's about it.
Well, I'll tell you what. Somebody texted in though that they said that their wife does a clinic work where they give you shots under your arm and it prevents the sweating. Like that, I don't know. It might
You do what? I didn't hear you.
It's like you could get shots.
Oh yeah,
Sweat shots under your arm. Now again, the
Or
text,
anti-sweat
the
shots?
text. I'm sorry, folks. I don't keep
You're
up
okay,
with you.
man.
Yeah, I don't keep up with you. You might be lying to us. You know, you
we
never
got a
know.
phone call, by the way.
We got a phone call.
Yeah.
He's in the building.
Mr. Robert Belt?
Nah, it's Mr. Ralph Choppy.
Oh,
King
RJ.
Ralph is in the building.
Illuminate
King
us,
Ralph.
sir.
One of the manliest men in all of mankind.
That's right. And a lord.
You know, I'm sitting here listening and following around town, and you guys are going in on Bobby, and all of a sudden I get some strays thrown my way. And I'm like, well, man, come on.
Choppy, you said you had onions for underarms today. You were describing how poorly your underarms smelt today. That's how this whole thing started. It was you. You're not catching strays. You're the one that started this. Yeah.
I do want to defend middle school hygiene, okay? Because
Were you a lunchtime hooper as well?
I was a lunchtime hooper at one point. I think I disagree. I think you guys can cover up a good onion smell with some deodorant. I think you can cover it up. I think it gives you a good hour. A good hour.
A 1 hour? Okay.
Of outdoor around people. You can't go back into the office and think just because you did a little bit of that cover up. And this is for me, like I understand this greatly. The pit situation is not ideal for me. I
can't
catch
move
myself
around
slipping all
too
the
much.
time.
You can't do too much, man.
Yeah.
No, you're right. I mean, you got a very limited amount of time. But this is why you got to carry the body spray around too. You really got to match much possible stuff on there as you can to give yourself as much coverage as you can get.
Yeah. No.
Well, how
I
about
agree
just
with
remember
that,
when you walk out the door? How about that? Would that help?
It would help. I carry it with me for a reason. I was running late this morning. I forgot my watch. I forgot everything this morning. So I ran out the door. I was like, I'll do it later. Later was 5 hours later.
it's too late.
Yeah,
It's too late.
I was listening, Chop. You raised your arm in celebration, and all of a sudden you realized that it wasn't good.
469 says it's like spraying the poopery after you drop the deuce. It's too late at that point. You know, it's preventative, man. It's not a cure all.
No, you're right. It is preventative. But yeah, it was fist pump 9 o'clock. It's Friday, man.
That's
I was
right.
fist pump with both arms, and I walked right into onions, man. Bill Rapp.
Don't be afraid of a little paper towel and hand soap in the restroom there. A little cleanup before applying the deodorant.
Yeah,
That'll
there
buy
you
you
go.
extra
Very
time.
While you're walking in there barefooted, by the urinal.
They call
make sure
they call that a bird bath in the street. It's for the birds.
Yeah.
Wait, the water works up there? Are we kidding? What's going on there? The water is good.
No, it doesn't. I'm savoring my last 2 ounces of water for the rest of the show.
Do it. You got to bring a gallon in every day.
Yeah, we see
That's true.
you left one of your gallons here for us today.
Yeah, one of your jugs.
Yeah, thanks.
that was show water. I had one for myself. That was show water.
You continue to be a super beast, Choppy. I love you.
Love you guys.
Cheers, buddy. There he goes,
my
RJ
bad.
Choppy.
Gosh, man, he's such a legend.
He is.
He's
What'd
got
you
his new his new Diamond Cab segment is my favorite thing going on in radio right now. Just a good baseball and meathead mix, from the Gaylord himself.
Well, I'm glad everybody agrees about the application of deodorant after the fact, and then the T-shirt thing. You got to get rid of the T-shirts. The minute they turn a little bit hint of a yellow, boom,
You got to monitor
gone.
it.
I think it's actually, we always talk about the middle school and the entering puberty age. I think mine's gotten worse as I've gotten older, or
Really?
maybe I'm just noticing it now and I just never cared or whatever. But I'm at the place now where I like the self-conscious of the armpit.
Good for you.
Is huge.
How
We
old are
should
you
try
now?
to be aware, bro. Some people just not aware. Come here, give me a hug. Once in a long time.
Yeah.
Damn, bro. What is that
and
smell?
you can feel
like
it too,
billy
man.
goats.
You can feel it.
I have to tell people,
and
like, yeah, I'm not in a huggable
it's like
state right now.
It's on the shoulder a little bit. Oh.
Yeah, it's less than ideal. We'll get to NFL News of the Day later on in the program, actually. boys and girls.
I was just going to congratulate you on delivering the NFL News of the Day.
G-Bag covers the hygiene.
We got to go, though, when we come back. Now, coming up 3:40, biggest L, biggest dub. But Cowboys countdown to camp continues. Things we'd love to see during the upcoming season at 877-881-1053, and we're back in the nation.
The more you listen, the harder we grind.
TOLO10. Use code TOLO10 to save $10 off private instruction at ShootSmart. Cannot be combined with any other discount or promotion. ShootSmart, the best gun range in the Metroplex.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by H-E-B.
Be a part of something as big as Texas. McKinney and Allen H-E-B stores open soon. And they're hiring checkers, perishable reps, and in-store shoppers starting at $15.50 an hour. Plus great benefits and competitive pay for more roles. Visit careers.heb.com. Here, everything's better.
Welcome back, Nation. TCU's tied 2-2 in the 7th with Oral Roberts, if you're wondering. Segment's brought to you by Soda, that's state-of-the-art. And it's brought to you by the Frankels. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers, put them in a big truck, should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, need Franklin. Frankel consultation's always free. Truckwreck.com. Yeah, our off-season coverage of the Cowboys is presented by Bosch Power Tools. Salute to those guys. And the topic is things we'd love to see during the upcoming season. I'm going to get to a list here in just a second. And I want your thoughts on the Truckwreck.com fan text. Looks like one texter already would like to see Derrick Henry in Dallas. Wow. He was just spotted shopping in Dallas by a friend at work. Yeah, a lot of guys hang out here. It's a great place to hang in the offseason. I don't think it means anything.
A lot of rock stars and musicians and stuff live out here, too. On the low. Yeah, I've been listening to a lot of podcasts. It's like, I was out there in Dallas. And I was like,
dude,
oh, okay.
It's crazy how often an influencer or a podcaster is living in Dallas. Yep. Well, a lot of my favorites on YouTube, just randomly.
Red Scare guy lives out here, too.
Oh, is that right?
Speaking of
easy, like no taxes, right? When you're making a lot of money, no taxes, right?
Lower taxes,
Lower taxes, and then maybe the ability to fly, middle of the country, boom, 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 boom.
I think so.
Be able to be where you need to be.
Yeah.
True.
Big airport. A lot of things to like.
Yeah, quickly.
You know, you can get a great house with an awesome yard for
next to Gavin if you want.
Under $700,000 or
Go
so.
be a neighbor of Gavin.
You can stay mobile and agile out here.
Okay, but what would you like to see from the Cowboys? We'll get to that in just a second. We were talking to the break though. Theo Epstein, why'd he quit GMing? Yeah. You know, Red Sox, Cubs won a World Series with both. He was on top of the world, and now he's got a job in Major League Baseball.
Yeah, he's kind of the Joe Torre guy, I believe.
Okay.
He's maybe
consultant is what I read.
Was Chris Young? Chris Young had a real job in Major League Baseball, right?
Yeah, so Theo did the opposite of the Chris Young.
Yeah,
he went from GMing to into the baseball front offices or the corporate offices. Well, I said I think the reason would be you end up making a lot of people mad as the GM, as the coach, as the GM. You're making decisions and you let guys go, and even the star players hate you because you let his buddy go, and you're like, man, but I love you. You're a star. I gave you all. He hates you. The parents hate you. Like the fans hate you. The owner wants to know what you've done for him lately. The coach is like, why are you trying to coach my team? Like it is a high stress job. And Brian said, I don't care who I tick off as long as I'm winning. I thought that was a strong statement.
Yeah.
Would you care who you tick off as long as could you fire your friends?
I tell you what, I think it's very hard to hire your friends, to be honest with you.
Oh, so you never hire to begin with? What happens when you become friends with people you work with? I know how you like your guys at work.
Yeah, I do. I love my guys at work. I love the guys I work with here at the station and DallasCowboys.com. I really do.
Yeah,
I mean,
you would never get anybody fired here at the station.
The older you get, the more. Yeah, I would never do that, right? And 2 or 3 people blaming me for that. That's fine. I'll take the heat on that one. But see, the thing about made us better.
I'll take your bullet.
Yeah, the thing about it is,
if that didn't happen, we wouldn't have had the brown armpit segment today. How about that, Broadus?
I kind of
thank you for that.
I feel like though that it's one of those things. I'm really not always interested in hiring my friends. I'm just not, because I feel like now maybe you have 1 or 2 that you're like, man, this guy or this gal has really got this thing on lockdown. They know exactly how I'm thinking here. I just think you have to have a lot of different ideas. I really, really do. I just don't. I've never felt like it ended well when I hired my friends or tried to hire my friends.
Yeah, I wonder if it's something. I wonder how many of these people that are in these positions just have an innate ability to not let the emotions get involved with those decisions, or if it's something that is agony for many years until you kind of become a little bit hardened to it, if that's your role for many years, or it breaks you. Absolutely, man.
Yeah. I think you get in a situation too where sometimes your own friends don't want to be honest with you about things. You know, they don't want to tell you you're effing it up. You know, I mean, sometimes you think, "Oh,
those aren't your friends." Then,
yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Or they don't respect you enough because they are your friends.
Yeah, because they don't want to. They don't want to say, "Hey, Brian, you're not doing it." I always felt like that. I always wanted the ability for somebody to be able to come up to me and say, "Hey, man, you are really messing this thing up," And sometimes people that don't always work with you or know you are more, I think, more comfortable saying that. I think that, like, hey, you know, I just feel like that I've always had that ability with my friends. Sometimes they're not always truthful, but you're right, Lucius. Maybe that's not your friends.
But Theo, he did leave the Cubs, and you know, I think it's got to be something to do with the tremendous amount of pressure. Plus Major League Baseball, you get to stay in the game, you get to problem solve in a different way. But the thing that I always wonder about is, would working a new job like that scratch the competitive itch?
No.
Like, you want to be a front office guy because you want to win so bad.
Yeah.
Maybe part of it, I know for at least Jerry West, the great basketball player for the Lakers and then the GM for the Lakers and the Grizzlies, he ended up having to quit the Lakers job because he cared so much.
Yeah.
Like, he couldn't even watch the games.
Yeah.
So maybe Theo did that. Like, I can't enjoy any other aspects of my life because from the time I wake up to the time I go to sleep, I'm obsessing with the results of the game and trying to acquire better players. And I just can't enjoy life anymore.
I felt, this is my own experience. When in the early 2000s, when I first came here, 1999 with the Cowboys, we had those 3 terrible years in a row. And I'm thinking, man, what have I done here? And I just remember my friends being from Dallas and going to Cowboy games and growing up, you know, with this team. My friends were like, dude, what are you doing? What are you doing over there? Why you got this thing so jacked up? Why can't you, that was pressure. That was my friends like going, and I'm like, guys, listen, we're doing a lot of stupid things. I admit it, but we need this to happen or this to happen. I'm trying to, but that was pressure that I never, ever, when I first came back to Dallas.
That was an entire, let me ask you this. Wasn't that just an entire organization trying to figure out how to be a pro after Jimmy?
We needed Bill Parcells so bad. And trust me, I knew Bill Parcells from the early 90s when when he was coaching and all that. When he came, I thought, now we got a chance. And it ended up costing me my job. But the team went the right way. But yeah, there was so much what you're talking about with Jimmy. It was so much, well, we could do it this way and this way and this way, and it was, we didn't have one person that knew how to do it the right way.
Yeah.
And that's what you need is in a lot of
there's a learning curve when owners take over. It's like 5 to 8 years or whatever.
Right.
But they had such the magnificent crutch of having Jimmy.
Jimmy and that staff they had, the Butch Davis and the Dave Wanstead and the Tony Wise and all those guys that they had. Man, those guys were legends when it came to like coaching, putting together the team and stuff like that. We didn't even have a clue. I mean, honestly, I'd sit in there and go, man, we deserve to get fired for this. And again, the pressure was being from Dallas, letting everybody down that you knew of how bad this team was at that time.
Yeah. I mean, everybody is so emotionally involved, and when you're talking about a team as big as this,
well,
there's
that's like Jerry
people.
West. That's my Jerry West thing, and you get so wrapped up in it, and you get sick every day. Because you're not doing your job the right way.
It requires some kind of detachment or zen or something in order to have the mindset, I think, to make a multi-decade run at something like that. Okay, Cowboys offseason wish list, 6 things we're hoping to see during the 2023 season. The 682 is in, I'd like to see the fan not blaming Dak for everything just once, especially Brian. Sounds like he thinks you're a number one Dak hater over there.
I am not a Dak hater at all. I'm really not. And I went on a program, matter of fact, about the DNA stuff, and had a really great visit. Matter of fact, on other programs coming up, people that have problems. I'm trying to kind of hit all the podcasts of everybody that had problems with me. Going to give me a chance to kind of talk my way through some stuff. But yeah, no, I'm not a Dak hater. I just don't think you could put your head in the sand all the time here. It's not all Dak. It's not, and that's why you changed offensive coordinators, because they don't think it's all Dak either, But I do feel like that he has to find a way to protect the ball better.
Yeah, I don't know why these people are so critical of Dak either, Texter. It's clear he's a borderline Pro Bowl quarterback. I'd say he's pretty dang good.
Shut the hell up!
We go to bloggingtheboys.com.
Was that borderline Pro Bowl quarterback?
Yeah, you heard that, bro. This man's doing radio right now. Y'all ain't paying attention. This man's doing radio.
Yeah.
Any given year, man. Any given year, he can.
I tell you what. There's nothing better than when Dawson gives you that whole thing where he's like, the guy's a good player, but he's just not good enough.
Yeah.
And I'm like, It makes sense. Yeah.
Hey,
He's a good player. He's just not good enough.
Got to be comfortable with that gray area in the middle of extremes. That's where I like to operate.
A lot of teams would love to have a top 12 quarterback in the NFL.
Thank you, Chief. Yeah, you got to appreciate what you got. Not everybody can have a Hall of Famer.
Yeah.
Well, maybe you could, the first 30 years of your existence, but not anymore. It was a good run. Bloggingtheboys.com. What do they have here? 6 things we'd love to see. Number 1, let the little guys thrive. How much little guy do you want in this situation here? They're talking about Kevontae Turpin and Deuce Vaughn for 2023. If they do thrive, it'll be one hell of a year. I just don't know if that should be the emphasis. What do you say?
Yeah, I don't know that it should be the emphasis, but I think to not get something out of those 2 guys that could provide a spark, at least we think with Deuce Vaughn, and we know the speed capabilities of Turpin. Now you hear Broadus and Walchuk and Bobby and everybody out at practice say, one thing guaranteed you'll see at every Cowboy practice is old Turpin dropping a ball. So I don't know how naturally is that way. He can't be a focal point, but if he's going to be on your team, I think that speed is too great to just neglect.
I feel like that if it's the little guy, let it be Deuce Vaughn. Let it be Deuce.
I certainly think Deuce Vaughn's got a better chance to have a bigger role in the offense than Turpin.
That's kind of where I'm going with that.
Yeah. Other guy, he needs to make it happen himself. Turpin needs to make it happen himself in special teams. Yeah, we're not drawing anything up for him. Okay, use the fullback number 2, Hunter Lipke. Are they going to have a role for this guy, Hunter Lipke? Can make the team?
Hunter Lipke is getting opportunities as a single back runner. When I mean single back, of course, just one back in the backfield.
Was he a halfback in college?
He was a halfback in college, North Dakota State, and he's not like if you think you're getting that. If you think you're getting a fullback, like what we have in San Francisco or something like that, that's not the case at all. Guy's capable potential of being a good blocker. The problem is Hunter has a bad shoulder. He's had a bad shoulder before. That worries me about a back that I'm going to use to dig linebackers and safeties and stuff out of holes. If I've got a history of a little bit of a shoulder problem.
But if I find me a fullback without a bad shoulder, I'll find you a fullback that isn't good at his job.
Yeah,
he's just. You're just mowing through people.
Okay,
you're punting on the health of your shoulders when you become a fullback.
No question,
and maybe even your face.
No question. This is the thing that he catches the ball well enough. He blocks well enough, though. Again. Long term, though, how is his shoulders going to hold up?
I want a John Kuhn. That's what I want.
What?
That's what McCarthy had in Green Bay. All those years, and he's not a use check but he's a get it done kind of blocker and dirty yards like Zeke replacement dude.
Yeah,
I'll take that.
Lipke could be that guy. He really can. You watch him run the ball at North Dakota State, and he's very capable of doing that.
It was a little uncomfortable when John would get done with a big run. The Lambeau faithful would start chanting his name.
Yeah, I actually felt bad just saying it just then, actually.
It's like, what? I guess I'm going to say this. Yeah. We're going for it.
Got Lucius' attention.
Yeah, I was like, oh, crap.
Biggest L, biggest dub. It's a Friday staple. It's coming up next here in the nation. Where are we going with that, sir?
877-881-1053. Where have you taken some L's this week? More importantly, where have you gotten those personal victories? And oh my gosh, the potential L that this former Cowboy is about to take is really sad, actually. That's next.
The latest from the Star in Frisco, as well as inside information from around the league. It's ChevroletCars.com.
Hey, this segment of The Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet.
Well, thank you very much, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. It is time now for a Friday staple. Coming up at 4 o'clock, 12 players at a crossroads entering Oxnard. Is the QB one of them? That's at 4. Here's Chief with your biggest L and your biggest Dubsky.
Yes, sir. 877-881-1053. Where have you taken some L's this week? More importantly, where have you gotten those personal victories? Let's get after it.
Oh, yeah. Now listen here. It's time to toss things over to that silly twit, Eric Chiafalo, to give us this week's L takers and dub makers. On and off the field, no one is safe from this imbecile's tongue. It's biggest L, biggest dub.
And for the first time in Biggest L, Biggest Dub history, we start off with some bulletin board material. 972's Victor from Corinth. Biggest dub is the UPS trucks having AC next year. Yeah, I believe that's probably going to be a text we get every week for a while because that's a giant victory.
Yeah,
so happy for you guys.
Really happy for you guys.
Bask in that one for a while, boys and girls. But
I used to work in the school front office, and I'll tell you, those old ladies in there, they used to love when the UPS man showed up.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, they start powdering up their makeup and everything. Oh, here he comes, girls. And he come in there with them thighs and everything.
Yeah.
Here you go, ladies. Here's your baggages and walk off. I seen that, bro.
I had a similar situation. I worked with a lot of ladies in an office, and it was at an apartment complex, and there would always be the HG Supply Company that'd be dropping off new like washers and stuff like that. Just jacked and sexy as hell, and the girls loved it.
Look right there with that dolly.
Yeah, yeah. And the older ladies in the office loved it even more.
That's what I'm saying, bro.
Yeah.
Our ladies are tripping when they go to work and we're not around. I'm telling you.
100%.
They are wilding.
Bro, speaking of that, I mean, my gosh, talk about an L. Aisha Curry, Steph Curry, have you guys seen that?
What happened? You can go ahead and do your thing,
That's
bro.
tough, dude.
Is she being desirous of attention again?
Yes.
She was on, I think it was The View, actually, or like a lady-dominated talk show. And
is that the only one you could think of?
Yeah. and this, for whatever bit they were doing, this very ripped-up dude comes shirtless walking out of the back, and he's bringing them drinks or something. And she does the move where she acts like she's taking off her wedding ring as she's like looking at him, like, and that kind of deal. And so now Steph is being called Will Smith, who can shoot threes, basically, on Twitter and stuff. So I do feel for Steph there. I don't know. I don't know what the appropriate reaction is there. The problem is, like, in a nutshell, you don't really care, but because you're getting blasted and it's on television and everybody's seeing, now it becomes that much more annoying.
And she has that desirous story beforehand.
Yeah, it's building.
It's a compound situation here.
See, and that's when I got to freshen up on it. Like, this isn't strike one, is what you're saying?
Yeah, it's strike 2, maybe 3.
I think
maybe she's out of the lineup
one
tomorrow.
foul, you know what I'm saying? It's technically 3 strikes, but it's 1 foul, yeah.
I mean, he's just kind of letting her act how she does when she's around the girls. Now, is that disrespectful or is that like open and honest? I don't know.
Yeah,
it seems like both.
What a play by me.
I think if there's less eyeballs, if it's less in the public,
Yeah.
But this is
Just don't embarrass me,
Good
right?
Morning America.
Just don't embarrass me.
Just let Steph do that on television. Some hot chick comes out there, some high heels or something, and Steph is like, whoa!
Yeah.
The hot girls will be after him.
TMZ be breaking that
So
news.
misogynist.
But to the bulletin board material, and again, shout out to Victor and all the UPS homies with the AC.
The Brown Sox.
But he mentions Biggest L is going to be Dawson this Saturday during y'all's scrimmage.
Oh, that's my guy Victor from Surf.
Bulletin board material right there, Victor. You better watch out.
Are we playing each other tomorrow? I don't know. Maybe we're playing together. I'm not sure. I haven't looked at the schedule.
He's alleging that you will be taking an L during the scrimmage tomorrow.
Oh, yeah.
So I don't know.
I think we're playing a boys team. I wouldn't be surprised.
Get it cracking then. Let's go.
I didn't know that was a thing.
Yeah, every now and then, you play a little younger boys team. They're more aggressive, I think it works for both sides.
Love it.
Ladies are a little bigger, especially at this age, so everybody gets to benefit a little bit.
Didn't the women's national team play Wrexham in a game?
Yeah, they did. They got torn
beat
up.
like 12-0.
Yeah.
Wrexham did, right?
No, Wrexham tore him up. Yeah.
Oh, Wrexham tore him up.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Very good. I
said that really softly, not really knowing if I was.
You wanted to whisper that one. You didn't want too many people to hear it.
I think I'm accurate on this one. Yeah.
So, man, Deion Sanders might be potential L here. Potential giant L. We know about his foot, his leg, and the health issues.
Yeah.
Dude, yes.
He might have to lose his foot. Like, I guess it's come to a place now where he might have to amputate his foot. I don't know how high up into the leg it would go, but I mean, my dear God, that is as heartbreaking as it gets. Clarence Hill actually tweeted this earlier. He says, man, I can't wrap my head around Deion Sanders possibly losing his foot. His feet, his speed were truly a gift from God. I will never forget him baiting and running down Rocket Ishmael for an interception. Nobody runs down Rocket except Prime.
Yeah, it's incredible. I guess the blood clots that made their way into the feet, they're not coming together properly. So it's just crazy. His quote's amazing though. He's like, "Well, I might as well just get it done now so it doesn't impact football season." You know?
Yeah, dude.
Get this damn foot off. I need to coach these boys.
He's a beast. There's no doubt about it. But that's a heartbreaker. Okay, we have a big dub for Modelo Especial. Their sales have surged 14%, making it the best-selling beer in the United States. Congratulations to Modelo. And speaking of another dub, here's Aaron Gordon at the Denver Nuggets parade yesterday.
Is it hitting you that you're an NBA champion yet, or you still need time?
You want to know what's hitting me is those Modelos.
And it's hitting for a lot of folks in the United States, up 14%. Congratulations, Modelo.
It is a model beer.
Yeah. Good beer. That's the one. Usually when the wife sends me, she's a beer girl. When she sends me to the convenience store, it's like, hopefully they have Modelo. If not, just then whatever. She's a Modelo girl. Okay, 877-881-1053. Where have you taken some L's this week? Shout out to the kid. This was pretty cool. And this would be impossible. But the dude who completed the Rubik's Cube in under 4 seconds.
Yes, I saw
World
that.
record.
Very impressive.
3.13 seconds. And it is an electrifying 3.13 seconds. The old record, it's been held for 5 years. It was 3.47. This dude comes in there and goes 3.13, which I imagine is like hitting a game-winning at the buzzer half-court shot, maybe full court.
Yeah, nerds were going off.
Oh, yeah, dude. Yeah. This is the nerd victory of the week. No question about that. But I got a ton of...
You think they got groupies?
Yes.
Man.
Yeah.
He's like nerd groupies. Like, yo, I got the...
Absolutely.
I got the Rubik's Cube champion.
Yeah, dude.
Girl,
record
you got
holder.
him. You bagged him.
They have Harry Potter nights. They do.
He's got all the Harry Potter collection. Girl, I got one.
They LARP their balls off on the weekends.
They all
man.
got brooms. Pretend like they're flying around playing that game, Quidditch or whatever it was.
Quidditch, yeah.
Where's Wooly Bully when we need some Harry Potter?
Yeah, dude. He would be upset at us right now.
Yeah, so be it.
But congratulations to that guy. Seriously, I mean, you're a world champion. You're a world record holder. And can anybody in the G-Bag Nation complete a Rubik's Cube if we put no time limit on it?
No.
Just
I
like,
don't think
here's
I
a
ever
cube,
have.
come back in a million years? You couldn't?
If
Okay. Me neither.
if the world's survival depended on it, sorry.
Yeah.
Just ain't
I'd
happening.
get like 2 solid sides.
Yeah.
Maybe 3, but after that, it gets weird on you.
Yeah.
Like, how'd
crazy.
you do that?
Yeah, the dude looked at it for like 10 seconds, was like, okay, I think I got this. Bam, done.
Yeah.
And I have no idea how the human brain works, apparently. I never got the owner's manual.
See, I liked seeing him study that cube because it tells me that every cube's a little bit different and it's not just the same road, same map to victory every time. He needed to see, okay, what's the status of this cube right now? It might be different than the guys next to me. And all it took was 10 seconds to dial in and say, okay, I know my route.
Yeah.
That was sweet.
So you're saying there's not just one way to do this?
Mm-mm.
I think at least from the start, like how the Rubik's Cube starts, it's not always starting in the same position.
So if somebody winds it up for you, it could be a totally different game, right? Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Justin Bieber can do it in like 2 minutes or something like that. A minute, something
I do
wild.
remember that, yeah. That's impressive.
That humbles me, man. I can't do it this full, man. It humbles me, bro.
I'll tell you, have you ever done that game like if you go to I don't know if the Golden Corral has them or whatever, but it's the triangle with the tees, and you try and jump the tees and knock all the golf tees off the triangle?
No, I'm not familiar with that one.
Okay, it's one of those things where it's like these games that make you think. They put them on the table while you're eating, and it's like you're waiting for your food.
It's fun,
and you're trying to jump them. And there's a way to do it, and I never quite figure. I think it's What's the place that we like though? That's like the breakfast place. Oh God, it's always on the road on the highway.
Cracker Barrel.
Cracker Barrel's got them too. Yeah.
Okay.
They've always got them at the table.
My favorite little golf handheld thing is the. Have you ever had like the snow globe that had a tee and a golf ball,
and you
got to get the ball to land on the tee
That's
amidst the snow globe? That is fun. I enjoyed that one. Speaking of enjoyment, do you guys remember the Netflix movie Extraction, the first one? Lucius, I know you're all over the movie game and the doc game. This is like a John Wick style, but it's with the guy Thor. Thor is the lead character. It's a Netflix original. He is a ass-kicking machine.
Oh, yeah, I remember this. Yeah, I remember this.
Anything I've seen before. The second one is now out, which is surprising if you saw the first one. I'll just say. Didn't think there was going to be a number 2. Okay, but nothing's going to stop Tyler Rake, even a gunshot down to the bottom of the ocean, okay? This dude is coming back for more vengeance, and apparently they're saying it's better than the first, and I will put the first up against like any just bro down action. Like there is a 10-minute scene where it's nothing but him just murking people left and right, and he's using all sorts. At one point, I mean, his name's Tyler Rake, and the writers are amazing enough to have him kill a guy with a rake. Okay. I mean, I feel like I've sold it enough, but they're saying it might be better than John Wick. It's better than the first one. Rotten Tomatoes, like everything. It's just like, watch this movie. And I don't really get to set aside like full on. I'm usually having to piece by piece these movies with the kids. It's like, here's 30 minutes. Me and my wife will be able to do it. I'm going to try and watch this weekend because the first one was awesome. And the second one's supposed to be even better. So that's a huge dub. And, of course, Stan Kroenke's getting a dub.
I love these Netflix originals. I'm just nervous they're not going to follow up on miniseries or on movies that deserve sequels because I know they launch things and then decide we don't have the budget to do another one. Yeah. They just leave us stranded.
Right.
So I don't know if I can get invested
That's
in
what happened with this show Messiah on Netflix.
Okay.
I was like, okay, this is pretty good. And they finished it one season. I was like, well, that's it.
Yeah.
That's it for me.
That ain't right.
Story.
That ain't right.
Even though I kind of know how the story ends.
Yeah. I'm excited to watch that movie. Shout out to Stan Kroenke, biggest dub for maybe being the best owner in all of sports right now. Certainly,
he's holding all the hardware.
He's on a heater, no question. Yeah. But big L to Bruce Brown on Instagram Live. He's so hungover right now in Vegas after the championship celebrations with Denver. He's quoted on his Instagram Live as saying, "I'm down bad. I blame Nikola Jokic. I don't know how I let him get me this drunk. I don't know what he had me drinking last night, but I blame it on 15."
Boy.
So shout out to Bruce Brown taking that out.
Did he make it back home? Do we know?
Not yet. He's clearly just waking up. He's wiping the crusties out of his eyes alongside Bruce Brown. They just had a night to remember that they'll never remember.
It's funny because he was supposed to be back in his country doing horse racing.
He's supposed to be horseback right now. Yeah. But again, he said, I didn't want to parade, but let's bleeping parade forever. Remember that sound yesterday?
Oh, no, I do
He's
remember
in a
that,
whole new zone right now.
Okay.
They came and tapped him on the shoulder. Oh, you're going to make this parade, bro.
Yeah. I see they found his trophy, too. He lost his trophy there for a while, right?
Oh, yeah, his finals
he doesn't
trophy.
even care about this stuff.
He tossed it in the trash because he thought it was his solo cup or something.
Yeah.
It's like he's like an American ball player that went to Japan and is like, yeah, I guess they gave me an MVP trophy. It doesn't matter. Let me know when the Olympics are. The real tournament's going to get underway. I just did this because I had some time to kill, and I'm good at the sport. That's how he's treating the Larry O'Brien trophy, Brian.
It's
doesn't even
amazing.
care.
I don't think we've ever seen anything like this guy.
12 players at a crossroads entering Oxnard is the QB one of them. It's next in the G-Bag Nation. I want to chat Men's T Clinic. Okay, it is the weekend. Hopefully, you're feeling supercharged and excited about the opportunity here to make the most of the weekend. If you're not, could be low T. Okay, don't ignore the signs of what low testosterone is. Make 2023 the year of you and do it with Men's T Clinic because it's time to get back to the gym, to making the big pitch and executing. You know, maybe coaching a kid's team, a golf round with the guys, maybe reconnecting with her. Men's T Clinic can bring you closer to all of these realities. Men's T Clinic, they specialize.
Studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Here we go. It's hour 3 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Chiafalo has the Woolly Bullies top 10 coming up here in 20 minutes. Your 20 minutes from the top 10 at 4:20. Woolchuck's out today. General Lecture Servicers brought us Lucius Alexander, Eric Chiafalo, Carter Freeman. Along with you, we are the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having an outstanding day. Nice little Friday. Storms didn't do too bad last night, although if you're up there in the Panhandle, man, our hearts go out to you. We hope everybody's doing all right and starting to recover up there. I know a lot of local people had family in that area. Tornado came through. So, I mean, no area of Texas got to dodge it entirely. But I was pretty satisfied last night that we didn't have to deal with some of that golf ball and baseball size hail that's been all too prevalent this spring. Boy, that golf ball size hail has not been playing around at all.
Did you see, I think Bobby Belt posted a picture or two of like golf ball size hail. I've never seen hail that big. I've seen hail.
I've seen it quarter size, doggone.
But I've never, but it looked like a, Titleist Pro V1. Is what he was holding in his hand.
Made you want to hit the links.
Yeah, I tell you what, though, that's the thing. Last night, I was going to kind of hang around and watch, the Rangers play, and then we were kind of talking about all day, potential for storm. I know you were talking with Jared, like, have you ever broadcast in a tornado before, that kind of thing? And I'm thinking, the last thing I want to be is like trying to get out of this parking lot with the thing hail flying all over the place and stuff like that. But
yeah,
that's the thing that kind of scares me the most.
The hail.
Yeah, just busting up stuff, breaking windows. Your car.
It's those dang straight line winds to me. You get up on these overpasses. Second time this week we're going to have overpass talk, but you get a big gust of wind that pushes you 2 to 3 feet to one side or the other of the lane.
Yes.
And you're up on one of those overpasses thinking about hitting that wall that's only like 2 feet tall.
Mm-hmm.
That's where we get some serious pucker moments in the Scooby-Doo. Here we have it for you. 12 make-or-break candidates, players at a crossroad entering the 2023 NFL season. This is Nick Shook, NFL.com. Nick Shook. Should there be Cowboys on this list? Who are your make-or-break Cowboys going into Oxnard, California. Then we'll take a look around the league, and I'll tell you if there's any player on this list here from the Cowboys.
Is Michael Gallup a make or break player?
100%
right now.
I think he's got to be, and I think his contract is, if I'm not mistaken, after this year, it's
not fully
easy
guaranteed
to get out from under.
Yeah,
that's nice to know. I think that's a good start. I think anytime you're dealing with older defensive players, so I would go to our guy DeMarcus Lawrence and Stephon Gilmore. Like after 31 as a defensive player, you pretty much got to prove it every year. I mean, hell, it's the NFL; you got to prove it every year. But if you're 28 and under, they'll give you more chances. After 30, if you fail, they're going to say, "Hey, here's 1 year and $2 million."
Right.
So I do think that in a lot of ways for. Are there any other defensive players? Maybe Leighton Vander Esch, obviously because of his injury situation and the lack of commitment towards him. He's got to keep. He's like prematurely 30 because of his injury history.
Yeah, depending on what you think of Jonathan Hankins, if Mozzie Smith kind of turns into that guy, is Jonathan Hankins a guy you're going to keep around after? I mean, he's just a 1 year guy, right? Anyway, right?
Yeah, he's kind of week to week. I don't need, at that age, at that weight, it can fall apart real quick on you. Tyron Smith, that's definitely make or break.
That's what I was going there next when you started talking about if you switched it over to offensive players. Tyron Smith was going to be my next guy.
A Jalen Tolbert. Even if you're a third-round pick, we can't wait more than 2 years. If you can't start to show us something, he will be done, Ski.
Jordan Lewis might be, depending on what happens if, how well DeRon Bland
for sure
plays.
I think Jordan Lewis has had a nice career, but it might be coming to an end. At least for the Cowboys, there's a number of other players out there who might be looking at make or break type of years. I think Terrence Steele's fairly locked in, though. Tyler Biotish coming up towards the end of a contract. I feel like those guys are young and solid, and as long as they're not going to make like market-setting money, I'm very confident the team is going to want to make them a multi-year offer. So I don't see them as a make or break. But hey, maybe they got a trim cap one way or another, and they'll try to go young again at those spots.
Yeah, the offensive linemen are a big commodity around the league. So you get you don't even really like Connor Williams, but the Dolphins are like, hey, we'll pay you, bro. I mean, teams need offensive linemen, and especially when they hit free agency, you get these average O linemen getting decently above average money.
They need to trade Tyron Smith as soon as he gets to looking good. 972. I tell you what, if they were struggling but Tyron was playing well, I would consider that around October 1st or so. 682, they had softball size in Sanger last night.
Jeez.
LMAO at a golf ball. How's that even being held in the sky to fall that large? That's just huge.
Somebody texted us saying like the science behind it. I need to take a look at this because they sent us a link here.
Yeah, Bobby, it did. It was a golf ball in his hand. I've never seen softball. No. Never.
Yeah, that could definitely kill you. Gavin, baseball Mayfest in 1996 in Fort Worth was downright scary. I'm glad I missed that one. Glad I was indoors that day.
Oh, that's crazy video of that.
Really?
Yeah, you can YouTube that. It was insane. Bam, 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 bam.
I will check that out. Yeah. When it comes in and it starts like breaking windshields and you hear it like hitting the top of vehicles like it's a drum.
Yeah.
That's when you know it's some pretty serious stuff.
It's like Nick Cannon on that snare.
NFL.com's Nick Shook does put Dak Prescott in make or breaks category here. I wouldn't myself, but he said Prescott had an okay year, 66% of his passes, 23 to 15 TD to INT. The latter stat signaled a legitimate concern. League high 15 picks, most he's thrown in a single season, came in a year in which he missed 5 games. Passing yards paled in comparison to 2021. Falling from 278 per game to 238. If Dallas is going to get over the hump and back to the Super Bowl, it needs more reliable play from its quarterback. Prescott could be nearing a contractual crossroads, too, carrying 26.8 into 23, but the number in 24 goes to 59.45. Safe to expect Dallas will want to rework his deal to lower the latter number. That's something that keeps getting picked up. They'll just add another voidable year. They'll just keep on throwing that money off into the future. They don't need to extend him, but I think they would prefer to. And I see it as a result of the pressure. I see it as a result of a poor offensive line play. I don't think you get out of this situation by adding better receivers. Even if they get a little bit more open, I just don't think Dak is that precise of a quarterback. He's not that kind of an anticipating quarterback. You've seen it from time to time. You won't see it consistently, especially against good defenses. So, but I don't think it's make or break because of the way that they score. If you're at 30 points per game, but you're turning it over once per game, that's still very, very manageable in the regular season. You can still win plenty of regular season games. You're going to be up against worse teams that turn it over more. Your defense is just going to get the ball back for you. So I don't know if things could possibly be drawn up so bad that it would be considered a break year for Dak Prescott at the end of this upcoming season. I don't think he's anywhere close to bad enough to even be in consideration for it to be a make or break year. And I'm not a Dak homer at all, okay? Before Brian picked up the baton and started running with it, I was known as one of the biggest Dak doubters in all of DFW, you know? So I consider myself very objective. I have perfect 20/20 vision, 100% clarity when it comes to Dak Prescott's career. That's what I consider. So I'm not going homer, but I think the idea of him in a make or break year is it's not that good.
I don't think he's going anywhere. Yeah, I really don't. I think they're going to keep continuing to extend the contracts, and whether it's Mike McCarthy still getting to coach him or somebody else getting to coach him, he'll still be here.
I think if he was I think there are some organizations that would maybe consider this a make or break it year for him. Organizations that are now ahead of the moving off of quarterbacks, and being comfortable with that. This is not one of those. They're gonna want to milk Dak for all he's got, and they talk about that all the time. He would, for the Cowboys, for this to be a make or break it year for Dak with being on the Cowboys, it would have to be like a giant step back of spiral. Like, what the heck happened? You're not even you look like a completely different quarterback with how bad you've regressed, and that happening is so slim.
Yeah, it is. I appreciate the intrigue of the conversation. 817, Dak was always a throw to open space quarterback, and when Garrett left, they tried to change that. That's revisionist history. Garrett was a lot of throw to stationary targets. There were some plays that was blocked up so well after the defense committed extra guys to try to stop Zeke, where Dak could throw between levels with great anticipation very early in his career. That was a result of the great protection and the single high looks you were getting. That had nothing to do with Garrett or Linehan or Kellen Moore. It was great protection and man-on-man coverage behind that. And as a result, Dak looked like an all-pro quarterback his rookie year. He has not replicated that total QBR since then. And that was a result of Ron Leary and Doug Free, Zach Martin, Travis Frederick, Tyron Smith. Since then, since those guys have started to age out and their play has declined, the Cowboys have decided that we're going to put more of the responsibility on to make the plays onto Dak's shoulders. And the reason that he can't do it is he can't see, okay, I have a perfect platform to throw. There's the space the wide receiver is running into. There's his corner, and there's the safety. Now it's, boy, my left guard got blown up. There's a guy right in my left eyeball. I could only see out the right side. What do I remember about a half second ago? Was that linebacker dropping? Was that safety rolling over? Now it's going off of a memory and ability to model things in your brain that you can't see. That's Luka, that's Magic Johnson, that's LeBron James, that's Patrick Mahomes. I'm looking this way. I have modeled everything that's happening on this left side in my brain. I'm tracking where Tyreek Hill is running. That's how I can throw the 35-yarder without even looking to him. And that is elite stuff. Dak's not there. Dak has proven over 7 seasons now, give him great protection and great wide receivers. And the ability to execute against awesome defenses is going to be there. The Cowboys are just projecting into him these Manning and Mahomes traits of being able to manage every little part of the game and then let the play start to unfold and execute perfectly inside of it. And it's mind-numbing to me that the Cowboys are leaving us so close to having a Super Bowl level team. And what's going to happen is they're not going to be able to execute against good defenses. And then Jerry and Steven are going to spend the offseason once again telling us we're only going to go as far as Dak takes us. There's a very clear track record here, though. All righty. Other players facing make or break years. Ryan Tannehill, absolutely.
Yeah.
Dak does not belong in a category with Tannehill. How about Kirk Cousins, though? That make or break? I guess he's not going to even negotiate a new contract until next March.
No.
Could very well be make or break for him.
Yeah, I would think this is his last year in Minnesota.
I would say so, too.
That dude has done it right, though, in terms of the business side of it.
He's figured it all out,
I mean, he's been making guaranteed dollars for the last, 7 years?
Yeah.
6 years? Just playing on
franchise tags,
and then
guaranteed
contracts.
Yeah.
He's done it right.
817, I'm not saying Dak was a throw guys open guy. I'm saying he used to be more conservative. Yeah, well, there's no plays to be made anymore that are obvious. He could just wait for the obvious play to be made. Oh, look at this. The guy wide open. This is great. They keep worrying about Zeke. I got this guy wide open again. Now that they're not there, he has to say, well, crap, we can't punt.
Yeah.
Where's this ball going? I guess I'm gonna put it out there and hope that wide receiver is reading my mind right now. That's a result of the pressure. And if you give him great pressure, it's only going to break down in one spot. He can beat one dude and go run for 8 yards. Now he's beating this dude, circling back around. His line's breaking down over here too. It's over. Now he's like, oh, well, should I take a sack, throw it out of bounds, or, well, crap, that's right. It is 3rd and 8. I better try to make a first down. And the interceptions are going through the roof. Michael Thomas in a make or break here for sure.
Yeah.
Baker Mayfield for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Derrick Henry, yes. Running backs over 27 every year.
Yeah.
Russell Wilson. Do you think he'll make or will he break?
That might be the headliner for the NFL season. Aaron Rodgers with the Jets, but what happens with Peyton and Russell Wilson?
Competent.
How much better can Russell Wilson be with a more than competent coach and going from his disaster coach last year? I think you're going to see a much better version of Russell Wilson that will allow him to keep his job as the Broncos quarterback going into, I guess, the season after this one.
Yeah, I feel like, though, to me, and this is the head coach there is one of my dear friends. So, as a matter of fact, I talked to him the other day trying to get him on the show, and he says, man, I gave the message to my team about staying off radio and podcasts and said it'd be a bad scene if I did that. I mean, I was trying to get him on, but he I always feel like that he's going to help whatever team he's on.
For sure.
I always feel like that whatever players offensively, quarterback, receivers, runners, whoever, he is going to be able to manipulate offense with what he has. So I'm going to say Russell Wilson is going to play much better for the Broncos this year.
I could definitely see that. Tua's on this list as well. Obviously, he's got to prove he can stay healthy. The performance is there. He's good enough to be a top 10 quarterback, but can he stay healthy? Then you got runners, Eckler, Dillon, Jacobs, and a defensive end there in Chase Young. Those are your make-or-break players for the 2023 upcoming season. Gavin needs a podcast with Stevie Wonder. Apparently does not agree with my Dak takes. Come on, Gavin. You know you're an idiot. Admit it. Says the 816. Gavin will just be saying anything. Yeah, that's right. I just make stuff up and throw it against the wall to try to keep you people entertained.
Dawson's Wondercast. I think that's going to be awesome.
That is a good name. I mean, the thing is you people are so emotional and insane about this Cowboys team. The only thing I have to do is speak objectively and fall in love with the gray areas, which is in between the two extremes. And both of you maniacs, both of you parties of maniacs, think I'm off my rocker. Oh, that's such polarizing content, Gavin. You're in the middle on Dak. You don't think he's all world or trash? How could you be that? Yeah, that's what you guys think is a crazy take around here. This maniacal world I live in. Gavin's a blowhard, says the 571. Blow it out your butt, 571. Confirmed, 571.
Is anybody being positive at all about your Dak takes?
No, I see a lot of Dawson's a bleep hole. That's pretty much all I'm saying.
Is that pretty much what it is?
Yeah.
What are you trying to say there, brothers?
I'm just asking.
What do you mean by that?
I just mean that.
I like it.
Did you want to argue?
It.
No, I'm all about
He said you want to argue?
Did you see something wrong with that take, Brian?
No, not at all.
That's right.
I think I'm going to go to the.
That's right.
I'm going to go to the convenience machine right now and get me some Twix.
Sounds like a good plan.
Hey, you want to argue?
Hey, we got the Woolly Bullies top 10 coming up next, but there's no Zach with an H, Chief. What are we going to do?
That's right. I'm handling his dirty work. Happy World Sea Turtle Day, ladies and gentlemen. Oh. I have not one but two lists for you. You get to choose. I'll tell you what they are on the other side. Plus, we have an update on the biggest competition going on in America right now. That's next right here on The Fan.
Welcome back, Cheap Bag Nation. Hope you're having a great day. Time now for Wolfchuck's Top 10 at 420. He's out. Chief's going to do the segment for you. Segment's brought to you by Window Nation. Go to windownation.com, and it's brought to you by the Frankels. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers, put them in a big truck, should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Franklin. Frankel consultation's always free. Truckwreck.com. Here's the Chief.
Thank you very much. Happy World Sea Turtle Day, ladies and gentlemen. Shout out to the turtles out there. Turtles are awesome.
The most excited photo I have in my phone of myself is me holding baby sea turtles in Cancun.
Oh, dude.
Yeah, bro.
Very,
I wanted to
very
take
cool.
them home with me.
I bet.
I wanted to.
They're adorable.
That guy was watching the hell out of me, though.
Yeah. Were they tiny?
No, they were so tiny.
Palm of your hand?
Yeah, man. I wanted to help them get to the ocean and everything.
Yes.
Were they hatched in a nursery, or were they just
No,
coming
they
out of
were
the sand?
hatched right there in front of our little old bungalow, man.
That's so cool.
I do love watching when there's a bunch of the little newborns or whatever, and they're all just scrambling in the sand. Into the
I'm looking for the
water or whatever.
seagulls, making sure the seagulls will swoop down and get a meal.
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
Little appetizer. So I have two different lists
on the half
here.
shell.
I have a turtle list involving the best turtle characters of all time. And then I have a list of the top sea creatures that would be on every diver's bucket list to see at the bottom of the ocean. So we'll let the people decide. 877-881-1053. Do you want turtle characters throughout entertainment history, or do you want the top sea creatures that if you were a diver you'd most like to see? Now, an update on the greatest American competition going right now. Of course, we're talking about Rocco's Pizza and Cantina Jello Shot Challenge at the College World Series, ladies and gentlemen.
We're the Tigers.
Of course, proceeds from every shot sold goes to the food banks for all 8 teams and Heartland Food Bank as well. Now, shout out to the College World Series Jello Shot Challenge at College World Series Shot Board on Twitter, keeping us updated here.
By the way, we have a final. Oral Roberts 6-5 over TCU in Game 1 of the College World Series.
Now 1-8 stand up.
6-5?
6-5.
That was a game.
They're not out, though, right?
No, it's double elimination.
Yeah.
They're going to be just fine. They're going to be just fine.
They had this thing kind of they were secure into the ninth, and I think things fell apart for them a little bit.
A lot of scoring happened late.
Yeah.
They were taken after the Rangers. It's a Tarrant County thing.
Yeah, we have, I believe we'll get another update at the top of the hour. But the latest update I have on the Jello Shot Challenge is 4 hours ago. It was the noon update. And we have Florida, TCU, Wake Forest, Virginia, Oral Roberts, LSU, Stanford, Tennessee, all on the board. Who do you believe to be the leader in the clubhouse right now, as of 4 hours ago?
I'm going to say Oral Roberts is probably last.
Oral Roberts was actually not last, thanks to Virginia and their, I guess, unfun
They're
fan
not
base.
traveling?
Yeah, they're not traveling well,
A little too far.
Just doing a summer of sobriety potentially.
But TCU is second to last, and then Oral Roberts. So I'm going to eliminate those 3 schools. I'm going to go with Florida.
Florida being the leader.
Number 1.
I'm going to say that I'm going to say LSU's number 1. Heck, we're always going to do this.
As of 4 hours ago, LSU was the leader in the clubhouse with 659 Rocco's Jello shots consumed.
Okay,
you don't get any credit for that though, Brian. That's your alma mater. Of course, you were going to.
When did we start this thing? We've already did 600 Jello shots.
Yeah, I do need to see.
Did
I
we
do need to
start
see
this
exactly
today?
when this thing tipped off.
I mean, I know the baseball started today.
I think it started 24 hours ago.
Wow, so we've
Had
already
a big night.
They came out of the gates pretty hot.
Our program's already done 600 Jello shots, huh?
Would you believe me if I told you, as of 4 hours ago in the Rocco's Jello Shot Challenge at the College World Series, the TCU Horned Frogs of TCU
Be second, I bet.
were second with 521 Jello shots.
There you go.
Shout out to the Frogs, man,
There you go.
representing.
Yeah.
And
Good stuff.
we kind of put out the challenge. I feel like we lit a fire under them.
These purple
last week.
teams. Purple teams.
Yeah, it is. It's the purple teams.
Well, you
getting
got
it done.
close proximity. I think those are probably the 2 closest schools. But also I want to point out. I went to a Christian college for a semester, and I just figured, the peer pressure to not party was so massive. That's back in 94, 95.
Yeah.
Maybe the game's changed a little bit, but I figure if you're rolling around with your Christian college bros, you're not gonna have a big night. You know, I mean, that might be like we're going to share a bottle of wine type deal.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I kind of felt like Oral Roberts would be last.
Yeah, they should be. I believe they're in the Christian College Coalition.
Yeah.
Don't get it twisted though, bro.
Oh, really?
Oral Roberts, I'm telling you.
Oral Roberts, very
there's
similar
some
to what
basketball camps out there on that campus over there, bro.
okay.
I don't know if it's the same, but
it was a good place to party.
I've seen more at the Christian schools I used to go to, Evangel Temple, shout out to you, than I've seen at the public schools.
I was thinking about Baylor. Baylor's one of those programs that seems very much like let's not drink, but let's drink kind of a program.
Yeah,
they've been restricted. They finally get a little freedom.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it gets a little wild.
But needs to
We're
party.
going to win this thing at LSU. We might not win the College World Series. We're going to win this shot.
You're going to win this shot challenge.
Yeah, sure we will.
You got a nice lead right now.
A lot of it depends on when you get eliminated too.
No question. No question.
So if right now, if you're TCU, you're one game from going home, and then your fans might not hang around.
Yeah, but I do think it's something pretty special to say we didn't even win it on the diamond. We were out, pretty early in this thing.
Yeah.
But our fan base dominated your fan base. I think there is some level of pride to have there, I would think. It's summertime. What else you got to do?
I know.
You can kick it at Omaha, watch some baseball, and take some Jell-O shots.
At LSU opened one year at UCLA, and they drank the Coliseum out of beer, is what they did in that opening night of football.
I don't doubt that.
And it was
I don't doubt that for a single second.
bad day for LSU that day.
So, Virginia was in last place, and you actually had LSU, TCU, and then it was Wake Forest as the top three.
Whoa,
Florida, the Gators are getting crushed pretty good here. Stanford's getting crushed. How about Tennessee? Didn't even crack 200 in the latest update.
I think Tennessee will rally.
You think?
Tennessee will rally, yeah.
Okay. Well, the totals have spoken. We want the top 10 creatures of the sea on every diver's bucket list.
Under the sea.
Under the sea.
On World Turtle Day. So unfortunately, this is just a top 10 list. It does not have any outside looking in. But if you guys have any sea creatures that you're most passionate about, please inform me.
Number one, just real quick, number one turtle of all time, though. I mean,
from a character standpoint?
Yeah, from the character. Just give him the number
Entourage.
Oh, nice one, bro.
Yeah.
Wasn't even on the list either.
Yeah, that's a leg sweep right there for the answer.
That was. I was not prepared for that one, Lucius. I was thinking he was going to give me one of those Ninja Turtle dudes.
Yeah, I mean, listen, Donatello.
Yeah, I thought you were
that guy.
But turtle from Entourage, outstanding.
That's a great one.
Good get.
I like that smoked out turtle from Finding Nemo.
Yeah.
Just go that way right there, man.
What was his name?
I'm about to find it because I have the list. I'll
smoked out
reference
turtle, bro.
Yeah, he was good. He was good.
Now, sharks are awesome. So are we just going to say sharks are one of the 10, or could you go like hammerhead, tiger shark,
Listen,
great white?
I'm not going to be highfalutin about the different species of them. You
sound
could just
like
go shark and be cool
this.
with it.
He's never going to draw a line.
This isn't my wheelhouse. I'm not like a sea. I couldn't tell you a bunch of different sharks. Hammerhead,
swordfish is cool.
Great white.
I think
swordfish is
giant
sweet.
squids.
Octopus would be cool.
Okay, the octopus is going to make some appearances here. I was not initiated on the different variations of the octopus.
The orca,
orca,
yeah,
crush. A big
by the
fat
way.
pearl.
Ooh,
an oyster with a big old fat pearl in it, right?
That's pretty cool. That would be sweet, dude. Could you just grab
a damn
one of
treasure?
those?
You want to find a treasure?
Yeah.
That's what you want to see.
100%.
Yeah.
My creature is gold.
Yeah.
But Crush is the name, by the way, of Finding Nemo character.
Oh, that's his name?
It was Crush.
Yeah, man. My name is Crush, man. I'll be crushing this dope up.
his son is Squirt.
Shake.
His son is Squirt,
that's
and he's
right.
number 4 on that list.
100%. 100% see the man in the grocery store call his son Squirt.
Oh,
Have you?
guaranteed.
Yeah, I seen it. Yeah. Come here, Squirt.
My dad
I was
used
like,
to do
yeah,
that.
that's your name, bro.
Yeah.
You really are a Squirt.
Pokemon's Squirtle is number 2 on that list.
Hey, if you're going to do that, Bowser from Mario Brothers, he was a boss.
Dude, good call.
He was a
Bowser.
boss.
Bowser comes in at let's see, number 9. Number 9 on that list.
Okay, I threw you off your game right
Yeah.
there. You're naming turtles.
I am naming those turtles, but still, it's all
I'd
fun.
like to see a huge lobster.
And he's not a tortoise.
Yeah, a blue lobster.
Blue lobster.
Big
Lucius
blue
got it right.
lobster.
Yeah, the rare one.
That's what throws me for a loop there, Dawson. He is land-based, but he's not a tortoise.
Yeah,
That
that's
mind
wild.
bleeps you for the first 50 times that you go when he kicks your ass.
Yeah.
You're like, dang it, I didn't understand what I was dealing with here. Number 10, how about this one, boys? It's not the octopus.
No.
It's the Wonderpuss. That's this is what they describe it as.
my attention.
Is that a Total Recall thing? What's going on?
I'll tell you what. I'm glad I had to set it up as not an octopus, so we were all in the right frame of mind. Because when I first got onto this list and I saw number 10 being the Wonder Puss, I was like, okay, where are we going with this?
We're all
thing?
going there.
It's an amazing octopus, not
We all
formally
wanna see that.
identified.
Some of us not coming back.
It was not
Hey, what's your
formally
name? I'm the
identified
Wonder
by
Puss.
scientists until 2006. So we didn't even know about the wonders of the Wonder Puss
We knew
until
this-
06.
No,
bro.
we knew about this way before 2006.
Often confused with a similar species called the mimic octopus.
Okay.
But it lives in the same waters, but has longer arms and a more distinct
I'm digging
and
these vibes, Lucius.
striking
Yeah,
pattern.
man.
Number
That's why I
9
see
is
sea turtles and stuff.
Yeah,
you know?
exactly.
it is great vibes. Number 9, seahorse. I think
That's just kind of normal.
What?
It's just normal.
What?
The seahorse
The
very normal.
seahorse is
Very normal.
normal?
Very normal. It's not
You're
impressive.
pretty cool.
It's
Freaking
not, it's not
mind, bro.
impressive. Ah.
Damn.
Okay. Agree to disagree on that one.
You're talking to a guy.
God is looking at Broadus like, for real, bro?
No.
I did my thing on that.
You're talking to the guy that was snorkeling in Hawaii, and I got the size 14 flippers, and they're like, this coral has been over 1 million years old. I was worried about kicking my flippers over the coral
bet, dude.
and like breaking the coral. That's how terrified
Really
I
see you
was of
doing
like,
that. Yeah.
okay, don't, yeah. So, but that's not impressive. No, seahorse, no.
The eagle ray is number 8.
Oh, yeah.
They have a long whip-like tail that is darkly colored with up to 7 barbed spines that can be used for defense.
It'll get you out of here like they did the crocodile guy.
That's right.
Yeah.
Now, they describe him as a bit
Yeah, they
bashful.
get that
No
guy.
threat to humans
Got him
unless you
outta here.
provoke him.
Yeah, unless you
So-
try to grab
Provoke him
him.
with.
Say good day, mate.
Yeah. Oh, she's a beauty. Oh, she got me, mate.
Dak's a Pro Bowl
That's
quarterback.
going to be a stinger right there.
Number 7's the tiger shark. Solitary sharks tend to live alone.
Yeah.
Have amazing eyesight, tend to hunt at night. 4th largest shark in the world. Number 6, I'm not familiar with this at all. The dugong. Elusive dugong. Flat tail and flippers like a whale, but is in fact more closely related to an elephant. Are you kidding me?
What?
That's cool.
No, that's like a grouper.
Very dense, heavy bones. Keep it submerged. Lungs are positioned along the back, which keeps the dugong in horizontal position while swimming.
Oh,
How
like
about that?
Like a bladder almost.
Okay.
It's like their spine is like lungs, if you will. Number 5's the hammerhead. We know about the hammerhead. Number 4's the turtle.
Hey,
Getting
it's
some
my
love.
guy. It's my guy.
6 out of 7 species of sea turtle are classified as threatened or endangered.
Yeah.
So just gotta
Leave the
respect the
turtles
turtle.
alone, bro.
Lucius is picking him up on the beach.
Yeah, I wish man, if I was a millionaire, billionaire, bro, that would be like my initiative. I'm out here on the beach saving the turtles, shirt off with some
Drinking my
Bermuda
cocktail
shorts
out
on,
of paper
cigar in my mouth.
Lucius is saving the turtles like big old puffs of cigar.
Bunch of women in white bikinis helping me. Yeah, this is my squad. We save turtles.
And this song playing in the background. Number 3's dolphins. We know about the dolphin. That thing is pretty sweet.
They're really smart too.
Number 2's the
Flipper.
manta ray.
The manta ray.
Did you know that the word
B-52
manta
song.
is Spanish for blanket? Certainly an apt
Ah,
description.
makes sense now.
As you imagine the stunning creature gliding through the water above you. How about
It does
that?
make sense now.
And number 1, the world's largest fish. Do you know what that is?
Whale
sperm
shark.
whale,
The
blue whale.
shark.
The whale shark.
Ding, ding,
Whale
ding.
shark.
Brian Broaddus, man of the ocean.
Seen one of those.
You are the
Wow,
the-
you seen one?
I have. I was on an offshore platform out in the Gulf, 60 miles out in the Gulf. Swam right below our platform.
Wow.
I was like looking 100 feet down into the water, and it just went by on the platform. In
Clear
the Gulf-
water?
Gulf of Mexico. Yep.
Well, thank you, Chief, for filling in for Woolchuck's broadcast responsibilities as we're chilling on a Mail It In Friday. We do know that the expressway's coming up at 5:20. LA Live with Lucius is just 1 hour away, but coming up next, Little Cowboys chatter. We have running back room rankings for the entire league, and that's next right here. G-Bag Nation, the fan.
Coming up Monday morning on Sean and RJ, we have your Rangers Jays recap, best and worst of the weekend at 7:20, and a brand new Post Malone ticket giveaway for the Tolos. It's a Monday morning on The Fan.
As predicted, the 5-star reviews continue to build up at Soda Weight Loss and Nutrition. You've heard from me, Kevin Hageland, Bassick, Wolchuk, and Bobby Bell about soda because we're all part of the more than 7,500.
1053thefan.com.
Yes, sir. Welcome back, nation. Coming up at 5 o'clock, it'll be time for an old-fashioned whim session there. We'll get you the very latest in the association with Eric Chiafalo coming up in about 12 minutes. This segment right here is brought to you by our friends at Soda. That's state-of-the-art. I don't feel like the orca got enough consideration in the top sea creatures top 10 list. Maybe a little bit more conversation, considering the work they're doing over the last month. You know, taking down yachts, coming up with strategies. You know, it's the most formidable animal out there, I feel like. If they ever get their stuff together, they could be a threat to us.
They are on a pretty impressive run right now. And I will say, aesthetically, like when you see that all shiny giant black whale with the white kind of accents, it's beautiful.
It is.
It's incredible. It's a good-looking whale.
And it's more alpha than humans. I mean, we got land figured out pretty good, but we're not imposing and killer. You know, we're not a shark. We're not a whale. We're not a gorilla. We're not a lion. We got robbed, is what I'm trying to say. We can't jump high. We can't run all that fast. We ain't going to kill anything with our claws or our bite.
Mm-hmm.
All we can do is outthink the other animals, and we're doing a hell of a job at it. But damn it, I wish I was majestic like that.
Me too.
I wish I could go flying out of the air.
I think the reason the orca is making such a splash is because people are doing more about filming them. You know, we're starting to get like.
We're becoming more aware.
We're becoming more aware, but they're showing themselves. You know, like these people on a boat. Oh, look! Oh, hey! And then they're literally swimming right next to a boat or a kayak.
It's almost like they for so many years they didn't realize what they were capable of, and then one decided to make the move, and then they realized, oh my gosh, we could be messing with these guys in these boats.
I watched one time where, again, those rabbit holes you could fall down, and I don't know how, but they tracked it where these babies kind of went to humans and got the humans to follow. And one of their mom got caught in a net, you know, like her fin.
Oh, they got mom saved.
They got mom saved because her side fin couldn't move. It was pinned down. And so this, I don't know why these doctors, they got in one of those, you know, those dinghies, and they followed and they went, and next thing you know, they're with a pod.
Yeah.
So the little babies had directed the.
Went and
I love those stories.
And then they're cutting the net. They're cutting the net off, and then the next thing you know, they're the orcas are putting on a show. Thank you, humans, for helping. You know, that kind of thing.
Yeah, I saw this elephant in a mud pit. He got saved by humans. Humans came visited him 2 years later, and he was stoked. He's like, "Yeah, there they are, bro." Yeah. Brought his friends to say hi and everything.
That's what they were showing, that the orcas, the mom that got saved, she somehow got a squid. They were leaving, and she got this squid, and she had it in her mouth, and she went right next to the boat and put it right next to the boat, kind of as a hey, thanks for helping me out.
This is fine dining in my parts.
This is a delicacy to me.
Yeah.
But here you go.
I'm you enjoy it.
Yeah.
That's cool.
I don't know if they make this up. I'm watching it. It's 10, 15 minutes. I'm watching them.
They could totally make it up.
Yeah.
I mean, they make up reality TV all the time.
It looks like they're really cutting the netting off the flipper part.
I'd like to think that whale stuck around to watch that person consume it just to make sure, so did you like it? You know, when you offer up something that is so close to you and personal, you want to make sure the person likes what you gave them.
That's right.
The boat was going away, and then the whales came up with the squid, as a, hey, thank you for helping us out kind of bit.
It is so cool, whether you're up in the Pacific Northwest or Hawaii or some of these vacations, you go out in the water where dolphins are or whales are, stuff like that. It's pretty damn sweet.
I will say this Wonder Puss, because the Twitch chat is all over it.
I've been thinking about that ever since you dropped it too. Can't wait to get off work and find some Wonder Puss.
What site's that on?
It's translucent. When you you Google up the Wonder Puss, and it looks like there's a couple varieties of them, but they give off snake vibes. It almost looks like there's a central brain, and then it looks like a bunch of rattlesnakes.
So when it comes to the Wonder Puss, you see no colors. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. Eyes roll back.
You can see right through that thing.
I do have the top 10 running back rooms of the NFL, gentlemen.
Do.
What's number one to you guys? What's the best running back room right now?
Oh, that's a good question.
I definitely know I don't want them to get hurt.
Oh, I think it's the then it's the Niners, but it should be the Falcons.
Yeah, they got Christian McCaffrey and Elijah Mitchell number one, and then number two is Atlanta with Bijan, and
where are the
Tyler
Dolphins?
Algier had a big year. Cordarrelle Patterson as well. Browns number three with Nick Chubb. Titans number 4 with Derrick Henry and Hassan Haskins second year. Tyjae Spears out of Tulane. Colts number 5, Jonathan Taylor and Zach Moss. Packers number 6 with Aaron Jones, A.J. Dillon still getting it done. Raiders number 7, Josh Jacobs. Giants 8, Saquon Barkley, Matt Breida.
Wow.
Chargers 9, Austin Eckler, Isaiah Spiller, Josh Kelly. Cowboys 10th now with Tony Pollard. I don't know. I don't know how to feel if 10. I'd say it's about right. But I'll tell you this. If Pollard has a full year with 275 touches, I think this room could easily jump into the top 5, top 3. I think that much of Pollard, if he can handle the touches and keep going over 5 yards.
I kind of feel like the Commanders are getting slighted here. I like Brian Robinson and Gibson and Rodriguez. I know he's a rookie, but I think that's going to be a pretty good room.
Yeah, the Commanders aren't even in the top 20. Okay, so there you have it. A look at the top 10 running back rooms, and they have the Cowboys coming in at 10th. That's Pro Football Focus, and that's a place I actually like their rankings because that's fairly easy to quantify with how many tacklers you're beating and all that. It's time now, though, to hit a rim session here with Eric Chiafalo. What kind of association-related content do you have for us today, sir?
Man, we got a lot. We got the John Morant stuff. We got Michael Jordan, maybe the most amazing Michael Jordan story as told by a former player. We have Zion news, Christian Wood, and this big-name coach does not want any part of the Mavericks. That's next.
All right, Twin Peaks is your ultimate sports lodge with them.
DFWsecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It's hour 4 of the G-Bag Nation. We're about to jump into some association content, but before we get there, I got a couple of texts here. 720 wants to know, can we call in yet? My thinking is a bit long. I want to get in first. What you drinking, what you thinking is now 20 minutes away. You can call now if you want to. I'm not sure anybody will answer, but you can start that thing a-ringing. Okay, and then the 845 with a good point, good observation. I feel like I've come to the conclusion Broadus is a closet Commanders fan.
Man, I'm glad somebody said it, huh?
Yeah. I'm listening to his breakdowns last year was the first sign to me when he was just inflating how good they were and talking about the Cowboys should be worried about playing the Commanders.
Remember the way he gushed over that Sam Howell?
Yes. Oh, dude, he loves him.
Oh, my God.
I do.
You're right about that.
You know, I actually grew up
Commanders fan. Don't say it.
No,
Don't say it.
hating the Commanders.
Yeah.
Hating the Commanders. But no, I tell you what, I respect the players they have. I really do. I'm
That's how
trust
you know.
me. No, I mean seriously. I mean, I love the way
They have a lot of damn good players.
You think about look at the
Give
front.
them a quarterback.
Look at the front 7 of the draft. I mean, look what they got: Montez Sweat in the first round, Deron Payne in the first round, Jonathan Allen in the first round. We'll see what happens with Chase Young.
It's been Poochie's
Jamin
to this
Davis.
point, though.
I mean, but that's what I'm saying. I mean, I kind of feel like that they're a quarterback away from being a good team.
What do you mean? They got Sam Mahomes.
I do like Sam Howell.
Yeah.
Sam Howell beat your Dallas Cowboys last year.
Well, you know, outside of RG3's rookie
first
year,
start ever.
They've been looking for a good quarterback for what? Since Theismann? Have they had one?
I think
Since Doug? Since Doug Williams, Mark Rippon?
Doug Williams.
I mean, it's been 30 years.
Brunell gave him a good week or two, didn't he?
Mark Rippon won a Super Bowl with him. It's been a while. No, you're absolutely. But
Seneca Wallace? Was it Seneca Wallace?
man, they've struggled with some
That was one of
quarterbacks.
their better years. It's time now for Eric Chiafalo and a trip around the rim. Here he is, the chief himself, Eric.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. Let's go ahead and cut the lights out. We'll put the kids to bed. The G-Bag Nation is going all 56 inches around the rim.
Let it ride! Rain dance!
I gotta join here, man. I've been saving for a special occasion.
It's always a special occasion when you find out that the Dallas Mavericks are not just trying to add a guy like Jeff Van Gundy to the sideline to assist Mr. Jason Kidd. Chris Haynes of Bleacher Report is also informing us that Nate McMillan has politely declined the opportunity to join the Dallas Mavericks coaching staff. He's going to take the year off. I actually like that the Mavericks, and maybe this is a Jason Kidd thing, maybe this is a Nico thing, a Narc thing, or a combo, but the idea that they're trying to get some been there, done that presence on their sideline and on their coaching staff, I think is nice. Hopefully they end up getting somebody. They've obviously swung for the fences when you think about Jeff Van Gundy and even Nate McMillan, he's a head coach. And you want him to be an assistant. But I like the idea that they're going for it. The same way they're trying to do it with Nico, it seems like. Get a right-hand man who's been there before.
Why did you just hire the right guy the first time then?
Well, that's asking a lot there, Broadus.
I mean, to me, it just seems like you go out and if you want to be different, if you want to go outside the box with Nico, I get it. You want to go outside the box, be different with Jason Kidd. Jason Kidd at least has skins. Nico had no skins. This team needed, the mistake that the Mavs have made here is they have an inexperienced general manager trying to build around one of the best players in NBA. And I don't know if he necessarily has the skins on the wall. Of course he doesn't have the skins on the wall to do this. We've seen these general managers get moved around, moved out. We've seen Bob Myers. We've seen Mike Dunleavy Jr. is now the new GM at Golden State. But why didn't you go try and get one of these guys to start with?
I think these attempts at hiring are telling the truth about how they really feel about their guys. And I think that's unfortunate what they're doing here for Nico and Jason Kidd, because if you don't believe in them, fire them, pay them off, let them go.
Yeah.
See, there's a part of me that feels like this is maybe they don't believe in them, but they don't want to look like the schmucks that just hired them and fired them. So they're trying to help them along. Or this is we do believe in them, but we also know that they might need their hand held a little bit as they're
I don't have time
both
for
a little bit young.
and
that's fine if you don't have the time. But if Narc decides he does,
I'm wasting opportunities with Luka right now.
That's a good point.
For an inexperienced general manager, I need somebody in here that knows how to pick players, knows how to manipulate rosters, maybe trade for somebody. I mean, you have a lot of flexibility because of previous regimes and stuff, but I don't have time for people to learn on the job here when I've got a star player that might one day say, you know what, you guys aren't doing it well enough for me. I'm going to force my way out of this.
Chris Haynes is also reporting that the Washington Wizards have granted Bradley Beal and his representatives permission to speak with teams about a trade. So it feels like a Bradley Beal trade is imminent, and they're already allowing him and his agents and whatnot to kind of back channel and work some deals. So the Heat and the Bucks are already expected to be talking with him and his agent. We'll see what other teams get involved there, but Bradley Beal and his agents granted permission to go ahead and seek that trade. Go ahead and make something happen. And then you had Brian Windhorst reporting about Zion Williamson apparently not having a relationship with the Pelicans organization. His quote is, "There's no relationship between Zion and the organization, and minimal relationship between Zion and his teammates, from what I understand." So that's basically what it is. There's no relationship at all. Zion's kind of maybe distanced himself. I mean, it's tough to be super plugged in when you're injured guy, you know, and you're not playing, you're not necessarily with the team all the time. And then he's clearly got a lot of other relationships that he's devoting time to.
Great
It's
leader
tough to
guy.
juggle them all.
He figures out a way to stay connected. You know, it's clear Zion's not that great leader guy, but I think it's understandable. To me, though, it's just another reason to say, hey, why would anybody want to trade for him? I think the Pelicans are stuck with him. Stories get out like this. It's like, okay, what is the realistic chances that Zion hits his potential now? Mm-hmm. Coming into the league, I would have put it less than 50-50. Right now, I put it less than 10%, guys.
25-game suspension for Ja Morant. Looks like it's going to cost him in salary $7.6 million. He was going to make over $300,000, or he does. I mean, with his new contract that he's on, he makes over $300,000 per game. Mm-hmm. So that 25-game suspension is going to result in $7.6 million lost because he is entering year one of his $194 million rookie max extension. He signed it last summer. So that is, I guess, the bad news. We'll see. It looks like they're going to be appealing this thing, and we'll see where it goes. But Nike has already come out and said, hey, we're not cutting ties. We're pleased that Ja's taking accountability and prioritizing his well-being. We will continue to support him on and off the court.
Because those red shoes went crazy online. That's what it was. They was like, my bad.
They're like, we're going to put out this feeler. We're going to put them up. And if they do well, then, and they did exceedingly well.
Yeah, they look great.
They look outstanding,
and they just line up with that uniform well. I think there's a lot of things to like about
and the guns
shoes.
didn't hurt sales.
Yeah,
because it's a red shoe if you're paying attention.
Yeah. I think that's part of it. Is I think there's going to be a lot of people that are going to look at this story and say, what did he do? And I think it's totally normal to say, don't glorify gun violence. And I'm not a gun glory person, but damn it, our country is. Our country makes ways to sell more guns. We solve problems with guns. We have more guns than all the other countries combined. And he didn't break a law with a gun. Nobody got hurt. I understand if you're anti-gun and you say, wow, he's glorifying it. He's being a bad role model. And I understand those things. But, just could we imagine if the background isn't a dark urban environment, it's a country environment? And the guy in the passenger seat is holding an AR-15, and the song on the radio is "We Put a Boot in Their Ass, It's the American Way." How's the response to that? Where's the pro-gun movement on Twitter right now supporting Ja Morant, who hurt nobody? He showed off a gun in a gun-obsessed country. It's okay for corporations to make trillions off guns. It's okay to solve our problems with guns. All these gun things are fine until it's Ja Morant. And that's the double standard that I really have a problem with in this story.
I do think there's something to the effect of, hey, 17-year-old kid allegedly in my driveway, we're playing basketball. Now we're punching each other and I'm threatening to go get my gun. That's part of the story. There's also, hey, yeah, I'm going to get my gun and my boys and we're going to roll up at the mall because my mom just got disrespected.
I think that's on the mom, too. Mom should not be calling for no petty stuff like that. Come up here and fight somebody at the Foot Locker. That's ridiculous, Mom.
100%.
But yeah, I think you're totally on it, though.
So there's a part of that.
You can't ride with me. You can't ride with me and pulling out your gun. No. I have to have the aux cord. We're going to listen to jazz because I don't know what may trigger you. Yeah. But at the same time, if you would have had like some hunting fatigues on, you could show off every gun you own. Yeah. Hashtag Second Amendment rights in the comments or whatever. Mm-hmm. Or show yourself shooting at a shooting range and let that M4 off. Bah, bah, bah. Do what you want to do.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But yeah, just randomly pulling out gun in the car just because NBA YoungBoy's on. That makes me nervous as a driver, even if I know you, though.
And I think it's great to be nervous or to be turned off by that and say, bro, what kind of a message are you sending to kids looking up to you? But when you're talking about putting a guy in trouble that's broken no law in a gun-obsessed country or taking $8 million from him, that's where I draw the line. I say, hey, we can have all the think pieces and the arguments about John Morant being reckless with a gun. That's fine. It's $8 million. Yeah. Nobody's been hurt. How does he get singled out? You know, I think the messaging about guns is just super, super double standardy here, and it makes me uncomfortable to even have the John Morant conversation come up because I know the kind of things are going to be said, and what's being normalized right now about John Morant is just, it doesn't jive with the way that I see the story. I think he's a kid probably that is struggling with his fame, maybe a little bit of mental health, horrible judgment, horrible impulse control. He needs some help, you know? That's the worst thing you could say about him right now.
What do they call that, affluenza?
He's got affluenza.
He's got affluenza 100% right now.
He's got so much money, he's kind of taunting the camera. Yeah. But he's showing off a gun on social media. That's all that has happened, and it's $8 million. It's insane. I mean, where are the 2A people? Where is gun Twitter demanding that the NBA apologize to John Morant for this suspension? All he did was exercise his constitutional rights while rap was playing, while being black in America. That's what happened.
There's certainly an argument to be made. There's no doubt about it. And I do wonder. I do wonder how many people have really. I don't really see many people coming to his defense from any line.
No.
Former players, everybody's kind of like, yo, this is. Yeah. Everybody feels like he crossed the line. You're saying the punishment has crossed the line. Everybody feels like he has crossed the line.
And here's another thing. That's a great point. Guns are the most polarizing debate in America right now. Everybody's in consensus on this one. How'd that happen? How is both sides of the aisle on consensus about a man being taken $8 million from him for being in lawful possession of a firearm? How's there?
Just because if I think when you go from, yes, technically nothing happened, but how close was it for something to happen, and what could have happened could have been ridiculous. And now we've kind of given you the slap on the hand, and then you've turned around and doubled down and sort of disrespected your company. I think most companies are going to feel like, okay, this, especially company public eye, one of the faces of the league situation. Yeah. So, and they did the help thing. Hey, you're going to go wherever you went in Florida, and you're going to do that. And I think part of what this suspension is going to involve is him also getting the help. But there's also how it goes with precedent. Hey, you're a big name dude. We don't want to set a precedent as a league that this is cool, because let somebody dong around and say, oh, Ja did it, it was fine, and then someone does end up getting messed up, and now what was nothing happened. It doesn't go from 0 to 10. It goes from 0 to 100. When that situation that ended up fine, if it didn't end up fine, it ends up in 9 times out of 10, the worst thing that could possibly happen, where maybe somebody's losing their life now, and the NBA looks back 3 years later. Man, if we didn't let Ja off the hook, then maybe this guy, 3 years from now, name whoever, maybe that situation wouldn't have happened. And what is $8 million is big. Not when you're making $194 million and Nike's not letting you go. That's chump change.
Yeah, it's not huge money, and I understand those things, but the NBA essentially put him in this program for holding a firearm in a club. Okay, that's up for the Colorado authorities and John Morant to figure out. There was an investigation and nothing happened. So if I'm John Morant, what am I even now under suspicion for? What do you have to follow up on for? There have been no crimes. Now, the NBA has a PR situation. It's a public company. They want to handle things the way that they want to handle them. And they have moved to see things the players' way more than any other league in the entire world. And I respect them for that. But I think they're out of line here, Chief. That's my perspective.
I respect it.
Do you think it has anything to do with what's happening in schools and things like that with these shootings?
Yeah.
that maybe that's what the league is like. We can't have our
I would think it's just because it looks reckless.
It does.
It doesn't look like a professional gun owner or a responsible gun owner. It just seems like I'm just in the moment pulling it out.
You're
and I'm
right.
like, yo, fam, what we doing?
If you want to show that you can use it in a gun range,
go to a gun range and let it fly.
Yeah.
Put on some hunting gear and show off your guns, and then people, there's an argument there. But just randomly, people can't handle that. They can't handle it. They can't handle if I speak the truth right here. They get mad. They get mad at us for speaking the truth. People can't handle it
right now. Yeah, it's fine. I appreciate the opportunity to share my honest opinion.
For sure, 100%. And I appreciate that. I appreciate that perspective because it is a very unique and interesting story, and there's a lot involved. And so I can certainly see both sides. I did want to get in the story about Michael Jordan, 13 seasons as Hornets owner. He's going to be out now. Never won a playoff series, never finished higher than 6th in the East. Fifth worst winning percentage in the NBA, but he will be making over $2 billion on the deal, which is more than he's made from Nike in 40 years. That is crazy. Thank you to Joe Pompliano for the nugget. Here's some Steven Jackson sound when he arrived in Charlotte to be a member of MJ's team back in 2010. This is an amazing story about MJ.
So I was playing in Charlotte, right? The first year I got there, we got to the playoffs for the first time. And so MJ loved me for that alone. Right. But when I first got there, it was kind of rocky. You know what I'm saying? I just got traded there. So we got our ass beat by somebody. And he came in the locker room after the game just going off on us like we need to get our shit together, right? And I made some little comment or something like that. He ain't say nothing. So he came and practiced the next day. Back on that shit. Yeah, y'all think y'all did something? I'm 6. Oh, he started talking about all his accolades. Take my shoes off. Because, he had gave me his, what I'm saying? He wasn't just talking to me. He was talking because everybody had his shoes off, but he had gave me a deal and all that. Yeah. This shit kind of directed to me and Gerald Wallace because we the leaders of the team. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So he going off.
Mike told you take his fucking shoes off.
Damn near. You know what I'm saying? Look at all the shit I done. Y'all I'm just going off on us right to the point where he gets on the second team in practice. And we lose.
Nice. You lying. You ain't losing 50 years old. Mike's too
How old was Mike? Listen. This was in 2010.
Mike suited up.
Dog, whatever he had on, he came out there, got on, pushed, I guess, the guard, whoever Gerald Wallace was guard, the 3 guard, kicked him out and got in that spot and played with the second team. My second team wasn't scrubs now. Oh, he scored a couple points, and to the point where he talked so much shit afterwards, he grabbed the ball and went dunk one on the way out.
I love the old Jordan stories.
MJ, the owner, man, still had it in him. That's fantastic.
Appreciate it. There's a little rim session for you, G-Bag Nation. You know what time it is now at 877-881-1053. The one opportunity of the week to call in while intoxicated or in the process of catching a buzz. It's what you drinking
and what you thinking.
Next on the Fan. Hey, my friends at D&M Leasing have done it again. They won big awards this year for exceeding customer